The sun had set and the moon had vanished into the darkness, leaving only a black sky above a hill that was covered in countless corpses. Step, step, a young man walked amid the mountain of bodies, teetering dangerously. Death, mangled and crushed bodies, spilled guts, and cerebral fluid littered the ground as far as the eye could see. Oolong. At that moment, a ray of starlight shone down upon him, lighting up the darkness. Well done, awaken Li Shin Hyuk. A woman with silver hair down to her waist slowly descended from the sky. Her dress, made from starlight, fluttered in the air. The blood-soaked young man called out to the woman, "Oh, the goddess." Vega, Vega, the goddess of Lyra, coldly looked down at him. Among the many constellations that lit up the night sky, she was the most brilliant celestial. You have killed the heavenly demon and saved this world. She spoke without emotion, seemingly reading words off a piece of paper. Saved? Li Shin Hyuk's lips curved into a smile. He then burst into laughter, making his shoulders shake. Kekek, did you just say I saved this world? Thud, he violently stomped on the ground. With a cracked voice he growled, cut the bullshit. Tears rolled down his cheek. I didn't save this world. Everyone died at the hands of that monster. I failed to protect them. He fell to the ground and let out a painful cry. Thud, the apostles of the 12 zodiacs, the 7 stars. Even those damned celestials, tens of thousands of awakeners joined forces. Even the celestials who had fought and competed with each other every day joined hands just to kill the monster known as the heavenly demon, and yet, everyone ended up being devoured. He helplessly hung his head. His mind kept vividly replaying the monster tearing apart their army and single-handedly devouring a celestial. Even so, you managed to slay the heavenly demon in the end. Gentle apostles, brave warriors, virtuous celestials, and countless others had to sacrifice themselves during the battle. Awaken Li Shin Hyuk, you have killed the heavenly demon. Li Shin Hyuk raised his head and blankly stared at the fallen heavenly demon, whose heart had been impaled with a spear. Lifeless blue eyes were peeking from behind the white mask covering his face. Li Shin Hyuk nervously gulped, then called out the monster's name. Heavenly Demon Kwon O Jin, demon of the sky, master of the black heaven, vicious predator. Though he went by many names, he commanded only one emotion: fear, overwhelming, absolute fear. The very name Heavenly Demon terrified this entire world. It hadn't always been like this, though. In the past, Kwon O Jin was just an awakener like Li Shin Hyuk, perhaps even weaker. However, Kwon O Jin had awakened the Black Heaven, a power that could absorb the stigmas that the Celestials had bestowed upon awakeners. Using his newfound ability, he consumed an immense number of stigmas and eventually devoured even the Celestials who owned those stigmas, covering the hill in their corpses. The end of this planet called Earth had come. The goddess spoke once more, her low-pitched voice bringing him back to his senses. Awaken Li Shin Hyuk, you have killed the heavenly demon and saved this world. In accordance with the Star Oath, I shall grant you one wish. Li Shin Hyuk's cold eyes began to burn as his dry lips pried open. Send me back to the past. Vega's eyes widened. What, you want to regress? That's right. Do you really want to relive that horrible past all over again? Li Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth. It'll be different this time. He would do everything to turn things around. The goddess squinted at him. So you wish to become a heaven-defying star. The human before the goddess was essentially asking to become a regressor, the only being that could go against the fate of the world and rewrite the pages of a story whose ending had already been set in stone. The fate of the world is difficult to change. I know. Your new future may become even more painful and hopeless than this. I will change that fate. There will be no more second chances. One is all I need. Li Shin Hyuk's eyes burned with intense determination. The goddess closed her golden eyes, which seemed to reflect the stars. After a moment of deep contemplation, she looked back at Li Shin Hyuk. All right, following the Star Oath, I will send you back in time. Li Shin Hyuk clenched his fist tightly. One more thing, only one wish can be granted through the Star Oath. This isn't a wish. I have a proposal for you, Vega. Give me the stigma of Lyra. The goddess' golden eyes wavered. You know, don't you? Humans cannot bear my stigma. Just as she said, humans could not withstand receiving the stigma of Lyra, much less use it, due to how great her power was. Not even the heavenly demon could obtain it. Even though you're the hero who killed the heavenly demon, you only have 1 in 1,000 chances to live through the process. No, you don't even have 1 in 10,000. If I can't even handle that risk, then there's no point in going back to the past, Li Shin Hyuk replied firmly. Vega closed her eyes once more and fell deep into thought. Afterward, she walked toward him. All right, heaven-defying star, I will bestow you my stigma. She placed her hand on Li Shin Hyuk's shoulder. According to the oath, you will receive it the moment you travel to the past. Once you do, I will come find you myself. You'll come find me? How? If she turns back time, won't her memories disappear as well? That's right. Although only you will remember this world, bearing my stigma will allow me to confirm that you are a regressor. Her stigma would essentially let her past self know that he had come from the future. If you can survive receiving my stigma, my past self will make you my apostle. That's a little reassuring. The stiff corners of Li Shin Hyuk's mouth relaxed. Although he had said that he felt reassured, in reality, he felt as if his heart was about to explode. Countless awakeners longed to become an apostle of Vega, one of the North Stars. Then I'll start chanting the oath now. Wait, Li Shin Hyuk turned around and walked toward the heavenly demon. With a trembling hand, he grabbed the pure white mask covering the heavenly demon's face and pulled it off, revealing the face of a young man with slightly droopy eyes. So this is what Kwon Oh-jin looks like. He looked far too meek and gentle for someone who had terrorized the entire world. Li Shin Hyuk's brows furrowed slightly. He squinted and examined the heavenly demon's face. Have I seen him before? He searched through his cloudy memories, but nothing came to mind. Well, not like it's important. All that mattered now was that he had identified the heavenly demon. Kwon Oh-jin hadn't always been this strong. He only quickly grew powerful when he started using the black heaven to consume stigmas. Before that, when he first appeared in the world, he was just one of the many common awakeners. I will return to the past and kill Kwon Oh-jin. If Li Shin Hyuk could kill Kwon Oh-jin before he could become the monster known as the heavenly demon, then I'll be able to save them. The things he had lost, the people he couldn't protect, and the countless regrets he had. We don't have much time left, awaken Li Shin Hyuk. Li Shin Hyuk nodded and stood up. I don't know anything about him other than his face. Fortunately, he knew where Kwon Oh-jin had first registered as an awakener. As long as he knew what Kwon Oh-jin looked like, he could simply wait there, find him, and kill him. Okay, send me back to the past. Li Shin Hyuk walked back toward Vega. Afterward, a giant beam of light enveloped him. Heavenly demon, the bastard had taken everything from him. I will kill you. Shin Hyuk fell unconscious. Li Shin Hyuk felt as if he was floating through the vast sky. Memories of the day that he had lost everything flashed through his mind, including the heavenly demon looking up at the bright blue sky with an evil smile. The sky is so dark. The sun was shining down on them, and not a single cloud was in sight, yet the heavenly demon's question made it seem as though the sun didn't even exist. Don't you think so? The heavenly demon laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. Only then did Li Shin Hyuk realize that in the monster's hand was the decapitated head of his younger brother. No, W. Woo Hyuk. Li Woo Hyuk was an awakener so powerful that a celestial of the 12 zodiacs had chosen him. Unlike Li Shin Hyuk, his foolish brother, he was also intelligent and wise. Nevertheless, the heavenly demon still managed to kill him. With tears rolling down his face, Li Shin Hyuk screamed and pleaded, Why are you doing this to me? The heavenly demon smirked brightly and threw Li Woo Hyuk's head at Li Shin Hyuk. I don't know. The heavenly demon's blue eyes behind the pure white mask darted toward him. Maybe if you hadn't abandoned me there that day, none of this would have happened, said the heavenly demon. Li Shin Hyuk burned with anger. Soon, however, an intense wave of pain washed over him, disrupting the floating sensation that he had been feeling. Dialogue. Ring, the stigma of Lyra is being bestowed upon Li Shin Hyuk. Li Shin Hyuk's stigma of Pixis will be removed. Warning, the stigma is too powerful. Li Shin Hyuk's body is collapsing. Li Shin Hyuk is entering a state of energy deprivation. Along with a clear ring, a blue message appeared before his eyes. However, before he could read it, blue sparks blazed through his flesh and burned him, sending incredible pain coursing through him. Aard Kyo crackle. At that moment, he heard a very familiar and unforgettable voice. What the hell? What's wrong with him? What's going on? Li Shin Hyuk looked up with trembling eyes. The heavenly demon was standing right in front of him, looking no different from the one he had unmasked. There was no doubt about it. After all, he couldn't and shouldn't forget his face. The moment he saw him alive and breathing, a wave of maddening emotions washed over him. Emotional disturbance is intensifying Li Shin Hyuk's energy deprivation. Why was the heavenly demon right in front of him? Why did he have to find the enemy who had taken everything from him as soon as he returned to the past? Alarg Kulug. Li Shin Hyuk collapsed, his limbs shaking as if he were having a seizure. Crack! He jerked wildly with each flash of blue sparks. Li Shin Hyuk's energy deprivation is making the stigma of Lyra run out of control. Li Shin Hyuk's physique has been completely destroyed. Crack, crack. Li Shin Hyuk, who seemed to be having a seizure, started to twist and turn. Blood rushed up his throat and gushed down his chin. As he was dying, the goddess, warning flashed through his mind. You only have 1 in 1,000 chances to live through the process. No, you don't even have 1 in 10,000. There was a very good explanation for all this. FREYWEB, Cyrillic letter 475 com. I guess I couldn't be that 1 in 1,000. A sinking sensation crushed him as his consciousness flickered in and out. He could no longer even feel the agony that shook his flesh. Why couldn't I? Li Shin Hyuk took his last breath. What the hell? What's wrong with him all of a sudden? As Li Shin Hyuk collapsed due to seizure, Kwon Oh-jin grabbed him by the collar. Hey, breathe, breathe. Of course, Li Shin Hyuk's death didn't really make him sad. Having only met him a few hours earlier, they hadn't spent enough time together to develop any affection for each other. However, the problem wasn't Lee Shin Hyuk's death. At least kill those monsters first before you die, you bastard. A horde of 2-star monsters had surrounded them. The monsters let out a low, beastly cry as they glared at him. GRRR, Kwon Oh-jin wouldn't have cared that Lee Shin Hyuk died during a fight, but his death had left him alone at such a critical moment. Damn it. Kwon Oh-jin wasn't an awakener who could fight monsters. Is there anything I can do? Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. The fate of a powerless commoner like him surrounded by a horde of monsters was pretty obvious. Still, he couldn't allow himself to go down without a fight. Kwon Oh-jin searched Lee Shin Hyuk for anything useful. The stigma on Lee Shin Hyuk's left chest caught his eye. Having never seen anything like it before, he instinctively touched it. Ring, initiating the Black Heaven's first transformation. The Black Heaven is absorbing the stigma of Lyra. Black Heaven, KRRR. Before he could figure out what it was, black smoke flowed from his fingertips and covered Lee Shin Hyuk's stigma. Oggraegs. Crackle blue sparks then surged through the black clouds and enveloped him. Shit, this fucking hurts. To exaggerate a little, it felt as if his balls were exploding. Galilea. Kwon Oh-jin spent some time screaming and twisting in pain. Ring, Kwon Oh-jin has completely absorbed the stigma of Lyra. The stigma is too strong. The power of the stigma will be adjusted to match the Black Heaven's transformation. A blue message appeared in front of him, and his pain eased. After catching his breath, he stood back up. Still in disbelief, he reached out to the blue message in front of him. Only awakeners could see messages like this. Why can I see this? Have I awakened? Confused, he touched his left chest and felt what one could call the symbol of an awakener, a stigma. This stigma was just on that guy's chest. He narrowed his eyes as he examined the mark with his hand. The air before him cracked open, and a brilliant starlight poured down. I'm sure I felt my stigma around here somewhere. A woman with silver hair as beautiful as the Milky Way emerged from the starlight. After looking around with her sparkling golden eyes, she approached Kwon Oh-jin. You bear my stigma even though I have never given it to anyone. That means, what does all this mean? The woman stared at him for a moment before nodding. Heaven-defying star, the one who goes against destiny, the savior of a world fated to end. What was this woman talking about? You must be a regressor. What? No, he wasn't. Heaven-defying star, regressor. What was she talking about? A regressor, as in someone who returned from the future. If that was what she meant, she was seriously mistaken. He didn't come from the future, and he wasn't even sure if he would survive to see tomorrow. No, was there even a need to think about tomorrow? At this rate, he would be torn to shreds by the monsters surrounding him in less than 5 minutes. Let's not panic. As someone who wasn't an awakener, he had to think, comprehend, and make decisions faster than anyone else to survive in this horrible world. Gulp. He nervously swallowed and started to think about what he needed to do first. I need to figure out what the hell is going on. Kwon Oh-jin stared at Lee Shin Hyuk's corpse, which had been burnt to a crisp. He recalled the first time he met Lee Shin Hyuk just a few hours ago. Now let's go find a good pushover for today. On an afternoon like any other, Kwon Oh-jin stretched his sore body and pushed himself to his feet. He looked around as he headed toward a gate favored by novice awakeners. Oh wow. Many awakeners were standing around the gate, looking for a party to join. Among them, someone in particular caught his eye. He's perfect. He was wearing thigh protectors and leather armor that were cluttered with useless ornaments. In his hand was a 2-meter-long spear that looked quite expensive due to the faint blue glow that covered the blade. Kwon Oh-jin leisurely walked toward a young man who seemed to insist that he was not one of the novice awakeners around. Has it already been 8 years since I started doing this crap? 8 years ago, Kwon Oh-jin left his hellish orphanage and searched for a job to pay the bills. However, as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him, the entire world became his new hell instead. This world sure did become fucked up. After the first crack was observed in the North Pole, gates connected to another world appeared all over the planet as if a dam had broken. Monsters poured out of them and swept away humanity. Fortunately, just when the monsters had conquered more than half the planet, transcendent beings called the Celestials appeared. They bestowed stigmas upon humans, granting them the power to fight monsters. Thus were born the star-enlightened superhumans commonly known as awakeners. I never became an awakener, though. In a world of endless chaos and hardships, an orphan who hadn't yet become an awakener only had a few ways to survive. Nevertheless, he survived even if it meant having to feed on the blood of others like a leech. Oh my, you obviously don't belong in a place like this. You are. My name is Kwon Oh-jin, a 1-star apostle of Aquarius. Aquarius, the young man's eyes widened. His surprise was well warranted. The constellation of Aquarius, one of the 12 zodiacs, was considered one of the highest ranked among the hundreds of constellations. I can't believe you're an apostle affiliated with the 12 zodiacs. I've never seen one before. I'm still only a 1-star though, said Kwon Oh-jin with a friendly smile. Oh, and you are. Ah, I'm Lee Shin Hyuk, a 2-star apostle of Pixis. An apostle of Pixis, Kwon Oh-jin shouted and clapped for no reason. That's amazing. A stigma that can control all directions and orientations. I heard that awakeners of Pixis can wield even the most difficult weapons as if they were their own limbs. Haha, I'm not that good. It's nothing compared to the stigma of the 12 zodiacs. Lee Shin Hyuk tried to play it cool, but Kwon Oh-jin could see the corners of his mouth rise. I sure have a good eye for people. Seeing Lee Shin Hyuk react exactly as he had expected made him grin. Now that he had chosen his prey, it was time to get to work. Haha, fate must have brought us together. Why don't we party up? Party up. Lee Shin Hyuk looked puzzled. He had never expected an awakener associated with the 12 zodiacs to suggest partying up first. I'd be delighted to, but Jin-oh. Kwon Oh-jin came up with his fake name Jin-oh by simply saying his name backward. Although some would likely think of it as a flimsy disguise, it was precisely these kinds of fake names that were harder to recognize. It's harder to find something that's been right under your nose the entire time. When committing fraud, who would ever think to use a fake name as poorly made as spelling their real name backward? I need to get as much out of him as I can without getting caught. Most of his victims never even realized that he was scamming them. He was like a mosquito to awakeners. He was incredibly weak and could be easily killed if caught sucking blood. I'll have to make up an excuse here. Lee Shin Hyuk looked at him with a puzzled expression. I didn't want to say it out loud, but to be honest, I'm not very good at manipulating the power of my stigma, said Kwon Oh-jin as he scratched his head, looking embarrassed. It's a bit difficult for me to fit into other parties. Ah, Lee Shin Hyuk responded with a nod. For awakeners, it was not only important how powerful the celestial that gave them the stigma was, but also how well they handled the stigma itself. That's why I'm still at 1 star even though it's been over a year since my awakening. Kwon Oh-jin sighed as if he was frustrated. Stars were what ranked the awakeners. In other words, it was kind of like a level. Ranging from 1 to 12 stars, the ranks were based on how well awakeners could control their stigmas. A year. That's definitely a long time, Lee Shin Hyuk murmured to himself. On average, it took about 6 months to go from 1 star to 2 stars. It's all because I'm not competent enough. Don't say that, Jin-oh. It's only been a year, hasn't it? They say that people might struggle at first, but once you get past that, you'll have no problem climbing up, Lee Shin Hyuk replied in an attempt to comfort him. That should be a good enough excuse. Now shall I dig a little deeper? Now that he had said this much, he could probably get some leeway even if he didn't help the party too much. I had a feeling when I first saw you, Shin Hyuk. What kind of feeling? That you have an extraordinary talent that makes you different from other awakeners. A talent, yes, you see, I have a good eye for people. Well, I did rise to 2 stars slightly faster than other awakeners. I knew it. What did I tell you? Lee Shin Hyuk smiled every time Kwon Oh-jin clapped his hands and overreacted. Even though he was a transcendent being upon whom a celestial had bestowed a stigma upon, he was still just a human at heart. Compliments naturally made him happy and excited. So what do you say? Want to party up? Before that, Lee Shin Hyuk turned away with a slightly awkward expression. Before partying up, Awakeners meeting for the first time had to do a ceremony-like procedure that was a bit embarrassing for grown men to do. Shall we check each other's stigmas? Kwon Oh-jin asked, removing the armor he wore over his chest. It was an unspoken rule that Awakeners checked each other's stigmas on their left chest before partying up. Of course. Lee Shin Hyuk removed his leather armor and pulled his shirt down, revealing the stigma of Pixis below his left collarbone. Confirmed. Afterward, Kwon Oh-jin pulled his own shirt down his shoulders, putting the stigma of Aquarius on his left chest in clear view. Whoa, so that's a stigma of the 12 zodiacs, Lee Shin Hyuk muttered in amazement. Seeing him in awe, Kwon Oh-jin smirked. Considering how long and painful it was to carve this out, there's no way you'll notice. Back when he decided to push through with this idea, he dug into his flesh with a knife to create a fake stigma. Based on looks alone, it would be impossible for others to tell it wasn't real. Lee Shin Hyuk laughed bitterly as he fixed his clothes. Ha ha ha. It's kind of funny that we have to check each other's stigma, even though we're entering such a low-level gate. Kwon Oh-jin shrugged. Even so, we don't know what'll happen to us if we let our guard down. They were just trying to get into a low-level gate inhabited mostly by 1-star and occasionally 2-star monsters. Nevertheless, it still had a rather high fatality rate. New awakeners often run around cluelessly inside and get themselves killed. At least Lee Shin Hyuk wasn't an inexperienced awakener. Let's head in, sure. With their party formed, they stepped through the gate, causing their vision to blur. A moment later, they found themselves in a dark, gloomy forest densely populated with strange trees that were not from Earth. They walked deeper into the forest, avoiding the other awakeners gathered around the entrance. Grrr, along with bushes rustling, a monster's yellow eyes peeked through the grass. Lee Shin Hyuk lowered his stance and gripped his spear tightly. However, just before he could lunge at the monster, Kwon-oh-jin grabbed him by the shoulder. Wait, Kwon-oh-jin interrupted, making Lee Shin-hyuk look at him in confusion. I'll cast a buff before you start fighting. Ah, right, I'll leave it to you, Lee Shin-hyuk answered, his expression seemingly saying oops. Kwon-oh-jin closed his eyes. With a serious expression, he muttered, Celestial of Aquarius, answer my call. Woong, a faint glow emanated from his left chest. I just turned on a tiny LED light hidden in my clothes. At least from the outside, it would look as if mana was flowing out of his stigma. Please brighten up this dark path for this lowly apostle. He unclasped his hands and spread his arms wide, sending sparkling light toward Lee Shin-hyuk. Lake's gleam. It really is just powdered glass mixed with fluorescent powder. The dark forest made the blue fluorescent powder glow even brighter. It's a very basic buff. What do you think? You may not feel a big change right now, but... No, Lee Shin-hyuk looked down at himself with a serious expression. He unfolded his fingers, gripping the spear, and folded them again. I do feel a change. Really? It started as a tingling sensation in my throat, but now I'm feeling a bit hot. He must have swallowed the powdered glass. That's not good for his health. I'm getting this mysterious sensation, like my cells are coming to life. Is he sick? This has to be the power of the stigma of Aquarius that I've only heard about. No, it's not. Good luck. Was it called a placebo effect? As if he had received a real buff, Lee Shin-hyuk swiftly charged at the monster. Grrr, from the bushes emerged an anthorn, a one-star monster that looked like a mix between an ant and a wolf. It was the most common monster in low-level gates, and although it more closely resembled a wolf, its body was covered in a hard, crustacean-like shell instead of soft fur. He swung his spear like a stream of water, sharply piercing through the anthorn's hard shell. Crack. Grrr, the anthorn tried to chomp down on Lee Shin-hyuk. However, as if he had anticipated it, he easily dodged the attack. I definitely feel a lot lighter, exclaimed Lee Shin-hyuk as he dealt with the anthorn. I'm glad you're enjoying my fake buff. Kwon-oh-jin couldn't help but laugh. As soon as he had seen Lee Shin-hyuk, he knew he would be easy to exploit, but this was beyond his expectations. This is great. The thought of having caught an excellent pushover made him excited. Crack. Grrr, with a cry, the anthron was decapitated. Phew, good work. No, you could have easily taken that monster down even without my buff. Kwon-oh-jin wasn't lying. After all, he didn't actually cast a buff on him in the first place. He's not too bad. Kwon-oh-jin knew better than to jump to conclusions just because Lee Shin-hyuk had made quick work of a weak one-star monster. Nevertheless, he fought better than most of the awakeners Kwon-oh-jin had encountered in the past. Lee Shin-hyuk was a skilled fighter. No, he was a skilled pushover. Great. It was rare to find someone of this caliber. Then what about the harvesting of the Starstone? Oh, I'll take care of it. But I'm not much use in direct combat, so let me handle it. You should rest in the meantime, Shin-hyuk. Lee Shin-hyuk bowed and sat down. Kwon-oh-jin chuckled softly and rummaged through the corpse of the decapitated anthorn. Not long after, he found a fingernail-sized piece emitting a blue light. Starstone. Starstones were stones said to hold the power of the stars. They could store a portion of the power of the stigmas, making them highly valuable and a major source of income for awakeners. This one isn't worth much, though. Starstones from one-star monsters were small and of low quality, so they only fetched a low price. This should earn us about 20,000 won. Split evenly, that was about 10,000 won each. Considering the battle didn't even last a minute, it wasn't a bad reward. If I'm lucky, I can make around 300,000 won today. The pay wasn't enough, considering he had to risk his life every time he scammed someone, but it couldn't be helped. In this messed-up world, an ordinary person with no power or connections earning this much in a day was remarkable. Remarkable, Kwon-oh-jin blankly stared at the starstone in his hand. That was right. The fact that someone like him, who was nothing but talk, could earn this much was indeed remarkable. However, to buy what he truly wanted and reach the goal he had in mind, he needed much more money. Brought back to reality by Lee Shin-hyuk's voice, Kwon-oh-jin turned to face him. Lee Shin-hyuk was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Is something wrong? Kwon-oh-jin shook his head and walked over to him. No, it's nothing. Then let's move on. Having confirmed Lee Shin-hyuk's skills, it was time to head deeper into the forest. Grrr. Grrr. 3 anthorns surrounded Lee Shin-hyuk. Among them was an elder anthorn, a 2-star monster. Lee Shin-hyuk slid across the ground and cut through the group of anthorns without hesitation. He quickly decapitated the 2 smaller anthorns, then faced off against the much larger elder anthorn. Blessing of the lake. As Lee Shin-hyuk fiercely fought, Kwon-oh-jin scattered powdered glass into the air from behind him. The blue dust rode the wind and reached Lee Shin-hyuk. Lee Shin-hyuk let out a powerful shout and stomped on the ground. Ha! Crack. Grrr ka. Gripping his spear with both hands, Li Shin Hayek leaped high into the air. He then crashed down like a meteor and impaled his spear into the elder Anthorn's head. The monster shrieked one last time as it slumped. Panting heavily, Li Shin Hayek collapsed to the ground. Huff huff, it had been 4 hours of intense hunting. Even though Awakeners had monstrous stamina, these two had been at it long enough to wear anyone out. Quan O Jin, also visibly exhausted, let out a heavy breath. Phew, are you all right? Having only watched from the sidelines, he wasn't actually tired. However, he needed to act worn out to avoid suspicion. Li Shin Hayek nodded as he caught his breath. I'm fine, time to wrap this up. Upon finding the right moment, Quan O Jin slowly approached him. Shall we call it a day? He asked as he lifted the now noticeably heavier pouch of starstones. This should be worth about 500,000 to 600,000 won. Split evenly, that would be around 3,000 won each, hitting today's goal. We need to split the starstones, so we should get going, said Quan O Jin. Li Shin Hayek stood up. All right, are you free tomorrow as well? Asked Quan O Jin. Of course. Haha, then let's meet again tomorrow. For sure. With you by my side, Jino, I have nothing to be afraid of. Li Shin Hayek shouted energetically. Quan O Jin smiled slyly. I've got myself a real pushover. The thought of using Li Shin Hayek and milking him for money naturally brought a smile to his face. Just then, the rustle of bushes tickled his ears. He turned his head toward it. Li Shin Hayek gripped his spear and lowered his stance. It seems like more Anthorns are coming. Quan O Jin nodded and hid behind Li Shin Hayek. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Brushes against bushes echoed from several directions at once. It's not just one, Li Shin Hayek said with a slightly nervous expression. Anthorns didn't typically move in groups, but 3 or 4 would occasionally appear together. An elder Anthorn would always be accompanying them, so extra caution was required. Rustle, 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 rustle. Quan O Jin's face stiffened. As the rustles grew louder, a foreboding feeling crawled down his spine and spread to the rest of his body. Something is off. Rustle, 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 rustle. There weren't just 3 or 4. At least Twentino, more than 30 monsters were on the move. Fuck, Quan O Jin quietly cursed. Something was seriously wrong. Trembling uncontrollably, Li Shin Hayek turned to his companion. Jin O.Th this is. He stammered like a broken machine. Why are there so many Anthorns? Smack, Quan O Jin smacked the back of Li Shin Hayek's pale and trembling head. Snap out of it, you idiot, he shouted, the dire situation making him resort to harsh remarks. Run, Li Shin Hayek looked up at him in shock and confusion. The sudden cursing had stunned him. I said run, you stupid shit. Quan O Jin cursed again as he pulled Li Shin Hayek by the shoulder. Watching Li Shin Hayek cluelessly fumble around frustrated him. Li Shin Hayek stopped frantically looking around and finally nodded. It seemed he was finally starting to understand what was happening. Oh, all right, this way, Jin O. As expected from someone with the stigma of Pixis, he instinctively picked the direction where the Anthorns hadn't fully encircled them yet and took off running. Huff, huff. Damn it, cursing under his breath, Quan O Jin glanced over his shoulder. Grrr. Kryla. Dozens of Anthorns were crashing through the thick bushes and chasing after him. 5 of them were elder Anthorns. What the hell is going on? In all his years dealing with low-level gates, he had never seen this many Anthorns moving in a pack. Jin O, run faster. I'm trying. He felt as if his lungs were on fire. His heart pounded so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. Grrr. The Anthorns were starting to surround them. Damn it, Quan O Jin spun around and pulled out a handgun from his waistband. A Colt 1911. It was a weapon he carried for minimal self-defense. Bang, bang, bang. Grrr. He frantically shot the approaching Anthorns. However, the bullets merely bounced off their armor like skin. Without the power of a stigma, regular weapons couldn't do much damage to monsters in the first place. At best, all it could do was slow them down slightly. Damn it. Throwing the now useless gun aside, he sprinted in panic as if his life depended on it. What the hell is Shin Hayek doing? Why isn't he helping? He glared at Li Shin Hayek, who was running ahead of him. At this rate, frowning, Li Shin Hayek turned back toward Quan O Jin. Fear was evident in his gaze. No way this bastard is about to. An ominous feeling passed through his mind. I am sorry, Jin O. Why did bad feelings always turn out to be right? Li Shin Hayek shoved him toward the approaching Anthorns. Arg. Quan O Jin tumbled across the ground. Like a broken record, Li Shin Hayek repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, you bastard. Quan O Jin's calm face twisted in rage. Don't you dare. Using every ounce of his strength, Quan O Jin slid forward and grabbed Li Shin Hayek's leg, causing the latter to turn pale. Jin O, I saved your sorry ass and now you're pulling this crap. If we stay like this, we're both going to die. Then we'll die together, you coward. There was no way Quan O Jin would let himself die like this. Let go, damn it. Li Shinhaya kicked as hard as he could. Arg! Kwon Oh-jin tried to hold on, but there was no way he could withstand the strength of an awakener. The kick violently broke his grip and threw him back. Ogd damn it, rustle, rustle, rustle. The anthorns were getting closer. Kwon Oh-jin paled. This is it, I'm going to, ptzzzzz. Out of nowhere, blue sparks crackled violently, and Li Shin-hyuk started convulsing as if he were having a seizure. That's how I got here. After recalling the events earlier, Kwon Oh-jin squinted and looked at the woman standing before him. No, he instinctively realized the term woman didn't quite fit. She was a being who bestowed stigmas to humans, creating superhumans known as awakeners. She was a celestial. The woman who suddenly appeared was undoubtedly a god born from the stars. What is a celestial doing here? Kwon Oh-jin had turned into a tangled mess of confusion. Wait a minute. Coming to a realization, he touched the stigma engraved on his left chest with his fingertips. She said, I possess a stigma that she has never given to anyone, right? If the silver-haired goddess was right, then the unfamiliar stigma now engraved on his chest. This is Li Shin-hyuk's stigma. He didn't know how, but he had absorbed Li Shin-hyuk's stigma using Black Heaven. Not the stigma of Pixis, but the stigma of Lyra. Hold the fuck up. A shiver ran down his spine and spread through his entire body. The back of his neck started to burn as his eyes widened in realization. Li Shin-hyuk was a regressor. No, that couldn't be. That idiot a regressor. No way. Then the image of Li Shin-hyuk convulsing and burning to death just moments ago flashed through his mind. As if his stigma's power had gone wild, a bolt of blue lightning surged and burned him from the inside out. No way. What if that was the moment future Li Shin-hyuk tried to merge with his past body? If that sudden change caused his death, it could explain why he had the stigma of Lyra instead of Pixis. He tried to change stigmas, but it ended up killing him. It felt as though the misplaced puzzle pieces were finally falling into place. Kwon Oh-jin trembled slightly as he raised his head. Who are you? The goddess emotionlessly looked down at him with her cold golden eyes. I'm sure I sense the heaven-defying star here. That's me, he interjected with a nod. Kwon Oh-jin didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't even begin to guess what had caused these events, what the black heaven was, what the heaven-defying star referred to, or even the name of the goddess standing before him. He had no way of knowing any of it. However, he was sure of one thing. In order to survive, he had to become a regressor. I am a regressor. The silver-haired goddess nodded slightly. As expected, you are the heaven-defying star. That's right, Kwon Oh-jin calmly replied. What the hell am I doing? Contrary to his calm expression, his heart was pounding out of his chest. She actually believed me. Celestials were gods born from constellations. They weren't the omniscient and omnipotent God often referred to in Christianity, but they were still transcendent beings with powers and authority beyond human reach. He had just deceived such a god. I would like to have a thorough discussion about the future you experienced, but these insignificant beings are getting in the way. The goddess squinted and looked around. The anthorns let out a fierce growl and looked at the goddess with wary eyes. Rar. The goddess let out a short sigh and fixed her gaze on Kwon Oh-jin. Is she asking me to handle this? She looked as though she wanted to evaluate what a regressor could do. Damn it, retreating was not an option. I'll deal with them. Haha, I'm looking forward to seeing how powerful a heaven-defying star is. But right now, I understand. Though you have returned from the future, your body is still of the present era. Fight, there is no pressure on you. Damn it. Her saying that pressured him the most. He let out a deep breath and got up. Even though he hadn't turned on the tiny LED hidden in his clothes, a faint light still emanated from his left chest. A surge of power then flowed through him, making him feel so much lighter that it seemed as though he had just put down a heavy load. So this is what the body of an awakener feels like. Li Shin-hyuk had only been a mere 1 star, but it still made a significant difference. He had reached a realm only superhumans could reach, a realm so far beyond the limits of humanity that it was unattainable through ordinary training. Nevertheless, he had shamefully fled from the monsters. This wasn't to criticize him, though. Rather, it served as a testament to the monster's strength. Could Kwon Oh-jin, who had literally only awakened a few minutes ago, fight against the numerous anthorns? Now's not the time to be thinking about that. Even if he begged while clinging on to the goddess's dress, it would be no use. She couldn't deal with the monsters herself. I heard celestials are barred by some law from directly intervening in this world. This was also why they gave stigmas to awakeners to fight the monsters. I have no choice but to fight. Clank. He picked up Li Shin-hyuk's spear, which had a bluish glow, and pointed it toward the anthorns. In response, the anthorns let out savage cries. Rar. 2 of them charged at him at full speed. Kwon Oh-jin lowered his stance and swiftly thrust the spear forward. Crack. Despite being impervious even to bullets, their tough shell shattered easily, splattering green blood. Another anthorn rushed in from the side, looking for an opening. Rar. Flowing smoothly like water, Kwon-oh-jin stepped back and struck the anthorn's jaw with the shaft of the spear. He then twirled the 2-meter-long spear effortlessly, piercing its abdomen. How impressive, the goddess exclaimed. What the hell? Kwon-oh-jin was even more startled. There's no way it's this easy. He moved as if he had been using a spear for a very long time. Even though spears were known to be easy to handle, the fact that he felt this familiar with it when it was his first time using one was definitely strange. Ring. As if answering his doubts, messages appeared before him. Through the black heaven, Kwon-oh-jin is reading the record contained within the stigma of Lyra. The black heaven's enlightenment is too low. The records Kwon-oh-jin can read are limited. Some of Awakena Lee Shin-hyuk's records have been inherited. Kwon-oh-jin has acquired the skill Pixis spearmanship LV4. Arg. A searing pain suddenly pierced his head as if a red-hot iron spike was being driven into his brain. His vision spun and a wave of agony washed over him. Huff huff, an unfamiliar scene then played in his Minda vision of Lee Shin-hyuk endlessly thrusting his spear into the air in an empty clearing. Og. He staggered, threatening to collapse at any moment, but he didn't stop. If I stop here, I'll never catch up to Woo Hyuk. Lee Shin-hyuk bit down hard on his lips as he relentlessly thrust his spear. He was pushing himself to the extreme. Kwon-oh-jin's vision gradually returned to normal. What just happened? Were those Lee Shin-hyuk's memories? They didn't seem to be memories of the past, though. He had a scar I hadn't seen before. In that memory flash, a distinct scar ran down Lee Shin-hyuk's right cheekbone to his jaw, which hadn't been there when Kwon-oh-jin had seen him just a few hours ago. If so, then these had to be memories of the future. More specifically, the memories of Lee Shin-hyuk's first life, where he hadn't died so easily, had been passed on to him. It wasn't just his memories that had been passed on either. Grrrrrrrrr. Kryla. The anthorns that had surrounded him charged all at once. HMPH, Kwon-oh-jin launched himself toward the tightening right of the horde. Crack, with an explosive thrust, the spear shattered the skull of one anthorn. Kryla, a large elder anthorn, charged at him from the right. In the past, it would have been too fast for him to follow with the naked eye, but now things were different. Too slow, you bastard. Boom. Using his spear, Kwon-oh-jin propelled himself into the air like a pole vaulter and soared upward. Mid-air, he spun and adjusted his grip on the spear. He then struck down on the head of the confused elder anthorn that had lost its target. Crack, that's it. A thrilling shiver ran down his spine and spread throughout his body. I can do this. A surge of explosive power coursed through him, and the movements of the charging anthorns became crystal clear. Stay calm, don't get carried away. He took a deep breath and leaped back to create some distance between him and the anthorns. Even though he had inherited Lee Shin-hyuk's skills, it didn't change the fact that he was still only a 1-star Awakener. One careless mistake could cost him his life. Crack, smash. With each swing of his spear, he slowly culled the anthorns. Were 1-star Awakeners always this strong? Even while facing dozens of anthorns at once, he didn't feel the slightest bit fatigued. Thinking back to how Lee Shin-hyuk had been overwhelmed after dealing with just 3 or 4 of these monsters, it didn't quite add up. The 1-star Awakeners I've seen weren't like this. Normally, even 2 anthorns charging at once would leave a 1-star Awakener scrambling like a monkey with its tail on fire. Then why did this all feel so easy? Seeing him weave ferociously through the anthorns, the silver-haired goddess squinted. Are you putting on some kind of show to entertain me? A show? Is she serious? What nonsense is she talking about now? If that's not the case, then why haven't you been using your stigma? What? Kwon-oh-jin's gaze instinctively shifted to his left chest. There, glowing faintly, was the stigma of Lyra, not the fake one he had carved earlier. A stigma in use radiated a much more dazzling light. Wait, so up until now, had he really been fighting dozens of anthorns without even using his stigma? Having made sense of the situation, the goddess nodded. Ah, I see. Even though you're a regressor, you wouldn't be able to freely use a newly formed stigma. For you, it would feel as if you've entered the body of a child who's only just begun to take their first steps. Though the goddess was completely mistaken, it kind of made sense when she put it that way. She was already deceiving herself, and Kwon-oh-jin wasn't about to miss this opportunity. He quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, exactly. This body is basically the same as a newborn baby's. Goo goo gaga. He was baby Kwon-oh-jin now. Then it is my duty to help you take your first steps. I shall assist you so that you can easily control my stigma. The goddess slowly raised her hand and sent a shimmering silver light flowing into Kwon-oh-jin. Ring, Vega has bestowed the blessing of the stars upon Kwon-oh-jin. The proficiency of the stigma of Lyra has temporarily increased, so Vega was her name. That name sounded oddly familiar. Crackle, Aurg. Before he could dwell on the thought, blue lightning surged through his entire body. An explosive blue aura erupted from the stigma on his left chest. Grrrrrrr. Kryla. After a moment's hesitation, the anthorns lunged at him once again, this time in a formation led by 3 elder anthorns. He inhaled deeply and lowered his stance. Crackle, crackle. He concentrated the blue lightning enveloping him at the tip of his spear. With a powerful motion, he sprung up and fiercely thrust the lightning-charged spear forward. Well then, let's find out just how powerful the stigma of Lyra really is. Azure Lightning LV1 has been activated. Crackle. A lightning storm surged from the tip of the spear and swept through the surroundings, reducing the approaching anthorns to ashes. What the hell? With a single strike, numerous anthorns collapsed to the ground. KKRR. Karn. The lightning storm also killed an elder anthorn with a direct hit, leaving only 2 survivors. Sensing that they stood no chance against their adversary, the anthorns all turned and fled at once. Kryla. Coward. Thumpa thumpa. Kwon-oh-jin stared blankly at the retreating anthorns with a bewildered expression. What the hell? What was this? This wasn't something a mere 1-star awakener could do. No, this was something a 2-star, or at least a 3-star awakener could barely attempt to imitate. Just what is the stigma of Lyra? He had never heard of this constellation before. Haha, as expected of a regressor, you're learning quickly. Vega smiled in satisfaction as she gazed down at the scorched earth crackling with residual lightning. Kwon-oh-jin's eyes shifted toward the goddess. Her silver hair cascaded down to her waist, shining as brilliantly as a gem. Vega. He etched the name he had seen on the system window deep into his mind. Wait, hold on, Vega. Suddenly, from the depths of his faded memories, the name clicked. Vega, Vega, as in that. Vega, no way. Kwon-oh-jin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Weaver girl. Vega's golden eyes, sparkling like jewels, turned toward him. Yes, did you call for me? A shiver ran down his spine. Holy crap, there were dozens, even hundreds of Celestials, and they too were divided between those with weaker and stronger powers. Naturally, the rank of an Awakener was also determined by the rank of the Celestial they were bound to. For example, the stigma of the 12 Zodiacs already granted Awakeners unmatched powers. Nevertheless, there existed 3 beings so supreme that not even the Celestials of the Zodiacs dared to challenge them. They were known as the North Stars, Polaris, Deneb, and Vega. The North Stars were the highest-ranked Celestials, possessing a rank so overwhelmingly high that lesser Celestials couldn't even lift their heads in their presence. Right now, standing right before him was none other than the goddess Vega, one of those supreme beings. Wait, so does that mean? At last, Kwon-oh-jin understood why he had been able to wipe out dozens of anthorns with ease despite being a mere 1-star Awakener. He had also come to another realization. I'm scamming one of the most powerful Celestials. He finally grasped the absurdity of what he had done. Shit, he was fucked. Vega cocked her head, puzzled by Kwon-oh-jin's sudden stiff expression. What's wrong? Her mystical voice echoed directly in his head, snapping him out of his confusion. Damn it. Gulp. He swallowed nervously and desperately tried to steady his trembling hands. How do I get out of this insane situation? Should I just tell her I lied because I thought I was going to die? For a brief moment, he considered giving up and confessing to everything, but that thought didn't last long. Kwon-oh-jin bit his lip and clenched his fists. No, the damage had already been done. Whatever the reason, he had lied to a Celestial. A mere human had dared to deceive a god. I have to keep up the act. There was no turning back anymore. Unlike Li Shinhaya, Kwon-oh-jin wasn't a regressor. I have to see it through to the end. Kwon-oh-jin's eyes sparkled. This was the nature of lies. One could always avoid telling a lie, but they couldn't stop once they started. Now that he had chosen to deceive her, he had to do it perfectly. He had to fool her so thoroughly that she wouldn't ever realize she had been deceived, just like the other Awakeners who had fallen for his lies in the past. If that's the case, he quickly gathered his thoughts and formulated a plan. It wasn't difficult over the past 8 years or perhaps even his whole life. Deceiving others had been as natural as breathing for him. He looked up at the goddess. Vega's questioning gaze remained fixed on him. I've missed you, Vega, said Kwon-oh-jin with a trembling voice. Drip, tears streamed down his cheeks, causing Vega's eyes to widen in shock. What? He took 2 steps toward her. I thought I'd never see you again. He reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her toward him. Naturally, she didn't budge. There was no way a new Awakener could be strong enough to move a transcendent being like her. It doesn't matter. The point wasn't to actually pull her closer. Sniff, sob, he collapsed at her feet, crying like an animal. I'm so relieved, so relieved. What are you doing? The once emotionless and cold goddess now seemed visibly flustered, stepping back in confusion. Her brilliant, star-like golden eyes wavered, revealing her inner disturbance. This is good. He had managed to unsettle her. I'm just getting started. Confusing the target was a crucial first step in scamming someone. People didn't usually fall for lies easily, but in moments of emotional chaos, they crumbled much faster than one could imagine. This was why scammers always started off with something shocking, like we've kidnapped your child. It disoriented the victim, making them more vulnerable, although this might be different for Celestials and humans. However, Kwon-oh-jin didn't have the time to ponder if that was the case. Vega, it's me, Oh-jin. With a look of futility in his eyes, he let out a small gasp and dropped his head. Right, you've lost all your memories of me. He trailed off with a bitter smile. What exactly was our relationship in the future? Vega asked in confusion. Kwon-oh-jin tightly pressed his lips together and shook his head. No, I'm sorry. It's nothing, he said, though his expression conveyed otherwise. Taking a few steps back, he added, please, forget everything I just said. It clearly isn't nothing. Tell me, what was it? What kind of relationship did we? Next time, he interjected. Right after, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'll tell you next time. The key point here was to make an expression that hinted at some deeper, untold story. This meant delicate eye movements, slightly trembling eyebrows, biting his lower lip gently and scratching his palm with his fingernail. There's no way she won't fall for this. If there was one thing he was good at, it was crafting an intricate expression and a fitting atmosphere for it. All right. We seem to have a long story behind us, but besides that, you thought you'd never see me again. I see. It seems I will eventually disappear. Vega nodded rather calmly. Eventually. Kwon-oh-jin squinted at her calm, no, indifferent response. He had thrown around some vague words to make her believe that he was a regressor, but judging by her reaction, she seemed to know something. Is there really someone out there who can wipe out a top-tier celestial? He thought about the notorious monsters known among awakeners, but he still couldn't imagine anything powerful enough, which wasn't a surprise. Celestials couldn't kill the monsters occupying a third of the Earth not because they were weak, but because they were bound by restrictions that prevented them from doing so directly. Well, whatever. It didn't hurt to have her playing along on her own. He deliberately widened his eyes and looked surprised. You already know. The goddess nodded with a somber expression. Yes, I know that, Eno. All the celestials are destined to eventually be swallowed up by the darkness of the black heavens. That's right, the black heavens. Wait, what? The black heavens? As in that thing earlier. This was the power that he had awakened in the critical moment earlier, the black cloud that absorbed Lee Shin-hyuk's stigma. Why is that coming up now? A cold chill ran down his spine and an ominous feeling followed. She mentioned something about an end earlier. When Vega first appeared, she had called him the savior of a world fated to end. As she had said, the Earth was a world destined to die. Whether it was a prophecy or prediction, he couldn't tell. But Vega had known from the start that the Earth would come to an end, and that's why Lee Shin-hyuk came back, to prevent that from happening. The only problem was, I'm the one who caused the crisis. Ha! The absurdity of it all left him speechless. Not even a bitter laugh escaped his mouth. What kind of bullshit is that? Whether or not he had the power to destroy the world didn't matter. He had absolutely no reason to do such a thing. Fuck. He felt like his head was being wiped clean into a blank canvas. Part of him just wanted to shove his fist into his mouth and sob uncontrollably. You're spacing out again, Vega said with concern. As if splashed with cold water, he snapped out of his confusion. This isn't good. If he kept acting strange, she would start to become suspicious. He had to do everything in his power to prevent that. I was just revisiting that memory, Kwon-oh-jin responded in a low tone. That memory, of the time our Earth was destroyed. Vega tightly pressed her lips together. The sky was swallowed by a deep darkness. So many people more than I could count, deed. Is that so? I don't know. I'm just making all of this up as I go. But I came back. He took a step forward. I've been given a chance to change the future. As he moved closer to Vega, he carefully reached out and held her hand. The deity's hand was surprisingly soft. I'll let go, Vega said. I won't. Shaking his head firmly, he tightened his grip on her hand. I'm not going to lose you again. This time I will protect you. Regressor. My name is Oh-jin. Kwon-oh-jin. I have no memory of you. I know. I don't have any memories of you either. Memories can be rebuilt, and what was once lost can be found again. I will make it happen, continued Kwon-oh-jin. With a faint smile, he slowly released her hand. Now that he had committed to scamming her, he wouldn't be satisfied with merely deceiving her. I need power. He needed power to truly become a regressor and prove to her that he alone could save this world. Will you lend me your strength? He was going to use whatever it took, even if that was a transcendent being even other celestials bowed their heads to. Vega closed her eyes gently. After a brief pause, she slowly nodded. Regressor. No, awaken a Kwon-oh-jin, she called, her expression growing serious. O heaven-defying star that goes against destiny. She extended her hand slowly. I shall illuminate your difficult path with the light of my star. Her pale fingers touched his forehead. Ring. Vega the Weaver wishes to appoint Kwon-oh-jin as her apostle. Does Kwon-oh-jin accept? Feeling her cool touch on his forehead, Kwon-oh-jin slowly nodded. Woong. A radiant cluster of silver light bloomed from Vega's hand and surged into Kwon-oh-jin like a tidal wave. At the same time, blue system messages appeared before him. The Black Heaven is absorbing the stigma's mana. The conditions for the Black Heaven's second enlightenment have been partially met. The power coursing through him became even more overwhelming than when he had first awakened. Kwon-oh-jin pushed aside the system message and gently held the hand resting on his forehead. He then gazed at the goddess with fiery determination. From this day forth, I vow to protect you from the evil maw of the Black Heaven, he said with unshakable resolve. Vega smiled softly and nodded. What a truly trustworthy vow, she replied. Afterwards, she turned to the charred, blackened corpse of Lee Shin-hyuk. Anyway, who is that? He's someone who in the past no, I guess it's the present now. He's a scammer who tricked and lured me into this gate, Kwon-oh-jin responded without hesitation, having waited for this question. It'd be strange if she didn't ask about the burnt body lying right next to me. A scammer, yes, haha, back then I went through quite a lot of trouble because of him. He took everything, even my money and equipment, so you took revenge as soon as you regressed. Kwon-oh-jin shook his head. That's not the only reason. He later becomes part of a criminal organization of awakeners, preying on the innocent as a vile predator. Vega nodded with a short exclamation. I see. Eliminating future evil in advance is very much something a regressor would do. Her gaze drifted away from the corpse, perhaps no longer intending to question him any further. Crackle. Ah, while she was surveying her surroundings, blue sparks rose from her floating figure. I'd love to continue talking, but it seems the law is starting to resist. The law's restrictions. Did I not grant you a blessing earlier? Even though it was an indirect intervention, it still violated the law. Ah, I see. By nature, celestials were bound by a law that restricted them from intervening in the mortal world, but that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. Just as she had granted him a blessing in spite of the law, celestials could still intervene to some extent if they were willing to face the consequences. There were even instances where celestials stepped in to directly deal with catastrophic monsters that awakeners couldn't handle on their own. In other words, she can easily kill a scammer like me who dared to mock a god. The law couldn't protect him. The moment she discovered that he wasn't truly a regressor, no restriction would stop her from crushing him with her wrath. I'd rather just die on my own. At all costs, he had to stop his consequences from spreading to those around him. I can't let that happen. Even just being here in this form is already a violation of the law, so I'll return to the sanctum now. The sanctum was a dimension wherein the celestials resided, accessible through gates scattered across the earth. Only awakeners could enter it, though, so Kwon-oh-jin had never been there before. In 1 week, come find me at the sanctum. We'll discuss the plan for the future then. Yes, I understand, he bowed politely. Wuong. With a low hum, the goddess scattered into silver dust and disappeared. Phew. Finally left alone, he let out a deep sigh and collapsed onto the ground. Damn it. What on earth just happened? Should I just go home for now? Too many things had happened all at once, and his head was throbbing. But still, he pulled his shirt down and looked at his left pec. Instead of the fake stigma that he had carved out with a knife, a real stigma was clearly etched on it, and it belonged to one of the North Stars, no less. The corners of his lips rose as he stared at the stigma. Well, it's not all bad. No, this was actually a great opportunity. If he used this chance well, he could obtain power that other awakeners could never even imagine. I've still got many obstacles to overcome, though. Thought of regression and the black heaven made his head start to ache again. I'll think about all that at home. Sitting here and worrying wasn't going to solve anything. Before leaving the gate, there was one last thing to do. Well then, let's see how much our regressor friend here has on him. He rummaged through the charred remains of Lee Shin-hyuk. The leather armor he had worn was burnt and ruined, but fortunately, his wallet remained intact. Holy shit, this guy was carrying around 2 million won in cash. Seeing the thick stack of cash in the wallet, Kwon-oh-jin licked his lips and chuckled. Ever since the gates had opened and the world had gone into chaos, it wasn't uncommon for people to carry more cash than usual. Still, it was rare for one to carry around millions of won. I'll make good use of your weapon too, buddy. After thoroughly looking through Lee Shin-hyuk's body for anything valuable, Kwon-oh-jin stood up with a smirk. However, before he could, something strange caught his eye. He took a closer look at Lee Shin-hyuk's charred face. What the hell? Is this guy smiling? Was he having a good dream or something? The most up-to-date novels are published on FRE letter 1D486 webnovelrecap. On his way home, Kwon-oh-jin stopped by a nearby burger joint to pick up dinner. 2 wappa meals, that'll be 15,800 won. Will this be for takeout? Yes. Damn, why are burgers so expensive these days? His hand shook like that of an alcoholic as he pulled cash from his wallet. Paying over 3 times the normal price for a frozen burger made his stomach churn. Your 2 wappa meals are ready. After taking his order, he turned away from the smiling cashier and headed down a narrow alley of rundown houses. The air was thick with humidity and the smell of mold. He looked up at the dark sky and let out a short sigh. In the end, it's another lie, isn't it? An old memory from over 15 years ago resurfaced, a fragment of a time that now felt foreign to him. A lie? You're saying it was a lie. When Kwon-oh-jin was about 8 or 9 years old, he once pranked the director of the orphanage by lying that there was a fire in the kitchen. The director's bald head turned bright red as he stormed around. Kwon-oh-jin flipped the director off, bursting into laughter as he did. You little brat. Flushed with anger, the director clenched his fists and approached Kwon-oh-jin. The average middle-aged man with diabetes, high blood pressure, and hair loss had somehow mastered the skillful art of delivering punches without leaving a mark. Kwon-oh-jin curled up into a ball as the director beat him up. Don't hit Oh-jin, you bald bastard. A delicate-looking girl jumped in, her reddish-brown hair swaying like fire. Her movements were as fierce as a wild beast, but a 10-year-old girl was no match for a grown man. "You brats," the director lashed out. Kwon-oh-jin and the girl clung to each other as they endured the director's punches. "Seems like I'm still that same kid from back then," Kwon-oh-jin muttered to himself. With a bitter smile, he walked through desolate streets that seemed to have been terrorized by the monsters. Eventually, he arrived home. Creak. He opened the worn-out door to a cramped room that was just a little over 300 square feet. "Oh." The faint groan echoed, and the creaking of an old bed followed. Did the sound of the door wake her up? "I'm home." He carelessly set the burgers on the floor and took off his shoes. A woman on the bed slowly sat up as she pulled back the blanket. Her fiery reddish-brown hair shone beautifully even in the mold-ridden shack, like a ruby drenched in mud. Meanwhile, her lifeless, washed-out eyes turned toward Kwon-oh-jin. "You're back." With fumbling hands, she pushed away the blanket, revealing a single pale left leg where there should have been two. He nodded with a faint smirk. "Yeah, I'm back." The girl stared blankly at him. She then smiled and gestured with her 2 fingers as if she were ordering a servant around. "Hurry up and light me a cigarette then." He chuckled at the sight. "Geez, you're bossing me around the second I walk in." "Oh geez, is that how you talk to your precious big sister?" "Big sister, my ass. I hear that's a trendy way to be addressed these days." "Is that so, big sister Ha-yoon?" Hey, stop it, that's disgusting. You told me to say it, big sis." Hahaha, it's pretty gross to hear it in person. Seeing her act the same as always made Kwon-oh-jin smile. Looks like nothing bad happened. Song Ha-yoon was 2 years older than Kwon-oh-jin and had been his only solace during his hellish days at the orphanage. Even after leaving that place, their awkward yet strong bond persevered. "Here you go." He rolled up the receipt from the burger joint and stuck it between her fingers. He then lit it with a lighter. Click, haya ack, cough, cough. What the heck is this?" "A cigarette," replied Kwon-oh-jin. "Cigarette, my ass," Song Ha-yoon shouted. She angrily threw the burning receipt away. Kwon-oh-jin picked it off the floor and put out the flame. "Cut back on smoking. What if you mess yourself up even more?" Song Ha-yoon shrugged and smiled. "HMPH. For your information, I'm still way healthier than you." She wasn't just bragging. Although she couldn't use the mana in her stigma, she was still an awakener and thus far stronger than him. However, this was no longer the case. "I'm an awakener now too. I brought some food, burgers." Hey, that's what I'm talking about. You've got good taste." Song Ha-yoon laughed in satisfaction. She loved burgers not because she found them particularly savory, but because they were easy to eat. For someone who couldn't see, using utensils was no simple task. "Russell." He unwrapped the burger and handed it to her. She then bit into it with her small mouth. "Chomp." Her eyes widened in surprise. She took a few more bites in disbelief. What is this? Why is it so good?" "I bought it from the diner and not the frozen food aisle." Song Ha-yoon's jaw dropped in disbelief. With her voice shaking, she asked, "What, are you sick? Did a monster hit you in the head?" He wondered if she was really that surprised over a cheap burger. However, he quickly realized that her reaction made sense, considering his usual demeanor. "I made some money, but it's not like that was ever the issue." She was right. It wasn't because he couldn't afford it that he had been so extreme about saving money. While it was true that his job didn't always pay well considering he put his life on the line, there were still times he earned millions of won in a single month. He could easily afford a burger meal at less than 10,000 won. "I've never actually bought one before today, though." He had an obsession with saving as much money as possible. "There's something I must buy." He watched Song Ha-yoon devour her burger. "You've got sauce on your mouth." "Ah, really?" She turned her head and stuck her chin out. "Here, I grant you the honor of touching my lips." "Oh, please. You mean yes, please, you're crazy." He wiped her mouth with a napkin. Hey, what's this called again?" "A wappa meal." Song Ha-yoon grinned with satisfaction. "Ah, as expected of the king of burgers. From now on, I'll get this instead of the frozen shit." Kwon-oh-jin then took a bite of his burger too. "This is disgustingly good." He was so overwhelmed that he felt as though he'd burst into tears. The burger was on a whole nother level. A strange silence fell over them. After a moment, Song Ha-yoon turned toward him. "Something happened, didn't it?" Kwon-oh-jin nodded calmly. "Yeah, I became an awakener." Splash! Song Ha-yoon's glass of cola spilled onto the floor. Soft moonlight shone from a crack in the window that faced the night sky. Finally, some time to myself." Song Ha-yoon had bombarded him with so many questions that the sky had grown dark before he realized it. Well, I guess it's only natural for her to be shocked. After all, he had suddenly become not just an awakener but also an apostle of the North Star, so Song Ha-yoon spent hours switching between worry, excitement, anxiety, and curiosity as she interrogated him. Of course, he didn't fully explain the messed up situation. How the hell do I tell her that I tricked a celestial into thinking I'm a regressor? Letter 192 REE letter 1D464 EB N Sigma VEL calm. His head started throbbing again despite the calm. "All right, let's try and organize this." Kwon-oh-jin headed to a nearby playground, sat on a creaky swing and closed his eyes. "First, let's address the black heaven. It seems to be something I've had all along. The The mysterious power on his left chest had consumed the stigma of Lyra. He didn't know why this unknown power resided within him, but he was sure of one thing: the Black Heaven had always been his, which meant it had nothing to do with Lee Shin-hyuk's regression. If he hadn't used the Black Heaven to absorb the stigma of Lyra, Vega would have never even mistaken him for a regressor. And Vega believes that the one who possesses the Black Heaven will destroy the world in the future. This implied that Kwon-oh-jin would bring the world to an end, but no matter how many times he mulled it over, it made absolutely no sense. What on earth happened to me in the original timeline? He always knew the world was messed up, but he never once thought that wiping everything out would be the answer. Well, I can't figure all that out right now, so let's move on. The more pressing issue was the fact that he possessed the Black Heaven. I have to keep this a secret no matter what. If Vega found out about it, she would also figure out that he wasn't actually a regressor, but an imposter who had absorbed the regressor's stigma. Seriously though, what the hell is the Black Heaven? A power that could absorb stigmas and make them his own. He had seen plenty of awakeners over the years, but he had never heard of such a power before. Kwon-oh-jin brought up the system interface that only awakeners could see. He then selected Black Heaven, Ring. A blue system window popped up in front of him. Inherent ability list. Black Heaven 1, status 1-star enlightenment. 2 traits 3, stored stigmas. Kwon-oh-jin groaned lowly. This doesn't really tell me anything. The system message was just a summary of the Black Heaven's abilities. It didn't explain what the Black Heaven actually was or why it resided within him. I guess I'll move on again. Eventually, Kwon-oh-jin stopped thinking about why all of this was happening to him. Mulling over pointless thoughts on the swing here wouldn't give him any answers. Right now, he had to prioritize forming a game plan for his meeting with Vega next week. He would have to put on a convincing regressor act for her then. A regressor, huh? There's a limit to how much I can convince her with just words. If he couldn't prove his skills and abilities, then it wouldn't matter how clever he was with words. Vega would surely start harboring doubts. For Vega to acknowledge my worth, I'll have to get the stigma of Lyra to at least a 2-star before the week's up. Awakeners had to meet 2 requirements to ascend to the next level: the amount of mana contained within the stigma and the ability to handle the stigma. Kwon-oh-jin didn't have to worry about the former. I've got more than enough mana. Having gained the stigma from both Vega of the original timeline and Vega of this new timeline, his mana was practically overflowing. If he could just improve his ability to handle the stigma, he could ascend far quicker than other awakeners. I'll have to go to the gate again tomorrow. 2 or 3 years ago, an awakener he had partied up with mentioned that the fastest way to improve one's control over a stigma was through real combat experience. Many high-ranking awakeners frequently entered gates to experience quick growth. Time to head home and get some sleep. Creak. He got up from the swing and left the eerie playground. On his way home, he decided to check his phone. A certain news article caught his eye. A strange phenomenon occurred in a 1-star gate in Sinhyung-dong, Incheon, where more than 20 anthorns were seen together. Numerous victims reported. This was the gate he had gone to earlier today. The association advises against entering the gate for the time being, citing the possibility of a mutant appearance. A mutant, Kwon-oh-jin squinted. I didn't see any mutants back then. Maybe he had missed it. After all, he wasn't in a situation where he could afford to pay attention to every detail at the time. Will I be able to handle it? Mutants were rare variants of monsters. While some mutants were weaker than the original species, they were normally significantly stronger. Newly awakened 1-stars couldn't even dream of fighting those things off. However, Kwon-oh-jin wasn't an ordinary 1-star awakener. Even the apostles of the 12 zodiacs were several times more powerful than other 1-star apostles. Kwon-oh-jin was the apostle of a North Star, a star incomparable to the 12 zodiacs. Just today, he had single-handedly slaughtered an entire swarm of anthorns. Sure, Vega had helped him at one point, but I was handling things just fine even before receiving her blessing. In fact, he had already found the fight easy even when he only had Lee Shin-hyuk's stigma from the original timeline. Now that he had both stigmas from the 2 timelines, he didn't even have to think twice about how much easier it would be. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kwon-oh-jin nodded. Good, his destination for tomorrow was set. The next day, Kwon-oh-jin made his way to where he had first met Lee Shin-hyuk. As soon as he reached the gate, he heard the clamor of other awakeners. I'm a 2-star awakener of Fornax. Is there anyone who would like to party up? 2-star awakener of Canny's Major here, heading out to hunt mutants. Quite the huge crowd they've got over here. Despite the association's warning to avoid the gate, there seem to be even more awakeners than usual. They do say the starstone of a mutant is sold for way more. They all seem to be here for the same reason. Kwon-oh-jin paused for a moment to think. Should I join a party? Now that he was a real awakener, he no longer had to resort to his desperate shicho act. He shook his head. No, I'm confident enough to face the mutants on my own. Partying up would mean having to split the rewards and lose out on the full experience of a proper fight. All right, let's do this. He stepped into the gate and headed toward the exact spot where he had encountered the anthorns the other day. The forest path was dim, and the sticky, humid air made him uncomfortable. Rustle. Hearing movements from the bushes, Kwon-oh-jin grabbed the spear strapped to his back and then lowered his stance. They're coming. 6 anthorns burst out from the bushes at once. 2 of them were the notably larger elder anthorns. Ka! Kwon-oh-jin tightened his grip on his spear. He then took a short breath as he concentrated on his left pec. HMPH. Woong. His stigma began to emit a blue light and power surged through him. GRRR. An elder anthorn lunged at him from the left. He moved instinctively, making use of Li Shin Hyuk's spear techniques. Crack. GRRRR. He thrust the spear into the elder anthorn's open mouth. In response, its jaws clamped down on the weapon and attempted to snap it in half. Not so fast. Crush. Kwon-oh-jin twisted the spear and stomped on the anthorn's head. Its hard outer shell, impenetrable even to bullets, shattered under a simple kick from him. Nice. He felt as light as a feather, and his muscles felt as if they were living, breathing beings. GRRR. Another anthorn attacked from behind, but he easily ducked under its strike. As it passed overhead, he quickly grabbed its hind leg. The anthorn flailed in panic. Ka! HMPH. With a grunt, he threw the captured anthorn back toward its pack. Ka! The anthorn crashed into the others like a cannonball, sending them tumbling to the ground. As expected, my physical stats are on a completely different level compared to the average 1-star awakener. The average anthorn weighed around 80 kilograms. Unless one was a Taurus awakener, they wouldn't be able to lift something so heavy and catapult it with one hand, especially not a 1-star awakener. My physical stats aren't even the best part. He channeled his mana through the stigma of Lyra, revealing its true power. A burst of radiant light emanated from his chest, and blue lightning flickered across him. Crackle, crackle. I can't do it like last time just yet. Back when Vega had blessed him, blue lightning raged like a storm around him. Now he only managed to unleash tiny, flickering sparks of electricity around him. It looked more like the thunderbolt move of a malnourished Gigachu. Tusk. Rome wasn't built in a day. He had come here to grow this lightning to the level he had experienced yesterday in the first place. The anthorns rolled around on the ground until they got back up. They then let out a furious roar and charged at Kwon-oh-jin. GRRR. Graya. That's enough useless pondering. I have to focus. He fiercely thrust his spear forward. The dense, humid forest now reeked of burnt wood. Charred anthorn corpses littered all over it. Kwon-oh-jin rummaged through the carcasses, tossing their starstones into his bag. Damn, how much is all this worth? His palm-sized bag felt so satisfyingly heavy that a smile formed on his face without him even realizing it. This should be nearly $1,000,000. He had earned this much after just 3 hours of hunting, that too without a party he had to split the rewards with. Considering he used to put his life on the line doing shitty acts just to barely make 200,000 to 300,000 won a day, he couldn't help but find this situation almost surreal. No wonder everyone's so desperate to become an awakener. He recalled the news about people gathering at gates that led to sanctums, praying daily for celestials to choose them. The mortality rate for awakeners is far from appealing, but who cares? Money has always been more important than life. Anyway, there really is nothing like real combat to train your stigma. Kwon-oh-jin confidently conjured up small bolts of lightning at his fingertips. Merely 3 hours in, he had gotten the hang of summoning lightning through his stigma. Crackle, crackle. Am I a quick learner, or is this normal? I can't even tell. Since he was the only awakener who had the stigma of Lyra, Kwon-oh-jin didn't have anyone to compare himself to. Twirling a small orb of lightning around his hand, he turned to leave. Well, I'll figure it out later. Unbeknownst to Kwon-oh-jin, anyone who teamed up with him would have ended up completely wide-eyed in absolute shock. Normally, the higher the rank of a stigma, the more powerful it was, but also the harder to master. Even the apostles of the 12 zodiacs took several days to become proficient with their stigmas. Yet here he was, an apostle of the North Star, becoming adept at controlling his stigma in just a few hours. It didn't make any logical sense, but he accomplished the impossible without even realizing that he was fundamentally built different. Now then, he muttered, squinting as he scanned the area. He held his spear instead of strapping it to his back. The anthorns are definitely behaving strangely. Normally, anthorns formed packs centered around just one elder, but the pack he had encountered today had more than 2. This meant that a higher species was commanding the elders. Problem is I have no idea where it's hiding. He considered searching for it, but decided to use another method instead. Kwon-oh-jin unzipped his sling bag and pulled out a square blood pack, a type of business tool that he had often used in scams to feign injury. I'm glad I brought this with me. The fact that it was actually pig's blood didn't matter. Anthorns couldn't differentiate between human and animal blood while feeding. Splash! He tore open the blood pack and poured it all onto the ground. Afterward, he quickly hid atop a nearby tree. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After a brief wait, he noticed a group of around 20 anthorns swarming in. That's it. Found you. At the center of the reddish beasts was a black anthorn that was as big as a tiger. It was definitely a mutant, just as the association had predicted. I'll wrap this up quickly. No matter how powerful the stigma of Lyra was, taking on such a large group was bound to be a long, challenging fight. He had to get the job done quickly and eliminate the mutant within 3 minutes at most. Standing on top of a tree branch, he took a short breath. Haya, thump. His heart pulsed, sending a thrilling shiver down his spine. The stigma on his chest emitted a bright glow, and blue lightning sparked and flared up. Crackle. As if a blanket of dark clouds suddenly swallowed the sky, Kwon-Oh-jin's vision dimmed until only the mutated Anthorn was in sight. What the hell? Has it always been this dark here? Although he couldn't comprehend what was going on, he still instinctively kicked off from the tree and launched himself into the air. Thud, aiming his spear downward, he then plunged with his entire weight. Crackle, blue lightning formed at the tip of his spear. Unlike before, however, streaks of shadows now flickered along with it. Lightning Strike LV1 has been activated. Boom, the thunderous spear shot down like a meteor, piercing through the mutated Anthorn's back and drilling into the ground. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. Oh, what the hell, did I really just one-shot it? Even though he had snuck up on it, he hadn't expected the mutated Anthron to die instantly. It went down so easily that he couldn't help but be genuinely surprised. Kra. With the mutant dead, the remaining Anthorns panicked. Spinning in circles, they turned tail and fled. Hey, wait, hold on. Unfortunately, Kwon-Oh-jin was too stunned by the pack's quick collapse to immediately chase after them. Gonna run? At least give me your starstones first, you bastards. The starstone from a single Anthorn was worth around 20,000 won, which was enough money to buy 3 whole Whooper meals. Damn it, he tried to pull his spear out of the ground to chase after them, but it was lodged in too deep. Kwon-Oh-jin sighed, deciding not to chase after them. It's a shame. I got to kill a mutant, at least. Mutants didn't appear often. A starstone from one would easily fetch at least a minute. The thought alone made him giggle. He turned to harvest the starstone. Crackle, as he did, a sharp sensation shot through his left pec. He quickly glanced down, finding his stigma glowing brightly. Wait, is this? SHHHZZ. A new line had formed beside his stigma. Ring, the stigma of Lyra has been promoted to 2 stars. Kwon-Oh-jin couldn't believe it. Did he just reach 2 stars in a single day? Is this even possible? He had expected to advance quickly since his stigma was overflowing with mana, but this was at least a week earlier than he had anticipated. Am I going to hit 3 stars in a week at this rate? If that were the case, then he no longer had to scheme and overthink. Only a true regressor could reach 3 stars in just a week. Even reaching 2 stars in one day was absurd. It normally takes about 6 months to reach 2 stars. Most people lacked mana in their stigma, but even taking that into account, Kwon-Oh-jin was still making incredible progress. A 2-star now, He lightly gripped his spear and swung it. Whoosh, whoosh. Even a simple swing split the air with a tearing sound. He had clearly become quicker and stronger. Good, this is more than enough for today. Let's harvest this quickly and head back. Kwon-Oh-jin hummed as he approached the mutant's body. He thought about ordering a Guinness Whooper instead of the usual Whooper today. Rustle. Just then he heard the bushes move. What is it now? There was no way the Anthorns that had fled earlier were crazy enough to come back. He gripped his spear tightly as his gaze sharpened. 2 rather menacing men soon emerged from the bushes. He could make out their bulging muscles through their worn-out armor. Oh, what's this? It's got a black exoskeleton, one said. The other whistled. Damn, bro. Did you just take down a mutant? Did you kill it by yourself? Even if it's just an Anthorn, you've got some serious skills, bro. We're 3-star apostles of the Cain's Venetici. Nice to meet ya. Contradicting their intimidating appearances, the men approached Kwon-Oh-jin with friendly smiles. Kwon-Oh-jin squinted. These bastards. They clearly didn't have good intentions. Perhaps it was prejudice, but the 2 looked like they'd been dragged across asphalt. It would be a crime in itself if they weren't robbers. There's no reason for 3-star apostles to come to such a low-level gate. Are they after mutants? If so, these people wouldn't just let him walk away after seeing him destroy the mutant. After all, awakeners could turn into thieves as quickly as flipping a coin. One of the men bent slightly and sniffed the air, much like a hunting dog tracking its prey. He whistled again. He must have used a lot of mana to take down that mutant, he quietly whispered to the other. That must have worn him out. Right, it's not like a 4 or 5-star awakener would show up here. Kwon-Oh-jin clicked his tongue. I know what you're talking about even if I can't hear you, you idiots. Come to think of it, doesn't something seem off? We wiped out a pack of Anthorns over there earlier, right? Maybe this guy picked up what was left of the ones that got away. Oh, is that how it is? Well, that's no good then, is it? They unsheathed their swords as their lips twisted into sinister grins. So they really are robbers. Looks like I'm left with no other choice. Kwon-Oh-jin sighed and quickly knelt down. I am sorry, I didn't know any better. What are you talking about? The 2 men were rather taken aback. Their prey didn't just fall to his knees without hesitation. Now he was also bowing low to the ground and clasping his hands together in a pleading gesture. I'll give it to you. Now this is a young man who knows what's good for him. Laughing heartily, one of the men walked past Kwon-Oh-jin and approached the mutant on the ground. "Oh, I wasn't talking about that," Kwon-oh-jin coldly said. He then brutally thrust his spear into the man's back, shattering his armor. Kug, say hi to your dead mom for me." "Damn it." The other man rushed forward, swinging his sword in a panic. Kwon-oh-jin twisted his spear and used the impaled man as his shield to block the oncoming strike. The human kebab screamed in agony. Thud. Unable to stop the momentum of his sword, the other man split his teammate's head in two. "What the hell did you just do?" Kwon-oh-jin shouted in shock, eyes wide. "How could you kill your own colleague? Damn it. If your dead mom saw this, what would she think?" "Shut up. My mom's still alive and well, you psycho. Don't lie." "I saw your mom die with my own 2 eyes." Kwon-oh-jin shouted ferociously. "What the hell are you talking about? She's still fucking alive. Accept the truth." "What truth, you lunatic? Your mom's dead. She's no longer in this world. This wasn't a lie." "You bastard," the man cursed, flushed red with anger. "My mom's still fucking alive. The shameless thief was trying to steal someone else's kill, yet he was seemingly affectionate toward his mom. It's almost a pity that she isn't alive to see what you've become." Die, Woong. The stigma of Cain's Venitus began to glow through the man's armor, enhancing his physical senses. Whoosh, he swung his sword straight at Kwon-oh-jin's head. It was fast, but its trajectory was too predictable. He's completely lost it. Kwon-oh-jin stepped back, easily dodging the attack. The thief had accidentally split his comrade's head in half, subjecting him to Kwon-oh-jin's mockery. With his rage clouding his judgment, his strikes grew wilder, carving simple lines through the air. This makes things easy. Even though Kwon-oh-jin was up against a 3-star awakener, the man wasn't difficult to deal with in his current state. In truth, Kwon-oh-jin likely would have had the upper hand even if the thief was thinking clearly. The stigma of Cain's Venitus was no match for the stigma of a North Star, especially when there was only a single star difference. The sword came down toward Kwon-oh-jin's head again, but he easily dodged it. He then thrust his spear toward the man's right side. Whoosh, the precise strike cut into an opening, but the man managed to block it with his sword as if to prove that he was still a 3-star awakener. Clang, however, Kwon-oh-jin wasn't done yet. "The stigma of Cain's Venitus amplifies physical senses, doesn't it?" he asked with a smirk. If the man's physical senses were heightened, he would also feel more pain. Crackle, blue lightning danced along Kwon-oh-jin's spear and surged into the man's body. He screamed in agony as the sparks coursed through him. HMPH, this was too great an opportunity to pass up. Like a snake slithering up a pole, Kwon-oh-jin moved his spear along the man's arm and pierced it straight through his neck. Cough. Dark and thick blood gushed from the man's mouth as his eyes rolled back. It took Kwon-oh-jin less than 5 minutes to bring down both the 3-star awakeners. It would have been much harder if they'd fought properly, but there's no point mulling over that. This was no sparring match that called for fairness and sportsmanship. Well then, time to loot the bodies. Kwon-oh-jin stripped the men of their armor and searched their pockets while humming. He frowned as he checked their wallets. T-hair broke as hell. How can 3-star awakeners be this poor? Combined, they had a measly 275,000 won. They were practically penniless. Tusk, sure, he could use their cards to get more, but using something so easily traceable was risky. The association generally overlooked fights to the death between awakeners inside the gates, but an investigator would show up if he drew too much suspicion. Their armor is all trashed up too. Maybe I'll just take their weapons. He tied their swords together and hung them on his waist. Using their cards would be dangerous, but selling their gear, no one would bat an eye. After all, this was a world where people died like insects on the road. And Kwon-oh-jin squinted at one of the men's chests. It was hidden under his shirt, but he had the stigma of Cain's Venitus. Though it was a low-tier stigma, it was still a stigma nonetheless. I can probably absorb it with the Black Heaven. It was a risky move. If Vega noticed that he absorbed the stigma, all hell would break loose. The Black Heaven has the Black Curtain trait, though. The Black Curtain was an ability that could completely conceal the Black Heaven's energy. According to its description, it could also be applied to any of the stigmas he possessed. It's the reason Vega couldn't sense the Black Heaven in the first place. Hence, Kwon-oh-jin found no reason to doubt the trait's effect. Even if he absorbed this man's stigma, he could use the Black Curtain to keep Vega from sensing it on him. All right, he muttered with a grin. He placed his hands over the fallen men's chests. SHHH. A black cloud flowed from his fingertips and swirled toward the stigmas like a starving beast. Ring. The Black Heaven is absorbing the stigma of Cain's Venitus. All the conditions for the Black Heaven's second enlightenment have been met. The Black Heaven is undergoing its second enlightenment. The black cloud rumbled and wrapped itself around Kwon-oh-jin. Darkness surged from within and sent searing pain through him. It felt like a red-hot iron rod had been shoved into his head. Through the Black Heaven, Kwon-oh-jin is reading the record contained within the stigma of Lyra. The Black Heaven's enlightenment is too low. The records Kwon-oh-jin can read are limited. Lee Shin-hyuk's memories flooded into his mind once again. "You're awake?" The first thing Kwon-oh-jin saw was a tall young man coldly looking down at Lee Shin-hyuk. Amidst the brain fog, Lee Shin-hyuk slowly raised his head and glanced around. His blurry vision gradually cleared. Is this a hospital? Li Shin Hayek was lying in a spacious private hospital room. A digital clock on the wall displayed the date, November 21, 2020. This memory was exactly 2 weeks into the future for Kwon Oh-jin. Where? You're at a hospital. A hospital? You've been unconscious for 2 weeks. Li Shin Hayek's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 weeks? Yeah. The young man, Li Shin Hayek's younger brother, nodded indifferently. A quiet, simmering anger filled his cold gaze as he peered down at Li Shin Hayek. Why did you enter the gate on your own? That's. Didn't I tell you to take at least one of our guild members with you? They all seemed busy. So you went in alone. Sorry, Woo Hayek. I thought it would be fine since it was just a 1-star. Woo Hayek sighed deeply, making Li Shin Hayek lower his head and look thoroughly chastened. Knock, knock. Li Woo Hayek stood up and opened the door. A woman with glasses was standing in the doorway. Guildmaster, do you have a moment? What is it? You know the new gate in Mokdong that opened on the 15th? Chang Hyan found an astral relic there. Chang Hyan did, yes, but something about it seems strange. Crackle. The scene flickered and blurred as if affected by static. Their voices gradually faded. Ha! The pain that had been tearing through Kwon Oh-jin's head suddenly subsided, and a blue message window appeared before him. Ring, some of Li Shin Hayek's records have been inherited. Pix's spearmanship LV4 has reached LV5. Kwon Oh-jin has acquired the skill lame excuse LV2. So the more I become enlightened, the more of Li Shin Hayek's memories I gain. Kwon Oh-jin slowly recollected the memories that had just flashed through his mind. Li Woo Hayek, the newly formed gate in Mokdong on the 15th, and an astral relic. An astral relic was an artifact infused with the power of the stars. The abilities of these relics varied greatly, with some containing powers strong enough to bridge a 1-star gap or two. To summarize, a gate with an astral relic is going to open in Mokdong in 8 days. Kwon Oh-jin's eyes gleamed sharply. He had unexpectedly gotten valuable information. This was the perfect opportunity to obtain an astral relicno. More importantly, this would help him keep his scam going. Kwon Oh-jin cocked his head as he looked down at the 2 corpses. Can I read these guys' memories too? Since he had absorbed their stigma, their memories should have been transferred to him like Li Shin Hayek's, but he got nothing. The absorbed stigma of Kane's Venatici is too faint. Attempts to read any records from it have failed. That made sense. Well, they don't seem to be the brightest anyway. No wonder they don't have a strong stigma. Even though the Celestial of Kane's Venatici was a lower tier one, they still wouldn't be foolish enough to grant a strong mark to guys like these. Well, in any case, it was still an incredible gain. He not only reached 2-star status, but also managed to enlighten the Black Heavens. I'm not sure if the Black Heavens' enlightenment is entirely a good thing, though. He couldn't be certain if letting the Black Heaven continue to grow was the right thing to do. After all, it was an unknown and mysterious power, but I don't have a choice. Now that he knew that strengthening the Black Heaven would unlock more of Li Shin Hayek's memories, he could no longer stop. For someone wearing the mask of a regressor, getting the real regressor's memories was a boon. All right then. Kwon Oh-jin slowly closed his eyes and focused. A blue light radiated from his left chest. Let's see what the stigma of Kane's Venatici can do. Upon activation, the stigma quickly strengthened his senses. His sense of smell in particular became overwhelmingly sensitive. Overwhelmed by the flood of various smells, he covered his mouth and bent over. He shook his head in discomfort. It felt as if each individual scent, down to that of the rustling leaves around him, was invading his nose. I'll have to get used to this before I can make proper use of it. He tried to activate the stigma of Lyra as well, but it seemed he couldn't use both marks simultaneously. Hence, he deactivated the stigma of Canny's Venacidi first and then let the stigma of Lyra take over. Crackle, blue lightning sparked around him as his enhanced senses faded back to normal, and Kwon Oh-jin's eyes widened as he stared at its fierceness. For some reason, the blue lightning surging around him had grown a bit thicker. Crackle, boom. He shot the ground with lightning as a test, resulting in a heavy explosion that left the ground scorched. My stigma has definitely grown stronger. This felt different from when he had advanced to 2 stars. While the star's advancement seemingly increased the amount of the stigma's power he could control, this seemed to have enhanced its quality. Kwon Oh-jin frowned as he fell into thought, trying to make sense of the situation. It didn't take long to find the answer. It said that the power of the stigma would be adjusted according to the enlightenment stage of the Black Heaven. He had been too preoccupied earlier to remember. So all this time, the stigma's power was restrained. He couldn't believe it. Just how goddamn strong is Vega? A shiver ran down his spine. Kwon Oh-jin was firmly reminded once more that he had to avoid being caught by her at all costs. I should head back. He approached the Anthorn mutant, leaving the other scattered corpses behind. From it, he pulled out a black starstone about the size of a 501 coin. It's black. Starstones typically had a blue glow to them, yet this one was black. His eyes sparkled as he pocketed it. I wonder how much this'll sell for. He felt the 2 swords at his waist and the weight of his pouch, which made him smile. The swords alone should fetch at least 500,000 won. The regular Anthorn starstones were worth about 800,000 won each. Together with the mutant starstone, he figured he had already earned at least 3 million won today. That's crazy. Long live Awakeners. Creak, the rusty door opened, and a familiar smell of mold tickled his nose. Song Ha-yoon, who was pacing in front of the door with her crutches, hurried toward him. You're back. How come you're not lying in bed for once? Kwon Oh-jin asked, wide-eyed. Shut up. You think I just lie around all day? She responded with a smirk. She then slowly reached out her hand. Her pale fingers tickled him as they touched his cheek and moved across his head, neck, and shoulders. What are you doing? Instead of answering, she continued to feel around his body before letting out a short sigh. Well, at least you're not all beaten up like an idiot, so that's what she was checking for. Kwon Oh-jin smirked. Were you worried I might have gotten hurt? Yeah, it'd be a real problem if my grub gopher broke down. What did you just call me? Hee, you've been my gopher ever since the orphanage, haven't you? Song Ha-yoon chuckled, patting him on the head playfully. Now, what did my gopher bring me for dinner today? Oh, I forgot. Oh. Just kidding, I got you a burger, laughed Kwon Oh-jin. A wappa meal, a Ginus wappa meal. Do you want to marry me? Asked Song Ha-yoon. What's her damn deal? Sure, should we pick a date, honey? What are really? No, I'm joking. Why, you little punk, that's enough nonsense. Let's go inside. He picked Song Ha-yoon up, moved her to the bed, and handed her the burger. For some reason, though, she didn't touch her food. What's wrong? Aren't you eating? Asked Kwon Oh-jin. Silence fell between them. With quivering lips, she warily asked, You really are an apostle of the North Star now, aren't you? Yeah. After another moment of silence, she clenched her fist tightly. Don't go recklessly raiding high-level gates just because you're an apostle now, got it? Even if it's tempting, make sure you always go with a party. I always ensure my safety. Don't worry. HMPH, you always say that. Song Ha-yoon reached out and lightly pinched his cheek. Your celestial is Vega, right? That's right. How was she? Kwon Oh-jin cocked his head in confusion. What? Song Ha-yoon's cheeks turned slightly red. Well, it's just, she's the famous weaver. Geez, I'm asking if that damn woman is pretty. Oh, so that's what she wanted to know. Yeah, she's pretty. Honestly, she was so stunning that it was hard to look away. Song Ha-yoon suddenly pulled his cheeks, sharply stinging him. Ooh, what was that for? I just felt a little annoyed. That's so unfair. Song Ha-yoon pulled her blanket over her head and turned her back to him. Oh, by the way, I'm planning to go there tomorrow, said Kwon Oh-jin. Peeking out from under the blanket, Song Ha-yoon looked over her shoulder. Where? He unwrapped the burger and held it close to her small lips as he replied, the Awakeners Association. Letter 192 REEWEB and Retroflex, OVEL.com. Munch. Special Disaster Security Management Association. It was a grand name, but no one actually called it that. The organization was more commonly known as the Awakeners Association. Awakeners who had been granted a celestial stigma could apply to the association and get an identification card. After the gates opened and the country was nearly destroyed, public authority weakened to the point where the cards became practically useless. Nevertheless, many Awakeners still stood in line at the association's headquarters in Uedo for their registration test. Wow, it's crazy crowded here. People from all over the country had one simple reason to queue up. Good guilds only scout those who have identification cards. To put it simply, it was like listing a product at an auction house. 1-star and 2-star Awakeners who scored well in the test received scout offers from large guilds with great conditions. I don't really plan on joining a guild, though. Kwon Oh-jin had a different reason for coming all the way here. Since there's still some time left before my turn, I might as well sell the Starstones. He headed toward the Starstone exchange office attached to the association's headquarters. He then handed 2 bags of Starstones to an employee at the counter who gave him a professional smile. The Starstones he had collected with Lee Shin-hyuk were in one bag, while the ones from the gate yesterday were in it. Based on the rates as of today, November 8, 2020, this will be 1.44 million won. Would you like to be paid in cash? Please transfer it to my account. Getting the amount in cash felt more satisfying, but there was always the risk of losing it. No way I'm risking over 1 million won. After income tax deduction, it'll be 1.15 million won. Damn, pardon, no, it's nothing. Why the hell are you taxing me 20%, you damn highwaymen? He was seething with frustration, but held himself back with incredible patience. He would have loved to sell it off the books to avoid taxes, but an illegal sale like that could end very badly for him. Even drugs aren't regulated as strictly as Starstone exchanges are. Even though the association's authority had hit rock bottom, it was still the country's largest organization. If one got in trouble with them, it wouldn't just end with a slap on the wrist. Kwon Oh-jin clicked his tongue as he grabbed the receipt. All he had left now was the mutant Starstone. I should wait for the right moment to sell this one. International rates determined the prices of regular Starstones, but mutant Starstones were different. Kwon Oh-jin figured gathering some intel first before selling it would be smarter. After finishing the sale, he noticed it was almost his turn for the registration test. Let's do this. Kwon Oh-jin made his way back to the headquarters. Awakener number 57. He stood up when he heard his number being called out in the waiting room. Yes, which constellation are you affiliated with? The employee asked, filling out a form in front of them like a machine. The Lyra constellation. The Lyra. The employee cocked their head and scanned through a nearby chart. Their eyes widened in shock. Huh. FGEEWEBNOVL.com. Bang, the employee jumped up from their seat. Could you say that again? Which constellation are you with? Having anticipated such a reaction, Kwon-oh-jin calmly repeated himself. The Lyra constellation. Lyral Lyra as in. Kwon-oh-jin nodded with a slight smile. Yes, I'm an apostle of Vega the Weaver. The employee's jaw dropped in shock. Please wait here for just a moment. The employee hurriedly turned and sprinted off somewhere. Murmurs filled the room. As all eyes fell on him, Kwon-oh-jin clicked his tongue. Although he had anticipated such a reaction already, experiencing it firsthand made him chuckle in disbelief. So this is the prestige that comes with the North Star. In truth, he had internally debated whether or not to reveal that he was an awakener of Lyra. Mentioning even just one of the 12 zodiacs was known to cause quite a stir. He could only imagine the chaos that would ensue after revealing himself as one of the few North Star apostles in the whole world. The thought of the endless hassle that would follow almost made him consider living as a hidden underdog character, like the protagonist of some mass-produced otherworldly novel. That would be a stupid move, though. The name of Vega carried power, after all. Giving up the immense authority that came with being an apostle of the North Star was not an option for him, especially considering how little foundation he had to begin with. It wasn't just money he lacked: influence, information, and authority. He still had too many things to prepare for the future, and to solve that, he needed the power that came with being an apostle of the North Star. He had to become someone no one could ignore. Upon returning, the employee who had run off earlier politely asked, We apologize for the inconvenience, but could you come this way? Their mechanical and professional demeanor from before was completely gone. That's right, this is the power of authority. Kwon-oh-jin smirked and nodded. The employee led the way for Kwon-oh-jin while those around them stared and whispered among themselves. What's going on? What's happening? Ignoring all of them, Kwon-oh-jin continued to a door with a sign that read VIP room. Click, the employee opened it. You can wait inside. Kwon-oh-jin nodded. All right. He then stepped inside. Inside was a young man with short blonde hair. He seemed somewhat arrogant. Who's this? The man asked the employee as if addressing a servant. Oh, awaken Park Young-woo, you've arrived. Due to some circumstances, I had to bring this gentleman here. What circumstances? Well. As the employee glanced nervously at Kwon-oh-jin, a phone inside the room rang. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Wait, explain. Bang, the employee hurriedly closed the door, almost as if running away. As an awkward silence settled over the room, Kwon-oh-jin frowned at the guy named Park Young-woo. Who the hell is he? Park Young-woo was sitting on the sofa, glaring at Kwon-oh-jin. He seemed to think he owned the place. Kwon-oh-jin briefly considered striking up a conversation but quickly decided against it. He's probably a rookie from some big guild. He had heard that awakeners already affiliated with a guild would sometimes still go through the registration process to boost their reputation. Considering he was in the VIP room, he was likely one of those cases. More importantly, Kwon-oh-jin's gaze shifted to the table in the corner of the room. Various snacks were laid out on it, almost like a dessert buffet. The mini fridge next to it was also stocked with all kinds of drinks, including alcohol. These are all free, right? He figured the refreshments were probably set out for them to enjoy while they waited. A fucking buffet. I can't believe it. He had only seen such luxury in pictures and had never experienced such pleasures himself. A shiver ran down his spine. How much does all this even cost? A glance was enough to tell that the cakes and cookies on fancy plates looked absurdly expensive. It was impossible to resist. No, he had no intentions of holding back. How could he pass up the chance to stuff his belly for free? He filled an empty plate with as many snacks as possible. Not knowing when the staff would return, he hastily shoveled the sweets into his mouth. Munch. Hey, this is awesome. He didn't particularly like sweets, but it didn't matter. The best things in life were free. Park Young-woo chuckled as he watched Kwon-oh-jin stuff himself. After clearing 3 plates worth in no time, Kwon-oh-jin looked around for a bag. I gotta pack up the rest and take it with me. The snacks were there to be eaten. Taking them wouldn't cause any issues. Ha-yoon is gonna love this. Song Ha-yoon rarely got to eat treats like these, so she would surely be thrilled. Thinking about Song Ha-yoon's smile once she saw the treats, he lost himself in his imagination. However, Park Young-woo suddenly slammed his foot onto the table, bringing him back to reality. Frowning, he glared at Kwon-oh-jin. What are you, some kind of beggar? Kwon-oh-jin set down the cake in his hand and looked up, meeting Park Young-woo's sharp glare. His lips slowly curved into a smirk. He leaned back comfortably on the sofa and crossed his legs. You're quite the bold one, he said coldly. It's refreshing to see youth so full of spirit these days. His tone wasn't the only thing that changed. As if a switch had been flipped, Kwon Oh-jin's expression, gestures, and even the aura he exuded instantly transformed. The messy glutton from earlier now had a mysterious presence akin to that of a powerful hidden master. What the hell are you talking about? Do you know who I am? Park Young-woo flinched. Who are you? Haha, I suppose taking it easy for a while can lead to such mistakes. Kwon Oh-jin crossed his arms leisurely and chuckled like an old man. Even so, I would have thought you'd recognize me when they escorted me to this room. Growing more anxious, Park Young-woo nervously clenched his fists. Who is he? The way he carried himself with such confidence made him seem like someone famous, yet no one came to mind. He talks like some old man. Come to think of it, Park Young-woo had heard somewhere that high-level awakeners, beyond the level of 9 stars, could regain a younger appearance. Shit. Gulp. Park Young-woo tightened his grip in unease. It dawned on him that Kwon Oh-jin wouldn't have been escorted to the VIP room if he was just some ordinary awakener. What guild are you affiliated with? I'm your tone. What? Kwon Oh-jin's gaze sharpened, contradicting his gentle smile. You've been talking informally since earlier, haven't you? A chill ran down Park Young-woo's spine. The eerie sight of Kwon Oh-jin's piercing eyes shining through his half-closed eyelids made Park Young-woo almost reflexively jump up from his seat. What the hell? It was as if he was staring into a vast, endless black sky. How could a person's entire presence change so drastically with just a mere shift in their gaze? It was hard to believe this was the same person who had been stuffing his face with cake moments ago. I am from the Pandanus Guild, sir. Pandanus, huh? Pandanus was a famous guild consisting of awakeners of Scorpio. It easily ranked among Korea's top 10 guilds. Their guild master's name was Kang Chan-hyuk, right? Also known as the Thousand Venom Stingers, Kang Chan-hyuk was a famous master and one of Korea's top 30 awakeners. However, calling him a representative of the country's awakeners would be a bit of an overstatement. Ah, so you're in Chan-hyuk's guild, Kwon Oh-jin replied. He then nodded and stared into the air, seemingly reminiscing. Do you know the guild master personally? No, not at all. We used to have meals together, go to saunas and whatnot, saunas. Haha, that young boy has grown up to be a full-fledged guild master, hasn't he? Park Young-woo's face grew increasingly pale. I should grab a drink with him sometime soon. Could you pass along my regards when you see him? Just tell him it's from Kwon Jin-oh, aye. Park Young-woo trembled in fear. He could barely get any words out. Thud, he dropped to his knees and bowed. I deeply apologize for not recognizing such an esteemed figure. Haha, don't worry about it. Youths tend to make mistakes. Kwon Oh-jin smiled warmly and patted Park Young-woo lightly on the shoulder. And no, I've made an incredible mistake. Well, if you feel that way, could you do me a little favor? Park Young-woo bowed even deeper. Anything, just say the word. Kwon Oh-jin casually extended his hand and pointed at the table still laden with cakes and other snacks. Could you grab a bag and pack up the rest of that for me? I've packed it all up. Park Young-woo had gone the extra mile and brought several boxes to ensure the cakes wouldn't get squished. He had packed each one with care and neatly piled them all up on the table like a professional patissier. Good work, Kwon Oh-jin remarked, contently glancing down at the lineup. By the way, are you here for the registration exam? Park Young-woo stood alert and straight with the precision of a military recruit. Why, yes. I came to get a good score and bring glory to Pandanus. Kwon Oh-jin nodded with a smirk. I see, since the association staff were expected to return soon, Kwon Oh-jin figured it was time to wrap things up. I wish to personally see just how skilled a rising star from the Pandanus Guild is. Park Young-woo's eyes widened in shock. Pardon, an awakener who seemed to outrank even his guild leader observing his registration test was akin to being under the scrutiny of a commanding general. That would be a bit. Haha, Chan-hyuk's recruits must be extraordinary. They have to be. After all, Korea's future rests on their shoulders. Park Young-woo turned pale. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he anxiously bit his lip. I'm fucked. The truth was he had already arranged to take the test with an association employee he had discreetly bribed. The plan was to breeze through the exam with guaranteed top scores. What do I do? However, it would be impossible to pull off such a scheme with a master's eyes on him. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? And no, it's and nothing. Park Young-woo balled his trembling hands into fists as his mind turned into a blank canvas. He had expected to live an easy life under a major guild, but that fantasy of his seemed to be headed for a giant cliff now. Are you feeling unwell? Asked Kwon Oh-jin. I mean, if you're not feeling too great, wouldn't it be better to take the registration test some other day? You wouldn't want to tarnish your guild's reputation with poor performance, Kwon Oh-jin subtly added with a somewhat concerned expression. He'll jump at the opportunity. No applicant would want a big shot to scrutinize their registration test. You'd have to be incredibly confident in your skills to be comfortable with that. Park Young-woo's sloppy attitude and overall demeanor didn't seem appropriate for a proper awakener of Scorpio, one of the 12 zodiacs. It was doubtful he even intended to properly take the test in the first place. I did hear about people bribing their way to higher scores. Kwon Jin wasn't sure if Park Young-woo planned to pull such a move, but he started looking visibly nervous the moment he heard that Kwon Jin would be present for his test. He clearly wasn't looking forward to it. Park Young-woo's eyes sparkled as if he had found an oasis in a desert. That's right, I actually haven't been feeling too well today. Figures. Look at him grinning. Is he that happy he found a way out? Come here for a moment, said Kwon Jin. Park Young-woo flinched right now. He trailed off. You said you weren't feeling well, didn't you? Let me take a look. And no, why you don't have to. No need to be so embarrassed. It's not a crime to be sick. Kwon Jin grabbed Park Young-woo by the wrist. Like a high schooler who had been caught smoking, Park Young-woo froze and tightly closed his eyes. How cute. Kwon Jin laughed on the inside as he inspected Park Young-woo and took his pulse. He then nodded and dispensed somewhat sensible assertions. Your mana is definitely unstable. Your breathing is irregular too. It seems like you're just fatigued, though, so you don't have to worry too much. But remember, fatigue is the root of all illness. Put off the registration test for another day and just get some proper rest for now. Haha, I understand. I wouldn't want to overdo it and disgrace my guild. Of course, you've got to take care of yourself. Nothing is more important than health. Park Young-woo shot up from his seat and bowed deeply. Haha, don't worry about it. Get some rest, kid. Yes, sir, and send my regards to Chan Hyuk. Of course, sir. Park Young-woo flung the door open and rushed out of the waiting room as if fleeing. Kwon Jin waved his hand lazily from the sofa. The nuisance testing his patience had finally disappeared. Of course, there was always a chance that this could come back to bite him later. He probably won't report it, though. There weren't many instances where a low-ranking member of a large guild got to meet their guild master. The guy wouldn't waste a chance like that just to deliver someone else's message unless he'd benefit from it. Even if he did, the guild master would most likely just brush it aside and curse him out. Kwon Jin wasn't concerned about him looking for payback either. I'll just destroy him then. Even though Park Young-woo was a promising newcomer under a major guild, Kwon Jin was still an apostle of the North Star. Considering how easily he had dragged him by the wrist earlier, he likely wouldn't have much trouble in a fight against him. So everything's sorted. He had driven away the nuisance and gotten the cakes neatly packaged for Song Ha-yoon. Now, let's see how much he had on him. Kwon Jin chuckled and pulled out a fancy leather wallet. While playing doctor with Park Young-woo earlier, he had slyly taken it from his pocket. Oh damn, the kid's carrying a fuckton. It seemed the rumors were true about the substantial salary that big guilds offered. Smirking, Kwon Jin pocketed the thick pile of bills. As he rifled through the wallet, a small black gem around the same size as an Anthorn starstone caught his eye. Is this a mutant starstone? Why would he have this? Mutants were extremely rare, and acquiring their starstone was even more uncommon. Why would Park Young-woo have one sitting in his wallet? I'll need to look into this. Didn't feel right to pocket something so suspicious. Kwon Jin tossed the wallet into the trash can and waited for about 10 more minutes before he finally heard heavy footsteps echoing down the hallway. Click. The door opened, and a tall man in his late 30s walked in. Sorry to keep you waiting. The man was nearly 190 centimeters tall and had a massive, muscular frame with tan skin. Confronting the man's sheer presence was like facing down a tank. It left Kwon Jin momentarily speechless. You're Awakener Kwon Jin, correct? The one bearing the stigma of Lyra. Ah yes, that's me. My apologies for the late introduction. I'm Hanjun Man, leader of the association's Disaster Response Division. The large man extended his calloused hand. When Kwon Jin shook it, he felt an overwhelming strength radiate into him. Wow, this man was in a completely different league from someone like Park Young-woo. May I ask what constellation you are with? I'm a 6-star Awakener of Taurus. Taurus, like Scorpio, was one of the zodiacs. Considering Hanjun Man had reached 6 stars with such a powerful stigma, Kwon Jin realized that it was only natural for him to feel suffocated by Hanjun Man's pressure. I heard that Awakeners of the association weren't anything special, but that doesn't seem true now. Haha, well, it's not entirely untrue. Team leader Hanjun Man smiled bitterly. Anyway, is it true that you bear the stigma of Lyra? He asked with a look of disbelief. So far, only 12 Awakeners in the world had received stigmas from the North Star Celestials. On top of that, their stigmas were all from Deneb. These 12 North Star apostles were renowned for their incredible power. Because of their astonishing abilities, curiosity naturally grew about the other 2 North Star Celestials. However, while the existence of Vega and Polaris was known, neither had ever granted out stigmas. In other words, Kwon Jin was the first ever Awakener to receive Vega's stigma. Hence, people were naturally skeptical. Let me show you, said Kwon Jin. It was easier to demonstrate than to explain. He unbuttoned his shirt and revealed the stigma etched on his left chest. What? Hanjun Man inspected the stigma with a serious yet still somewhat unconvinced expression. You're here for the registration test, right? Yes. If it's all right with you, would it be okay for me to conduct the exam myself? Why would a 6-star awakener conduct a simple registration test? This throws my plan off a bit. Just as he was about to refuse, a thought occurred to him. Wait, maybe this isn't such a bad thing. Things could actually work out better this way. Yes, that's fine, replied Kwon Oh-jin. Kwon Oh-jin nodded and followed closely behind Han Jun-man. After walking for 5 minutes through complex corridors within the association's headquarters, they arrived at a large testing ground. The training area, designed specifically for awakeners, was bound by reinforced glass made from starstone fragments and other special materials. Looks like the audience has been cleared out. People weren't prohibited from spectating the registration tests, so it wasn't unusual for a few to be in the stands. However, Han Jun-man seemed to have already taken care of that, surprisingly thoughtful of him. Despite looking like he could chew through metal, he seemed to be a sensible man. Han Jun-man put on protective gloves and adjusted his stance. Are you sure I can use this instead of a regular sparring weapon? Kwon Oh-jin casually tapped Lee Shin-hyuk's spear, which he had retrieved from the storage area. Haha, of course. All right then, since he was okay with it, there was no reason to hesitate. A 6-star awakener, Though he did have the stigma of Lyra, was it possible for Kwon Oh-jin to bridge a 4-star gap? He was up against an awakener with a stigma of the zodiacs. Only one way to find out. That's why I'm here in the first place. Kwon Oh-jin took deep, slow breaths as he got into his stance, moving according to the Pix's spearmanship techniques engraved in his mind. The stigma on his chest unleashed a brilliant blue light. Woong, blue lightning crackled fiercely around him. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself forward. HMPH. With all his might, he thrust the lightning-charged spear toward his opponent. Clang, the spear had collided with Han Jun-man's forearm, only to be forcefully repelled. Kwon Oh-jin felt he had struck solid iron instead of a human arm. After blocking the spear, Han Jun-man's expression suddenly stiffened. What the? His mouth hung open in disbelief. Crackle, Han Jun-man's right arm had deflected the spear, but blue lightning clung to his arm and sent a sharp jolt through him. His forearm refused to move properly now. This doesn't make sense. His eyes trembled slightly. Just moments ago, he had confirmed that Kwon Oh-jin's stigma only had 2 strokes on it. How could a mere 2-star awakener like that leave his arm immobilized with a single impact? What the hell? Before he could fully grasp the situation, another sharp spear thrust flew toward him. Huff, clank. With a heavy step forward, Kwon Oh-jin threw his shoulder into the attack, but his spear was deflected. In one fluid motion, Han Jun-man's gloved fist punched straight at Kwon Oh-jin's exposed chest. Smack. Og. The punch landed dead center on Kwon Oh-jin's chest, sending him flying backward like a baseball struck by a bat. He tumbled helplessly across the floor before crashing into a wall. Cough, cough, he struggled to breathe after being struck by what felt less like a human punch and more like a speeding car at full force. What the hell? What is this crazy-ass strength? A shiver ran down his spine. Are you all right? Yes, ignoring the concerned look on Han Jun-man's face, Kwon Oh-jin slowly stood up. His legs trembled, and his arm, still gripping the spear, shook slightly. But I can keep going. He could still move. He could still fight. Wuong. The stigma on his chest glowed once more, and the heavy pressure in his torso lightened ever so slightly. Thrusting alone won't do it. A straightforward attack wasn't going to pierce those solid arms. Kwon Oh-jin lowered his center of gravity. If that's the case, whoosh, he swept his crackling spear close to the ground, targeting Han Jun-man's ankles. Han Jun-man responded by kicking toward the incoming spear as if he were facing a soccer ball. Kwon Oh-jin smirked. Just as I thought, he's not going to dodge it. Just before Han Jun-man's foot made contact with the spear, Kwon Oh-jin let go of it. Clank, the spear spun in midair after being kicked away. Kwon Oh-jin then quickly grabbed it out of the air. He brought the spear down toward Han Jun-man's shoulder with all his might. Han Jun-man grunted and staggered backward, but Kwon Oh-jin continued to chase after him. Huff, huff, a rush of exhilaration filled Kwon Oh-jin. His head felt hot as if it were on fire, and a smile crept onto his lips. Just a little more. He wanted to savor the feeling of being on fire and enjoy the chill running down his spine. Woong, the stigma on his chest flared up. Crackle, blue lightning erupted just like when he first received Vega's blessing. Thunderbolt has reached LV2. He ignored the message window and took a deep breath that filled his nose with the smell of sweat, air, dust, and iron. His senses sharpened even without using the stigma of Cain's Venatici, just a little more. He swung his spear again, thrusting it more persistently, viciously, and ruthlessly. Clang, clang. Ugh, Han Jun-man crossed his arms to protect his face as he blocked strike after strike. What's going on? His confusion grew well beyond the initial surprise, now an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Seriously, what the hell is going on? Clang, clang. It wasn't the ferocious blue lightning or the powerful swing of the spear that astonished him. How does he keep getting even stronger? An ominous feeling washed over him like a drop of black ink in clear water. Woong. The stigma on Han Jun Man's chest started to glow. It was absurd for a 6-star awakener to resort to their stigma against a 2-star, but this wasn't the time to worry about that. Ha! Boom! Arg! Han Jun Man's glove shredded as his massive fist struck forward, barely able to contain the power surging from his stigma of Taurus. An overwhelming wave of energy tore through the air, exploding with terrifying force. Crash! Boom! Kwon Oh-jin was swept away like a pebble caught in the blast, tumbling across the ground. Oh, Oh-jin. Han Jun Man urgently ran over to him, panicked. Medic, get me a medic now. Og, an awakener who had been on standby outside, rushed in. I'll stop the bleeding first. The stigma on the awakener's chest began to glow, and blue energy flowed down from his arms and into Kwon Oh-jin. Huff, huff. Kwon Oh-jin's breathing began to stabilize. Fortunately, it's not a serious injury, the other awakener remarked. Han Jun Man sighed in relief, patting his chest with his hand. Phew. Get him a potion too, the best one you have. Yes, sir. The awakener rushed outside and returned with a potion bottle made from finely ground starstones with the essence of an awakener of Aquarius infused into it. Please drink this. Han Jun Man handed the potion to Kwon Oh-jin. Gulp, gulp. The sharp pains quickly faded as he consumed the potion, and before long he felt completely normal again. Damn, how much does this thing cost? He stared at the empty bottle, feeling a little bit of regret. A potion crafted by an awakener of Aquarius easily cost over 10 million won per bottle. The team leader bowed at a full 90 degrees. I sincerely apologize. No, it's all right, Kwon Oh-jin said with a chuckle, shaking his head. Though he hadn't one, he was satisfied. Pushing a 6-star awakener to the point of using his stigma was more than enough for him. Anyway, is the assessment over now? Of course, Han Jun Man nodded sorely. The Apostle of Vega the Weaver was far more formidable than he had imagined. I know I'm in no position to ask this after my blunder, but Han Jun Man hesitated before cautiously asking, could I have a moment of your time? You want to talk to me? Yes, I have an offer I'd like to make. An offer, huh? I might as well hear him out. Kwon Oh-jin nodded and got up. Would you like coffee or tea? Arisu, sorry. Oh, coffee please. He had blurted out the wrong answer as he was so used to drinking only water all the time. After a moment's wait, Han Jun Man returned with 2 steaming cups of coffee. So what is it you wanted to talk about? To start off, is there any particular guild you're planning to join? Kwon Oh-jin shook his head firmly. No, there isn't. He had undergone the registration test, but his goal wasn't to join a guild. Then what are you going to? I plan to work as a mercenary. Ah. Brief exclamation escaped Han Jun Man's lips. Mercenaries were awakeners who took on tasks too difficult for guild members to handle on their own. It was a high-risk profession since they weren't tied to any one organization, but it was also highly profitable for those with the right skills. So much so that even senior members of large guilds could look like they were making nothing in comparison. It's essentially the difference between an employee and a freelancer. With high marks on the registration test and the title of Apostle of the North Star, it was easy for him to command a premium. Have you considered joining the association? As expected, Han Jun Man was here to place a recruitment offer. I find it burdensome to be tied down to any one place. If Kwon Oh-jin became part of any organization, his actions would inevitably be restricted. Right now, he couldn't afford to have any limitations on what he could do. Who knows what it'll take to keep up this regressor act? Kwon Oh-jin placed the empty coffee cup on the table and stood up. Then you'll be affiliated with the association, but you won't need to come into work as a formal employee. Oh, and even if you don't show up, you'll still be paid, although it won't be as much as the big guilds provide. Wait, what? I don't need to clock in and they'll still pay me. What do you mean? It's just as I've said. You'll be listed as part of the association, but you're free to take on mercenary work. If you'd like, we can even help you find suitable work through our connections. It was a tempting offer for Kwon Oh-jin. If he accepted requests through the association, he wouldn't have to worry about getting stiffed on payment. It's a pretty good deal, but I can't just rise to the bait. He frowned, pretending he was thinking about it. Are there any specific conditions you'd like? Could you keep my information hidden for 2 months? No, just 1 month. He wasn't planning to hide his strength forever, but he wasn't ready to reveal himself as an Apostle of the North Star just yet. Using that title recklessly would be foolish on his part. It's a powerful tool, but power comes with responsibility. I need time. He needed to build strength and pile up achievements worthy of the name. I understand. We'll do our best to keep your information from leaking out. Good. That should be enough to keep my name from blowing up too fast. So to summarize, if I'm affiliated with the association, they'll protect my identity for a month and find me good jobs. On top of that, he didn't even have to come into work and they would still pay him. Holy shit. The terms were so insane they made his balls tremble. On paper, it seemed like a completely one-sided agreement akin to an absurdly unfair historical treaty. But from the association's perspective, it made sense. They're getting a chance to claim the Apostle of Vega as one of their own. With the pressure from the major guilds already causing the association's authority to crumble by the day, this was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. What do you think? Hanjun Man asked nervously. Kwon-oh-jin casually leaned back against the sofa, crossing his legs. He had already made up his mind, but I need to come off as really fucking charismatic. If he came off too eager like a dog chasing a bone, he'd become nothing more than their corporate slave. I can't become a dog, not anymore. For the past 8 years, Snow, his entire life he had lived like one. He had no intention of living like that any longer. He wasn't going to bow down and submit. From today onwards, I'll become the master. I'm not sure. I think I'll need more time to. We'll also exempt all your taxes. I'll become the association's dog starting today. Sorry, woof, woof, arf, arf. After Kwon-oh-jin officially became part of the association, he entered countless gates without rest for a week in hopes of advancing to a 3-star. However, the number of strokes on his stigma of Lyra stayed the same. I guess it is greedy of me to want to become a 3-star in just a week. He wasn't particularly disappointed since it was more or less the norm. Sigh. He pulled out his phone to look at the date. It was November 13th, the day he was to meet Vega. The Sanctum, Also known as a Temple of the Stars, the Sanctum was a world where the Celestials resided. He had heard a lot about it, but this was his first time going there in person. This is nerve-wracking. He prepared thoroughly, but the thought of having to meet Vega still made his stomach churn. Stay focused. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. A single mistake at this point could ruin all his plans. All right, let's do this. Smack. He lightly slapped his cheeks, steeling himself before he started walking. Murmur, murmur. The neighborhood of Hongdae in Seoul, once brimming with the energy of the youth, was now filled with a different kind of passion. After an hour-long journey on the subway, Kwon-oh-jin was met with intense prayers that echoed through the air. Please, I beg of you, O great celestial, grant me, your humble servant, the power of the stars. Is this what I saw on the news before? A crowd was gathered in front of the gate leading to the sanctum, desperately pleading with the Celestials to choose them as an awakener. Something like this would probably make the Celestials not want to choose anyone at all. The people wore worn-out clothes and were covered in dirt. Who knew how long it had been since they last washed themselves? The stench was unbearable. It's unfortunate. The value of life had become a joke in this world. Those without power, wealth, or influence were miserable, but that was all there was to it. Kwon-oh-jin had neither the obligation nor the will to care about how others lived. Wuong. He walked past the crowd and approached the gate leading to the sanctum. The absurdly massive gate was roughly over 30 meters tall. There are supposedly hundreds of these worldwide. The glowing blue crack in the space ahead emitted overwhelming power. Well then, Kwon-oh-jin promptly walked toward the fissure. There were no guards by the entrance checking IDs. There's no reason for a rabbit to guard a lion's den. I heard that even the laws bounding the Celestials are much looser inside the sanctum. What kind of lunatic awakener would dare cause trouble in a place filled with hundreds of Celestials? It would only spell disaster for them. Wuong. Kwon-oh-jin crossed through the crack. He felt weightless for a moment, then the universe unfolded before him. Whoa, countless stars twinkled in the dark void of outer space, with a long stretch of the Milky Way cutting through the cosmos. In the midst of it was a river made of starlight, so this is the sanctum. Kwon-oh-jin's jaw dropped in awe at the overwhelming beauty around him. He began walking along a silver path that eventually split into several branches, leading to temples of all shapes and sizes. It feels like I'm looking at a tree made of the Milky Way. The sight was like giant fruits dangling from the ends of massive branches. But how am I supposed to find Vega? There were several temples before him, and he had no clue which one was Vega's. As he stood there confused with a frown, an awakener passing by approached him. The young man with a friendly expression was probably in his mid to late 20s. Is this your first time in a sanctum? Ah, yes, I came to meet a celestial, but I have no idea where to go. Haha, I was just as lost my first time too. Come with me, I'll show you where the map is. So there was a map after all, it made sense. Nobody would be able to find their way around the place otherwise. Here it is. They arrived at a large map that looked like something one would see at a tourist spot. Were there always this many celestials? There were even constellations he had never heard of before. Let's see where Vega is. Kwon-oh-jin scanned the map for Lyra. Didn't take long to find what he was looking for amongst the hundreds of constellations marked. It's on the highest branch of the tree. Vega's temple was positioned at the very top of the sanctum. She really must be something. Only the celestials of the North Star, like Polaris and Deneb, were at that height with Vega. Did you find it? Yeah, it looks like I have to go quite a ways up. The young man's eyes widened. If you have to go that far up, or are you perhaps an awakener of the 12 zodiacs? The man asked, with eyes full of envy watching Kwon-oh-jin. Kwon-oh-jin turned to check the map where he could see the 12 zodiacs located just below Lyra. He smiled and nodded. I got lucky. Whoa, I can't believe you're really an apostle of the 12 zodiacs, the young man admiringly replied. Other awakeners nearby seemed to have heard the young man's words. They glanced over, murmuring amongst themselves. The 12 zodiacs, where? Ugh, lucky, if only I had a stigma of the 12 zodiacs. their heated envy focused on Kwon-oh-jin through jealous stares. Most of the awakeners gathered near the map were beginners, their attention to him all the more intense. Kwon-oh-jin calmly observed all the eyes on him. As he started to walk away, the young man quickly handed him his business card. Here's my business card. If you need help with anything else, feel free to contact me." It was clear that he was intent on establishing a connection with an apostle of the 12 zodiacs. Kwon-oh-jin accepted the card with a nod. The name of your constellation sure does have an influence. People eagerly approached him and offered their help. It couldn't get any more convenient than this. "Haha, I'll contact you later then." Of course, the young man responded with a rigid salute as if he were an army recruit. At this point, it was hard to tell who was really asking for help from whom. "Well then," Kwon-oh-jin said, "shall I go and meet my goddess?" He slowly made his way up the shimmering silver path. "Ah man," someone muttered behind him. "When will I ever get to walk that path? Keep dreaming, dude. The path to the 12 zodiacs isn't for us." The awakeners whispering behind him faded into the distance. Kwon-oh-jin smirked. The path to the 12 zodiacs, huh? He continued past the 12 zodiacs and toward Vega's temple. Once Kwon-oh-jin stepped into the silver temple at the very top of the sanctum, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. "So you've come." The temple was vacant, devoid of religious symbols, murals, and any intricate patterns. There was only a floating, radiant goddess with silver hair. "I've missed you, Vega," he echoed with a bright smile. He took a few steps toward her before he paused. "I'm sorry." He dropped his head with a pained look, bit his lips, and clenched his fists. "It seems you still haven't sorted out your feelings." Vega smiled bitterly as she slowly floated toward him, seeing the regressor tormented by memories of an erased future weighed on her heart. "I am not the woman you remember." Kwon-oh-jin shook his head with a gentle smile. "No, the Vega in my memories was just as beautiful as you are." You're always being so embarrassing. There's nothing special I can do for you for flattering me." Vega coughed awkwardly and turned her head away. Her golden eyes, sparkling like jewels, trembled ever so slightly. This is a good start. His stomach churned with his breakfast ready to come back up, but his acting seemed to be working so far. Vega quickly changed the subject and placed her hand on Kwon-oh-jin's chest. "To have risen to 2 stars after only a week. You truly are a heaven-defying star." He casually shrugged his shoulders. "I've done this before, after all." "Haha, now that I think about it, you're right." She nodded, satisfied. "So I'd like to hear more about the future you're aware of. In order to help you, I must know what events are about to unfold, don't you think?" Fuck, it's finally time. He nervously swallowed and began to tell the story he had prepared. In the near future, someone called the Heavenly Demon will appear. The Heavenly Demon, yes. He had come up with this name based on what Vega had previously said: the one who wields the Black Heaven will destroy the world. It was a simple, straightforward name. After all, the simpler and easier the lie was, the more convincing it would be, though there's no way I'll ever be called anything like that. It sounded like something straight out of a B-grade martial arts novel. "So you're saying this Heavenly Demon possesses the Black Heaven?" "That's right, but..." He trailed off before taking a deep breath. The Heavenly Demon hid his identity so well that no one knew his face, name, or whether he was even human. Even you, as a regressor, don't know. That's right. I tried to uncover his identity right up until the very end, but I failed. Vega cocked her head, confused. "If you use the Star Oath to return to the past, that means you must have killed the one who wielded the Black Heaven. Yet you're saying you didn't see his face. What the hell is the Star Oath?" With every passing second of hesitation, Kwon-oh-jin was filled with more questions. What the fuck? Lee Shin-hyuk actually killed me. Why the hell did he end up regressing then? Wait, that's not what's important right now. He needed to play it cool and plug the holes in his story, so he calmed himself down. The moment I plunged my spear into his heart, he turned into a handful of black dust and scattered, Kwon-oh-jin replied. Unless there was a way to prove how the Heavenly Demon actually died, Vega had no choice but to believe him. In the absence of evidence, the witness's account effectively shaped the truth. Vega let out a sigh and nodded. "I see, so that's what happened." Luckily, it didn't seem like she was suspicious of him. "Is there any way to find the man who possesses the Black Heaven? Searching for him is a lost cause when he's right in front of you. As of right now, all we can do is wait for the Heavenly Demon to make his move." "And when will that roughly be?" "In 3 years. Kwon-oh-jin needed a generous amount of time to prepare and set things in motion, even bringing the Heavenly Demon into existence if he had to. Until then, I'll have to get as strong as possible. Of course, I'll search for clues on his identity any chance I get." Vega stroked her chin and nodded. "That seems reasonable. Shall I start wrapping things up?" Although there were a few close calls, everything seemed to be going as intended. Now it was time to reveal the hidden card in his arsenal. In 2 days, a new gate will open in Mokdong. The information he had gained from Lee Shin-hyuk's memories, only a true regressor would know something like this. A prophet wasn't acknowledged at the time of the prophecy, but when the prophecy came to pass. "A new rift, I see. Is there a reason you're concerned with that? An astral relic is going to appear there." He didn't know what abilities the relic would have, but there was no need to. That part's not important. The key to his plan was proving that he knew about the astral relic inside the gate that would appear. I see you intend to capitalize on the benefits only a regressor can enjoy, Vega said with a smile. My child, Flutter, her beautiful dress made out of starlight spread out as she slowly floated toward him. What did she just call me? Did all Celestials call their apostles child? Should I be calling her Mommy Vega? The very thought of it was ridiculous. Though the fate of the world rests on your shoulders, do not push yourself too hard, Vega said. She extended her hand and gently stroked his cheek. A warmth that felt like a mother's soft touch reached his very soul. His conscience screamed at him from deep within. Did he have to deceive and manipulate the kind and gentle Celestial before him? Of course I do. I'll end up dead if I don't. He ruthlessly silenced his conscience. He could sell off his morals without a second thought if it was necessary to survive. No, it's beyond mere survival at this point. Now that he'd already started, he planned to use her no matter if she was a Celestial of the North Star. He shook his head and smiled. I'm not pushing myself. Time to add a little flair. I would do anything for you, Vega. He gently grasped her hand that was caressing his cheek. I'll do whatever it takes. He lowered his gaze slightly and spoke in a low, gentle tone as if reciting poetry. It doesn't matter if you don't remember me either. If you can keep smiling like this, that's enough for me. He finished it off with a bittersweet smile. Ah, perfect. This is what I'm talking about. It was incredibly cringy, but he was sure that at this moment, with this atmosphere, it was bound to work. Ah, Vega let out a faint gasp. Kwon-Oh-jin could feel her slender hand tremble in his grasp. How can you say things like that so casually? He could see her blushing. His line at the end had been highly effective. This is good. Celestials aren't so different from humans when it comes to emotions. I'll be on my way now, Kwon-Oh-jin said, bowing slightly before turning to leave. That wasn't too bad. Lee Shin-hyuk's memories helped a lot. It wasn't perfect, but he at least hadn't raised much suspicion. Things wouldn't have gone as smoothly if he hadn't gotten the visions through the black heaven. If this plan succeeds, everything that happens after will be a breeze. Celestials couldn't easily move outside their temples without facing restrictions, nor could they monitor their apostles in real time. Even if he made mistakes uncharacteristic of a regressor, there was no way Vega could find out the truth unless he confessed. If I can't pull this off, I might as well give up being a scammer. Having come this far, he'd realized it wasn't hard to fool Vega even without prior experience scamming people. Without any suspicion or surveillance, how would he get caught now? It's like cheating on a test that has no supervisor. In gaming terms, this was easy mode. Wait. What is it? I shall go with you. Hush, she's what now? You mean you're going to accompany me? That's right. Her golden eyes gleamed and she placed her hand confidently on her hip as if she had made a firm decision. I shall descend to Earth in person and travel alongside you. Wait, hold up. What the hell is she on about? But Celestials can't stay on Earth because of the laws. Haha, who do you think I am? She puffed out her chest ever so slightly as if to boast. It's true that there are several constraints limiting the time I can spend on Earth, but it's possible to some extent. Wuong. A brilliant silver light started radiating from Vega, and she began to shrink until she was about 30 centimeters tall. What the? Kwon-Oh-jin stared at the Celestial now as small as a doll. Vega chuckled and floated up, landing gracefully on his shoulder. Here, take this. Vega fastened a silver pendant around his neck. This is, as long as you wear that, I'll be able to stay in this form for a few hours each day, right by your side. Why, you really don't have to do this. Please. Why are you doing this to me, Mommy? I wasn't planning on going this far. This method doesn't completely free me from the law's restrictions either. Then. But didn't you say you were ready to do anything for me? Vega's petite hand gently patted his head, her smile filled with kindness. How could I ignore my child's wishes after hearing that? Wait, it was because of what I said earlier. Don't worry, I will bear your burden with you. No, please, it wasn't supposed to end like this. No matter how dark and lonely your path is, I will walk it with you. Ah, I'm fucked. My life is screwed. It's been so long since I've had the chance to take in the sights on Earth like this so leisurely. Vega, still perched on Kwon-Oh-jin's shoulder, curiously looked around as he made his way home. Her hair brushed against his cheek, tickling him. Why have you been so quiet all this time? He shook his head, forcing himself to take each step forward. It's nothing. What's done is done. There was no point in regretting it since he couldn't change anything. I just need to deceive her more thoroughly. Just because there was a supervisor didn't mean cheating was impossible. Kwon-Oh-jin let out a deep sigh. A dreary atmosphere settled around as he entered his neighborhood. Is this where you live? Yes, it's a pretty worn-down place. I don't have much money, Kwon-Oh-jin simply replied. Being poor was unfortunate, but it wasn't something he was ashamed of. I would help you if I could, but I don't have anything with monetary value that humans would care for. Haha, that's all right. Now that he was an awakener, he could earn money anytime. Besides, I can move out right now if I want to. He had saved up a decent amount over the past 8 years. There were just more important matters to attend to. Creak. The sound of the rusty door opening echoed through the air. are you back from meeting that Vega or whatever? Song Ha-yoon, as always, was standing on her crutches and greeted him in delight. What took you so long? She asked. Ha-yoon, I have something to talk to you about. What is it? Well, before he could even introduce them to one another, Vega began eyeing Song Ha-yoon up and down. So you're the one who lives with my child. Eek, what the hell? Song Ha-yoon nearly fell backward, but Kwon Oh-jin quickly caught her. What's going on? What is that voice? Song Ha-yoon asked. Vega eyed her calmly before straightening her posture and crossing her arms. I am Vega, the celestial of the Lyra. A celestial? Song Ha-yoon reached out with trembling hands and grabbed Kwon Oh-jin's sleeve. What the hell is going on? Why is a celestial here? I'll explain. Well, you better hurry up. I think I'm about to lose my mind. He sat Song Ha-yoon on the bed and explained what had happened. Of course, he had already decided with Vega to hide the fact that he was a regressor. What kind of awakener walks around with a celestial? Just because there's no precedent doesn't mean that it's not possible, remarked Vega. Song Ha-yoon was dumbfounded, mouth agape. On another note, Vega squinted. Her gaze shifted to Song Ha-yoon's eyes and her right leg. So you're physically challenged, child. How did it? Vega, let's not talk about that. Kwon Oh-jin cut her off in a low voice and smiled. Vega turned to look at Kwon Oh-jin and said, so you can make an expression like that too. Pardon me, I apologize for being rude. Vega bowed slightly towards Song Ha-yoon. And no, more importantly, Vega. Celestials aren't allowed, they can't, they're not supposed to be on Earth because of some law or something, right? Song Ha-yoon stammered. FRYEWEB, Cyrillic letter 475EL, co. Your words are all over the place. If it makes you uncomfortable, feel free to speak casually, Vega replied. Why the hell are you on Earth, you bitch? I think that was a little too comfortable, young one. Really, Ha-yoon? Wow, Vega excitedly exclaimed. Her golden eyes lit up, gleaming like molten gold. Delicious. This truly tastes incredible. Chomp chomp. The silver-haired goddess, now 30 centimeters tall, was devouring a hamburger almost as large as her upper body, gasping between bites. She resembled a hamster gnawing on a chestnut. Celestials can eat, Song Ha-yoon asked in disbelief. She couldn't see what was going on, but she could tell from the sounds. We don't need to eat, but it doesn't mean we can't. Vega tore off a piece of napkin and dabbed her lips with it. She made even such a simple action look elegant, or rather, cute in her current form. Is this your first time eating a hamburger? Kwon Oh-jin asked. Vega floated through the air, trailing a sprinkle of silver dust before perching on Kwon Oh-jin's shoulder. She reached out with her tiny hand and tugged on his earlobe. It tickles. It's my first time trying human food in general. This is the first time I've had an apostle, after all. I still don't get it, Song Ha-yoon said, frowning. Why did you choose Oh-jin out of everyone else? What's so special about him? No matter how much she contemplated it, the title of Apostle of the North Star didn't seem to fit him. What's special about him? There's no one more special in this world than this child. What are you talking about? Haha, you wouldn't understand. Vega crossed her arms, stood tall, and continued. But one day, you and the whole world will know that this child will become a greater being than anyone else. Her voice was filled with certainty. What? Song Ha-yoon's jaw dropped yet again. What could Kwon Oh-jin possibly have done to receive such praise from the celestial of the North Star? Vega, Kwon Oh-jin called. Vega chuckled gracefully and slightly shrugged. Hee, I suppose I rambled on too much. My apologies. She then turned towards Song Ha-yoon. Besides, you're no less special yourself, aren't you? What's that supposed to mean? Song Ha-yoon cocked her head, clearly puzzled by the random remark. Kwon Oh-jin also looked at Vega in confusion. Have you not realized it yet? Realized what? Never mind, forget what I just said. It's nothing considerable for now. If only I could help with my power. Vega shook her head and sighed. She sorrowfully gazed at Song Ha-yoon's sightless eyes. Help with what? I'm fine on my own, so mind your own business. Haha, I do admire your bold attitude, Vega remarked before she stretched and turned away. Now I must rest. Even in this form, materializing for too long will result in backlash. So you can only stay active for about 3 hours a day, asked Kwon Oh-jin. I could do more, but there's no need for that right now, is there? Well, I suppose not. There wasn't much that Vega could currently help with even if she stayed longer. Then, my child, I shall see you again tomorrow. Vega floated upward, softly patting Kwon Oh-jin before transforming into silver dust and returning into the pendant. Woong! A heavy silence settled over the room, the kind that lingered after a storm had passed. Song Ha-yoon let out a deep sigh. How did things even end up like this? Trust me, I didn't see this coming either. Song Ha-yoon was naturally bewildered that Vega had manifested to stay by Kwon Oh-jin's side. Celestials rarely, if ever, took form and followed their apostles around. Hey Oh-jin, yeah, sit here, Song Ha-yoon commanded, patting the vacant spot beside her on the bed. Why all of a sudden, shut up and just sit down. Kwon Oh-jin, albeit confused, sat on the bed. Song Ha-yoon then quickly placed her head on his lap. What are you doing? Stay still. Wait, what? Hey, just do what I say. Song Ha-yoon curled up like a shrimp and closed her eyes. She awkwardly stretched out her hand and placed it on his thigh. Feeling his warmth through her skin, she had known this warmth her whole life. A small smile spread across her face. Hee, there's nothing better than lying on your lap. You like this too, don't you? You're heavy as fuck. What did you just say? I'm kidding. You're so light, it's like you've got nothing in your head. Somehow that's even worse. Song Ha-yoon frowned and pinched his thigh till it hurt. But yeah, that's more like my Jin. She continued to laugh to herself oddly. I'm going to sleep now. Wait, how was he supposed to go to bed like this? Tough luck, kid. If you've got a problem with it, maybe you should have been born 2 years earlier. This is so unfair, Jin rebuked. Hee. Song Ha-yoon's shoulders shook as she snickered again. She snuggled in closer, shifting further into his lap. Before long, her soft, even breaths signaled that she'd drifted off. Sigh. It seemed Jin wouldn't be getting much rest that night. 2 days later, Jin was doing a final check on his gear before heading to Mokdong. 2 signal flares, 2 smoke bombs, emergency rations, rope, and finally 3 mid-level potions. He'd spent good money on the potions, but they were necessary. Skimping here could mean disaster for him. You never know what kind of monsters are gonna pop out of a new gate. But damn, these things are hella expensive, he muttered, trembling as he held one of the potions that cost several million won each. Even though it was an investment in his future, just thinking about the price made him feel like barfing. These crazy potion sellers crush up starstones, mix them with some mana, and then charge a fortune. I've got to get my hands on the stigma of Aquarius someday. Jin knew he could make a fortune selling potions with that stigma. Are you done getting ready? Asked Vega. Yeah. Jin slung the heavy backpack over his shoulder and opened the door. The cool dawn breeze tickled his nostrils. An astral relic, huh? Astral relics had a wide range of abilities and grades, but they all shared one common trait. It's that they cost an arm and a leg. Even a 1-star astral relic cost at least 10 million won. 3-star relics went for over 100 million won, and 5-star relics for over 1 billion won. 6-star relics range from tens of billions to as much as hundreds of billions. It was no wonder guilds were so desperate to find them. Jin licked his lips in excitement. Hee ha. He felt lighter with each step as he headed to the station. An hour later, he arrived in Mokdong and made a beeline for the skyscrapers. Hello, my name is Jin. I'm an awakener from the association. Sorry to trouble you this early, but could you open the door to the rooftop for me? The security guard, initially wary, relaxed a bit at the mention of the association. Ah, sure, but what's this about? There's something I have to check up there. All right. Without further suspicion, the guard unlocked the rooftop door. Whoosh, as Jin stepped onto the rooftop, a cool breeze brushed against his cheeks and the view of Mokdong spread out before him. Being in the association sure does come in handy. Leaning against the railing, he took out a protein bar and bit into it. Are you waiting for the rift to open? Asked Vega. Yeah, I know it opens today, but I wasn't told the exact time or location. Just because he was a regressor didn't mean he knew everything about the future. Missing a few details wasn't a big deal. I see. Then I suppose I don't need to be here right now, Vega surmised. I'll let you know when the gate opens, Jin responded. Very well. Vega turned into silver dust and vanished into the pendant around Jin's neck. Ha, he let out a deep breath and shook his head. It's exhausting having her around all the time. He had to think about every word he spat out. No wonder I'm tired, though. There weren't only downsides to having her around. I can borrow her power in emergencies. This was one of the reasons he wasn't worried about challenging a new gate without knowing what kind of powerful monsters might emerge. If things get out of control, I'll just receive her blessing and make a run for it. Having experienced the incredible power of Vega's blessing firsthand, he knew that if anything unexpected happened, he'd at least be able to escape. Come on, hurry up and show up, he muttered, leaning against the railing and looking down at Mokdong. Wuong, after about 3 hours of waiting, a blue light shot into the sky. There it is. That was the sign of a new gate emerging. Jin quickly pinpointed the light and descended the building. As he approached the location, he saw people running in terror, screaming as they fled. Ah, a G gate. It's a gate. Q quick, call the association. What good is the association these days? Report it to the guilds. What a mess. It felt like Jin was rewatching what had happened 8 years ago when the first gate opened on Earth. Though he was also one of those terrified people back then, running for his life. Things are different now. Jin chuckled as he continued walking and threw himself into the newly formed gate. Wuong, his vision blurred and a wave of nausea surged through him. Oof, once his vision returned to normal, a massive cave stretched out before him. Stalagmites jutted up like the teeth of a beast, while gray streams of water trickled down between them. Though it was dim inside, an eerie orange glow cast just enough light to see. Vega, we've arrived. He tapped the silver pendant, and the silver-haired goddess appeared with a flash of light. Oh, so this is the rift you spoke of. Vega floated around, inspecting the area with interest. Her eyes gleamed as she took in her surroundings, but she didn't seem particularly surprised that a gate had actually opened. Does that mean she had complete trust in my claim? Since he was a regressor in her eyes, she seemed to have naturally assumed the gate would open today. Should I be happy about this or not? It was good to know that Vega trusted him completely. At the same time, a sense of emptiness crept in. He had planned to get rid of any suspicions toward him with this gate's appearance, but it now felt like his efforts had been pointless. Whatever, it's still good news for me. It didn't make sense to complain that Plan B wasn't used when Plan A had worked just fine. Still, I can't relax just yet. Trust was hard to build, but easy to lose. Even though she currently believed he was a regressor, that trust could still be eroded over time by any suspicions that arose. Let's head further in, said Kwon-Oh-jin. All right. Before other awakeners could follow him in, he walked further into the cave, guided by the faint orange light. Suddenly, a sticky, slimy sound echoed from somewhere. Schlurp. His face stiffened as his eyes moved to where it was coming from. Is that? Updated from FREEW letter 1D486, BNOV letter 1D486L, Co-M. Along with the squelching sound of slime, a dark shape shot out toward Kwon-Oh-jin. Whoosh. With a sharp inhale, Kwon-Oh-jin slid backward and dodged it. He then thrust his spear forward. HMPH, he squinted, identifying the object that had darted out from between the stalagmites. A tentacle. It was a black tendril dripping with sticky slime, connected to a monster lurking among the stalagmites. The creature had an amorphous, slimy body that looked like a mass of tar, writhing slowly as it extended more tentacles. What is that? It was a monster he had never seen before. What an unpleasant creature, said Vega. It doesn't seem particularly strong, though. Despite its grotesque appearance, its movements and general presence weren't all that threatening. The stigma on Kwon-Oh-jin's chest glowed and blue lightning sparked. Crackle, crackle. He easily dodged the incoming tentacles and thrust his spear toward the black slime. Boom, the slime suddenly exploded, sending sticky gunk flying in all directions. Shit. He quickly stepped back, but some of it splattered onto the edge of his clothes. Sizzle. The slime started to eat away at the fabric like acid, releasing a harsh smoke. This monster's a bigger pain in the ass when it's dead. Nonetheless, it wasn't hard to deal with as long as he was careful enough. Gurgle, gurgle. There's more than just one, though. More black slimes began squirming toward him from all sides. Kwon-Oh-jin twirled his spear and lowered his stance. Since they burst when they die, I should keep my distance. Instead of stabbing the slimes, he threw bolts of lightning from afar and killed them one by one. As he dodged their attacks, he was struck with an idea and his eyes lit up. Maybe I should try using that now. He had an attack in his arsenal that could be used from a distance and still cover a wide area. Azure Lightning. He could only use this skill through Vega's blessing before, but he wanted to activate it with his own power this time. He took a deep breath, lowering his center of gravity and pulling the spear in his right hand as far back as possible. He concentrated his overflowing mana into his stigma, which glowed bright blue. Wuong. Vega's eyes widened as she observed the battle. What the? Crackle, crackle. Blue lightning swirled around Kwon-Oh-jin and he appeared to be caught on fire. His mana was quickly burning up, but it didn't bother him. I have more than enough mana. Efficiency isn't all that important right now. An overwhelming amount of mana could make up for a lack of skill. He stomped the ground fiercely and swung his right arm forward with all his might. Boom. Azure Lightning LV1 has been activated. The lightning concentrated at the tip of his spear was set free all at once, like releasing the leash on a wild beast. PTZZZZ. The blue lightning surged forward in bursts like the spinning blades of a fan, sweeping through everything in its path. Boom, boom, boom. Parts of slime sprayed everywhere as the monsters exploded all at once. Huff, huff. Kwon-Oh-jin planted his spear into the ground like a staff to steady his trembling legs. FRTEPI Macron EWEB N Sigma V E letter 2113 com. It worked. It was clumsy and somewhat forced, but he had successfully used the skill on his own. Hans, this is hard to take in, Vega admired. I knew you'd master it quickly, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. She knew better than anyone how difficult it was to control the stigma of Lyra. In the first place, she wasn't able to have an apostle until now because no human could handle her stigma. But in just a few days, Kwon-Oh-jin had manifested a technique that could only be used with her blessing, and at an unbelievable speed at that. Azure Lightning was considered an intermediate skill within the stigma of Lyra. Even though he was a regressor, it was a challenging technique for someone who had just awakened. It was half-forced anyway. There's indeed some refining to be done. Though he had succeeded in manifesting Azure Lightning, its execution was far from perfect. He'd used 100% of his force to achieve what could have been done with just 10%. The inefficiency aside, he hadn't even gotten the skill close to its full potential. But for now, managing to use Azure Lightning is plenty enough. Haha, I'm glad you think that way. I'll teach you other skills later as well. Oh wait, I suppose you already know them all, don't you? No, I don't, Ojin said, shaking his head. A few memories got hazy after I regressed. The stigma of Lyra's skills are among them. Hazy, you say. I'm not sure why, but those parts of my memory just faded away like scenes cut from a film. He disliked using lame excuses, but this wasn't something he could easily get out of. I'm better off making this up than being suddenly asked to use a skill I have no clue about. Regression using the star oath shouldn't have resulted in any memory loss. How strange. Despite her suspicious look, Kwon Jin calmly continued without the slightest hint of panic. I believe it might be some sort of restriction. What kind of restriction? Even celestials are bound by the restriction of laws, aren't they? It could be a similar principle where some transcendental force is interfering with my memories. This might have sounded like nonsense to anyone else, but Vega, who was bound by the restrictions of a transcendent force herself, simply nodded. That actually isn't impossible, she said, placing a finger on her lips. I haven't forgot anything important though, so you don't need to worry. Important as in, like my memories of you, Vega. Kwon Jin smiled brightly as he looked her in the eyes. Vega flinched and flushed red as she quivered. Why, you're always saying such embarrassing things. It was a surprisingly adorable reaction for a goddess. She then cleared her throat and floated up. Anyway, flying toward the spot where the black slime's corpse lay, she squinted and observed the stalagmites covered in sticky goo. I can feel a disturbing aura here. What do you mean? It's hard to put into words. I just have a bad feeling about this. Kwon Jin cautiously approached the shredded remains of the black slimes. If Vega sensed a disturbing aura here, there was bound to be more to this place. As he searched through the remains of the monster, he frowned. That's a mutant starstone. He spotted small black gems, each the size of a fingernail. They were identical to the starstones he had discovered not long ago, except this time there were several of them. What's going on? These things shouldn't be this easy to find. Mutant starstones were far rarer than normal startones and had considerably more value. Vega, do you know anything about these black starstones? I'm not sure, Vega replied, shaking her head. Did your memories of them disappear too? Yes, I think so, Kwon Jin said, pausing briefly before adding, I have an idea, but I'm not certain yet. It was better to leave room for doubt by implying he had some inkling, rather than admitting complete ignorance. It wouldn't make sense for a regressor to know nothing at all. However, one thing was clear, Vega didn't know why all these mutants were suddenly appearing either. Guess I'll have to dig deeper. He shook off the black slime on his spear and headed further into the cave. However, he eventually felt as if he were walking in circles. I didn't want to use this in front of Vega, but it looks like I have no other choice. He activated the heightened senses of the stigma of Cain's Venatici, and an overwhelming flood of smells hit him like a truck. What's wrong? It's nothing. Kwon Jin shook his head and focused. Those slimes smelled disgusting. He followed the trail of the foul odor and navigated through the maze-like cave, soon entering a large, open chamber. He deactivated the stigma of Cain's Venatici, and the overwhelming stench disappeared. The disturbing aura I sensed earlier is even stronger here, Vega conveyed as she scanned the cavern. The astral relic should be around here somewhere. His heart raced like a child arriving at their treasure map's final destination. Kwon Jin stepped into the chamber, scanning the room with anticipation. His heart raced like that of a kid finally reaching the spot marked X on a treasure map. Now where could it be? At the far end of the chamber stood an enormous statue, hands pressed together in prayer. Kwon Jin's gaze fixed on a glimmer at its forehead, a black chalice, about the size of a fist, embedded between the statue's brows and radiating a dark, almost menacing aura. There it is. It looked nothing like the astral relics he had heard of before, but the mysterious object pulsed with undeniable power. An electric thrill ran through him as he gazed at the legendary artifact he'd only heard about in stories. Hell yeah, I can't believe it's a real astral relic. How much could this thing be worth? He trembled intensely from head to toe as if every nerve was sparking to life. His heart pounded as if it might break free from his chest. If its powers are useful to me, I'll keep it. If not, I'll sell it. Either way, it was a win. Heh. Ah, crap, I can't stop laughing. Is that the astral relic? That's right. With a big smile, he walked toward the statue. Just then, the sticky sound of something slimy echoed through the chamber. Squelch, squelch. There's more of those disgusting creatures here, Vega said, frowning as she floated in the air before landing on Kwon Jin's shoulder. Chuckle, I was already expecting them. Don't worry. Gripping his spear, he walked toward the black slimes gathering in the chamber. He knew about their presence since he had tracked their scent to get here. Are they some kind of guardians protecting the astral relic? The thought of such weaklings as guardians made him laugh. I'll wipe them out quickly and grab the relic. With a smirk, he advanced toward the horde of black slimes gathering from all sides. Squelch. An overwhelming count of around 50 slimes gathered in the center of the chamber, but he wasn't worried these things were weaker than anthorns. I'll just have to be careful when they explode. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Why aren't they coming at me? Kwon Jin suddenly stopped walking toward them. The 50 or so slimes that had gathered in the center were extending their tentacles and rubbing against one another, tangling together. Squelch, with a grotesque sound, the slimes burst open and started to merge. Wait a minute. Kwon-Oh-jin's expression turned somber and an ominous feeling swept over him. Squelch, 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 squelch. The dozens of black slimes became one. Hey, wait a second. A massive being over 5 meters tall pounded on its chest. Thump, thump. Kraya, its terrifying roar echoed throughout the chamber. Oh shit, that thing looks op. Aha, so you knew all along that this would happen. No, actually, I didn't. What now? Like you said, I'll just watch without worrying. Haha, leave it to me, Vega. I'm so fucked. Thud, thud, each step from the towering black slime sent a deep rumble through the chamber. Dozens of slick tentacles unfurled from its back, writhing menacingly. Kwon-Oh-jin trembled as he stared at the giant. Where the hell did this thing come from? Just when he had gotten excited and smug over the astral relic, some insane shit went down. He glanced over at Vega, who was floating leisurely, and watching him with her arms crossed. Her golden eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager to see how he'd handle the monstrous threat. I can't even run away now. What am I supposed to do? He bit his lip and turned back to the giant slime. Towering at 5 meters, its bloated, muscular body looked like it had been pumped full of deadly steroids, much like the monster on that Venom movie poster he'd once seen. It looks way too op. A single punch from that thing could turn Kwon-Oh-jin into a flying disc hurling all the way to the cave entrance. Kwon-Oh-jin suppressed the fear that crept up and gripped his spear tightly. He had already told Vega he would take care of it. If I can't run, I'll have to fight and kill it. It's not entirely impossible. The beast that looked like it came straight out of Norse mythology probably wasn't as strong as it seemed. After all, the black slimes themselves were weak as hell. They wouldn't have suddenly merged into an invincible monster. This wasn't Exoda's revival in Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, let's do this. If things get rough, I can always bail. KRRR. The slime giant growled, lowering its body. Its back split open, and dozens of black tentacles shot out. Squelch. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles lunged toward Kwon-Oh-jin, just as they were about to crash into him. Take this, you bastard. He yanked a small pistol from his pocket and squeezed the trigger. But instead of bullets, something else shot out. KRRR. A blinding flare as bright as the sun lit up the dark cave. Accustomed to the darkness, the slime giant flinched and staggered backward, squinting in discomfort. Now, Kwon-Oh-jin launched himself forward at full speed across the chamber. Huff, huff, a trick like that would only work once. He had to make this opportunity count. This was his only shot. As Kwon-Oh-jin closed the distance, the giant regained its composure and stepped forward. 5 meters. Kwon-Oh-jin tightened his grip on his spear, and blue lightning crackled around his blazing stigma. 3 meters. Its head was too high up to guarantee a solid hit. He needed to strike a wide area with the strongest blow he could muster, so he decided to target its waist. 1 meter. Crack. He squeezed every ounce of mana from his stigma. KRR. Ha. He unleashed the mightiest skill in his arsenal, Azure Lightning. Sizzle, Krayarg. He had perfectly hit its spine. The giant twisted in agony, wildly flailing its arms. Even though Kwon-Oh-jin's strike was clumsy and desperate, it hit hard enough to blow chunks off. A single strike should have killed it. KRRRRR. Thud. The giant, convulsing from the electric shock, dropped to one knee. Its massive arms slashed through the air in vain. However, the fight didn't end there. Dozens of tentacles shot out from the giant's back, aiming precisely at Kwon-Oh-jin even amidst the chaos. Whoosh! Kwon-Oh-jin inhaled sharply and let go of the spear embedded into the giant's waist. Hup, is one hit really not enough? This creature, as massive as an armored car, couldn't be brought down with a single strike, not even by superhuman awakeners. Kwon-Oh-jin was well aware of this, if that's how things are. Using the spear lodged in the giant's waist as a foothold, he propelled himself into the air. Whoosh! The tentacles quickly adjusted their trajectory, shooting upwards toward him. From here on out, it was all a gamble. Kwon-Oh-jin hurled the rope he'd prepared toward the cave, sealing the hook at its end caught onto a stalactite. Please, it would be game over for him if the stalactite couldn't bear his weight and broke. He would get swatted by the tentacles, and then he'd have no choice but to beg Vega to save him. Hup, he pulled on the rope with all his strength. Screech. The hook scraped against the stalactite as Kwon-Oh-jin yanked himself into the air. Below, the tentacles lashed out, barely missing him. Fuck yeah, the stalactite luckily hadn't broken. As the tentacles regrouped and shot back toward him, he let go of the rope and plummeted downward, arms spread wide like wings. He landed straight on the giant's head. Die, you bastard. KRRRRRR. He shoved both hands into the giant's soccer ball-sized eye. Squish. A sickening squelch echoed as he crushed its eye, followed by a torrent of sticky black goo oozing out. His lips twisted into a wild grin. Heh, crackle. His stigma flared up brilliantly, and blue lightning surged violently through him. He concentrated the intense electricity into his hands, which were still buried in the giant's crushed eye. 1,000,000 volts, motherfucker. Gigawa. Chew. Crackle, crackle, craw. The giant's head finally exploded. Kwon-oh-jin leaped off the giant as it swayed and then toppled to the ground. Ha, ha, using azure lightning twice in a row left him completely winded. He felt like he had just finished a 100-meter sprint 20 times straight. His vision blurred and nausea rushed over him. At that moment, he didn't care about the astral relic or anything else, he merely wished to fall asleep right there and then. Still, I actually managed to take down that unbeatable monster. Watch out, Vega shouted. What? A massive object tore through the air. Whoosh, he instinctively turned toward the sound and crossed his arms in defense. Damn it, bam, a massive blow like that of a battering ram shook him from head to toe and sent him flying nearly 10 meters into the air. Arg, crash, cough, cough, oh Jin, are you all right? Vega rushed over, her face pale with worry. Kwon-oh-jin supported each arm with the other and dragged himself across the ground. He barely managed to lift his head to look at the creature that had struck him, a headless monster. What the hell? The giant, now nothing but a formless mass of black slime, was still moving. It didn't fucking die, damn it. He realized his calculations had been way off. At least I didn't break my arms. He had to thank the stigma of Lyra for that. It was a blow that would have killed any ordinary 2-star awakener on the spot, but he hadn't even broken a bone. However, it wasn't all good news. He cast a cold glance at himself. His legs shook violently, his arms pulsed with searing pain, and his hands were empty, weaponless. This is the worst. He had no other options left. Vega, he called out, forgetting all formalities. Grant me your blessing. All right. Vega raised her hand as if she had been waiting for this moment. A brilliant silver light enveloped him completely. Crackle, og, Vega made a pained expression, likely from the law's restrictions setting in. Vega has bestowed the blessing of the stars upon Kwon-oh-jin. The proficiency of the stigma of Lyra has temporarily increased. A tremendous surge of power coursed through him. Crackle, the blue lightning that enveloped him blazed even brighter than before. Perhaps it was because he had grown stronger since the last time he'd received the blessing, but it felt far more potent now. This must be hard on Vega, but there's no way around it. Without her blessing, he couldn't take down the giant slime monster. He steadied his ragged breathing and bent down, planting both hands firmly on the ground and stretching his legs behind him. Crackle, he focused the overwhelming power into his legs and launched himself off the ground with explosive force, shooting out toward the giant like an arrow. Boom, KKRR, KRR. The monster couldn't even let out a proper roar but extended dozens of black tentacles in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh. This, however, posed no threat to Kwon-oh-jin while he made use of the blessing. HMPH, crackle, with a simple swing of his fist, blue lightning fanned out, sweeping across his field of view. He continued to throw punches at the giant as he closed the distance. Ha, ha, his breathing grew more strained. Each punch unleashed a burst of azure lightning, so the mana of his stigma drained rapidly. It doesn't matter. He had more than enough mana to spare. Actually, that was an understatement. What is this? He couldn't explain it, but the more he used his mana, the more it increased. Arg, like rain pouring from endless clouds in the sky, his mana refilled faster than it drained. The overwhelming power threatened to tear him apart the way a balloon would pop from too much air. He roared like a wild beast, throwing punch after punch without stopping. Ah, crackle. Hundreds of azure lightning strikes ravaged the slime giant, leaving nothing but charred remains. Yet it seemed that even its ashes would be eradicated by the violent blue lightning continuing to pour out. A little more, Kwon-oh-jin felt like his head was on fire. His vision began to darken as though black clouds were closing in. Just a little more. The intoxicating thrill surging through him sent chills down his spine. Just a bit more, and he felt like he could grasp something. Stop, the goddess's clear voice rang through, snapping him out of his delirium and returning his vision to normal. It's already dead. Kwon-oh-jin collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Ha, ha, what was that just now? The exhilarating, burning sensation still lingered in his body. Along with the explosive increase in mana, he'd experienced a strange feeling he had never felt before, as he tried to focus on that bygone sensation. Wuong arg, the stigma on his chest started to glow brightly. Vega's eyes widened in disbelief. There's no way. Arg, arg, crackle. Blue lightning flickered around as another stroke was added to his stigma. Now there were 3 distinct strokes on his chest. Ring, the stigma of Lyra has been promoted to 3 stars. Thunderbolt has reached LV3. Azure Lightning has reached LV2. I can't believe it took you less than a month to reach 3 stars, Vega stuttered, unable to hide her shock. This wasn't just any ordinary stigma, but that of a North Star Celestial. Even though Kwon-oh-jin was a heaven-defying star, his growth didn't make sense. It was like he was riding a motorcycle in a marathon. Who are you really? She stared down at him. Kwon-oh-jin was lying on the ground, motionless. My child. Vega bent down and poked Kwon-oh-jin's cheek, but his eyes remained shut. Wake up. Her voice echoed through the large cavern. A gentle sensation brushed Kwon-oh-jin's lips, and a sweet liquid trickled over his tongue, sliding down his throat. Gulp. With a warm touch cradling the back of his head, Kwon-oh-jin slowly opened his eyes. Are you awake? Vega, Kwon-oh-jin saw the beautiful goddess with radiant silver hair and golden eyes. She was in her adult form, the same as when he'd first met her. His eyes widened as he quickly looked around to assess the situation. What the? He was lying on Vega's lap, and she was gently stroking his hair like a caring mother. What the hell? He hurriedly tried to sit up, lay down for a little longer. But, hush, didn't I tell you to stay as you are? Vega commanded. She gently pressed his forehead, pushing his head back on her lap. Rustle. Her dress rubbed against the back of his neck and tickled him. What happened? It seems you overexerted yourself. You passed out right after the fight. Did she look after me afterward? I can't believe I fucking dozed off on a Celestial's lap. He wondered if he was the first Awakener to have such an experience. Vega gently placed her hand on his forehead again. You are more reckless than you appear, she said in a slightly reproachful tone. You should take better care of yourself. You're only human, are you not? She was the main reason for his earlier recklessness, but he couldn't bring himself to say that out loud. All right, I'll be careful. Vega looked down at him, displeased. Is there a problem? No, she closed her lips shut, clearly dissatisfied. What could it be? Damn it, what else was I supposed to do? There was no other way to deal with the slime giant besides using her blessing. After a moment of deep thought, Vega cleared her throat and averted her gaze. Well. Earlier didn't you casually call me by my name? Oh, when the giant had hit him, a strange warmth had spread through him, leaving him dazed. In that foggy state, he'd ended up speaking informally. I apologize, I was just so out of it. Thankfully, she didn't seem too bothered that he'd almost had his ass whooped by the giant. I'm not trying to scold you. There have been a few other times you've spoken to me casually, haven't there? She was right. He dropped all formalities a few times before when he pretended that there was some deeper connection between them. Go ahead, pardon, if you'd like you can talk to me without being so formal. What's this all of a sudden? I don't know if that's really appropriate. Do you not want to? No, it's not that, but in our previous lives, didn't we have an intimate relationship anyway? Nope. We definitely didn't have anything of that sort. Or perhaps, Vega stopped stroking his hair and moved down to pinch his cheek hard. Are you saying you could be like that with the past version of me but not the one in front of you? Her voice was tinged with annoyance. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? Although he was a bit bewildered, he realized he couldn't reject her right now. Okay, I'll speak with you more casually from now on. Haha, great, Vega replied with a smile. She sounded pleased. Crackle, a spark suddenly flared and Vega frowned. Og, the restrictions seemed to be taking effect. It was a given after giving Kwon-Oh Jin her blessing and manifesting in her true form. Are you okay? It could take me a while to recover this time. How long? 2 weeks at the earliest, but it could even take a month. The recovery time had doubled compared to the last time she'd bestowed her blessing. She had clearly overexerted herself this time. Sorry, don't be. There's nothing for you to apologize for. Vega smiled softly as she spoke. The creature you faced was at least a 5-star monster. It was also different from ordinary monsters. Indeed, the monster had felt strangely alien compared to the usual beasts he faced. Even though you had my help, you wouldn't have one if you weren't strong enough yourself. Kwon-Oh Jin had been worried that his false confidence during the battle had made her suspicious, but she seemed to trust him even more now. Let me get up now. Clank. He noticed some empty glass bottles rolling on the ground, none other than the 3 intermediate potions he'd prepared for emergencies. I used them to speed up your recovery, Vega said, proudly crossing her arms and puffing out her chest. She flared her norals, clearly expecting Kwon-Oh Jin to praise her. I see, he said, forcing a smile as he discreetly clenched his fists. She fucking used them all. How could she use all 3 at once? His blood simmered. He could barely hold back from pulling his hair out in frustration. So much money, all down the drain. Damn it. He teared up, recalling how each potion was worth millions of won. Haha, you must be so moved to be crying. Please just shut the fuck up. He summoned every ounce of patience he had and forced himself to smile. As much as he wanted to grab her by the collar and scream at her, he knew he couldn't. She was a celestial he served, besides. A sudden question popped up as he glanced at the empty bottles. How did you even feed me these? Vega flinched and her eyes widened. She quickly turned her head to the side. Don't worry about it, she spoke, her voice quivering slightly. What do you mean? I must get going now. Wait, hold on. Before he could stop her, Vega turned away and transformed into radiant silver light, retreating into the necklace around his neck. What the hell? He stared at the necklace in confusion. An awkward, thick silence filled the bleak chamber. Scratching his head, Kwon-Oh Jin turned away. As curious as he was about how Vega had fed him the potion, there were more pressing matters at hand. Heh. A soft, satisfied laugh escaped his lips as his gaze shifted to the black chalice embedded in the statue. His mouth watered at the sight of it. All right then, let's see what kind of loot we've got here. With a leap, he landed on the statue's shoulder and chuckled to himself as he grabbed the chalice. Crack. FGEEWYB-NO, Cyrillic letter 475 ELC Sigmum. With a dull sound, the chalice was pulled free from the statue's forehead. What kind of power does this thing hold? His eyes gleamed as he inspected it. The chalice gave off a faint black aura as well as an unpleasant and sticky feeling. I'm definitely taking it with me. He couldn't just throw away his hard-earned astral relic. He had no way of knowing its abilities at present, but a specialist could easily assess its powers and grade. I hope it's at least a 3-star or higher. Even a 3-star relic could fetch 100 to 200 million won. If it turned out to be a 4-star, it could go for more than 500 million. Damn, I can barely contain myself. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sensation rippled through his body, similar to the mysterious rush of exhilaration during the fight earlier. He felt hot from head to toe, and his throat was parched as if he had just drunk strong liquor. What the hell? Instinctively, Kwon-oh-jin gripped the black chalice with both hands, and a message appeared before his eyes. The black heaven is absorbing the power of the black stars residing in the astral relic. Power of the black stars. What the hell is that? Before he could wonder any further, a black cloud emerged from his fingertips and completely enveloped the astral relic. Whoosh. Arg. The cloud slithered back into his body, but the mana that flowed through it was different. It felt sticky and unpleasant. Kwon-oh-jin has successfully absorbed the power of the black stars. The black heaven's features have evolved. The black curtain no longer merely conceals the black heaven's energy, it now has the power to obscure any presence. This effect is fully controllable at the user's will. The conditions for the black heaven's third enlightenment have been partially met. The cloud fully disappeared into him as if satisfied with its meal. Whoosh. What the? Kwon-oh-jin looked down in disbelief. Did the black heaven have the ability to absorb the powers of astral relics? Is this even a real astral relic, though? He had never heard of an astral relic containing something like the power of the black stars. Was this the ominous energy Vega had felt earlier? The relic definitely seemed different from normal astral relics somehow. Wait, hold on. Whether it was different or not didn't change the fact that the black heaven had just absorbed all the power inside it. Don't tell me this is completely useless now. In a panic, he flipped the black chalice in many directions, but the dark, sticky aura he had initially felt from it was completely gone. No way. What the fuck? Give me back my astral relic. Give it back. He clenched his fists, seething with rage and regret. Nuo, he hadn't even had a chance to figure out the relic's abilities or rank. It was as if an untouched lottery ticket had been torn to shreds. You've got to be fucking kidding me. His desperate cries echoed throughout the cavern. Kwon-oh-jin shoved his fist into his mouth and bawled. Sob, sob, damn it. I worked so hard to get it too. This is so damn unfair. Thinking logically, he hadn't lost everything. He had still absorbed the power inside the relic and even made some progress towards the black heaven's third enlightenment. On top of that, the black curtain had evolved to become even more useful. The things he gained were far more valuable than most astral relics. I know that, but I still feel hella annoyed. This wasn't about logic, it was pure emotion. It was like a child tearing open a Christmas present, expecting to find their dream 3-in-1 transforming robot, only to discover a stack of cash instead. Sure, the money might be enough to buy the robot, but the sting of disappointment still cut deep. Damn it. He stared at the now useless black chalice with a look of frustration, absently fiddling with it in his hands. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps echoed through the wide cavern. Kwon-oh-jin turned towards the source. Well, look at that. It seems someone got ahead of us. From between the densely packed stalagmites emerged 5 people clad in black, hooded robes. Who the hell are these guys? An ominous energy leaked from under their deeply hooded robes, the same kind of energy he had felt from the chalice earlier. We didn't expect anyone to enter the gate before us. A man with a soft, calming voice stepped forward and pulled down his hood. He had light brown hair, and his narrow eyes glanced at the black chalice in Kwon-oh-jin's hand. He then sighed. Is this what you're looking for? Kwon-oh-jin asked, raising the chalice in his hand. Haha, yes, but it seems we're too late. The brown-haired man scratched his head with a disarming smile. It's something we desperately needed, too. What are we going to do now? The young man narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening into something unsettling, a coldness creeping beneath the surface. Is that so? Kwon-oh-jin twirled the chalice in his hand as he walked toward them. He then extended it in their direction. Would you like to buy this from me, then? He asked, wearing the same sly smile as the young man dressed in black. Would you like to buy this from me, then? Kwon-oh-jin asked with a sly smile. The young man cocked his head, not having anticipated the offer. You're saying you want to sell it. Selling an astral relic without even having it appraised was unheard of. Yes, it doesn't seem to have the abilities I was hoping for. Nothing much happens when I touch it. Plus, Kwon-oh-jin scanned the 5 figures clad in black robes, each exuding the chilling aura one might expect from seasoned killers. It's obvious what they want. He shrugged and continued, my life is more valuable than a relic, isn't it? What? The young man cocked his head again, but soon burst out laughing till his stomach hurt. Ha 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 ha, there seems to be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Asked Kwon-oh-jin. Wiping a tear with the edge of his robe, the young man nodded. Haha, yes, our guild's attire is certainly on the creepy side, but that's because of our guild leader's peculiar taste. The man took off his black robe to reveal light armor worn by awakeners. Awakeners do turn to robbing inside gates, but we're nothing of that sort. There's no need to worry. Oh, I seem to have misunderstood. Kwon-oh-jin slightly bowed, pretending to be embarrassed as he smirked on the inside. A misunderstanding, what a joke. Setting aside their suspicious attire, there was still the murderous intent he felt earlier, as well as the fact that they have the same ominous, sticky aura the astral relic had. Having just absorbed the power of the black stars from the relic using the black heaven, Kwon-oh-jin was certain. These guys possess the power of the black stars too. Haha, the world's a scary place these days. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. Don't worry about it. There's a reason they say you should be more wary of other awakeners than the monsters inside the gates. Right, anyway, Kwon-oh-jin grinned and held out the black chalice again. You said you needed this, didn't you? Yes, we do. Offer the right price and I'll sell it to you right here. And why would you do that? As I mentioned, it doesn't seem all that useful to me. If I get it appraised and it turns out to be a 1 or 2 star relic, I might have to sell it for even less. This was Kwon-oh-jin's way of saying he wanted a price that matched at least a 3-star astral relic. Haha, it makes sense when you put it that way. Very well, we'll buy it. The young man smiled brightly. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a starstone just slightly larger than a fist so pure that it glowed a soft, distinct radiant blue. How about you trade me that for this? Holy shit. Wow, Kwon-oh-jin knew that a starstone of that size and purity could easily go for at least 2 to 300 million won, and even as much as 400 million. You could buy a luxury car with that much. This deal could bring him several steps closer to his goal. Hiding his excitement, Kwon-oh-jin nodded calmly. Yeah, that seems fair enough. The young man's smile turned even brighter. Then it's a deal. Kwon-oh-jin exchanged the black chalice for the starstone, and the young man chuckled softly in excitement. Heh, finally. Of course, the chalice the young man gained was nothing more than an empty shell the black heaven had already absorbed its power, but thankfully he didn't seem to notice. Well then, I should get going now, declared Kwon-oh-jin. After exchanging a brief nod with the brown-haired man, Kwon-oh-jin turned and began walking toward the cave's exit, where the stalactites were densely clustered. He barely managed to suppress his laughter. Ha 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 ha, man, I can't believe I snagged such an easy mark at the perfect time. He'd been incredibly disappointed when the astral relic he'd worked so hard to get became useless, but by sheer luck, this gullible fool came along and bought the worthless shell from him for an enormous sum. Heh. Chuckling, Kwon-oh-jin walked toward the exit. Of course, he had no intention of just leaving like a fool. He erased his presence with the black curtain and hid between the stalagmites. Lying flat on the ground, he crawled back to the chamber like a roach. Those guys are shady as hell in every way possible. Kwon-oh-jin needed to know why they were searching for astral relics. He hoped to know the exact power of the black stars. I also need to know why this is happening now, and not in another 6 days. He frowned. According to Lee Shin-hyuk's memories from the first timeline, this gate's relic was supposed to be discovered on November 21. On top of that, these suspicious men seemed to know exactly where the astral relic was as soon as the gate opened, as if they'd known it would be there. It's clear they came here looking for this. He had no idea how they'd managed to locate it so quickly. They couldn't have had a regressor's memories from a previous timeline, so they likely possessed some sort of ability or item able to track this power of the black stars. But if not for me, these guys would have taken the relic by now. Something didn't add up. There were 2 possible explanations. Either the future has changed for some reason, or the relic set to be discovered on the 21st is not the black chalice but another relic entirely. Time to find out. Hiding amid the stalagmites, Kwon-oh-jin activated his stigma of Cain's Veneticide to heighten his senses and observe the shady men. Why didn't you kill him, Mr. Yu-jin? The young man he had traded with earlier seemed to be named Yu-jin. Haha, this is a newly opened gate, isn't it? Yes, it is. Other awakeners will start piling on in soon. It wouldn't do any good to leave unnecessary traces behind. We could have handled his remains without a problem. It's better to be safe than sorry, wouldn't you agree? Yu-jin widened his narrow eyes. Why yes, of course, you're absolutely right. Haha, with a warm smile, Yu-jin looked at the chalice. The era of the Celestials is ending. Soon the black stars will reign over the heavens, Yu-jin proclaimed, spreading his arms out dramatically and twirling around like an actor in a play. The arrogant Celestials will pay for their sins. The other robed figures bowed in response. Praise the Black Stars. Glory to the Black Star Society. Yu-jin smiled as he picked up his robe, satisfied. He said, I'm sure the Black Stars are pleased with your loyalty. We will follow the guidance of the Black Stars, the rest echoed. Haha, by the way, you brought the replacement, right? Yes, of course, one of the figures responded, standing up and pulling something out from his Robian astral relic in the shape of a chalice, emitting a soft blue glow. The man leaped on top of the statue and inserted it where the original chalice had been. Well then, let's head back. Yes, sir. The group turned around and marched with Yu Jin in the lead. Suddenly, he stopped and clapped his hands, remembering something. Oh, right, he said, turning to one of his men. You remember the man who traded with me earlier, right? Yes, the man replied while bowing deeply. Go after him and kill him, Yu Jin continued, grinning slyly. I will carry out your order, and make sure to kill him outside the gate. Understood. The one who received the command quickly headed to the cave's exit. Haha, the rest of us will go report to the executor now. Yu Jin and the remaining 3 black-robed figures slowly disappeared toward the entrance. After 5 minutes passed, Kwon-oh Jin, crouching between the stalagmites, slowly stood up. The Black Star Society, huh? He had never heard of the group before, but one thing's for sure, they're shady as hell. They behave like they were in some illegal underground cult. I need to look further into this. The talk about black stars ruling the heavens and the Celestials paying for their sins made it clear that this wasn't just any underhanded organization, though this part makes sense now. Kwon-oh Jin smirked as he looked at the astral relic embedded between the statue's brows. One of his questions had been answered. The future didn't change. The astral relic Li Wu Hyuk's guild members find in another 6 days was placed by the Black Star Society. He recalled Li Shin Hyuk's memories. They said something felt off. The woman with glasses reporting to Li Wu Hyuk clearly mentioned it before the memory faded. Of course it would feel strange, Kwon-oh Jin remarked, reaching for the astral relic in the statue. It was the same shape and size as the original, but it felt different. Shall I take this too? He removed the blue chalice from the statue and placed it in his bag. The black heaven isn't reacting this time. The black heaven seemed to only respond to the power of the black stars within relics. Nice, what a win overall. Kwon-oh Jin had sold a useless relic for a hefty sum and even acquired its substitute. It's probably just a 1 or 2 star relic at best, but something's better than nothing. Even a 1-star astral relic was worth around 10 million won. Well then, Kwon-oh Jin muttered, stretching his body before grabbing the spear he'd hidden between the stalagmites. Time to catch the bastard who's after me. The man frowned. What the hell, why aren't there any traces of him? The black-robed man had followed orders to track down the guy in the cave, but there were no signs of him having left the gate. He then re-entered to search the maze-like cave as thoroughly as he could. What's going on? There were signs that Kwon-oh Jin had come into the gate, but none showing that he had left. He started to bite his lip in anxiety as Yu Jin's bright smile flashed in his mind. Yua. He knew Yu Jin wouldn't let him off easily if he simply reported that he had lost track of Kwon-oh Jin. Damn it, where the hell is he? Unable to contain his frustration, he stomped his foot on the ground, causing his robe to flap upward. Whoosh! Through the fluttering black robe, a spear pierced through like a lightning strike. Looking for me? Gush, KRGH. The man's eyes widened in shock. He trembled as he stared dumbfounded at Kwon-oh Jin, who had appeared from inside the cave. Kwon-oh Jin chuckled as he twisted the spear impaled in the man's stomach. Peekaboo, motherfucker. The man clutched the spear impaled in his stomach, wide-eyed. Kug H, how did you? Intense pain spread through him as blood gushed out of his wound. However, Kwon-oh Jin's emergence from within the cave stunned him most. You seem confused, Kwon-oh Jin said, violently twisting the spear lodged in the man's stomach. The wound tore open, causing more blood to spray out. Eric, but I'll be the one asking questions, Kwon-oh Jin continued, smiling slyly. Shut up. The man swung at him with a fist enveloped in an ominous black aura. Whoosh, crackle. Blue lightning surged from Kwon-oh Jin's spear before the fist made contact. Ayag, the man convulsed violently, flailing like a freshly caught fish before collapsing to the ground. Now, mind telling me a few things? Kwon-oh Jin asked, pressing his knee down on the man's chest. Tell me everything you know about the Black Star Society. The man chuckled and haughtily glared at Kwon-oh Jin. Ha, I have no reason to answer. Kwon-oh Jin grabbed the man's left index finger and twisted it off. Crack, ayag. Oh, is that so? Well, that's too bad then. Kwon-oh Jin hadn't expected him to give it all up easy. So you don't want to talk, right? Huff huff, then don't say another word. The fastest and most effective method in these cases was torture. He began twisting and snapping off the man's fingers, one by one. Crack, crack, ayag. Soon, several severed fingers scattered across the floor. The man's mouth began to foam after he ran out of fingers on his left hand. I'll talk, the man weakly stuttered. Huh, I said I'll talk. Kwon-oh Jin shook his head as he grabbed the man's other hand. No, what are you talking about? Kwon-oh Jin retorted. What? I told you not to say anything, didn't I? With a wide smile, Kwon-oh Jin twisted and broke another finger. Crack. Ag, you said you didn't want to talk, so don't say anything. And no, wait, that's not. Crack, Kwon-oh Jin ripped off more fingers from the man's right hand. Ag, I'll talk, no need. I'll tell you everything about the Black Star Society. I told you there's no need. Please, I'll answer anything, so just stop. I said you don't need to, asshole. He grabbed the man by his hair and slammed his head into the ground. Bang, I said, bang, you don't need to talk, bang, yet you keep trying to yap. Kwon-oh-jin let out a maniacal scream and slammed the man's head into the ground over and over again. This would have been fatal for the average guy, but this man was an awakener. Although Kwon-oh-jin didn't know his exact star level, awakeners turned superhuman when they awakened a beating like this wouldn't kill him. K-Kug, Og, I'll talk, I want to. Talk, the man pitifully stammered out. The patronizing snob from earlier was now weeping like a 3-year-old who had fooled around and stepped on Legos. Kwon-oh-jin smirked as he looked down at the man. This'll do. There's no better cure than violence. Anyone who came face to face with pure, senseless violence couldn't help but feel traumatic fear to their core. Judging by the fact that the man even wet his pants, it seemed to have worked. Nothing scarier than a lunatic who can't be reasoned with. So you feel like talking now? Why yes, I'd love to, then let's hear it. What is this Black Star Society? The man nodded slowly. The Black Star Society is an organization created by the Black Star Celestials. Black Star Celestials, why yes. The fuck is that? In ancient times, when darkness consumed every star, the Celestials born within that void came to be known as the Black Star Celestials. How the hell am I supposed to make sense of that? Eek, I am just repeating what I was told. The man curled up like a mole exposed to the cold. Fine, so you're saying you guys are awakeners who follow the Black Star Celestials or whatever, right? That's right, then tell me where you guys are hiding and how many of you there are. Begunson. Our branch is at the Begunson Mountain in Cheorwan-gun. Does the entire fucking mountain belong to you guys? Give me the exact location. Ah, I am sorry. The man trembled harder as Kwon-oh-jin's tone grew even more threatening. There's an old abandoned observatory at the top of the mountain. Our branch is hidden underground right beneath it. How many of you are there? About 50. Damn, that's a lot. You said that's just a branch, right? Where's the headquarters? I don't know. You don't know. Kwon-oh-jin thought about pulling out the man's toes next. I swear, I really don't know. Only our executive knows the location of the headquarters. A mere minion like me doesn't even know where the other branches are. He didn't seem to be lying. Well, they wouldn't spill all their secrets to an underling. An organization making insane claims such as making the Celestials pay for their sins was sure to operate with strict security. Is that guy named Yu Jin your executive? Why yes. The man rapidly nodded like a broken metronome. But I don't get it. Get what? Why are you following a shady guy like that in the first place? Kwon-oh-jin couldn't understand why someone would be loyal to an organization that was no different from a cult. The man remained silent for a moment before he spoke. He gave it to us. What? Mr. Yu-jin bestowed stigmas upon us. Oh, so these guys have been using stigmas as bait. Kwon-oh-jin didn't know how Yu-jin managed to grant stigmas to others, but he could at least understand why people joined such a cult. He recalled all the people gathered before the sanctum, desperately praying to the Celestials. Many would even kill their own family if it meant becoming an awakener. That was the kind of world they lived in. There's nothing more I can get out of him now. It was time to wrap this up. Kwon-oh-jin pulled the spear out from the man's stomach and aimed it at his forehead. Wait a moment. The man cried out desperately. Tears streamed down as he dropped his head. I have a daughter. Please don't kill me. A daughter, huh? Yes, I only joined the Black Star Society for her sake, he said, biting his lips and squeezing his eyes shut. If I suddenly disappear, she won't survive. No child could survive without their parents in this crazy world of theirs. Kwon-oh-jin knew that better than anyone. Thud, the man slammed his forehead onto the ground. I'm begging you, for my daughter's sake, please spare my life. Or at least let me say goodbye to my daughter one last time. Please, I'm begging you, the man pitifully sobbed. Kwon-oh-jin squinted and looked down at him. Her name. Sorry, what's your daughter's name? Yi-rin, it's Choi Yi-rin. How old is she? She's 9. She's still far too young to survive on her own. When's her birthday? Sorry, the man seemed confused. Why was Kwon-oh-jin asking such things? Hurry up and answer the question. When's her birthday? Kwon-oh-jin urged the man. December 14th. Her favorite food. Why are you asking me all this? Just answer. Pizza. And no, it's chicken. Her height and weight. 131 centimeters. And T28. 28 kilograms. Is that so? Kwon-oh-jin nodded. Choi Yi-rin, 9 years old, born on December 14th, likes chicken. 131 centimeters tall and weighing 28 kilograms. Okay then, Kwon-oh-jin said with a smirk, gripping his spear tightly. Now answer all the questions I asked you in reverse. Time froze for a moment. The man's eyes widened and his jaw hung open. What? His legs trembled like leaves in the wind. Tell me her weight, height, favorite food, birthday, age, and name. 28 kilograms, and then, Wait, just give me a second. What's wrong? Can't remember. It sure is tough to keep up with your own lies when someone asks you to repeat them backward. Not that it's any trouble for me, though. The blade just barely pierced the man's flesh, blood trickling down its edge. Please spare me, I don't want to die." The man fell into sheer panic, feeling the cold blade of the spear against his skull. "One last thing, where did you say your base was?" Chiorwin Gun, the top of Begunson Mountain. "Okay, so that wasn't a lie." Crack. The spearhead pierced straight through the man's head, crushing his brain. Weariness washed over Kwon Oh Jin as the tension started to melt away. The Black Star Society, He ran his hand through his hair, furrowing his brow in thought. This is gonna be a headache. He hadn't just encountered a dangerous, shady group, he even scammed them. I thought I'd found some easy pushovers, but I ended up causing a mess. Kwon Oh Jin touched his forehead like a headache was coming. There's no way they'll let this slide. They were bound to come after him for revenge or to cover up their tracks, and there's no way I can handle all 50 of them alone. I need to come up with a plan. This wasn't something he could deal with right now, though maybe this could turn into a good opportunity. Kwon Oh Jin peeled away the man's robe and armor from his corpse, exposing a stigma on the left side of his chestone he'd never seen before. Is this the stigma of the Black Stars? He reached out and placed his hand over it. Kuruk. A black cloud emerged from his palm, with the same unsettling mana he had felt when he'd absorbed the astral relic's power. The cloud enveloped the corpse's stigma. Ring. The black heaven is absorbing the stigma of Owl Nebula. The trace of the stigma of Owl Nebula is too faint to be activated. The stigma of Owl Nebula, What kind of power does the stigma of the Black Stars hold? Kwon Oh Jin licked his lips. A white-haired old man squinted as he gazed up at the Milky Way stretched across the night sky. Countless stars twinkled as if they were making their way down. Flutter. A black owl flew in and perched itself on the old man's shoulder. He's arrived. The old man seemed deep in conversation with the owl, nodding now and then as if he truly understood its murmurs. Then, turning slowly, he faced a young man kneeling before him, dressed in a black robe with his head respectfully bowed. Yu Jin, you're back." "Yes, executor." Yu Jin swallowed hard. Despite working under the old man for years, every encounter left him frozen, his entire body seized by the unyielding pressure the old man radiated. It's only natural. The white-haired man standing before him was none other than Chen Du-yoon, the king of Ul's sixth-ranked executor of the Black Star Society. However, this time, Yu Jin possessed a card to free him from the suffocating pressure. "So did you bring the item?" asked the old man. Of course. Yu Jin carefully took out the astral relic from inside his robe. It was a black chalice, slightly larger than a fist. Inside it was the power of the Black Stars. The old man's face lit up with a wide grin as he continued. "You've done well, Yu Jin." It wasn't hard. The old man raised his hand and commanded, "Owls, flutter." Following the sound of flapping wings, dozens of figures in black robes emerged from the surrounding darkness. The old man gestured to Yu Jin, who stepped forward with the chalice. He approached the intricate, strange circle drawn on the ground. At last, the day has come. Placing the chalice at the center of the circular inscription, Yu Jin spread his arms, looking triumphant. His robe fluttered in the fierce wind. "Do you see that wretched sky? It shall soon be engulfed by the Black Stars." From beneath the numerous hoods around them, intense gazes flashed through. Though none spoke, the dozen or so members of the Black Star Society all breathed heavily with anticipation as they watched the ritual unfold. "Now," Yu Jin exclaimed. He infused the circle on the ground with mana. "Watch the Black Stars bless our path." Wuong. The circle pulsed with dark light, and then. This is only the beginning. Nothing happened. Soon, more blessed items will emerge from Yu Jin stared at the now dim circle, confusion written across his face. What's happening? No matter how much he touched, flipped, and examined the chalice, there was no reaction. Why isn't it working? Dozens of eyes were unpleasantly fixed on him. He could see the old man's expression twist into an ugly scowl. Yu Jin was screwed. Wait a minute. His narrow eyes shot wide open. And no, this can't be happening. The King of Owls stared at Yu Jin, his face now contorted. A deadly silence momentarily settled between them before the old man radiated a terrifying, murderous glance at him. Yu Jin, what exactly are you doing?" Yu Jin trembled as he desperately channeled more mana into the black chalice at the inscribed circle's center. This isn't. However, the chalice didn't react no matter how much mana he poured into it. Why isn't anything happening? The white-haired Chen Du-yoon stroked his beard and let out a deep sigh. If any other executors had seen this, oh, how they would have mocked the owls. And no, sir, let me explain. Yu Jin, the old man snapped his fingers. Swoosh, a black feather flew by and grazed Yu Jin's neck in the blink of an eye. Blood trickled down his collarbone. Yu Jin pressed his hand against his bleeding neck, looking up at Chen Du-yoon in terror. Executor, don't disappoint me any further." Yu Jin bit his lip as he lowered his head. "Yes, sir, well, this isn't exciting anymore. I shall take my leave," Chen Du-yoon declared as he clicked his tongue and turned around. "The rest of the executives can leave as well." The black-robed figures surrounding Yu Jin laughed, mocking his failure. Ha, flap. Soon they all disappeared. Finally left alone, Yu Jin clenched his fist tightly. Aoeg. His enraged scream echoed through the dark mountain. Fuck, fuck, fook. Yujin thrashed wildly, his black feathers materializing and shooting out in rapid bursts, shredding through the air like rounds from a machine gun. Bang, bang, ha ha. With bloodshot eyes, he turned around and walked into the observatory. In the basement, about 50 of his subordinates trembled as they stared at him, horrified. Mr. Yujin. That bastard, only one person came to mind, a young man with droopy eyes and a beguiling expression. Where's the guy who went to kill that bastard? The thing is, we lost contact with him. That only meant one thing: High's underling had failed his mission. Find him. Pardon? Find that son of a bitch, you blithering fools. Yujin's furious roar echoed throughout the basement. A week had passed since Kwon-Oh-jin's return from the newly opened gate in Mokdong. During that time, he had chosen to lay low at home. There were two reasons for that. Obviously, he had to hide from the Black Star Society, which would be flipping out trying to track him down. The second reason was that he had to adjust to the explosive growth of his mana and physique after reaching 3-star status. On the rooftop of the rundown house he was renting, a grimy space riddled with mold, beads of sweat flew off him as he trained relentlessly. HMPH, whoosh, whoosh. He wielded his spear with blinding speed, each thrust, slash, and cut flowing seamlessly like a river in motion. Hup, with a soft push off the ground, he soared nearly 15 meters into the air, tucking into a flawless backflip as he grabbed his ankles mid-arc a feet far beyond the reach of any ordinary human. Even among awakeners, such a leap was no easy task, but for a 3-star like Kwon-Oh-jin with enhanced physical stats, it was merely a warm-up. Haya, thud, he landed gracefully on the ground and glanced down at himself, soaked in sweat. The stigma of Lyra really is a cheat. He had been training relentlessly for over 3 hours, yet fatigue didn't even touch him. Typically, only a 3-star awakener with a stigma focused on physical enhancement like Taurus could hope to rival the level of strength and stamina Kwon-Oh-jin was displaying right now. Unless, of course, they're of a higher rank. Among the stigmas that granted physical abilities were strength-based ones like Taurus and agility-based ones like Scorpio. On the other hand, stigmas like Aquarius, which are healing-based, show smaller gains in physique. Kwon-Oh-jin's stigma was an outlier here. Even though the stigma of Lyra isn't specialized in physical gains, it still grants me capabilities on par with those kinds of stigmas. With its special ability to control lightning, the stigma of Lyra was technically classified as an ability-based stigma, yet it granted him tremendous physical strength. In a game, this would be akin to a wizard having the strength to beat down a warrior, using just their staff. People playing such a game would have lost their minds. Kwon-Oh-jin softly chuckled as he placed his spear against the wall. He had done enough physical training, it was time to focus on honing his stigma's skills now. Skill window, PTZZ. At his command, a blue window appeared before his eyes. Stigma of Lyra. Skill list: Thunderbolt LV3, Azure Lightning LV2, Lightning Strike LV1. After a week of training each skill, he had come to a solid conclusion. I need to focus on training Thunderbolt, the stigma's core skill. The stigma's foundation rested entirely on Thunderbolt, from which Azure Lightning and Falling Thunder were derived. If I just level up Thunderbolt, the other skills will naturally follow. Closing his eyes, he focused his mana into his chest. Crackle. His blue Thunderbolt sparked to life, stronger and more abundant than when he was a 2-star. He compressed Thunderbolt into a solid sphere about the size of a basketball. It's pretty clear when I observe it this way. His mana capacity had increased after reaching 3 stars, but what stood out more was that he could use a larger amount at once. In terms of capacity alone, he was probably at the level of a 6 or 7-star awakener. No, I might even have more than that. I've had times where my mana levels didn't fall no matter how much I used up. In fact, the opposite had happened. He remembered when he had fought against the slime giant and unleashed hundreds of Azure Lightning strikes only for his mana to increase instead. I don't even know why that happened. He had tried to replicate the same phenomenon a few days ago, but his mana drained as usual. The inverse reaction seemed to have been a one-time thing. I'll think about that later, though. There was no point in pondering it now since he could neither recreate it nor figure out the cause. For now, I'll focus on this. Concentrating the crackling blue thunderbolt on his fists and feet, he practiced some basic martial arts. Whoosh, whoosh, hup. With no formal training, his movements were sloppy at best. It seemed like he was flailing his arms and legs around, but with time and effort, he figured he would improve. It beat sitting around doing nothing. The focus of his training wasn't to improve his martial arts techniques, but rather his ability to freely control Thunderbolt across his body. Crackle, crackle, cha-ha. He grabbed the spear by the wall and used Thunderbolt, slicing sharply through the air with its blade. After another 30 or so minutes of training, Kwon-Oh-jin planted the spear on the ground, frowning. Something feels off. He glanced down at the spear and clicked his tongue. It's a decent weapon, but the spear, which once belonged to Li Shin-hyuk, was light and sharp. However, its wooden shaft interfered with Kwon Oh-jin's ability to channel Thunderbolt through it. Using just a spear also feels a bit limiting. Even in the last battle, his spear had gotten lodged into the slime giant's back, leaving him weaponless against the monster. He felt that a spear alone wasn't enough to utilize Thunderbolt to its full potential. This isn't even some martial arts novel where I'm trying to become some kind of spear master. In the first place, Kwon Oh-jin could use a spear because he had inherited Lee Shin-hyuk's skills. I'll need to get new gear soon. That was far from urgent, though improving his skills was more critical right now. Guess I should head back. Lifting his sweat-soaked shirt, he made his way down the stairs. As he descended, he saw Song Ha-yoon smoking with the window open, leaning on her crutches. You're smoking again? I only smoke a few times a day, you brat. I told you to just do it inside. It'll stink inside. Then maybe stop smoking. No can do, you're a hopeless addict. Shaking his head, he walked past her and made his way down. It was only 20 steps to their place at most, so she could easily come and go on her own. Where do you think you're going? Song Ha-yoon asked. Home, wait for me to finish. You're asking for too much from a non-smoker. Then you should start smoking too. You're an awakener now, so you can heal from the cigarette toxins anyway. It's a waste of money. Fuck you, Song Ha-yoon muttered, shaking her head. Hurry up, Kwon Oh-jin groaned as he stood beside the stairs, waiting for her. Song Ha-yoon fumbled to find the ashtray and put out the cigarette. Sizzle, done with your training? Yeah. You reek of sweat. Go wash up. Weren't you the one who told me to wait? Oh right, hee, sorry. This woman, Song Ha-yoon reached out, fumbling as she wrapped her arm around his and rested her chin on his shoulder. Now help your dear friend, but you said I stink. Yeah, real bad. My poor nose is about to rot. Then why are you clinging on to me? Letting out a short sigh, he helped her into the house. After laying her down on the bed, he entered a cramped bathroom and filled a basin with water. Splash, the ice-cold water cooled down his overheated body. Now that hits the spot. Groaning like a grizzled old man, he scrubbed himself all over with cheap soap. After cleaning up, he stepped out and saw Song Ha-yoon sitting on the edge of the bed. Are you done washing up? Yeah, come here. Let me check if you cleaned up properly. I'm not a kid, you know. Just get over here, you brat, she said, patting the spot beside her. With a smirk, he sat down. She leaned in and sniffed him, wrinkling her nose. Satisfied, she smiled and said, hee, you washed up well. You looked like a fucking pervert just now. So what? She poked him in the side and pouted. Now turn your back this way. Why, just do what I say, idiot. He cocked his head and turned around. Her soft hands touched his shoulders and then pressed into his back with just the right amount of pressure. What's this? Are you giving me a massage? He couldn't help but laugh. What, you don't like it? No, I love it. Shut the fuck up. Despite her harsh words, she gently moved her hands along his back, drawing circles. You're killing me. This feels great. You like it that much, huh? Crack. A sharp pain suddenly shot through his shoulder as if a hydraulic press was squeezing it. You're actually killing me. Stop being a baby. She burst into laughter. How am I being a baby? Even though Song Ha-yoon could no longer use her stigma and was only half of what she used to be as a 7-star awakener, her strength was no joke. All right, you baby. I'll go easy on you. She adjusted her grip and resumed the massage normally. All done, she remarked as she finished up. Don't overwork yourself. How long have you been training for? Since dawn, I'm not overworking myself. Hey, quit snapping back at everything I say. Song Ha-yoon gave him a light pinch and then gently leaned her forehead against his back. An awkward silence fell between them for a moment before she carefully broke it. Hey, yeah, have you made a lot of money since becoming an awakener? I've made a ton. He was quite literally raking in money. I got lucky. Becoming Vega's only apostle, inheriting Lee Shin-hyuk's memories, and the timely appearance of the Black Star Society pushiverse everything had lined up perfectly. Really? She said in a dry voice as if she'd swallowed sand. Then I guess. We don't have much time left together. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Cold, stiff air spread throughout the small house. Kwon Oh-jin nodded slowly. Yeah, there's not much time left. If he continued at this rate, he would soon reach his goal of saving 10 billion won. And when that happens, everything will be over. Even this seemingly endless routine. Haha, why are you getting all serious again? Song Ha-yoon burst into laughter, playfully slapping him on the back. Thwack, thwack, it hurt like hell. Just then his phone started vibrating from on top of the shelf. BZZZ, are you getting a call? Yeah, just a sec. Team leader Han Jun Man's name popped up on the screen. Click. Kwon Oh-jin stepped outside. Is now a good time to talk? Yes, I was actually planning on contacting you too. Kwon Oh-jin had been thinking about gathering more information on the Black Star Society. He also had to figure out how to sell the Starstone and the astral relic he had gotten from them, so this was perfect timing. That's great. I had something I wanted to discuss as well. What is it? An urgent request has come in. A request, huh? This wasn't an ideal time for him, considering he still hadn't formed a solid plan against the Black Star Society. At least until Vega could appear again, he figured it was better to keep a low profile. I'm sorry, but I'm not in a situation to take on any requests at the moment. The reward is 2 billion won. Arf, arf, grrr, woof. Excuse me, I'll head to the association right away. We can discuss the details in person. He was going to leave the house for the first time in a week. Hwano-jin had arrived at the Awakeners Association headquarters in Uedo. As usual, he passed by the group of Awakeners gathered for the registration exam and got on the staff-only elevator. Knock, knock. Come in, a deep voice instructed from inside the team leader's office. Click. When Hwano-jin opened the door, he found a large, muscular man seated at the desk. That chair could break at any moment. When Han-jun Man got off the chair, a strained creak filled the room. It was as if the chair had been holding back a cry of pain. How have you been? After a brief exchange of greetings, they sat down on the couch. While Hwano-jin was eager to dig into the details of the absurd 2 billion won request, there was something else he had to address first. Have you ever heard of the Black Star Society by any chance? He asked. The Black Star Society. Han-jun Man shook his head. I've never heard of it. Then have you seen this stigma before? Hwano-jin handed over a piece of paper with a drawing of the Owl Nebula. This is. Hold on a second. Han-jun Man pulled out a thick ledger from a drawer and began flipping through the pages. He then squinted as he carefully examined the stigma drawing. This is the stigma of Owl Nebula, Han-jun Man said. Do you know anything about it? I'm not entirely sure, but I believe it's one of the forgotten stigmas. Forgotten stigmas. When Celestials first appeared on Earth 8 years ago, certain stigmas were recorded that seem to have vanished since. We call them forgotten stigmas. Forgotten stigmas, huh? Is there any record of why they disappeared? Han-jun Man smiled bitterly and scratched his head. The situation back then didn't really allow for detailed records to be kept. I see. Hwano-jin let out a short sigh. 8 years ago, when the gates to outer worlds first opened, dozens of countries vanished, and monsters overrun 2/3 of the Earth. Given the chaos at that time, it made sense that proper records weren't kept. Nobody could have had the time to write things down when they could literally die any second. Back then, just surviving another day was already considered a miracle. Anyway, if the stigma of Owl Nebula has existed since 8 years ago, then that means the stigma of the Black Stars has also been around for 8 years. The Black Star Society could have been active since then, too. If so, then the Black Star Society wasn't a hastily formed organization, but one that had been quietly growing in the shadows for 8 long years to achieve its goals. This is turning out to be a bigger problem than I thought. Hwano-jin's brows furrowed. He felt as if he had just stirred up a hornet's nest, not a beehive. I'm going to have to prepare thoroughly. Though he had a few ideas in mind, none seemed to be the perfect one yet. While analyzing the drawing of the stigma, Han-jun Man turned to Hwano-jin. By the way, where did you see this? I happened to run into some trouble at a gate a few days ago. Trouble, yes. I found an astral relic inside, but an awakener named Yujin suddenly attacked me, claiming it was his. Hwano-jin slightly exaggerated the details of what had happened a week ago. Did you get hurt anywhere? I'm fine, as you can see. That's a relief. Han-jun Man sighed. He then asked, the awakener who attacked you had the stigma of Owl Nebula then? That's right. Ah, so the Black Star Society is. Haha, you're quick to catch on. That's right. That awakener claimed to be one of its members. Hwano-jin shrugged. Anyway, because of the attack, I thought I'd look into who they were, which was why I asked if you knew about them. Han-jun Man nodded with a stiff expression. I see. We'll launch an investigation on the stigma of Owl Nebula and the Black Star Society. If the association was in charge of the investigation, it would likely get promising results. Even though it was often looked down upon, it was still the largest government-affiliated organization. No average guild could compete with the amount of information it had. Can I ask you one more question? Hwano-jin queried. Of course. Hwano-jin pulled out the fist-sized starstone that he had received from Yu-jin and placed it on the table. How much do you think this will go for? Whoa, Han-jun Man exclaimed as he examined the starstone. Now that's a top-grade starstone. You'll still have to get this appraised properly, but it will probably make you at least 500 million won. Hwano-jin suppressed the urge to smile. The Black Star Society is fucking amazing. A thrilling chill ran down his spine. He couldn't believe just a few minutes of negotiation had earned him this much money. Can the association handle selling this for me? Of course. We'll make sure you get a better price than the market rate. Han-jun Man smiled confidently and raised his broad shoulders. Seeing the massive, dark-skinned man puff out his chest reminded Hwano-jin of a male gorilla showing off its strength to impress a female. As for the taxes, there won't be any, of course. What's this? I'm starting to feel charmed by this gorilla. By the way, could you also appraise this? Hwano-jin handed over the astral relic that the Black Star Society had swapped with the Black Chalice. Is this the astral relic you fought over? Yes, haha. I can't believe you've already found an astral relic. Han-jun Man was genuinely amazed. Although finding astral relics in gates wasn't entirely uncommon, it was exceptionally rare for someone who had just completed their registration exam to get their hands on one. Well, it's possible if it's Oh-jin. Even though Kwon Oh-jin had just recently registered, his natural confidence made him far different from a newbie. This man has the skill set of someone who's been through countless gates for years. That couldn't be the case, though. After all, he was just an ordinary person before awakening. Han-jun Man took the blue chalice from him. I'll put in a request through one of our appraisers. He briefly considered having the mutated starstone appraised as well, but decided to hold on to it for now. Who knows, it might be related to the Black Star Society. He figured it would come in handy later. So is there anything else you'd like to ask? Asked Han-jun Man. Hwanojin nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, it's finally time for the main dish. As soon as he had gotten the call, he rushed to the association without hesitation for one specific reason: money. What exactly is the request? I was about to get to that. Han-jun Man chuckled, then took a sip of his coffee from the mug. We got an urgent request from the Valhalla Guild. Valhalla Guild? Kwon Oh-jin had never heard of that guild before. If it can offer 2 billion as a reward, then it has to be a fairly big guild. His brows furrowed as he tried to recall the name. This is probably your first time hearing about it. It started growing rapidly just recently, after all. I see. It only has a few members right now, but they are all known as elites with exceptional skills. A small group of elites. He had assumed it was a larger guild, but they seem to have prioritized quality over quantity. Their guild master in particular is quite impressive. They're even being considered as a potential candidate for becoming a part of the 7 Stars. The 7 Stars was a title given to the 7 most powerful and influential awakeners across the world. Only extraordinary individuals could be a candidate for such a position. Smiling, Han-jun Man shrugged. Though personally, I think you're more impressive, Oh-jin. I'm confident you'll be one of the 7 Stars yourself one day. Kwon Oh-jin smiled back and shook his head. Don't expect too much from me. Contrary to his humble response, he actually believed it was possible. If I continue to grow stronger, there's no reason I can't reach that level. The 7 Stars were said to have far surpassed the limits of humanity, but Kwon Oh-jin had never seen one in person, so he had no means of fully grasping the extent of their power. Plus, there's only one in Korea. The other 6 resided abroad, making it hard to hear any news about them. Moreover, the one in Korea wasn't that active. Let's get back to the main point. This request can both be difficult and easy, depending on how you look at it. What does that mean? What is the request? They want you to find somebody. Find somebody, like a detective case where I investigate and track down someone. I get that they have money to throw around, but the reward for this is 2 billion won. He looked at Han-jun Man with a puzzled expression. Han-jun Man slightly shook his head. No, not investigate someone. They want you to look for a missing person. Oh, so that's what it was. Only a skilled awakener could find a missing person, especially someone who had disappeared inside a gate. Who's the missing person? Let's see. Give me a moment. Han-jun Man rummaged through the pile of requests. Here it is. He pulled out a piece of paper from the stack of papers and laid it out on the table. The person went missing on November 6th. It's been about 2 weeks. It was the 22nd now, so it had been exactly 2 weeks and 2 days. As for the location of the disappearance, they lost track of him around noon, so they're not sure, but it's likely one of the low-level 1-star or 2-star gates in Incheon. That means I'll have to search through about 8 different places. Fortunately, since Kwon Oh-jin had been scamming around low-level gates for the past few years, he was very familiar with them. 8 places, that won't take long. Now that he had reached a 3-star, he figured he could complete the search in 2 days, maybe 3 at most. The missing person is a male in his mid to late 20s, about 182 centimeters tall. He has black hair and a lean physique. Oh, and his name is, let me check. Han-jun Man ran his finger down the document and stopped at one section. Lee Shin-hyuk. What's who? Do you think you can find him? No, I can't find him. He's already dead. Fuck. What kind of a crazy situation is this? They want me to find Lee Shin-hyuk. How am I supposed to find someone who's already dead? Oh-jin. Han-jun Man cocked his head. Is something wrong? Kwon Oh-jin forced an awkward smile and shook his head. No, it's nothing, haha. Damn it, he felt as if he had just been hit in the back of the head with a hammer. Lee Woo-hyuk is the guild master of Valhalla then. Lee Shin-hyuk's younger brother was the only person Lee Shin-hyuk felt a deep sense of inferiority toward, so that's what happened. In the world before Lee Shin-hyuk had regressed, it had been around this time when he opened his eyes in a hospital room, coming up with pathetic excuses like a kid who failed to run a simple errand. However, now that Lee Shin-hyuk was dead, the future had changed to one where Lee Woo-hyuk put up a massive reward to find his missing older brother. What will you do? Should we tell them that you've accepted the request? Give me a minute. Kwon Oh-jin leaned back against the couch and organized his thoughts. Lee Shin-hyuk and Lee Woo-hyuk, the pitiful, useless older brother and the brilliant younger brother who was considered a candidate for the 7 Stars, a twisted fate and future. And the Black Star Society. Wait, a short laugh escaped his lips. As if a bolt of lightning had struck him, he felt a thrilling sensation shoot down his spine. That's it. I can just do that. Kwon Oh-jin smiled brightly. I can use this situation to my advantage. He was confident he could shape this slowly changing future to his own liking. No, Kwon-ojin shook his head firmly as he pushed the documents back toward Han-jun Man. I won't be taking this request. Han-jun Man's eyes widened in surprise. You won't. His reaction made sense. It was a simple job to find a missing person in exchange for 2 billion won. No one would expect someone to turn down such a golden opportunity. I'm not very skilled at finding people. I see. Is there a problem? No, not exactly. Han-jun Man scratched the back of his head awkwardly. To be honest, the Valhalla Guild has quite a close relationship with the association. I thought this could be a good chance for you to also build a relationship with them. Did the association want to show off that they had an apostle of the North Star to their allied guilds? Considering the association's declining reputation, it would be a perfectly understandable move. Haha, I'm sure there will be another opportunity. That's right. There's going to be another chance to build connections with the Valhalla Guild, and it'll come very soon. Then I'll mark this request declined. All right, we'll look into the Black Star Society on our side. I'd appreciate that. Kwon-ojin didn't have any big expectations, though. After all, he was planning to act before the association did. By the way, Kwon-ojin began as he turned back to Han-jun Man. Would it be possible to get the contact information of the Valhalla Guild? Their contact info. Yes, since you say they have a good relationship with the association, I'm interested in them too. Even though I don't do much, I'm still a part of the association, aren't I? It's only right to maintain a good relationship with an allied guild, Kwon-ojin reasoned with a smile. Hahaha, of course, Kwon-ojin saying he was a part of the association filled Han-jun Man's expression with pride. He quickly wrote down the Valhalla Guild's contact information on a piece of paper. Here, just so you know, Valhalla typically doesn't disclose their info, so please don't share this with anyone else. I understand. Kwon-ojin slipped the paper into his pocket. He hummed as he left the office with light footsteps. Well then, shall I start fishing? Kwon-ojin himself would serve as the bait. Awakeners gathered in front of the newly formed gate in Mokdong, looking to form parties to tackle it. Damn, look at all these people. Kwon-ojin casually strolled around the gate, weaving through the crowd of Awakeners. For 2 hours, he circled the area, purposely showing off his face. He'd even let out a long yawn as he lazily lingered near the gate. Eventually, the sun began to slowly set behind the mountains, casting a red glow across the sky. Kwon-ojin frowned. Why the hell aren't these guys showing up? Do I have to come back tomorrow? He had expected at least one of them to take the bait by now, but contrary to his expectations, he couldn't even find any signs of them. I'd prefer to wrap this up before Vega wakes up. He sighed and strolled through the now darkening streets. Just as he was about to give up and head home, a sharp, chilling sensation ran down his spine. Finally. He smirked as he subtly turned his head toward its source, finding a middle-aged man in an inconspicuous coat and a black cap pulled low, a stark difference from their previous eye-catching black robes. The bastard looks like he's been running around for a week. His sunken cheeks and the dark circles under his eyes suggested that he had gone through a lot of trouble trying to find Kwon-ojin. You made me wait so fucking long, you bastard. After giggling, Kwon-ojin suddenly sprinted away at full speed. Tap 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 tap, H-ha, the man who had been on the phone quickly chased after him. Stop, he angrily shouted. Kwon-ojin extended his hand backward, waving his middle finger at him. Old man, why are you so slow? Is it because you're balding? The man's face twisted in rage. Although his hair wasn't visible under the cap, it seemed Kwon-ojin had hit a sore point. You bastard. A few black feathers flew toward Kwon-ojin together with the man's harsh curse. Whoosh. Is that the power of the stigma of Owl Nebula? Last time, Kwon-ojin had killed his opponent before he could witness the stigma's power. Hence, this was his first time actually seeing it in action. Now that I've got a sense of how strong it is, it's time to stop provoking him. Arriving at an empty open area, he quickly stopped in his tracks. He then spun around and thrust his spear forward. Hup, clang. The man chasing after him crossed his arms in front of him to block the attack. Black feathers sprouted from his forearms, deflecting Kwon-ojin's spear. Those feathers are harder than I thought. He was genuinely impressed. You bastard. PFFFT, we've just met, so why are you looking at me with such a heated gaze? You're making me blush. Your arrogance ends here. Is that so? Kwon-ojin shrugged and adjusted his grip on the spear. He activated the stigma of Cain's Venetis and glanced around. He didn't sense any other Black Star Society members nearby. Are you sure you can handle me alone? The man took a proper stance as he scoffed. HMPH, you're alone too. No, I'm not. What now? Attack, Kwon-ojin shouted. With a look of panic, the man turned around. Behind him was, nothing but the empty space. What psych, I lied. Azure lightning, crackle, blue lightning surged and gathered at the tip of the spear. It then fanned out in all directions, sweeping through everything in its way. Not even the black feathers covering the man's arms could stop the lightning. Arg, the man stumbled backward. Take this. Kwon-ojin thrust his spear through the opening in the man's defenses. Arg. Refusing to go down easily, the man quickly reassumed his stance and grabbed the spear with feather-covered hands. How dare you use such a cheap trick on me? Even though blue lightning still crackled at the tip of the spear, the man held on and pulled the spear without hesitation. Kwon-oh-jin twisted it to pull it free, but the man's grip proved too firm to break. Is he stronger than me? It didn't matter, though. Strength alone could not guarantee the man's victory. For a trick so cheap, you sure fell for it. He chuckled as he let go of the spear. Caught off guard, the man fell backward. Kwon-oh-jin then jumped and slammed his fist down on the man's head as if striking with a hammer. Thump, lightning strike. Crackle, cug, the man toppled backward, writhing in pain. Kwon-oh-jin quickly grabbed his spear from the ground and pointed it at the man's throat. The man bit his lips in frustration. Don't think you've won, but I have. Despite the man's rather strong resistance, Kwon-oh-jin was the clear winner. How do you think you can escape from the Black Star Society just by killing me? The man snorted. If you think you can still be safe after messing with Mr. Yu-jin, you are greatly mistaken, ha ha ha. After his burst of laughter, he added, there's no way you can defeat him. Yeah, I know. Kwon-oh-jin didn't know exactly how strong of an awakener Yu-jin was, but he knew that he couldn't beat him, at least not right now. It doesn't matter, though. You're all going to die soon. The man stared at him in confusion. What makes you so sure of that? Kwon-oh-jin shrugged and grinned. The fact that I'm going to unleash a hunting dog. A hunting dog. Yeah, something like that. There was no point in dragging out this conversation. It was time to wrap things up. Kwon-oh-jin drove his spear deep into the man's throat, causing blood to spray out like a fountain. K-Kug, all right then. He rummaged through the man's pockets and pulled out a phone. It had an iris scan as its password, so he pried the man's eyes open and unlocked it. I'd like to absorb his stigma too, but the commotion could attract unwanted attention, so he decided to clean up the scene first. Carrying the body on his shoulder, Kwon-oh-jin left the open area. Using the black curtain, he completely hid his presence and headed toward a nearby mountain. He then waited until there were no traces of anyone around. This should do. He propped the blood-stained spear against a tree and snapped a picture. Click. This is the last time I'll be using this spear. He had already planned on replacing it soon anyway, so it wouldn't be such a waste. Lifting his chin slightly, he adjusted his voice. Ahem. He had done this multiple times already, so it didn't take him long to switch it up. Afterward, he dialed the number he had gotten from Han-jun Man. Ring, ring, Valhalla Guild, Kim Sun-young speaking. The feminine voice carried a hint of exhaustion. Still, she sounded familiar. Kwon-oh-jin searched through Lee Shin-hyuk's memories. Is it that woman with the glasses? Could I speak with the guild master? The guild master is currently unavailable to take calls. I found Lee Shin-hyuk. What? A brief moment of silence followed. Wait a moment. A clattering noise echoed from the other side of the line. Soon after, a cold, steady voice spoke into the phone. Did you just say you found my brother? This was his first time hearing Lee Woo-hyuk's voice outside Lee Shin-hyuk's memories. Time to release the hunting dog, a ferocious, untamed hunting dog that will bite my enemy's neck for me. To be exact, we have him with us. What? Ha, do you not get it? Lee Shin-hyuk is in our custody. What nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense. Then maybe I should send you proof. Kwon-oh-jin sent the photo that he had just taken. That spear. You recognize it, don't you? Who are you? Ha, looks like you finally believe me. Who the hell are you, you bastard? As for the name of the hunting dog, I'll keep it simple. My name is Yu-jin. Let's call him Lee Woo-hyuk. When we were kids, my older brother Lee Shin-hyuk was better than me at everything: studying, sports, art, and even music. No matter how hard I tried, he could always effortlessly do things that I couldn't. He was only 3 years older than me, yet he seemed like a superhuman. However, everything changed when real superhumans, known as awakeners, appeared. Unlike me, who was chosen by the Celestial of Leon of the 12 Zodiacs, no one chose my brother. The inferiority complex I had built up since my earliest memories became the fuel for my drive to beat him. I worked harder than anyone else, sharpening my strength through brutal effort. Why you became an 8-star awakener with the stigma of Leo. Without realizing how he felt or how much despair he had been experiencing, I climbed to a height my brother could never reach. What's going on, Shin-hyuk? My older brother grew thinner by the day. He barely ate, became lethargic, and locked himself in his room. It's nothing. He'd always say it was nothing, but it didn't take long for me to realize that I was the cause. He couldn't bear the fact that in a world overrun by monsters and death, his younger brother was protecting him instead of the other way around. It felt so unbearably humiliating to him that it made him sick. Shin-hyuk, please. I could understand and empathize with him. After all, it was my own inferiority toward him that pushed me to rise to where I was. But that was also how I knew that such emotions didn't disappear so easily. I'm sorry. As the distance between us grew wider, the deep emotional crack festered and began to rot with a foul odor. But then my brother also awakened. Woo-hyuk, I've awakened too. I've gained the stigma of Pixis. I was genuinely happy. My heart raced at the thought that we might return to how things used to be when we got along. The stigma of Pixis could never bring him to the same level as someone who had the stigma of a zodiac like me, but that didn't matter. I just wanted him to regain a little bit of confidence. Hence, I bought him an expensive spear and some high-end gear. I was busy with my guild work, so we couldn't spend much time together, but it felt like things were improving between us, even just a little. I had hope for us. I even began to dream of a better future, but Lee Shin Hyuk is currently in our custody. What nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense. Then maybe I should send you proof. Lee Woo Hyuk received a photo. Ding. An ominous feeling crawled up his spine. That spear. The photo was of a spear with a blade that radiated a faint blue glow. A roaring lion emblem, the symbol of the Valhalla Guild, was intricately engraved on it. His heart pounded violently. Thump, thump. The back of his neck began to heat up, burning his brain. It was the custom-made, one-of-a-kind spear that Lee Woo Hyuk had given Lee Shin Hyuk as a gift spear meant only for him. Who are you? He blanked out as if his mind had turned into ash. An uncontrollable surge of emotion exploded from deep within him. Who the hell are you bastard? Lee Woo Hyuk shouted as if he was howling. My name is Yu Jin. Yu Jin. Yu Jin. Yu Jin. He carved the name into his mind. He knew that it wasn't the caller's real name. No kidnapper would reveal their true identity so easily. However, one thing was clear. Lee Shin Hyuk, his older brother, was in the bastard's hands. What do you want? Asked Lee Woo Hyuk. Have 3 billion won ready in cash by the 25th and bring it to the observatory near the summit of Mount Bigunson. Did he just want 3 billion won? Was that why they kidnapped his brother? No, that couldn't be it. 3 billion won was a large amount of money, but it wasn't nearly enough for someone to dare kidnap the brother of the infamous Black Lion, a candidate for 7 stars. If their target isn't my brother, then it has to be me. They're calling me out to lure me into a carefully crafted trap. Naturally, you'll be coming alone. I'm sure you already know what will happen if you bring company. A cheerful laugh echoed through the phone. Lee Woo Hyuk clenched his teeth, barely managing to suppress the curse rising in his throat. If you so much as touch a hair on my brother's head, I won't forgive you. Oh dear, how terrifying. I'm so scared I don't know what to do. Ha 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 ha. Lee Woo Hyuk slowly closed his eyes. Woong, blue light flickered from the stigma of Leo on his left chest. A wild, beast-like mana began to surge. Oops, looks like I'm dragging this on a bit too long. Well, just remember my words, okay? By the 25th, bring 3 billion won in cash at the summit of Mount Bigunson. Haha, oh, there's an observatory there, so let's meet in the evening. You might as well watch the stars while you're there. Lee Woo Hyuk remained silent. See you then. Beep. When the call dropped, the part of the table he was gripping shattered into pieces. Yu Jin. A wave of intense mana surged out, shattering every luxurious ornament in the office. Boom, crack, Yu Jin, and his eyes blazed with fury. The overwhelming rage made his blood boil and burned away his rationality. Knock, knock, guild master. Kim Seon-young cautiously opened the door and entered. Quivering faintly, she looked around at the wrecked office. What's wrong? She asked. The Valhalla Guild's composed, rational leader was gone. Now he looked like a wounded beast, yet his overwhelming murderous aura still made Kim Seon-young's legs tremble. Lee Woo Hyuk bit down on his lip in silence. The kidnapper's words echoed in his head. I'm sure you already know what will happen if you bring company. Nothing's going to he trailed off. Falling into deep thought, he closed his eyes and repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fist. Guild master, are you okay? After a long moment of contemplation, Lee Woo Hyuk slowly opened his eyes. Contact the association. The association? Yes, and gather all the guild members who are currently deployed at the gates. His narrowed eyes gleamed sharply. He had no intention of falling into the trap as the enemy wanted. We're going to war. His cold words echoed through the room. After the call, Kwon Oh-jin smirked. Now then, with the bait set, all that was left was to wait for the enraged hunting dog to tear into the enemy's throat. I wonder how he'll respond. Well, it isn't really that hard to predict. First, he'll contact the association. Valhalla Guild and the association were allies. When they do, Lee Woo Hyuk will naturally learn more about Yu Jin and the Black Star Society. Lee Woo Hyuk would then fully understand who their true enemy was. Well, he'd probably wonder why a kidnapper would willingly reveal their name in the first place. It didn't matter, though. Even if he grew suspicious, he couldn't just opt not to take action. His brother's life was on the line. A cornered lion was bound to bite even at a piece of straw. He'll reach out to me too. Kwon Oh-jin was the one who provided information about Yu Jin to the association in the first place. He wasn't sure if Lee Woo Hyuk would contact him directly or through the association, but he'd undoubtedly get a call. He'll likely ask for details about Yu Jin's appearance. That would make things even more simple. He would just have to describe the exact image of Yu Jin he had seen at the gate, and then they'll meet. On the night of the 25th, Lee Woo Hyuk and Yu Jin would have their first encounter at the mountain in the worst possible way. After that, Kwon Oh-jin laughed. War will begin. Even though he had told Lee Woo Hyuk to come alone, he knew that the man wouldn't just blindly follow such an order. He's not stupid enough to straight up walk into an enemy's trap. Lee Woo Hyuk would probably gather all his guild members and mobilize as much strength as possible. It was the smartest way to rescue his brother. Well, time to clean up a bit. Kwon-oh-jin sent an electric current through the phone that he had used to communicate with Lee Shin-hyuk, destroying it. Crackle, crack. I have to destroy all the evidence. He tossed the phone to the ground and stomped on it repeatedly until it was unrecognizable. Afterward, he scattered the remaining pieces into various sewer drains. At this point, no one, not even Steve Jobs, would be able to tell that it was a shattered phone. All that's left is the spear, and he turned to the dead Black Star Society member. He's got a similar build. Letter 192 get EEWEB-NOVYAL-com. The man didn't have any striking physical features either. Perfect, he'll come in handy. He could put the body to good use. Preparing to leave, he picked up the corpse and the spear. I'll have to stop by the weapons shop tomorrow and buy a decent spear. He initially planned to order custom-made equipment, but he didn't have the luxury of waiting around for that now. I wonder when he'll reach out. With a wide grin, Kwon-oh-jin left the scene. Ring ranged. Late in the night, Kwon-oh-jin's phone woke him up from his sleep. He lifted the blanket and got up from the cramped floor of the room. Song Ha-yoon rolled around in bed and pulled the blanket over her. Slightly woken up from her sleep, she asked, "Who's calling at this hour? Don't worry about it and just go back to sleep," Kwon-oh-jin replied. Click. He slipped on his slippers and stepped outside. "Hello, my apologies for calling you at this hour, Oh-jin, but I've got an urgent matter to discuss with you." It was Han-jun Man. He sounded more tense than usual. "What's going on? It's difficult to explain over the phone. I understand. I'll head to the association right away." After hanging up, he went back inside to get dressed. "What's going on? Where are you going so late into the night?" Song Ha-yoon asked, sitting up. "I'm just going to check if the hunting dog I set loose is doing its job." "Huh, what are you talking about? I'll be back in a bit. Give me a proper explanation." Click. He closed the door and walked out. It didn't even take a day, huh? His lips curved into a grin. "Looks like I've found myself a good hunting dog." He chuckled, his shoulders shaking with amusement as he headed toward the association. "That's everything I know about Yu-jin." Kwon-oh-jin handed over the sketch of Yu-jin to Han-jun Man. He was fairly confident in his drawing skills, so it wasn't difficult to create the sketch. Han-jun Man took the sketch. He then sighed. "Did you hear why they're looking for him?" "No, they didn't mention the reason." The Valhalla Guild had kept the fact that Lee Shin-hyuk had been kidnapped a secret. That made sense. Even if they were allies, this wasn't an easy situation to disclose. "Oh, right." Han-jun Man clapped his hands. "Yes, they didn't share all the details, but they said they needed the association's help to besiege Mount Bigunson." Besiege? Looks like they're really serious about this. Lee Woo-hyuk was moving faster and more decisively than Kwon-oh-jin had anticipated. "You're not obligated to participate, Oh-jin, but I'll join. If things go well, I'll also be able to squeeze out a nice reward." The thought made his mouth water. As dust floated around in a dimly lit basement, a pair of cold, gleaming eyes pierced through the darkness. "You still haven't found him?" someone asked coldly. Trembling in fear, men in black robes bowed their heads before the gentle young man. That's not what I want to hear. It's already been over a week, and you still haven't been able to find one measly awakener. We've checked all the guilds and even the records of the registration exam, but we didn't find any sign of him." So, with a flick of the young man's hand, black feathers sliced through the darkness like bullets. They pierced and shredded through the man's arms, shoulders, thighs, and calves. You still haven't found him." The man writhed like a bug. "Arg, Thud thud, Yu-jin slowly moved closer to his victim. He then stomped down on the man's already mangled arm. Crack, I am sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm not interested in your apology. You have something else to tell me, don't you? We found a lead." Yu-jin squinted slightly. "What lead?" "We traced the area where our member went missing 3 days ago and checked the nearby CCTV footage. And we confirmed that he left a building that only association employees are allowed to enter." He then headed toward Mokdong. Intrigued, Yu-jin licked his lips. "Is he part of the association then?" "We're not sure if he's a part of the association." "What? We've been staking out the area near the association's headquarters, watching for his arrival or departure, but he hasn't shown up again. What are the chances he's part of a local branch? We've already checked them all TPP. Yu-jin's expression twisted with frustration. He's not part of the association, yet he came out of a building only meant for their employees. Even if the association wasn't a particularly respected organization, it wasn't the kind of place an outsider could easily sneak into. Just who the hell is this guy? He recalled the face of the young man who had smiled so kindly while offering a deal. There was something ominous about it. Yu-jin felt as if an unpleasant, viscous substance had clung to his skin. "Keep investigating for now." "Yes, sir." Massaging his temples to alleviate his headache, he glanced down at the 50 men kneeling before him. "I'm not satisfied." Discontented with his position as a low-ranking executive, he planned to rise to the middle and upper ranks one day. Eventually, he'd claim the seat of executor. "I'm going to get up there." A fierce desire surged within him. "Make that happen, I have to find him and get the true astral relic of the Black Star." The King of Owls, Chin Du-yoon, was a cold-blooded man who did not tolerate mistakes. The only reason he didn't kill Yujin on the spot was to give him a chance to redeem his failure. However, if Yujin still couldn't retrieve the real astral relic quickly, Jindu-yun would kill him. Sir, speak. Why don't we ask Sir Ashad for help? What? Ashad Khan was an Indian official, both his peer and superior. They had both become apostles of Owl Nebula on the same day, but Ashad had already risen to the position of a mid-ranking official, while Yujin remained at the bottom. If Ashad, who had twice as many subordinates as Yujin, lent his help, they'd find their target much faster. Bang, that's nonsense, Yujin growled. The subordinate hastily bowed his head and backed away. I apologize. Yujin clicked his tongue in disdain and turned away. He then held up 3 fingers. I'm giving you exactly 3 days to bring that bastard to me. Understood? Yes, sir. Their loud response echoed through the basement. Soon, a subordinate stationed as a lookout on the first floor hurried down, looking quite alarmed. Sir, what is it? Someone is approaching us. Yujin's brows furrowed. What? When he turned on his phone to check the time, it was already past 8 at night. Who would be hiking at this hour? Even though Korea was one of the relatively safer countries from monsters, it wasn't nearly safe enough to wander through the mountains alone late in the evening. If anyone was out there alone at this time, is it a collector? Since the appearance of the gates, the power they emanated had impacted Earth's ecosystem, from plants and animals to the landscape itself. Although they were still rare, beings imbued with the power of the stars had begun to appear. Among them were collectors, individuals who roamed deep within the mountains, seeking herbs or spiritual creatures infused with the power of the stars. In the olden days, collectors would have been similar to those who searched for wild ginseng. I think so. He has a large bag on his back. Yujin laughed, lightly clapping. Haha, what an unlucky fellow. I'll take care of Hai. No, I'm in a bad mood, so this is perfect. I'll handle it myself. With a sinister smile, Yujin turned around. He thought the sight of blood could help him calm down a little. Still, just to be safe, I want everyone prepared for combat. Yes, sir. Yujin walked out of the observatory and stood beneath the dazzling cascade of starlight. As he left the observatory, something leaning against the wall caught his eye. A spear. A spear was propped up beside the entrance, its blade gleaming faintly with a bluish light. It looked like a high-quality weapon. Where did this come from? Did one of my subordinates bring it? He hadn't heard any reports about it, though. Yujin stared at the spear before turning away. I'll ask about it later when I get back. He didn't have time to be distracted by such trivial things. Right now, a stranger was approaching their hideout. Although they were likely just a lost collector, they could also turn out to be an intruder targeting their base. As he descended the mountain a bit further, he found a young man with a cold and stern expression walking toward their hideout. His icy gaze shone sharply in the darkness. Are you lost? Yujin asked with a smile as he walked toward the man. It's quite dangerous to be wandering around alone late at night. No response. What's going on? Yujin squinted and stared at the handsome young man. Something felt off. A chilling fear crept down his spine. It's you, Li Wu Hyuk muttered as he glared at Yujin. The face matched the sketch that he had received through the association. This is the guy who kidnapped my brother. He wanted to rush in and tear Yujin apart, but he wasn't completely sure yet. He couldn't attack recklessly without being certain that he had kidnapped Li Shin Hyuk. After all, this could all just be part of someone's grand scheme. I'll wait just a bit longer. Keeping his lips tightly sealed, Li Wu Hyuk kept observing Yujin. Guild Master. Just then, a clear voice echoed in his mind. It was Kim Seon-young, his assistant and the deputy guild master of the Valhalla Guild. While Li Wu Hyuk was drawing the Black Star Society's attention, she had quietly approached the enemy's hideout to find undeniable evidence. I found Shin Hyuk's spear. A surge of raging mana exploded from Li Wu Hyuk. They had found the evidence that he had been looking for. Rumble. The stigma of Liu on his left chest flared brightly. A fierce gust of wind roared around him. Yujin turned pale. What the hell? The man wasn't a collector, he was an intruder targeting the Black Star Society. Be Black Lion Li Wu Hyuk. That's why he looks familiar. He's the guild master of the Valhalla Guild, a man rumored to be a candidate for the 7 stars. Why on earth is such a powerful awakener attacking us? Yujin had committed numerous crimes in his lifetime, but he had never touched someone of that magnitude. He had always satisfied his desires by preying on the weakened people who couldn't even dare catch up to him. Some will call me a coward, but that's just how the world works. No, the weak existed to be trampled upon, and no one knew that better than he did. There's no reason for a monster like him to be targeting me. In the presence of overwhelming strength, Yujin instinctively lowered his head. You wanted money, right? Li Wu Hyuk threw the bag on his back onto the ground. Thud, the lid flew open and bundles of cash spilled out like falling snow. I've prepared it all in cash. Yujin stared at him in confusion. Why was this man suddenly throwing a huge amount of cash at him? What was going on? If you want it, come and get it, Li Wu Hyuk growled. Before Yujin could even process what was happening, a violent gust of wind swept toward him. Whoosh. Arg, damn it, he barely managed to dodge. He had no idea what was going on, but if he wanted to survive this monster, he had to call for his subordinates. "K, kill him, kill that bastard." Thankfully, they weren't far from the hideout. His shouts should be loud enough for them to hear. He's alone. With 50 men, I can at least create a small opening. Did you really think I'd walk into your trap that easily? What? Li Wu-hyuk bared his fangs in a savage grin. Kim Seon-young and the rest of his guild members had already infiltrated the vicinity of the hideout. I'll strike before these bastards can even use Li Shin-hyuk as a hostage. Li Wu-hyuk stomped, sending a blast of explosive mana outward. Everyone. A lion's roar echoed through the dark forest. Charge, boom, crack, thud. A dozen awakeners burst out from the forest and sprinted toward the observatory. Each one was a high-ranking awakener who possessed terrifying physical abilities. "Leave this to us, guild master," a young man shouted. He then broke through the tightly shut door of the observatory with a massive hammer. Freewbn Gujarati, Ushunya inus new el retroflex, com. Boom W what the fuck, Yujin turned even paler. He was already struggling to deal with Li Wu-hyuk, but now there were more of them. What's wrong? Surprised that I'm not alone. Li Wu-hyuk glared at Yujin. Where is he? Yujin's brows furrowed. What was he talking about? My brother, where is he? The hell, why are you asking me that? Something wasn't right. As if a mechanical part had been forced into the wrong place, everything was misaligned. What's going on? Leaving aside how Li Wu-hyuk had found the hideout, throwing money around and suddenly asking where his brother was made no sense at all. Wait, Yujin reached out to stop Li Wu-hyuk, but Li Wu-hyuk's blade energy shot toward Yujin like the sharp claws of a beast. The thick trees, larger than a person's body, snapped and violently flung aside. Crack. Damn it, Yujin extended his arm in desperation. The stigma on his left chest glowed brightly, and dozens of black feathers formed in the air. Clang, clang, clang. However, Li Wu-hyuk's sword shredded the black feathers effortlessly. Yujin turned even paler. He's strong. Black Lion Li Wu-hyuk was every bit as monstrous as rumored. Creating more black feathers, Yujin barely managed to slow down the sword strikes. He rolled across the ground to create distance between them. How disappointing. You dare target me with such pathetic skills. Li Wu-hyuk growled coldly as he effortlessly followed Yujin. Rage boiled up inside him. Thinking about how this whole situation would torment his brother, Li Shin-hyuk, who was already suffering from an inferiority complex, made him furious. I had just started to see a glimmer of Happido dream that we could finally return to how things used to be, but it was all ruined. Yujin's eyes widened in shock. What? I targeted Li Wu-hyuk. What nonsense was that? No way. Too many things were out of place about all this. The sequence, the flow, it was all twisted, which only meant one thing. Someone is using the Black Lion. Though Yujin didn't know who, it was the only explanation that made sense. Cug. Li Wu-hyuk cut a deep gash from Yujin's chest to his belly button, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Yujin shouted desperately. I didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. Li Wu-hyuk sneered coldly. Stop lying. Under different circumstances, he might have listened to such a pathetic excuse, but now wasn't one of them. Ag. This time he cut Yujin's side, causing more blood to pour out. Damn it. Yujin didn't know how the Black Lion got convinced, but Li Wu-hyuk was dead set on blaming Yujin. This won't do. There was no time to solve this misunderstanding. Li Wu-hyuk would just keep tearing him apart even if he tried to explain. I have to run away. He couldn't win against such a powerful opponent. Panting heavily, Yujin crossed his arms over his chest. He knew he only had one chance. Unleashing every last ounce of mana he had, he focused on the stigma burning on his chest. He knew that he couldn't even scratch Li Wu-hyuk, but he had one last trick up his sleeve, is something he kept saved for moments just like this. If I can just create a small opening. Stab. Dialogue. Even in the brief moment that Yujin focused, Li Wu-hyuk's claw-like sword tore into him again. Black wing scatter. Boom. Yujin swung his crossed arms downward in an X shape, unleashing a storm of hundreds of black feathers in all directions. It's useless. Despite the black feathers completely blocking his vision, Li Wu-hyuk still stepped forward. It truly seemed like a rather powerful skill, but it was all worthless to him. The stigma of Li on his chest glowed fiercely. The wind from his sword compressed, taking the form of a beast's claw. It then collided with the storm of black feathers. Crash! The ground, rocks, and trees around them were shredded as if thrown into a blender. Dust filled the air, obscuring the view, but with a casual swing of his sword, Li Wu-hyuk dispersed the cloud of dust. In the brief moment it took for Li Wu-hyuk to clear the dust, Yujin quickly pulled out a black dagger from his clothes. Without hesitation, he then stabbed himself. What the? Li Wu-hyuk quickly rushed toward Yujin. Whoosh! However, before he could reach him, Yujin transformed into a flurry of black feathers and instantly disappeared. Damn it! Li Wu-hyuk bit his lip in frustration. Where did he go? He frantically scanned the area, but whatever ability that Yujin had used made it impossible to find him. I can't let him escape. He gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't have left the mountain. Li Wuhyuk had asked the association to besiege the mountain in case of situations like this. Boom, the black lion sprinted through the dark forest. Whoosh, hundreds of black feathers swirled through the air, gathering into one spot and forming the shape of a person. Huff, huff, Yujin had now turned back into his human form. However, with no time to rest, he sprinted through the forest while gasping for air. Tap, 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 his vision was blurry and he felt as if he couldn't breathe. Damn it, just where did it all go wrong? When did things start falling apart? He tripped over a tree root, sending him tumbling to the ground. His wounds split open and blood spilled out. Thud. Fuck, he quickly glanced behind him but couldn't sense anyone chasing him. Did I make it? Plop. As the tension left his body, a wave of exhaustion hit him hard. Ha, ha, Yujin groaned, clutching his wounds. His body was wrecked and he had wasted his most cherished astral relic. Still, a faint smile crept onto his lips as he clenched his fist. I did it. He managed to escape from that crazed beast. Why is this even happening to me? However, though he survived, he had lost everything else, even his subordinates and the chance to fix his mistake. Fuck, 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 he pulled at his hair, swearing nonstop. Not only had he failed to retrieve the Black Star astral relic, but he also lost his hideout and his men all because someone had played him like a fool. What do I do now? He blanked out. Even if he went back, he was bound to die in Chinduyun's hands. Yujin bit his lip hard, a Shad Khan. As much as he hated the idea of asking that bastard for help, he wasn't ready to die. He would have to beg for help. Damn it, he muttered as he reached for his phone. Russell. Yujin turned toward the sound. Who's there? Standing before him was the scammer who had sold him the fake astral relic. You, why are you here? The bastard, whom he couldn't hate enough, was now casually walking toward him. Haha, Kwon-Oh-jin's shoulders shook as he laughed at Yujin, who was slumped on the ground. Looks like you've had a rough time, huh? You look like a mess. What the hell is going on? Yujin's eyes widened as his mind raced. Wait a minute. He pressed down on his forehead, his face scrunched up in a puzzled expression. In no way, it can't be. Chills ran down his spine. Suddenly, all the puzzle pieces that hadn't matched up started to fit together. The gears that had been out of sync began to turn smoothly. Is this all part of his plan? He hadn't been able to think straight earlier because of how chaotic everything had been, but looking back, the only person who could have known the location of his hideout was this bastard. After all, 2 of his men had died tracking him. Yujin had anticipated his hideout being discovered, but he couldn't care less at the time. He thought it wouldn't matter since the one being chased was the man who now stood before him, not him. He was strong and that bastard was weak. That was how it should have been, at least. If so, then why was the weak one the one who should have been crushed by no standing over and looking down at him? Have you figured out why I'm here now? Kwon-Oh-jin calmly asked. Yujin trembled as he slowly looked up. Yujin launched himself off the ground and squeezed out every last bit of his mana to create black feathers. Thump, you've still got some fight in you, huh? Smiling smugly, Kwon-Oh-jin deflected the black feathers aimed at his vitals. Clang, clang, you probably shouldn't be moving so aggressively, though, Kwon-Oh-jin remarked. He lowered his spear to the ground and casually swept it in front of him. Kug, Yujin quickly retreated to dodge the attack. He then clutched his chest and winced. The wound inflicted by Li Wuhyuk had reopened, allowing blood to seep out again. See, told you it was a bad idea to keep moving like that, Kwon-Oh-jin said mockingly. Why, you bastard? So, why'd you do that? Kwon-Oh-jin clicked his tongue and shook his head in mock pity. Did you really think you could mess with the Black Lion? What? Oh, come on, don't play dumb. I'm not fucking playing dumb. Yujin's anguished shout echoed through the forest. You're the one behind all of this. What are you talking about? Kwon-Oh-jin shamelessly shrugged. You did this to yourself. The truth didn't matter. There wasn't ever a time that it mattered, not even once. All that was important was what seemed like the truth. It was the Black Star Society that kidnapped Li Wuhyuk's brother and held him hostage, wasn't it? Why, you filthy piece of shit. It's After a burst of laughter, Kwon-Oh-jin ruthlessly kicked Yujin in the stomach. Kug. With Yujin now on the ground, Kwon-Oh-jin firmly stepped on his chest. I have a lot of things I'm curious about. Mind answering a few questions for me? What? Yujin stared up at him in disbelief. He then laughed, his face twisting with rage. Is this how you got the location of my hideout? Yujin was so shocked that he could barely speak. Hence, he instead spat a thick glob of saliva at Kwon-Oh-jin's leg, which was pinning him down. I'm telling you nothing, you conning bastard. Even though he had been tricked and left in such a pitiful state, he had no intention of telling him anything about the Black Star Society. No matter what you do, you won't get a word out of me. Yujin was genuinely loyal to the Black Star Society. Is that so? If you don't want to talk, I guess there's nothing I can do. What? Yujin looked up at Kwon-Oh-jin, meeting his cold black eyes. For some reason, the sky had turned pitch black. Not even a trace of light remained from the Milky Way decorating its vast expanse or the countless stars that had been sparkling elegantly all over it. Why is it so? Kwon-Oh-jin grabbed one of Yujin's fingers. He then smiled brightly. Now then, do your best not to say a word, okay? This content is taken from FREWeb and Oval. Letter 1D484, letter 1D490, letter 1D662. Og, no longer having the strength to scream, Yujin just kept groaning weakly instead. Is that all you know? Asked Kwon-oh-jin. Yujin didn't answer. Kwon-oh-jin looked down at the miserable Yujin and clicked his tongue. Even if he does no more, there's no way he can tell me anything in that condition. Unlike his subordinate, who had confessed easily, Yujin refused to say a word until every part of him was covered in wounds. No, it would be more accurate to say that regardless of his condition, he can't reveal more. Maybe there's some kind of seal on him. Letter 192 Ari Macron, EWEB, NO Cyrillic letter 475 Yael C Sigmum. Every time Kwon-oh-jin asked about key information regarding the Black Star Society, Yujin convulsed violently, foaming at the mouth as if he was having a seizure. In that state, there was no way Kwon-oh-jin could get more information out of him, no matter how hard he interrogated him. I still got a few things out of him, though. Kwon-oh-jin learned that Yujin was a low-rank official serving someone called the Executor. He also managed to get the contact info of Ashad Khan, an officer who became an apostle of the Black Star on the same day as Yujin. This probably won't be useful for now. He slipped the piece of paper with Ashad Khan's contact into his pocket. Unless the Black Star Society started pursuing him like Yujin had, he found no need to get involved with them. Wait, hold on. Kwon-oh-jin's eyes shone. The Black Star Society was a shady organization with lunatics who raved about the Celestials of the Black Star ruling the world. They were a secret group growing in the shadows. Kwon-oh-jin smiled brightly. I might be able to use this to my advantage. It wouldn't be surprising if the Heavenly Demon, said to end the world in the future, emerged in such a suspicious group, right? He laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. Ha ha ha. If he wanted to keep his identity as the owner of the Black Heaven hidden, then all he had to do was frame someone as its owner and kill them. I've got a reason to get involved with the Black Star Society now. Their heinous organization would give birth to the Heavenly Demon. As a regressor, Kwon-oh-jin couldn't just sit back and let them be. He had to eliminate them to prevent the world from being destroyed. I'm not strong enough to do that yet, though. Kwon-oh-jin smiled bitterly. If he hadn't used Lee Woo-hyuk, he wouldn't even have stood a chance against Yujin. I figured they'd have a huge force, but this far exceeded my expectations. Even Yujin only seemed weak because he was up against Lee Woo-hyuk. The average Awakener wouldn't dare challenge someone of his caliber, if a low-rank officer is already this strong. He could hardly imagine how monstrous the mid-rank and high-rank officers were, not to mention the Executor. Maybe. Kwon-oh-jin squinted. He hadn't seen them in person yet, so it was difficult to gauge their full strength, but the Executor and certain other Awakeners in their ranks could be on par with the 7 stars, who were said to be the strongest in the world. If that were the case, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Black Star Society possessed enough power to flip the world upside down. Tuzg. Kwon-oh-jin looked down at Yujin, who was slowly losing consciousness. He wanted to extract more information, but with the seal in place, it didn't seem possible. Time to wrap things up. He lifted the spear that he had laid on the ground. He had bought the cheap weapon from a shop near the association 3 days ago. I have to upgrade my gear as soon as this is done. He stabbed Yujin in the neck, causing him to cough up blood and shake violently. Kug. Kwon-oh-jin then electrified him to make sure he was dead. PTZZZZZ. Let's get started. Afterward, he checked if Yujin was carrying anything valuable. After some time, he let out a gasp of delight. Whoa, inside a black pouch, he found 2 high-grade starstones, the same ones that he had received when trading the astral relic. Eureka! In a fit of excitement, he pulled at his own hair and leaped 10 meters into the air. The one I just sold was worth 5 billion won, so. These 2 would be worth 10 billion won. He had just made an insane fortune in an instant. Hey, nothing beats looting people. Kwon-oh-jin packed the 2 starstones, which had a soft blue glow, into his bag. He then took off Yujin's underwear to see if he had anything else, but there was nothing left worth taking. Fuck, I scarred my eyes for no reason. He put Yujin's underwear back on and looked away. Time for the main course. Reaching for the stigma engraved on Yujin's left chest, he noticed the 6 strokes marking it. He was a 6-star Awakener, huh? No wonder he was so strong. As Kwon-oh-jin placed his hand over the stigma and focused, a black cloud emerged from his fingertips. SHHHH. The cloud of the Black Heaven completely covered the stigma and greedily devoured the power contained within it. Ring. The Black Heaven is absorbing the stigma of Owl Nebula. All the conditions for the Black Heaven's 2nd enlightenment have been met. The Black Heaven is undergoing its 3rd enlightenment. His eyes widened as he read the blue system window. The 3rd enlightenment means. Arg rumble, black clouds swirled around and engulfed him entirely. Soon he was hit with a painful headache. Through the Black Heaven, Kwon-oh-jin is reading the record contained within the stigma of Lyra. The Black Heaven's enlightenment is too low. The records Kwon-oh-jin can read are limited. Kwon-oh-jin once again witnessed fragments of memories that wasn't his. This time he found himself in a desolate land filled with burning smoke. Damn it. Lee Woo-hyuk's face contorted with rage as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of rampaging monsters. In the distance, Seoul Station was now nothing more than a mangled ruin, trampled beyond recognition by the monsters. Why is this happening? Trembling faintly, Lee Woo-hyuk clenched his fists. Woo-hyuk, Lee Shin-hyuk called as he placed his hand on Lee Woo-hyuk's shoulder. Yeah, I'll buy us some time. Go to Seon-young. Lee Woo-hyuk glared at his brother. What are you talking about? Why would you stay here? Haha, I've gotten stronger, you know. I can hold them off for a while. That's not the point. You like her, don't you? What? You like Seon-young? Lee Woo-hyuk's expression hardened. Lee Shin-hyuk lightly tapped him on the shoulder before raising his spear. Just go, you idiot. If things get bad, I'll retreat too. But Lee Shin-hyuk smiled faintly and started walking toward the swarm of monsters in Seoul Station. Go already. The stigma of Pixis burned brightly on Lee Shin-hyuk's chest. Lee Woo-hyuk clenched his eyes shut. Stealing his resolve, he turned away and ran. Now then, Lee Shin-hyuk took a deep breath, raising his spear toward the horde of monsters charging at him. At that moment, a roar powerful enough to shake the very earth erupted. Kara, boom, an enormous monster, made entirely of grotesque masses of flesh, emerged from the debris of the collapsed Seoul Station. Standing at over 20 meters tall, it looked like the perfect embodiment of catastrophe. It broke everything around it with its 8 arms, the basketball-sized black starstone embedded in its forehead shining brightly with each movement. Damn it. Lee Shin-hyuk nervously swallowed, his hand trembling slightly. If I'd known that something like this was sealed under the Seoul Station, I might have been able to stop it, Lee Shin-hyuk said with regret. The memories stopped playing right after. Gasping for breath, Kwon-oh-jin clutched his chest. As he tried to organize the memories that had flooded into his mind, another chime echoed in his ears. Ring, what now? He looked at the blue system window that appeared before him. Some of Lee Shin-hyuk's records have been inherited. Pixis spearmanship LV5 has risen to Pixis spearmanship LV6. The Black Heaven has been promoted to 3 stars. The Black Heaven has acquired the Eternal Convergence trait, Eternal Convergence. Cocking his head in confusion, Kwon-oh-jin pressed on the part that said Eternal Convergence. A new window with the description of the trait popped up. Eternal Convergence, Kwon-oh-jin's proficiency in his main stigma, will affect his proficiency in other stigmas as well. Wow, although the description was short, the effect of this trait left him in awe. Does that mean increasing my proficiency in the stigma of Lyra will increase my proficiency in other stigmas too? To confirm, he immediately used his newly earned stigma of Owl Nebula. Swoosh, 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 this is nice. Even though it was his first time using the stigma, he could freely create and shoot out a dozen or so black feathers. I'm not as familiar with it as the stigma of Lyra, though. Given that he could obtain many more stigmas in the future, having the ability to increase his proficiency in them without any additional effort was incredibly convenient. I can just focus on the stigma of Lyra now. He could simply save the other stigmas for the right situations. After taking one last look at Yujin's corpse, Kwon-oh-jin stood up. The time had come to bring the play to an end. He took a short, nervous breath and created black feathers using the stigma of Owl Nebula. I don't really want to do this, but oh well. To receive the sweetest reward possible, he had to make it look as though he had suffered a considerable amount. For money, this was the least he could do. Swoosh, swoosh, arg. The black feathers flew toward and pierced into him. Some even came dangerously close to hitting vital areas. As blood gushed out, excruciating pain surged through him. Ag fucking shit, he cursed out loud as he fell to the ground. Soon after, he pulled out the radio that the association had issued him before they besieged the mountain. Oh Jin, where are you? Oh Jin, team leader Han Junman's voice carried a sense of urgency. We just got word from the Valhalla Guild. One of the culprits has escaped. I caught him. What? Kwon-oh-jin's voice trembled. I caught the culprit. Cough. Oh Jin, are you all right? Og. Oh Jin. In sheer panic, Han Junman began to shout through the radio. Junman, W, where the hell are you? Damn it. Hurry up and contact the Valhalla Guild. I don't feel so good. The radio cut off. A cool mint-scented liquid slid down Kwon-oh-jin's throat and spread throughout his entire body. As if he had just brushed his teeth, a refreshing feeling then lingered in his mouth. Shortly after, the intense pain that had been tearing through him rapidly subsided. Oh Jin, are you okay? As he opened his eyes, what appeared before him was a gorilla. No, it was Han Junman. Junman. Phew, I'm glad you're awake. Where are we? We're at the place where you fought the culprit. I've called the emergency team, so they'll be transporting you to the hospital soon. No, pardon, I'm fine. Kwon-oh-jin staggered to his feet. Though the potion still hadn't fully healed his painful wounds, he couldn't afford to lie down and rest. I still have something very important left to do. Please rest a bit longer. I'm really okay. But Han Junman trailed off with a troubled expression. Kwon-oh-jin went past Han Junman and walked to Yujin's body, where he found Lee Woo-hyuk looking down at Yujin with a cold, stiff expression. As Kwon Oh-jin approached, Lee Woo-hyuk turned his gaze toward him. Oh-jin, right? Yes. Did this man say anything before he died? Lee Woo-hyuk looked tense. He was biting his lip anxiously, and his clenched fists trembled. Considering that no matter how much they searched around the observatory, they wouldn't have found Lee Shin-hyuk, it made sense for him to react this way. His last hope was whatever Kwon Oh-jin could have heard before Yoo-jin took his final breath. He didn't. Oh, Lee Woo-hyuk's face was painted with despair. With this, all possible ways to find Lee Shin-hyuk had vanished. But Kwon Oh-jin said as he walked a few steps away from where the fight had taken place. He then stopped where he had prepared the final plot twist before his fight with Yoo-jin. This would be the climax of this drama, a turn that would resolve all the mysteries and connect hidden clues in one fell swoop. The culprit was fleeing in that direction. Kwon Oh-jin pointed to a small cave hidden within the thick brushes. A thread of hope was handed to Lee Woo-hyuk. He turned and rushed into the cave. Ah, a corpse so mangled that it was unrecognizable greeted him. The stench of decay stung his nostrils, and no, Lee Woo-hyuk fell to his knees and held onto the corpse. Nuo, Shin-hyuk, Lee Shin-hyuk had never been kidnapped. Rather, those bastards killed him and used him as nothing more than a lure to draw Lee Woo-hyuk into their trap. He had since been brutally and pitifully left to rot in this cave. And no, the black lion's roar echoed within the small cave. Damn, Kwon Oh-jin frowned as he watched Lee Woo-hyuk break down. I expected, orchestrated, and intended this, so why does this feel so unsettling? Kwon Oh-jin felt gut-wrenchingly guilty. Seeing Lee Woo-hyuk cry out in despair, he felt as though a knife was twisting inside his chest. Logically speaking, I'm the victim here. He technically had nothing to do with Lee Shin-hyuk's death. The man died all on his own after trying to regress. In fact, before regressing, he had tried to shove Kwon Oh-jin into the horde of Anthorns so he could escape. I don't intend to make pathetic excuses about this, though. Even though Kwon Oh-jin wasn't directly involved in Lee Shin-hyuk's death, he had undoubtedly used it to his advantage. From an ethical standpoint, it was no doubt a condemnable act. But so what? It's laughable for a scammer like me to be worried about morals. If necessary, he would exploit anything or anyone, even a powerful celestial of the North Star or a grieving brother. As long as it helped him achieve his goal, he would wring them dry and use them to his benefit. That was how he had always lived and how he had survived. Oh-jin, team leader Han Jun-man called, placing his hand on Kwon Oh-jin's shoulder. Shaking his head, he softly said, "Let's go." All right. There was no point in staying any longer. There was nothing more he could do here. The emergency team will be here soon. Kwon Oh-jin shook his head. It's okay, I'll walk down on my own. He began walking away. Though his injuries hadn't completely healed and still throbbed with pain, he felt like going for a short stroll. Haha, it's really all right. Leaving Han Jun-man behind, he made his way down the mountain. As he walked, he looked up at the sky. The night without the guilty was slowly coming to an end. A week later, Kwon Oh-jin answered a call from Han Jun-man late in the morning. The Valhalla Guild called for me. Yes, that's right. Kwon Oh-jin brushed back his sweaty hair. Is this about the compensation that they're supposed to give me? But if that were the case, why they would need him to come to the guild in person? Cocking his head, he pondered for a moment. All right, I'll come by. I'll send the address of the Valhalla Guild through Kakao Talk. Got it. Shortly after, he received a message with the location. Guess I should shower first. He had been training nonstop since dawn, so he was completely drenched in sweat. Click. After heading down from the rooftop, he opened the front door. With her earbuds in, Song Ha-yoon was listening to something with an unusually serious expression. Her phone screen was turned off, so he couldn't see what it was. What are you listening to? Kwon Oh-jin asked. Fuck, what? Why is she so surprised? Why you scared the shit out of me, you jerk. What are you listening to so intently? That's... Flustered, Song Ha-yoon stumbled over her words. Just a song. I was listening to a song. A song? Who listens to a song with that kind of expression? Don't worry about it, you idiot. Okay, if you say so. It was obvious she was lying, but he didn't bother to press her about it. She's still at that age after all. Just because she can't see doesn't mean her desires have disappeared. I've heard there are a lot of people who enjoy themselves just by listening nowadays. You're thinking something really gross, aren't you? Nope. Anyway, you're done training already. You've been spending all your evenings locked up on the rooftop lately. Something came up, so I need to head out. To where? The Valhalla Guild. Her jaw dropped open. Isn't that the super famous guild everyone's been talking about lately? You know about them. I keep up with the news too, you know, Song Ha-yoon said as she waved her phone in the air. Yeah, and I'm sure you listen to other stuff too. I'm going to kill you. PFFFT, my bad. I need to get ready now. Kwon Oh-jin headed to the bathroom. Click, with him gone, silence settled over the room. In Song Ha-yoon's faded eyes, a hint of loneliness flickered. With the press of a button, the screen of her phone lit up. Astral relic known as demonic dragon eye to be auctioned at Yongsan in December. She closed the videos that she had searched up through her awkward typing. She then pulled her knees up to her chest and buried her head in them. Her deep sigh echoed across the room. After showering, Kwon-oh-jin made his way to the Valhalla Guild, which was near Seoul Station. "You're Mr. Kwon-oh-jin, right?" A woman with glasses and a neat, professional appearance stood in front of the building. Her crisp black suit and matching shoes looked good on her. Her name's Kim Seon-young, if I remember correctly. Though he couldn't pinpoint when exactly, he knew that Lee Woo-hyuk would fall for her eventually. Yes, Kwon-oh-jin entered the Valhalla Guild's building through Kim Seon-young. Place wasn't big, which was expected since they were made up of few but elite members. Nevertheless, right from the entrance, a sense of luxury swept over him. "Talk, talk, come in," someone coldly instructed from behind the door. Creak. The room was filled with papers and plain furniture, the complete opposite of what one might expect from the master of a rising guild. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Oh-jin. Nice to meet you too. I apologize for not giving you a proper greeting last time." Well, wasn't exactly the best time for greetings. Lee Woo-hyuk clenched his fists tightly, causing the room to become thick with suffocating, murderous energy. "Guild Master," Kim Seon-young quickly called. Lee Woo-hyuk jerked back to reality. "I apologize. It's all right, I understand. It's only been a week. That's not enough time for him to sort out his emotions." Lee Woo-hyuk took a deep breath and lowered his head. "The reason we called you, Mr. Oh-jin, was to first express our gratitude. Sorry. If it weren't for you, we might have lost the chance to catch the one who killed my brother. So that's what this is about. I expected as much. I heard you were injured during the incident. Are you all right now?" "Yes, I'm fine." Kwon-oh-jin had hurt himself, so he could act like he had gone through a lot of trouble. However, he made sure he wouldn't have any injuries that would leave a lasting effect. "That's a relief." Lee Woo-hyuk glanced over at Kim Seon-young. She then wheeled in a large trunk. "What's this?" "This is the 3 billion one that the kidnappers had demanded." Kwon-oh-jin's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. No fucking way. We're giving this to you as a reward for capturing Yu-jin." He could barely stop himself from shaking as though he was about to have a seizure. "This is fucking insane." A thrilling chill ran down his spine. "But this doesn't make sense. Even though he had helped capture a fleeing kidnapper, did it really justify a reward of 3 billion won? Kwon-oh-jin squinted. "This seems a bit excessive as compensation. I won't deny that. There's another reason, isn't there?" Lee Woo-hyuk's cold gaze sharpened as he nodded. "I heard you're an apostle of the North Star. Is that true?" Team leader Han Jun-man must have told him. It was plausible, considering the guild's close ties with the association. "That's right. I also heard you were attacked by the Black Star Society recently." "Ah, now it all makes sense. I was wondering why they'd give me 3 billion won out of nowhere." Kwon-oh-jin's lips curved into a smile. "You want information regarding the Black Star Society, don't you?" It seemed that the hungry hunting dog wasn't satisfied with Yu-jin's death. "Information alone wouldn't justify all this, would it?" Lee Woo-hyuk countered. "Then, the Valhalla Guild plans to find and root out the Black Star Society, and we would like you, as the Apostle of the North Star, to help us." Kwon-oh-jin nodded without hesitation. "Sounds good to me. This is turning out to be better than I expected." He had already been planning to deal with the Black Star Society at some point anyway. If he could get someone as reliable as Lee Woo-hyuk to help, there was no reason for him to refuse. On top of that, I'll get 3 billion won. No matter how much he thought about it, this was awesome. "So do you know anything about the Black Star Society?" Lee Woo-hyuk asked. "Of course." Kwon-oh-jin grinned as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. "I never thought I'd use this so soon, but since he asked, there's no point in holding back. I was researching on my own when I found this, but..." He handed over the piece of paper to Lee Woo-hyuk, who then released a deadly cold aura. "This is the contact information for one of the Black Star Society's high-ranking members. Go ahead, Lee Woo-hyuk. His name is, tear them apart, rip them to shreds. Ashad Khan, my loyal hunting dog." Updated from FRE letter 1D486 WEBNOVELCOM. The next day, Kwon-oh-jin woke up and trained early. Afterward, he headed to the association. "So you're saying you're going to work with the Valhalla Guild to investigate the Black Star Society?" Han Jun-man asked, putting his coffee on the table. Clack. "Yes, but most of the investigation will be handled by the guild." Han Jun-man nodded and smiled broadly. "That's good. This isn't something you can handle on your own. You're right." The Valhalla Guild establishing a cooperative relationship with Kwon-oh-jin was great news for the association. Not only had Kwon-oh-jin caught the kidnapper, but he had also forged a partnership with the Valhalla Guild. Up until just a few months ago, such an achievement was beyond imagination. "That aside, I've got a favor to ask," said Kwon-oh-jin. "Go ahead, I'm thinking of getting some new equipment." "Equipment?" "Yes, custom-made ones." Kwon-oh-jin handed Han Jun-man a pre-prepared equipment request form. "I need a spear made entirely of silver, from the blade to the shaft. I'd also like it to be reinforced with starstones to increase its durability." Silver was the most electrically conductive of all metals. If his weapons were made with silver, it would maximize his thunderbolt skill. I see. The spear aside, though, what's this?" Han Jun-man pointed to a device that looked like a bracelet. It was too oddly shaped to be just a simple wrist guard. In a nutshell, it's a device that fires wires like bullets, like how Spoderman shoots webs, something like that. The only difference is that it shoots wires, not webs. The entire wire must be made of electromagnets, though. That way, it can stick to metal when current flows through it. Oh, and please reinforce it with starstones as well. What? It shouldn't be too difficult to make, Han-Jun Man replied. The shape was a bit unique, but the technology required was simple. All it had to do was shoot and retract wires. Is there a specific reason you need this kind of equipment? There's a limit to how much I can use the stigma of Lyra with just a spear. Unlike Li Shin Hyuk, he had no intention of stubbornly using a spear alone to reach the pinnacle of spearmanship. I need items that can utilize my thunderbolt. That was how he had come up with the wire shooter. If used properly, it could allow him to move freely in the air as if using vertical mobility equipment 1. He could also use it to bind his enemies. Once they're bound, it'll be over for them. He could instantly electrify them by channeling his thunderbolt through the wire. It's probably going to be really hard to handle, though. With enough practice, he thought he could manage it. A wire shooter, huh? That kid's gonna love this, Han-Jun Man said with a light chuckle, someone seemingly coming to mind. All right, I'll put in a request to the equipment production team. For the price, Kwon Oh-jin cautiously asked and then nervously gulped. He could feel cold sweat running down his back. It's probably going to be hella expensive. A spear made entirely of silver and an outrageous wire shooter, both reinforced with starstones. His request wasn't going to be cheap. Don't worry about the cost. Han-Jun Man smiled warmly, dousing Kwon Oh-jin's boiling worry. Kwon Oh-jin's eyes widened. Could this be? You made significant contributions in the recent operation with the Valhalla Guild. The higher executives are looking at this in a good light, so the association will cover the cost of the equipment. Team leader Jun Man. No, Jun Man. In a burst of emotion, Kwon Oh-jin hugged Han-Jun Man. The Gorillano. Han-Jun Man's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Oh-jin. We don't have to be so formal between us. What do you mean, between us? Han-Jun Man asked as he broke out into a nervous sweat. Why don't you calm down for now? Ah yes, Kwon Oh-jin sat back down on the couch and calmed down. As for your final request, Han-Jun Man picked up the last document beneath the equipment request form, cocking his head in confusion. What exactly do you need this for? I'm assuming you don't plan to use this. Han-Jun Man scratched his head at the seemingly more random request than the wire shooter. It's not for me, but I do need one. You don't have to rush custom making or finding it, though. Also, as noted there, make sure it's the best one you can find. All right. In that case, the association will also pay. No, Kwon Oh-jin firmly shook his head firmly. I'll pay for this one myself. Yourself? Han-Jun Man asked, thinking that was unlikely of him. It was a difficult decision coming from someone like Kwon Oh-jin, who had been acting like a miser up until now. Yes, I have to buy this with my own money. All right, we'll send you an invoice for this later, then. Han-Jun Man organized the equipment request forms and placed them into a folder. Remembering something, he then suddenly clapped. Oh right, we've received the appraisal results of the astral relic you gave me a while back. He slid a picture of the blue chalice that the Black Star Society had switched out over the table. It's rated 3 stars, and it has the ability to speed up mana recovery. Kwon Oh-jin's eyes widened in surprise. 3 stars? He had expected it to only be 1 or 2 stars. This far surpassed his expectations. Man, those guys are generous. He couldn't even begin to guess how much money he had gotten from the Black Star Society alone. What would you like to do with it? Will you be using it yourself? No, please sell it off with the Starstone. He had no need for mana recovery. He already had more than enough mana reserves. Hence, it was better to convert it into money in this case. Understood. While you're at it, please sell these off as well. Kwon Oh-jin handed over the 2 high-grade starstones that he had obtained from Yu Jin. Wow, these are top quality. How much do you think all of this will fetch? Adding all of the items you've given so far into the calculation, around 1.7 billion won. If you're lucky, you might even get up to 1.8 billion. Holy shit. Including the reward I got from Li Wu Hyuk, I've made around 5 billion won. His clenched fists lightly trembled. I'm almost at my goal. A thrilling sensation spread down his spine. Including the amount of money that he had saved up over the past few years, he had earned just barely enough to get the item he wanted. Barely enough isn't going to cut it, though. He needed exactly 10 billion won to secure it, and he had already decided where he would earn the remaining amount of money. Team leader Jun Man, would it be okay if I asked you for one last favor? Han-Jun Man nodded willingly. Of course. I need a map of the sewers beneath Seoul Station. What? Han-Jun Man stared at Kwon Oh-jin, dumbfounded. What on earth could he possibly need that for? I'm planning to go on a little treasure hunt, Kwon Oh-jin replied with a sly grin. I still have no idea what you're thinking. Ha, don't let it bother you. Han-Jun Man sighed. I really can't figure out what's on this man's mind. He had never met an eccentric quite like Kwon Oh-jin. All right, let me see what I can do. As an organization directly connected to the government, acquiring something like that wouldn't be too difficult. Kwon Oh-jin smiled in satisfaction and rose from his seat. As he stepped outside the association building, the bright sunlight beamed down on him. Just 3,000,000,001 more to go. If he could get his hands on the giant starstone embedded in the forehead of the flesh monster that he had seen in Li Shin Hyuk's memories during his third enlightenment, he would finally reach paradise, something he had long craved. A week had passed since Kwon Jin had requested the equipment from the association. As usual, he went up to the rooftop early in the morning and trained relentlessly, performing acrobatic moves that no ordinary human would even dare attempt. Hoo-hoo, his breaths gradually became rough and heavy. Balancing on one arm in a handstand, he spread his legs wide apart. 30-kilogram weights were strapped to his ankles. Hup. After a while, he brought his legs together and straightened them. He then lightly pushed himself off the ground with his left arm and shifted to his right arm, going back and forth. Thud. As he transferred the weight from one hand to another, his center of gravity wavered slightly. Beads of sweat on his forehead dripped down. After 20 reps, he finished with a backflip, landing upright. The cold December air cooled his heated body. Next is, just as he grabbed his spear to begin training his stigma, a brilliant light radiated from his silver necklace. Woo. His eyes widened as he lifted the necklace hanging around his neck. His confusion only lasted a moment. It wasn't hard to figure out what this light meant. She's finally coming back. The noble goddess he had been waiting for was back. The silver light from the necklace gathered into the form of a small woman about 30 centimeters tall. Her radiant dress shimmered, her long silver hair flowed down, and her golden eyes gazed directly at him. Kwon Jin's lips curled into a smile. "I've been waiting for you." "Hey." Vega folded her arms and glared at him. "Didn't I tell you to speak to me casually?" All right, now that he thought about it, she had said that before they parted ways. With everything going on recently, it completely slipped his mind. "Haha, my bad." He chuckled softly and extended his hand toward Vega, who was floating gracefully in the air. "It's good to see you, Vega." Hee. With a light flutter, Vega flew over and sat down on his hand. She then crossed her legs. Excitement flared as a puff of breath escaped her. Straightening her back, she triumphantly shouted, "I have returned." They had reunited for the first time in 3 weeks. One vertical mobility equipment is an Attack on Titan reference. Vega sat on Kwon Jin's shoulder. "How have you been?" she asked. "Well, a few things happened." He gave her a summary of the past 3 weeks, slightly dramatizing some parts. The Black Star Society. They sound like truly despicable people. Vega frowned, clearly displeased. "I'm not sure yet, but there's a chance this organization might be connected to the heavenly demon," Kwon Jin remarked. Vega's eyes widened in shock. What? Are you saying the possessor of the Black Heaven is hiding among them?" She gasped out. "I told you I'm not certain yet. The heavenly demon is extremely thorough with hiding their identity, so there's almost no information on their past. But one thing's clear, the Black Star Society is incredibly shady." Vega furrowed her brow as she asked, "Did you not hear of the Black Star Society in your previous life?" "No, not at all," he answered firmly. Claiming to know too much about the organization could backfire later, though it would be weird if I acted completely clueless. There was a faction the heavenly demon led, but I'm not sure if that was called the Black Star Society. He sprinkled just enough ambiguity into his explanation to avoid premature conclusions about the heavenly demon's connection to the Black Star Society. "I see. The heavenly demon really did go to great lengths to hide their identity," Vega remarked as she swallowed hard. She looked at Kwon Jin with concern. "Are you going to be all right? You're already tangled up with such ominous people. I feel like you still need time to build your strength. Don't worry, I have a plan to handle them." In truth, he did not. He couldn't even take down one of their low-ranking officers in his current state. Still, what else can I say? Even if I don't have a plan, I have to act like I do. "Haha, as expected of my child." Vega gazed at Kwon Jin with pride. "By the way, who exactly are these Black Star Celestials?" asked Kwon Jin. "What's this about a time when all the stars were swallowed by darkness? Celestials of the Black Star." Vega trailed off, shaking her head with a troubled expression. "I'm sorry, but I don't know either." "You don't?" He had assumed all the Celestials would be familiar with one another. "Yes." Vega awkwardly brushed her hair back. "I don't know all the secrets related to the birth of stars." Kwon Jin gulped at the unexpected response. "I never imagined even the North Star Celestial would be unaware of this. I have no choice but to uncover the truth through the Black Star Society." He already knew how he was going to do that. Even as they spoke, his loyal hunting dog was gathering intel on the enemy. "We should be careful since the heavenly demon might be involved here." "Yeah, if that were possible, sure." "Now I want to see how much you've changed in the past 3 weeks. Vega floated into the air, her eyes sparkling. "I haven't changed all that much since we last met," Kwon Jin dejectedly answered. In the past few weeks, he had gone through the third enlightenment of the Black Heaven and acquired the stigma of Owl Nebula, but his stigma of Lyra had remained the same. "I haven't gotten any new skills, and my Thunderbolt hasn't leveled up either." Despite spending most of his days training the stigma of Lyra, his progress with it had been disappointing. Show me. He nodded and lifted his spear. Okay. He took a slow, deep breath, focusing his mana on the stigma engraved on his chest. Crackle, the thunderbolt surged as naturally as his breath, and he let it flow into the spear as well as his legs. What? Kwon-oh-jin continued, despite hearing Vega's gasp in the background. Crackle, one step, then two. Blue thunderbolts scorched the ground beneath every step, leaving footprints. He sprinted across the rooftop at an incredible speed. Letting out the breath he'd been holding, he thrust his spear forward. Crackle, azure lightning diverged from the spear, sweeping across the area in front of him like the blades of a fan. Not yet. Stopping now would leave too many openings. Bzzzt. Lightning surged through his legs as he charged forward, widening the gap in a flash. Behind him, a trail of blue sparks crackled, each step imprinting the ground with flickers of electric energy. I can minimize my vulnerability by concentrating the thunderbolt on my legs like this. Originally, he'd concentrate the blue thunderbolt on a single area. However, after experimenting during his training, he realized it was more effective to distribute the energy across multiple parts of himself. Wherever I focus the thunderbolt, my physical abilities skyrocket. Leaving behind a floor trap of footprints that dealt residual damage was appealing, but the ability to move at much faster speeds was the most attractive benefit. I'd like to focus the thunderbolt in my arms or waist too, but that's not doable just yet. At the moment, he could only concentrate the thunderbolt in 3 areas concurrently. Haya. After repeating the technique in the air several more times, he stopped. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. How was that? Vega stared at him with trembling pupils. How can this be? Even if you're a regressor, how could you have already grasped the basics of Exceed? Did I do something wrong? Is there a problem? I don't know whether to call this a problem or not. How did you manage to focus the thunderbolt in 3 different areas? What does she mean? I just tried it and it worked. It was pretty hard at first, though. Vega's jaw dropped. My child. Didn't you say you couldn't remember much of the stigma of Lyra's techniques? Yeah, that's right. Well, I don't have any memories of it at all, but she can't know that. Then how? Vega trailed off, visibly bewildered. She pressed a hand to her forehead. Then, with a sudden snap of her fingers, she nodded. Perhaps your subconscious is recalling the techniques. Yes, that must be it. There's no other explanation for how you're mastering my stigma this quickly. Vega seemed to have convinced herself that Kwon-oh-jin's rapid mastery of the stigma was due to his memories from his supposed first life. Well, it's good for me if she thinks that way, but even though he'd managed to focus the thunderbolt in 3 areas, his skills hadn't leveled up, nor had he acquired any new ones. He found it hard to comprehend Vega's surprise. Is this really that big of a deal? What are you saying? I mean, the skill's still only at level 3. There's a world of difference between a level 3 that's barely above level 2 and one that's knocking on the door of level 4. Putting it that way does make more sense. And why do you think I never had an apostle until now? The stigma of Lyra is one that's nearly impossible for humans to handle. Vega's shock was appropriate. Kwon-oh-jin had improved with an unmanageable stigma as if it were no big deal. How am I able to do this, though? Talent alone didn't seem enough as an explanation. Is it because of Lee Shin-hyuk's memories? However, Lee Shin-hyuk had the stigma of Pixis in his first life. Could those memories really have helped Kwon-oh-jin get the hang of the stigma of Lyra? He couldn't find an answer no matter how much he contemplated it. Well, it's better than mastering it too slowly. At least now, he could play the part of a regressor better. Vega would have grown suspicious if he seemed like a humanities major trying to learn calculus with 2 weeks left before finals. A regressor couldn't take too long to learn things, and your skill with the spear is just as impressive. At this rate, you could reach the pinnacle of spearmanship. No, I don't plan on taking that path. What? I'm going to keep using the spear, but I want to use other weapons too. What kind of weapon were you thinking of? Well, there's... Ding, just as he was about to explain about the wire shooter, he received a notification on his phone. He glanced at the screen and saw a message from Han Jun-man. Nice timing. Kwon-oh-jin turned to Vega with a smile. Let's go. Go where? I'll show you the other weapon I'm going to use. He headed toward the association. When Kwon-oh-jin arrived at the association, team leader Han Jun-man was already waiting for him outside. First, here's the spear. Kwon-oh-jin took the silver spear from Han Jun-man. As soon as he gripped its shaft, a faint blue light began to emanate from it. Wuong, it was clearly a top-tier weapon infused with high-grade starstones. He lightly swung the spear. Whoosh, it's slightly heavier than the one I used before, but this will be better once I get used to it. Given his monstrous physique, this kind of weight was nothing. Plus, the heavier the weapon, the stronger it could be. Crackle, expectedly, the greatest strength of the silver spear was its exceptional conductivity. When Kwon-oh-jin channeled Thunderbolt into it, he could feel the electricity flow through the spear as naturally as it did through himself. This is great, Kwon-oh-jin said with a smile. It was so well made that he almost felt guilty about getting it for free. And next up. Han Jun-man opened a box and carefully took out 2 bracelets, more like wrist guards, each with a strange design. Click, that kid was so excited about making these. He went way over budget and even chipped in with his own money to finish these. Kid, I'll introduce you to him some other time. He's one of the best talents we have with a knack for production. Interesting. It might be worth getting close to him. Skilled equipment crafters were hard to come by. Try them on, Hanjun Man urged. All right. Kwon-oh-jin strapped the wire shooters onto his wrists. Clack. There's some weight to them, but they're surprisingly comfortable. How do I use these? Extend your arms like this and make a motion as if you're grabbing something in the air. He followed Hanjun Man's instructions and assumed the pose. Yes, now just flick your wrists and the wires will shoot out. There's a bit of recoil though, so be careful. Kwon-oh-jin nodded and snapped his wrists toward the nearby wall. Clack ting, with a powerful recoil, a wire shot out with a spade-shaped anchor attached to it. The spade-shaped weight embedded itself in the wall, a silver wire stretching between the anchor and the shooter. Wow, this is— Kwon-oh-jin let out a short gasp. Though it was called a wire shooter, without the wire, it was practically a gun. Of course, a regular gun would be useless against monsters, but what if he channeled electricity directly through the wire? Not just any ordinary electricity, but an intense thunderbolt created by the stigma of Lyra. Ha 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 ha, seems you like it, haha. Yes, it's great. That's not all though, sorry. Try channeling your mana into the wire shooter. Following Hanjun Man's instructions, Kwon-oh-jin infused the wire shooter with the mana of his stigma. Clank, screech, huh. With a sharp metallic sound, the spade-shaped anchor attached to the wire quickly retracted back into the shooter. A clear sound of gears locking in place echoed as the wire shooter returned to its original state. Click, Kwon-oh-jin couldn't help but be impressed. I did ask for a retrieval function, but I didn't expect it to be this good. Kwon-oh-jin wondered if the wire shooter would even allow him to fly through the air like vertical maneuvering equipment. You can adjust the retrieval speed depending on how much mana you use. This is great. It had turned out exactly as he had imagined, Edno, even better. Oh, and by the way, the wire shooter can fire up to 6 wires, 3 from the right and 3 from the left. What? I can shoot 6 of these things at once. Haha, I told you the kid went over budget, Hanjun Man said with a smile, shrugging his shoulders. Holy shit, this is insane. If there were a contest for the world's most handsome gorilla, Hanjun Man surely deserved first place. Jun Man, there you go again. Hanjun Man chuckled lightly as if used to Kwon-oh-jin's reaction. In return, you'll have to help us out if we ever get into a tight spot, okay? Of course. The equipment was so good that Kwon-oh-jin didn't mind helping them for free if he had to. Well then, I have a meeting to attend, so I'll take my leave now. With a polite bow, Hanjun Man headed back into the association building. Haya, still riding the high, Kwon-oh-jin looked down at the shiny silver spear and the wire shooters strapped to his wrists. Joining the association was seriously the best decision I've ever made. He'd been pushed around a lot lately, but being a government-affiliated organization, they really knew how to pull through when it mattered. If anyone disrespects the association from now on, I'll crack their skull open. He felt an unexpected sense of belonging burning inside him. At that moment, Vega materialized from within the pendant and cocked her head curiously. Is that the new weapon you were talking about? Yup. It seems like a lethal weapon if you can use that string to bind your enemies and send electricity through it. That's not all. Kwon-oh-jin raised his arm and aimed at the fence on the rooftop of a nearby building. You can use it like this too. The spade-shaped anchor shot out toward the fence. Clack, now if I send a bit of juice through it. As electricity flowed through the electromagnet wire, it stuck firmly to the fence with a strong magnetic pull. Hold on tight, Vega. What are you planning to do? Vega climbed onto his head, confused. She grabbed a handful of his hair as if grabbing the reins of a horse. All right, with a smirk he channeled his mana into his wrists. A metallic sound echoed as he then soared into the air. Screech, oh that's it, he excitedly shouted. He then retracted Thunderbolt, causing the wire tightly stuck to the fence to unhook and return to the wire shooter. Clank, clank. By repeatedly shooting and retracting the wire like that, he found himself flying through the city between buildings just like Spooderman. I see, since you can't fly yet, you thought of using such a method. Haha, yeah, since I can't. Since I can't what? You can fly using the stigma of Lyra. It's impossible right now, but it won't be in the future. What the fuck? Why are you telling me this now? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone through this shit. Haha, lightning steps isn't a skill you can use right now anyway. Even though he felt like his efforts had been wasted, he had no choice but to accept it. Are you going back home now? Kwon-oh-jin smirked and shook his head. No. Then, Vega had returned and he'd got his new equipment. There was no longer a reason to hesitate. Let's go to Seoul Station. It was time to take down the fleshy monster sealed below the railway station. Before entering Seoul Station, Kwon-oh-jin stopped by a nearby shop to pick up essential gear. First, 2 smoke grenades and 2 flares. He fastened the grenades and flares on his belt. These were the only useful modern weapons against monsters. Next up, he strapped knife holsters to both his thighs, securing 3 throwing knives on each side. Oh, and I'll need this too. He grabbed a headlamp from a corner of the display. This was going to be essential for exploring the sewers. And lastly, his hand trembled as he reached toward the display. Even glancing at the price tag made him feel sick, but he had no choice. Mid-tier potions. He could skip on whatever else, but he absolutely had to buy these. When he brought the items to the counter, the clerk scanned them and tallied the total. 2 flares, 2 smoke grenades, 6 starstone-coated knives, 1 lead headlamp, and 3 mid-tier potions. That'll be 7.32 million won. Good grief, you damn daylight robbers. Kwon Oh-jin felt like throwing up. The potions alone cost about 6 million despite being barely more effective than fast-acting ointments. Fuck, damn these potion dealers. Kwon Oh-jin didn't have a choice. Having the right potions made a huge difference. Pardon, what did you just say? Oh, I said the knives look really good in daylight. Ring, lame excuse, LV2 has been activated. Shut up. The clerk smiled brightly and nodded. Haha, our products are known for their quality. Fortunately, he hadn't caught Kwon Oh-jin's murmurs. Will you be paying by cash or card? I'll pay in cash. Oh, but the thing is, I only have 6 million won on me right now. Kwon Oh-jin softly stated with a sigh, waving the envelope of cash he'd prepared in advance. The clerk smiled brightly and replied, that'll be 7.32 million won, but I'll be paying in cash, so you're really doing this to a regular customer. I've been shopping here for years. Our shop opened up only a week ago. Fuck, what I mean is that I will be a regular for years to come. The clerk let out a deep sigh, then nodded. I'll give it to you for 7 million won. 6.5 million. I really can't go any lower than that. Let's meet in the middle at 6.6 million. How is that the middle? After a few more rounds of haggling, Kwon Oh-jin purchased all the equipment for 6.7 million won. Damn it, I could have gotten it for less. He'd felt that spending more time here would be a waste. You're truly relentless when it comes to money. I have to save where and when I can. He had no problem spending freely when it came to Paradise, but for trivial gear like this, the more he saved, the better. If I had known money was so important to you, I would have found a way to get some. I'm sorry I couldn't be more of a help. Haha, you've already helped plenty. They weren't empty words. Kwon Oh-jin had made more money than he'd ever imagined after becoming her apostle. Even so, Vega furrowed her brow, still upset. Oh goddess of mine, you really do love your apostle, don't you? Kwon Oh-jin smirked and turned around. Let's go. After finishing his preparations, he followed the map provided by the association and made his way toward the sewer beneath Seoul Station. By the way, are you sure you can handle that flesh monster under the station? Vega expressed her concern. The flesh monster in Lee Shin-hyuk's memories flashed through Kwon Oh-jin's mind. The massive thing was around 20 meters long with 8 sinister arms. It controlled hundreds of smaller monsters as it ravaged Seoul Station. Well, if I fought that thing head-on right now, I definitely wouldn't survive, but that monster's sealed up right now. Sealed. The creature was supposedly bound somewhere, unable to move or resist. Its immense strength was meaningless if it couldn't fight back. It'll just be a giant punching bag. He made note of Lee Shin-hyuk's memories once more. He clearly said that if he had known about the monster earlier, he could have stopped it when it was still sealed. There was no reason Kwon Oh-jin couldn't make that a reality in the present. Even with fragmented information, he knew he was far stronger now than Lee Shin-hyuk had been back then. Oh, so that's why you seem so confident. You plan to deal with the monster before it awakens, Vega said, nodding. She was elated that Kwon Oh-jin always had a plan, as expected of a regressor. Anyway, let's go find that monster. You don't know its exact location. When the monster awakened in my first life, this whole place had collapsed. I see. That would definitely make it hard to know where it is now. I'm certain it's somewhere beneath Seoul Station. He hoped that he'd at least find a clue if he searched thoroughly enough. All right then. Kwon Oh-jin took out the manhole cover and went down into the sewers. As soon as he entered, the stench stung his nose. Vega also frowned and covered her nose. What an awful smell. If it's too much, you can go back inside the pendant. No, I might be able to help you after all. The restrictions aren't taking a heavy toll yet, so I'll stay with you. That's better for me. Let's head further down, Kwon Oh-jin communicated. All right, they descended deeper into the maze-like sewers. Kwon Oh-jin wanted to use the stigma of Cain's Veneticide to track down the monster, but he couldn't bring himself to do so surrounded by this vile stench. I'll use it later if I really can't find it. For now, let's just keep going down. Splash, splash. The sludge against his shoes felt deeply unpleasant. I should have bought boots, too. It didn't even cross my mind. They continued down with the help of the headlamp, and when they were close to the lowest level, "My child, I sense something ominous over there," Vega observed. She pointed in a certain direction. Kwon Oh-jin pulled out the map to check. There's no path in that direction, though. According to the map, it was a dead end. Let's check it out. Since Vega had sensed something, he couldn't just ignore it. Does it feel like the energy we encountered in that cave before? It's not identical to that, but it is a similar feeling, Vega remarked, nodding as she crossed her arms. Back then, it was a sticky and suffocating feeling, but this is more like a piercing unpleasantness. Really, either way, both were supposedly unpleasant. Kwon Oh-jin guessed that the power of the Black Star was at play again. That fleshy monster also had a black starstone embedded in its head, nearly the size of a basketball. Mutated starstones, though exceedingly rare, had been appearing with increasing frequency. It was highly likely that the power of the black star was tied to this. Let's check it out. Kwon Oh-jin gripped his spear tightly and moved forward, when they finally reached what should have been a dead end. What the? They were met with a tunnel made of crimson flesh. A sly grin spread across Kwon Oh-jin's face. Bingo, it seemed like they were in the right place. Suddenly, low growls echoed through the air as two dark red lizard-like creatures emerged from within the fleshy tunnel. KRRRK, KRRRRK. While their heads bore a striking resemblance to lizards, their bodies were grotesquely human-like, reptilians. They were rare three-star monsters that occasionally appeared in gates. Are they mutants, too? Reptilians normally had green outer skin, but these ones were crimson red. Before he could finish his thought, the two reptilians hissed, flicking their long tongues. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Kwon Oh-jin grinned and gripped his spear tightly. It was time for his new weapons to have their debut. His heart raced with anticipation. With a bizarre cry, the two reptilians charged along the walls. Guru, their speed was incomparable to the Anthorns from before. However, they weren't fast enough to pose a threat to Kwon Oh-jin, a rising talent that had astonished even the Celestial of the North Star. A silver streak rapidly shot toward one of the reptilians, aiming for its neck. Whoosh! The reptilians thrust their spike-like bones forward as they jumped off the wall. One of them managed to block Kwon Oh-jin's spear with its bone before twisting mid-air in an attempt to hit Kwon Oh-jin with its long tail. However, that's not happening. Kea, blue thunderbolt coursed through the spear. Crackle, unlike Li Shin Hyuk's spear, where the thunderbolt was only concentrated at the tip, electricity spread throughout the entire silver spear, burning through the reptilian's bone and frying its entire body. The reptilian let out a horrendous screech as it was flung backward. Karu, the other reptilian that was charging at Kwon Oh-jin, suddenly froze. Its yellow eyes darted around nervously as it slowly backed away. "What's scared already, Kara?" As Kwon Oh-jin approached the reptilian with a smile, it turned around and fled inside the tunnel. "Are you not going to chase after it? There's no reason to, huh?" Vega cocked her head in confusion. "Just give it a minute or two." Reptilians were naturally communal creatures. Known for their rudimentary organization and moderate intelligence, the two stationed by the entrance were likely nothing more than sentries. It was obvious what would happen if one of them died and the other fled back inside. This is the perfect time to do some fishing. Fishing, well, it's closer to casting a net. Kwon Oh-jin chuckled as he aimed his wire shooter at the walls. The 3 anchors on the left shooter and 3 on the right were all shot out. Clank, 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 I see. So you have a plan, Vega remarked, understanding what Kwon Oh-jin was about to do. After a quiet 3 minutes, the tunnel shook and nasty screams reverberated throughout. Kara, Grua. From the far end of the tunnel, dozens of reptilians charged along the walls, roaring ferociously. Thump, thump, thump. Even if they're a bit intelligent, monsters are still just monsters in the end. He smiled as he looked at the horde of reptilians. Spreading his arms wide and crossing them, he poured the mana from his stigma into them. KSSHHHH. With a sharp metallic sound, the 6 wires he had embedded into the wall covered the tunnel. Kraya. Sensing danger, one of the reptilians at the front tried to stop, only to be pushed forward by the swarm that followed behind. The 6 wires wrapped around them like a net. Azure lightning. Crackle. Blue lightning fiercely surged through the wires, followed by the acrid smell of burning flesh that quickly filled the tunnel. Karya. Grururururururu. The reptilians struggled to free themselves from the wires, but every movement only tightened their binds. Kwon Oh-jin watched with satisfaction as the reptilians writhed as they were burned alive. Ha, this works great. SHHHH, thick smoke filled the tunnel, and the ear-piercing screams of the reptilians shook the air. Kara. The reptilians writhed in agony, causing the silver wires coiling through the passage to tighten around them further. They desperately tried to sever the wires using the sharp bones on their hands, echoing the sound of scraping metal. "It won't cut that easily," Kwon Oh-jin chuckled as he watched. The wires, reinforced with starstones and infused with his mana, were far too tough to be broken by mere reptilians. Kaya. Realizing they couldn't cut through the wires, the reptilians fortunate enough not to get caught in the wires retreated into the tunnel. However, boom, Kura, one of the fleeing reptilians, was shot forward like a missile, landing on the tangled wires that shook from the impact. Kwon Oh-jin turned toward the monster that had thrown the reptilian. This monster was more than twice the size of the other reptilians, with a crimson-red muscular build shaped like the armor of a king. Is it a reptilian champion? FRDAP EEWEB hook and Cyrillic letter 473 VEL retroflex, com. The monster roared fiercely, and the reptilians stopped their attempts to flee and turned back to face Kwon Oh-jin, visibly terrified. Gurkha. At the call of the reptilian champion, the horde of reptilians grouped together and started to break through the passage. Together, they pushed the corpses entangled in the wires forward, as if pushing a bus out of a ditch. The silver wires screeched as if screaming, "This won't hold much longer." Kwanojin clicked his tongue and channeled more mana into the wire shooters on his wrists. Shhhh. The wire retracted back into the shooter, cutting the reptilian corpses into pieces first. Kuruyu, perhaps thinking this was its chance, the reptilian champion roared and pulled out its massive bone spike. The swarm of reptilians climbed the walls and charged toward Kwanojin. "Haha, look at these worthless creatures struggling with all they've got," Vega scoffed, crossing her arms. Kwanojin nodded, raising his spear. "I know, right?" Then the brawl began. Kwanojin swung his spear viciously, tearing through the reptilian swarm. Zap, kara-aak. Reptilians dropped dead every time he swung his lightning-condensed spear. With so many of them having already succumbed to the wires, their remaining swarm posed little threat to him. Enraged by the worsening situation, the reptilian champion stepped forward to take control of the battlefield. Thud, guru-ah, it's too late. You should have attacked together from the start. Thud, thud. Each heavy step of the reptilian champion sent powerful tremors through the passage. Its swarm already slaughtered, the lone reptilian champion thrust its massive bone spike forward. Kwanojin raised his spear to block the attack. Hoo, clang, clank, he then spun around, swinging his spear down low to strike the reptilian champion in its knee. Whack, the monster stumbled, having its stance ruined. Kaa Raxi. Letting out an incomprehensible screech, the reptilian champion flailed around, desperate to create some distance. It swung its bone wildly as it retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Bang, Kwanojin shot out his wires. Reacting quickly, the reptilian champion swung at the wire's anchor as if hitting a ball with a baseball bat. Clang, the wire bounced off and embedded itself into the fleshy walls of the tunnel. Kururara. The reptilian champion's lips curled into a smug grin as it locked eyes with Kwanojin. "Look at you, getting all cocky." With a smirk, Kwanojin infused his mana into the wire shooter on his left wrist. The wire pulled tight, launching him forward. Whoosh, letting the momentum carry him, he thrust the spear in his right hand forward with all his might. HMPH, crack, his spear pierced through the reptilian champion's eye. Ka-ah, it let out a monstrous scream as it grabbed the spear in pain. "This is the end for you." Azure lightning. Crackle, rack, blue lightning coursed through the spear, frying the reptilian champion's brain. The massive monster fell to the ground with a thud. With lightly ragged breath, Kwanojin pulled out his spear. "You've gotten a lot more used to utilizing Azure lightning." "Well, I did practice hard for the last 3 weeks. On uneventful days, he would wake up early and train the stigma of Lyra nonstop until the sun set. Although it still didn't come as naturally as when he received Vega's blessing, his progress was remarkable, considering he had to brute force the skill in the past. It's not the kind of technique you can master through hard work alone." Vega shrugged, too tired to be surprised anymore. "Well then, let's gather up the loot, shall we? Hehe." Kwanojin chuckled to himself and laid the spear down on the ground. Pulling out a knife from the holster on his thigh, he sliced into a reptilian corpse. "The starstone isn't that big." Kwanojin clicked his tongue in disappointment. High-ranked monsters didn't always possess large or high-quality starstones. In extreme cases, even a 7 or 8 star monster had starstones worse than an Anthorn's. These small scraps aren't worth a thing. On the bright side, his main prize was waiting for him. He extracted a black, basketball-sized starstone from the reptilian champion. "That's one ominous-colored starstone," Vega said. A mutant starstone was a rare commodity obtained within gates occupied by mutant monsters, though it doesn't feel as rare anymore. In fact, he felt more familiar with black starstones than the usual blue ones due to all the encounters with mutant monsters as of late. "Do you feel an unpleasant energy from this as you did earlier?" Kwanojin asked Vega, holding out the starstone toward her. She lifted it with both arms and examined it, turning it in all directions. "It's faint, but yes, I can sense the same energy as before." Kwanojin squinted at the starstone. There must be a connection between these mutants and the power of the black star. The black slimes he'd encountered back in the cave had also carried black starstones. It couldn't have been a coincidence that so many mutant monsters had appeared in a gate where the astral relic with the power of the black star resided. Does that mean there's an astral relic laying dormant here too? All he saw in Li Xin Hayek's memories were the rampaging monsters, so he couldn't be sure. "This place is unsettling in many ways," Vega remarked as she glanced around the fleshy tunnel. "Yeah." Kwanojin pondered for a moment before clicking his tongue and turning away. He decided to set aside the contemplation of the black starstones for now. "It's not like I can get any answers right now anyway." He couldn't afford to waste time on needless speculations. "Let's go." After extracting all the starstones from the reptilians scattered across the passage, he headed down the tunnel. Though a sense of unease lingered, he shrugged it off. As long as it's worth money, who cares what color it is? Starstones from mutants sold for a higher price, so having more mutants around was something to be welcomed. and I can absorb the power of the Black Star, too. He didn't fully understand the power of the Black Star, but one thing was certain: it made him stronger. As he continued deeper into the passage, a few reptilians ambushed him, but he wiped them out without much trouble. After about 30 minutes of walking, he finally reached the passage's end, which opened up into a chamber made of dark red flesh. Oh wow! At the center of the chamber, a massive, fleshly monster was curled up like a cocoon. The giant was completely still with its eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. Whoa, seeing it up close, this thing's no joke. The monster was about 10 meters tall, much smaller than he had seen it in Lee Shin-hyuk's memories, but it radiated a terrifying aura. That monster is strong as fuck. Kwon Oh-jin took a deep breath, calming his pounding heart. He raised his left arm and aimed the wire shooter at the giant. Bang, 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 wires shot out with strong recoil and embedded themselves into the giant. Drip, dark red blood oozed from where the wires had pierced, but the giant didn't react at all. Azure lightning. Zap, blue lightning coursed through the wires and scorched the giant. I was spot on. The giant remained completely still, just as before. Hee, what's the use of just being strong, huh? A sly grin spread across Kwon Oh-jin's face. The giant's sheer presence was enough to send shivers down his spine, but what's the point? It was just a powerless behemoth, trapped and unable to lift a finger. No matter how massive or intimidating it appeared, there was no need to fear it. So that's the sealed monster. Yeah, this is the one that wrecked Seoul Station in my first life, he conveyed as he approached the curled-up giant. But as you can see, it's nothing but a giant piece of flesh right now. He looked up at the giant with greedy eyes. Who would have thought I could get a lovely starstone this easily? Lee Shin-hyuk sure did put himself to good use for me. Gripping his silver spear, Kwon Oh-jin activated his stigma. Well, let's kill it off. Here I go. He moved closer and thrust his spear at the monster. Gush, the giant's flesh tore open and blood splattered everywhere. Hiya ha-cha, Kwon Oh-jin unleashed a series of strikes flowing smoothly as water. He slashed, stabbed, and twisted his spear into the giant, chunks of flesh flying in all directions. Ha, this is kind of fun. It felt like an incredibly realistic punching bag, or rather, one of those arcade punch machines. Die, you chunk of meat. Mindlessly beating the crap out of the powerless giant felt oddly satisfying. It was a perfect way to relieve stress. I'm distressing and making money. Isn't this just great? Could things get any better for him? Ha. Kwon Oh-jin was happily swinging his spear when the giant suddenly opened its eyes. Kwon Oh-jin's expression froze. What the hell? Small cap Y letter 1D0F letter 1D1C. Letter 1D21 letter 1D00 small cap in letter 1D1B. Letter 1D1B letter 1D0F. Small cap par letter 1D07 letter 1D00 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0D letter 1D0F small cap par letter 1D07. Letter 1D0 for small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D18 small cap L letter 1D07 letter 1D00S letter 1D07 letter 1D20 small cap IS small cap I letter 1D1B. My child, didn't you say the monster was sealed? Oh, of course. He nodded urgently. It just opened its eyes, that's all. It still can't move. The seal only seemed to restrict it physically while leaving its consciousness intact. Yeah, that must be it. Even if it's conscious, it doesn't mean shit if it can't move. Rumble, the giant started to get up. Kara, a terrifying roar echoed through the air, like something one would hear at an antisocial cult's satanic ritual. 4 massive arms appeared on the giant, pounding violently against the walls. Boom, 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 holy fuck. Why is this thing moving? Rumble, the flesh-covered chamber, quaked violently, a spine-chilling screech tearing through the air like an ancient curse brought to life. What the? Kwon Oh-jin's jaw dropped as he witnessed the fleshy giant monster thrashing around violently. Why is this thing moving? His legs trembled uncontrollably as major warning signs lit up in his head. It can't be right, it's just one movement. It'll stop any second now. Right. He clung desperately to that hope, eyes glued to the towering figure. Thump, 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 it was moving again just fine. Sealed my ass. This thing's rampaging like it just downed an industrial dose of steroids. Lee Shin-hyuk had stated that he could have stopped the monster if he'd known about it beforehand. How the hell am I supposed to stop that thing? Kwon Oh-jin reckoned there was no way Lee Shin-hyuk could have stopped that monster. It was nothing but a bluff, just as ridiculous as if Kwon Oh-jin were to say, I could ace all my exams if I went back to high school now. You useless bastard, how are you incompetent even in death? The writhing giant turned its gaze toward him. Kara, should I run? No, I can't. Vega was looking at him with eyes full of suspicion. How could he just run away here? Regressor. What's happening? It's okay. It's nowhere near okay. I expected something like this to happen. Never in my wildest dreams did I see this coming. Just wait, Vega. Please save me. It'll be over soon. My life will, yeah. Haha, I knew you had it all under control. I never doubted you for a second. Vega crossed her arms, nodding with a satisfied smile. Kwon Oh-jin took a deep breath and tightly gripped his spear. Fuck, if he couldn't run, he had to fight. He forced his heated mind to cool and focused on the giant before him. It's at least smaller. The giant he'd seen in Li Xin Hayek's memories was about 20 meters tall, like a small building come to life, but it was only half that size right now. It's still pretty fucking huge, though. 10 meters was massive enough to make a tank feel like a Mario Kart. It only has 4 arms too, instead of 8. Wait, does that mean? He observed the black starstone embedded in the giant's forehead. It's definitely smaller. The starstone that should have been the size of a basketball was now only about the size of a coconut. It's a bit disappointing, but also a blessing in these circumstances. The smaller starstone meant that the giant was weaker than when it destroyed Seoul Station in Li Xin Hayek's previous life. It's still a monster, but there's a chance I can defeat it. Kwon Oh-jin took a deep, low breath as he lowered his stance and raised his spear. The giant let out an ear-splitting roar. Kara! It planted all 4 of its arms on the ground, and like a sprinter lifted its hips high and bent its knees. Here it comes. Thud! With a terrifying tremor, the giant charged forward. Shit. It's fast, unbelievably fast. Kwon Oh-jin hastily raised his spear to block the attack, but the impact was too strong. He was sent flying backward like a skipping stone. Whack cug, he tumbled across the ground as his hands clawed desperately at the fleshy red walls. Disgusting as they were, the walls absorbed some of the impact. Phew. Quickly creating some distance from the monster, he positioned the wire shooter attached to his right arm. I can't bind its body. He knew he would just get pulled along by its incredible strength if he tried to. If that's the case, bang, bang, he fired 2 anchors that lodged into the wall. He then hunched over, channeling his mana into the shooter. With a sharp metallic sound, he shot upward. SHHHHH, HMPH. He flew behind the giant and drove his spear down, causing its flesh to tear and spray blood everywhere. Azure lightning, crackle. Blue lightning surged across the giant's form, and the stench of burning meat filled Kwon Oh-jin's nose. The giant violently swung one of its arms. Whoosh! But Kwon Oh-jin yanked on the wire, shifting his trajectory mid-air. The monster's massive arm sliced through empty space. Guru Kaa! Its roar shook his eardrums. I'm in trouble. The giant's other arm swung ferociously, sending wind ripples through Kwon Oh-jin's clothes. Bang! He quickly fired the wire toward the ground and poured a great deal of mana into it. He plunged to the ground in an instant. Thud! He couldn't help but groan from the impact. My child, Vega shouted. I'm okay, I'm not okay, but I have to be. The giant's arms had barely grazed his hair. A thrilling chill ran down his spine. Thump, thump. His heart pounded like it might burst. He felt as if he were dancing on the edge of a razor-sharp blade. Ka-ra! All 4 of the giant's arms slammed down like hammers. Using his wire shooter, Kwon Oh-jin dodged the giant's attacks and landed perfectly on one of its arms. Boom, boom, nice. Now we run. He sprinted along the arm towards its head where the starstone was. Blue lightning flared as his hand with the spear trembled slightly. Crackle, zap, ah. With a battle cry, he kicked off with all his might and leaped into the air in an arc. Raising his spear above his head, he shouted, Die, you bastard. With all his strength, he stabbed the giant. Lightning strike has reached LV2. Crackle, blinding lightning struck the giant's forehead, creating sparks as its flesh charred black. However, Ka-ra CCCCCC. The giant let out a roar and violently shook its head, throwing Kwon Oh-jin to the ground. Arg! He quickly reached out to fire his wire shooter, but the giant's hand snatched him up before he could. Damn it, Krurururu! Its savage eyes turned toward him. It tightened its grip with overwhelming pressure. Kwon Oh-jin felt like he was in a hydraulic press, his insides about to burst out of his mouth. My child, Vega's urgent cry rang in his ears. For a fleeting moment, he considered calling out for her help, abandoning the whole pretense of being a regressor. However, not yet. He felt like he could escape this danger on his own. Azure lightning, crackle, he surged with lightning, unleashing it in a powerful outward burst. The giant's grip loosened slightly, though insufficient for him to fully escape. Take this, motherfucker. He pulled 2 flash grenades from his waist and threw them toward the giant. Blinding lights exploded right in its sight. Kureha! The giant clutched its eyes with its other arms, twisting in agony. Its hold on Kwon Oh-jin loosened completely, and he was thrown to the ground. Thud! Og! Kwon Oh-jin coughed up blood from the sudden impact. The pain kept him from thinking straight. Damn it. He needed a moment to catch his breath and gather his thoughts. While the giant was distracted by the flash grenade, he quickly pulled out a smoke bomb and tossed it on the ground. White smoke rapidly began filling the entire chamber. Black Curtain, using one of Black Heaven's traits, he concealed his presence and entered the area of smoke. Gyuriwa aaaaaaa. He could hear the giant's enraged roars, but it didn't know where he was. I can use this chance. He pulled out a potion and downed it. Steadying his breathing, he cooled down his head, which was heated from the fight. I don't have enough power. He had managed to land some effective blows on the giant, but that was it. Even after driving his spear into its forehead and unleashing azure lightning, it was still healthy enough to rampage. No matter what tricks he pulled, he just wasn't strong enough to take it down. Kwon Oh-jin gripped his spear tightly with a stern look in his eyes. I need something stronger than azure lightning. But what? He didn't have time to ask Vega anything. He had to rely solely on his instinct and intuition, not logic. Can I pull it off? He didn't hesitate for long. Yeah, I can. Although he hadn't personally felt it yet, Vega had mentioned that he possessed extraordinary talent. If that was true, then surely he could do it. Rather, even if Vega hadn't said that, somewhere deep inside, beyond the dark clouds in his subconscious, a voice whispered to him that this was nothing, that he could handle it. He took a deep breath and drew the giant's attention with a fierce battle cry. Ah, he kicked off the ground and charged towards the fleshy giant, tightening its fists menacingly. Now. He fired his wire shooter at its arm. Bang! It was a dangerous gamble that could easily backfire, causing him to be dragged toward the giant. But if I can use that power to my advantage. Karua aa whoosh. As the giant lifted its arm high, it violently yanked Kwon-oh-jin with it. Hup, lengthening the wire as much as he could, he slid right between the giant's legs with momentum. Swoosh, he barely passed through its legs, and the tension in the wire launched him up at the giant's back. Ha. This was the perfect opportunity. Kwon-oh-jin aimed at the monster's exposed nape and shoved his silver spear deep in, tearing through flesh as blood gushed out. Blue lightning surged forth and burned its skin. This won't do. He needed something stronger, something decisive enough to end the giant in one blow. Focus. I'll end it with this final strike. He had plenty of mana within him. It didn't matter if he was being efficient or not. All that mattered was creating a single, powerful strike. He had to pour everything into this one shot. Simply using more mana won't cut it. Starting with the arm holding the spear, he extended his mana up to his shoulder, readying to release the spear like an arrow. He quivered like a bowstring stretched to its limit. More, he pulled the mana tighter, nearing its breaking point. Let's go, crack! Kwon-oh-jin unleashed the tension of his mana, firing it all at once like a bow at full draw. His mana exploded from the spear's tip. Boom, ring. Thunderbolt has reached LV4. Kwon-oh-jin has acquired the skill Explosive Lightning LV1. The name said it all. The concentrated blue lightning violently erupted. The giant's flesh burst into the air, and blood gushed down like a waterfall. It worked, just as a smile of triumph began to creep onto Kwon-oh-jin's face. Ku-ra-si-si-si-si-si-ka-a-a-a. The giant convulsed like it was having a seizure. Holy shit, it's still not dead. K-a-g-g-g-g-g-g-g-a. Hey, what the hell is it doing now? The giant began to thrash around, running blindly. Kwon-oh-jin frantically pulled out a knife and stabbed it into the giant's shoulder, holding on for dear life. I'm fucked if I fall off. With the wire still wrapped around him, falling off would turn him into a human yo-yo flinging in all directions until he becomes a bloody mess. Ugh, stop, damn it. He couldn't think straight on top of the quaking giant. Thump, thump, thump. The giant crashed across the ground, not forward or sideways, but upward. No way. Kwon-oh-jin's eyes widened in shock as the red flesh covering the ceiling split open, revealing the blue sky above. People screamed in panic, scrambling to escape. What is that? Aora, a monster. It's a monster. Wait, over there. That's a person, right? Kwon-oh-jin looked around, stunned. Shit. Suddenly, a memory from Lee Shin-hyuk's past flashed into his mind. Right in the heart of Seoul Station, a giant monster had appeared amidst the bustling crowd of thousands of people going about their day, this time with Kwon-oh-jin on its fleshy back. What the hell do I do now? People ran away, faces pale with terror. Help. The 10-meter-tall monster that appeared in the heart of Seoul Station was a disaster in itself. But to make matters worse, a swarm of reptilians slithered out and began attacking the fleeing crowd. Damn it. Kwon-oh-jin bit his lip anxiously. This is bad. He didn't care whether the giant rampaged through Seoul Station and the reptilians tore innocent citizens apart, but right now I have to protect them. If he ignored the victims here, the trust he had built with Vega would be destroyed. After all, she saw him as the hero destined to change the world's fate. Hup, he pushed off the giant's shoulder, leaping into the air. With a swift slash, he severed the wire connecting him to the giant. A child, barely old enough for elementary school, was knocked down by the panicked crowd. Books spilled from the child's backpack, scattering across the ground. Eek. A reptilian advanced toward the fallen child, flicking its crimson-red tongue as it aimed its sharp bone spike at the helpless prey before it. Please stop. The child trembled, tears streaming down. However, the cries of desperation were useless against a monster. The reptilian swiftly thrust its deadly bone toward the child. Bang, a wired weight shot through the air, striking the reptilian right on its forehead. The crying child looked up. Kwon-oh-jin, covered in blue lightning, landed in front of the child. Crackle, thank. Get out of here. He didn't have time to listen to gratitude. He charged forward, aiming his wire shooter at the swarm of reptilians. Bang, 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 the remaining 5 wires shot toward the rampaging reptilians with explosive blue lightning. The reptilians, who had been charging toward the fleeing civilians, convulsed and collapsed. Crackle, there aren't that many of them. Perhaps because he had already killed so many on his way to hunt down the giant, there wasn't a substantial number of reptilians that made it out to Seoul Station. The real problem, though. Kwon-oh-jin clicked his tongue and glanced at the fleshy giant. Ga-rara, Gruwu. The giant crashed into nearby buildings, clutching the back of its neck where explosive lightning had struck it. Boom! The giant suddenly let go of its neck and glared at Kwon-oh-jin with savage eyes. Damn it, Kwon-oh-jin muttered in regret. He could have finished it off earlier, but he missed that window while saving people. However, he couldn't just let the reptilians slaughter the fleeing citizens. Oh well, I'll have to start all over again, but everything he had done so far wasn't for nothing. He clenched his spear tightly and got into a proper stance. Krrrrrrr. It hurts, doesn't it? Kwon-oh-jin smirked. Explosive lightning had left a deep wound that the giant couldn't easily recover from. Now that he knew his attack worked, he just had to keep unleashing explosive lightning until the giant was dead. My child, don't you need my blessing? Vega asked with concern, flying next to him. I said I'm fine. This wasn't just big talk. If he felt receiving a blessing was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon his pride and ask for it. I know I can do it. The electrifying thrill he had felt when he'd landed explosive lightning earlier still lingered. The sensation of manipulating his mana exactly how he wanted, everything clicking into place like perfectly aligned gears, was intoxicating. But if I receive the blessing now? The strength he gained through the blessing was only temporary, disappearing like a mirage after some time. It was possible that this thrill he was feeling now could vanish as well. I can't let that happen. Focusing on the heat coursing through him, he tightened his grip on his spear. Ka-rea-a-a, the giant stomped. Thump thump hup, Kwon-oh-jin and the four-armed giant charged toward each other, each intending to annihilate the other. Slap, arg, the giant's arm barely made contact but sent shockwaves through him, hurling him across the ground. Just a bit more. He forced himself to get up. Every part of him screamed in pain, but he ignored it all. Thump, 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 The giant moved too quickly, its fists blurring into a relentless storm pounding down on him. Ha-ha, Kwon-oh-jin barely managed to dodge all the strikes. One wrong step and he would be instantly crushed. The overwhelming fear threatened to consume his mind. Another blow grazed him and flung him across the ground. Smack, kug, cough, cough, his vision blurred. Gu-ra-r-r-r-r-r. The giant let out a triumphant roar as if sensing victory was near. Charged at him again even more ferociously. Ha-ha-ha, Kwon-oh-jin was running out of breath. His legs were giving out, stumbling over themselves. This was the worst possible situation he could be in. It wouldn't be strange for him to beg Vega for a blessing in this situation. Ha-ha-ha, and yet why did this moment feel so exciting for him? Ha-ha-ha, why was he overflowing with joy and thrill? Dodging the giant's vicious pounding, he rolled to the side. Hup, there was no time to rest. The giant immediately followed up with another barrage of punches that impacted like meteors. Boom, 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 Kwon-oh-jin dodged again and again. The scent of metal, blood, and sweat stung his nose. His senses sharpened as if he had activated the stigma of Cain's Venatici. The giant's movements, which had been too fast to track, were now decipherable. His stumbling legs regained their pace. Now then, it's my turn. He stopped dodging and swung his spear at one of the giant's forearms. Crackle. He released explosive lightning from its tip, shattering the arm into pieces. Ka-rea, this is just the beginning, you bastard. One after another, he unleashed a series of explosive lightning strikes. The giant staggered back, but he continued to use the skill without pause. Even though he had an overflowing amount of mana, using an unmastered skill over and over again like this should have taken a toll on him, but I'm not running out of mana. It was just like before. The more he used his mana, the more it continued to refill. It felt like he was scooping water out of an ocean with a bucket. If it's not going to run out no matter how I use it. Kwon-oh-jin's lips curled into a smirk. He poured the maximum amount of mana he could use at a go into a single strike of explosive lightning. Crackle, ka-rea. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the giant turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Kwon-oh-jin spread his arms wide and shot all 5 wires toward the rubble of buildings from the giant's earlier rampage. Bang, bang, taking a deep breath, he crossed his arms in an X formation. HMPH, he coiled the attached debris around the fleeing giant. Now Kwon-oh-jin unleashed mana beyond his limits. Boom, 5 massive explosive lightning attacks blew up along each of the wires. Ring, explosive lightning has reached LV2. Explosive lightning has reached LV3. Thud. The giant collapsed to the ground, followed by a brief silence. Whoa, he did it. He killed that monster. Who is that Awakener? What guild is he from? The crowd cheered. My child, are you all right? Vega asked, urgently flying over. Kwon-oh-jin smiled and confidently gave her a thumbs up. How was that? Told you to just wait. In truth, he wasn't in the best physical condition, but he bragged and pretended everything was fine. Do you even realize how worried I was? I won in the end though, didn't I? HMPH, you said it would be quick, but it took quite a while. Vega crossed her arms, turning her head away. Was this goddess of mine always this cute? What had happened to the once dignified Vega, who was like an elegant flower on a cliff out of reach? Anyway, Kwon-oh-jin turned to the crowd of hundreds that had gathered around him. Quick, get a picture of him. Well, there's no way I can hide my identity now. Having taken down a monster alone in front of so many people meant that word would spread. People will find out that I'm an apostle of the North Star. He knew this would have happened eventually. It was just much sooner than he had expected. Just then, a middle-aged man in a sloppy suit rushed out from within the crowd. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and extended it. Excuse me, I'm Ko Kwang Hyan, a reporter from Chinlian News. May I ask which guild you're affiliated with? Might as well put out a good image since it's come to this. I'm with the association, Kwon Oh-jin replied with a warm smile. Creating a positive impression was crucial. The better my image is, the easier it'll be to gain trust. Trust was always good fuel to exploit when it became necessary. There's an awakener like that in the association. Wow, he's a part of the association. I would have never guessed. He looks like such a nice guy too, right? Yeah, totally. Whispers of admiration spread through the crowd. This is good. Kwon Oh-jin smiled in satisfaction. Woohoo, you're so cool. He was showered in applause and gratitude. Time to act humble. There's nothing like humility to make one more likable. No, really, I was just doing my job. Haha, you all saw that with your own eyes, didn't you? Vega stepped in front of the crowd in human form, placing her hands confidently on her hips. This hero who saved you is none other than my proud child. Vega puffed out her chest, like a mother boastfully showing off her son. Suddenly a bright smile spread across her face as she thought of a brilliant idea. What now? An unsettling feeling washed over Kwon Oh-jin. Come to think of it, you're all just thanking him with words. What? How could you simply express gratitude with words after someone saved your lives? What is she trying to say? My child loves money very much. Wait, no. Hurry up and offer money to my child. Stop it, damn it. I was going for a humble image. Kwon Oh-jin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Money? I mean, he did save our lives. The crowd awkwardly opened their wallets with a slightly confused expression and handed their cash to Vega. Haha, how was that? Vega asked, thrusting the stack of cash toward him, puffing out her chest even further. I gathered up money for you. Fuck me. Updated from FRE letter 1D486 WEBNOVELCOM. The morning after the Seoul Station incident, Kwon Oh-jin headed to the association after his daily training routine. Knock, knock. Yes, come in. Inside Han Jun-man's office, documents were piled up even more than usual. What is all this? Kwon Oh-jin asked. Han Jun-man greeted him with a bright smile, despite obvious signs of fatigue on his face. Haha, there was quite an incident yesterday, wasn't there? True. By publicly revealing his affiliation with the association, Kwon Oh-jin knew he had likely stirred up quite the commotion. The internet is going wild over you, Oh-jin. Did you see it yet? No, I haven't really checked. Kwon Oh-jin chuckled as he sat down. Han Jun-man made 2 cups of coffee and placed them on the table. Just this morning, we received calls from 16 different guilds. 8 of them even sent sponsorships to the association. Wait, in just one day, Han Jun-man burst into hearty laughter. Haha, in this industry, you have to move fast to survive. He sipped his coffee and continued with a more serious tone. But with this incident, the fact that you're an apostle of the North Star has also spread. It was within expectations. No matter how much the association tried to control the media, there was no way the news wouldn't get out after Kwon Oh-jin took down a massive monster in front of so many people. I figured as much. I apologize. We really tried our best to keep it under wraps, but… Haha, that's all right. For Kwon Oh-jin, keeping his identity hidden was only a temporary measure to buy him time until he gained enough power. It would have been ideal to keep the secret until I reached at least 4 stars, but what's done is done. Now it's time to use the name value of the North Star to my advantage. He was the sole apostle of Vega the Weaver. With that title, there was nothing he needed to fear. By the way, the articles say that you asked the people you saved for money. Han Jun-man cautiously asked. That's, There wasn't much he could say about that. Even though it wasn't his doing but Vega's, to others, it probably looked like his summoned creature was demanding a reward on his behalf. I'm probably getting trashed like crazy right now. This was exactly why he had avoided reading any articles from the other day. That turned out to be a brilliant move. What kind of nonsense is that? They're saying you're tough on the outside but soft on the inside. People are eating it up. What the fuck am I being called? You didn't see the article from Chinlian Daily yesterday. No, I didn't. Take a look at this. Han Jun-man held out a tablet. Right on the front page was a dramatic shot of Kwon Oh-jin saving a child who had fallen to the ground, captured from a perfect angle. His jaw dropped. When did they even take this? The image captured him landing in front of the fallen child, surrounded by crackling blue lightning, his clothes billowing dramatically. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it looked like a scene straight out of a movie. The comment you made when you saved that child has become quite the sensation. What comment? All I said was to run fast. When you saved the child, you said, I'm not necessarily doing this to protect you, didn't you? No, I didn't say that. And then bam, you covered the child with your coat. I wasn't even wearing a coat. Isn't that obvious from the picture? And right before you turned away, you whispered in a low voice, hurry, run away. Your job is to write articles, not novels. It gave off the feeling that you were only making people think that you saved the child for money. Okay, I got it. Wow, I spent my whole life scamming people, and now that I'm the one being scammed, I'm fucking speechless. Imagining how his past victims must have felt gave him a headache, though in this case, being the victim was somehow working out in his favor. Who wrote that article? A reporter named Ko Kwang Hyan, so it was that bastard. Come to think of it, he was the only one there. I'll have to pay him a visit later. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, it helped him avoid a negative image. If I play my cards right, he could be pretty useful in the future. Being the apostle of the North Star would naturally attract public attention. A connection with someone in the press would be convenient, whether intentional or not. By the way, this recent incident caused quite a stir in Paradise as well. After all, a monster suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. Hearing the word paradise reminded Kwon Oh-jin of why he had come to the association today. He took out black mutant starstones and placed them on the table. These are the starstones I got from the giant and the reptilians. There's quite a few of them. Hanjun Man inspected the pile of starstones. Most were only the size of a coin, except for the one from the giant. I want to sell these, Kwon Oh-jin said. Hanjun Man squinted as he examined the starstones spread out on the table. The quality isn't that great except for these two. One was from the fleshy giant, and the other was from the black slime giant he took down at the gate in Mokdong. Naturally, the starstone from the fleshy giant was much larger. How much do you think the pile will go for? Hanjun Man lifted one of the starstones and continued, actually, the price of mutated starstones has dropped significantly these days. Yes, there's been a sudden surge in mutants recently, so the market is flooded with their starstones. That was news to Kwon Oh-jin. FREYWEB, Cyrillic letter 475EL, We're still investigating it, so there hasn't been an official announcement yet, but rumor has it the supply has increased by nearly 10 times. Could this be connected to the Black Star Celestials? Even so, you do have lots of them, and the size and quality of these two are pretty great. I'd say you could get at least 4 billion one, maybe even more. I see, that's more than enough. With that much, Kwon Oh-jin could exceed his goal and have some left over. I'd like to sell these quickly. Hanjun Man asked. Yes, preferably within a few days. It would be challenging to sell all of this in a few days, Hanjun Man added. The market for mutated starstones is oversaturated, and buyers have been cautious lately. In that case, how about you give me 3 billion won up front, and the association can keep the rest of the profit? Sorry, Hanjun Man blinked in disbelief. Was Kwon Oh-jin really offering to forfeit at least 1 billion won in profit? He's not the type of person to do that. Even in their short acquaintance, Hanjun Man had seen just how shrewd Kwon Oh-jin could be when it came to squeezing money out of contracts and commissions. Why would he do this? Can you make it happen? Yes, of course. With those terms, we'd be happy to handle it. Great. Hanjun Man had a mountain of questions, but he held them back. All right, I'll have 3 billion wired to your account by tomorrow afternoon. Oh, one more thing. Could you repair this for me? He placed his wire shooter on the table. Is it not working? No, it's just that one of the wires snapped. Oh, that won't take long to fix. Sorry about bringing it back for repair after just one day. Haha, no worries. Given what you went through yesterday, it's understandable. Hanjun Man shook his head as he grabbed the wire shooter. Is there anything else you need? No, that's it for now, Kwon Oh-jin said, standing up to leave. Oh, wait a moment. I have something for you. Remember what you requested earlier. He remembered his special request at the time of ordering his equipment. I've prepared it in the highest quality. Hanjun Man placed an elegant, meter-long black case on the table. How much was it? It came to about 17 million won. Give me a sec. Kwon Oh-jin pulled out his phone to make a transfer. It's all right, I can just deduct it from the profit you're handing over to us. Kwon Oh-jin hesitated briefly but then nodded. All right, let's do that. Since he was already giving up some profit from the starstones, he was essentially purchasing it with his own money. He carefully took the black case that Hanjun Man handed over. And one more thing, there's more. He cocked his head and looked at Hanjun Man, who handed Kwon Oh-jin a card bearing the association's emblem. The card featured a photo of him along with some personal details. This is, he asked. It's a special agent license from the association. What? Special agent? Holy shit, he's giving this to me. Special agents of the association were on par with elite operatives. While the association was often dismissed, special agents were a different story. These licenses were only granted to awakeners who had proven themselves within the organization. Moreover, the role came with significant investigative authority. Special agents could stop anyone on the street for random checks if they wanted to. Doing something like that would get you fired the same day, though, but that was the level of power the title carried. This is quite unexpected. Haha, it's a bit early, but we could make it happen because of the chairman's positive push for it. Given Kwon Oh-jin's sudden rise to fame after the recent incident, it seemed the association was trying to secure him before he moved to another major guild. Still, it hasn't been long since I joined the association, and they're giving me this already. Just how desperate are they? All right, I'll take it for now. Kwon Oh-jin saw no reason to refuse since they were just giving it to him. Well, I'll be going now. Take care, Han Jun-man said. Kwon Oh-jin stepped out of the association building into bright sunshine. With a sigh, he turned on his phone and opened his banking app to check his balance. 7 billion. Since 3 billion would be coming in tomorrow, he had saved up a total of 10 billion won. I've got enough, he said with a trembling voice. He turned and started walking. Kwon Oh-jin had reached the end of his path to paradise. There was now only one step left. A cold breeze slipped through the window. Song Ha-yoon shivered in bed under an electric blanket. It's freezing. The temperature would have been life-threatening if not for her superhuman physique. The heater. Let's not. Kwon Oh-jin had okayed it for whenever it got too cold, but remembering the way he always sighed whenever they received the utility bill made Song Ha-yoon hesitant. Let's hold on with the blanket for now. She had gotten somewhat used to living like this. She reached out and turned on the electric blanket switch. With a short sigh, she grabbed her phone. She had grown used to handling it, even without being able to see it, so it wasn't difficult for her to stream the latest news. Interest is growing around Kwon Oh-jin, an awakener from the association, following the incident at Seoul Station at around 4 in the evening yesterday. Netizens who saw the report have given him the nickname Thunder Wolf and are praising the birth of a new hero. The news was filled with stories about Kwon Oh-jin. Wow, it actually happened. She had expected this ever since he said he became an apostle of the North Star, but hearing his name on the news still felt strange. Now that he's become this famous, he should be able to save up money quickly. Song Ha-yoon made a bitter smile. She sensed that it was almost time for them to part ways. Well then, she moved to a different video. The list of the astral relics to be auctioned at the Yongsan auction house in 2 days has been finalized. The highlighted items include 7-star astral relics, the Sword of Dawn and the Twilight Knot. Additionally, the 6-star astral relic Demonic Dragon Eye will make its first appearance in over a year. Beep. She closed the video. Dragon Demon Eye. She whispered the name with a trembling voice, clenching her fists so tight that veins stood out on the back of her hand. Just then, she heard a noise beside her. Did you just wake up? Kaya. Song Ha-yoon screamed and shot up from the bed. What the hell? Why are you so startled? Vega asked. Did you not leave with Oh-jin? Kwon Oh-jin had left about an hour back, saying he had business with the association. Song Ha-yoon had assumed that Vega had gone with him. He left without the pendant. It seemed like he didn't need Vega this time. I see. An awkward tension filled the room. This was the first time the two were alone with each other. But isn't there some kind of law or restriction that stops a celestial like you from being on Earth this long? A few hours a day is all right. I have something I'd like to ask you. To ask me. Song Ha-yoon cocked her head in confusion. My child seems quite obsessed with money, Vega remarked. Well yeah, do you know why? Song Ha-yoon's bitter smile lingered as she fell silent. She knew the answer all too well. Kwon Oh-jin had told her himself. It's to reach paradise, she said, the words slipping out like a shot of strong liquor. Paradise, the abstract term made Vega blink, her confusion evident. Paradise is just what people call it. The official name is the Ganghwa Island Special Autonomous Zone. I still don't understand. So you see, Song Ha-yoon started to explain. The Ganghwa Island Special Autonomous Zone, commonly known as Paradise, was one of the few safe zones left in their crazy world overrun by monsters. There were no gates or monsters that appeared there, and criminals and illegal organizations couldn't set foot inside. And I heard once you get in, they provide you 3 solid meals a day too. It was a place where people didn't have to worry about sustenance, shelter, or clothing. It was the only place that preserved the peaceful and comfortable life of Korea from before the gates started opening. Oh-jin is saving up to move there. The price of admission to paradise was 10 billion won. Pay that and every worry melted away. Life would be nothing but peace, laughter, and endless enjoyment. A place like that really exists? Vega asked in disbelief. I don't understand. How could that be categorized a safe zone? Because Jin Sang-gil of the Avaricious Wolf and his guild members lived there. Jin Sang-gil was the only Korean apostle of the 7 stars, specifically the Avaricious Wolf. The Ganghwa Island Special Autonomous Zone was directly managed by him and his guild, Heaven's Grace. If that place couldn't be considered a safe zone, then nothing could. That's why wealthy businessmen, celebrities, and awakeners are all scrambling to get in there. So my child is working to earn money to go there. Yeah. Vega sighed, still a little puzzled. With a faint smile, Song Ha-yoon mumbled, do you know what his dream was when he was a kid? Her empty gaze wandered through her hazy memories till she saw a black-haired boy with droopy eyes, rolled up like a ball as he held his hands to his bruised cheeks. What was his dream? To live in a place where he wouldn't be hurt, cold, and hungry. Hahaha, isn't that so simple? Song Ha-yoon laughed, but such simple happiness always felt so distant for us. Vega remained silent for a moment. She felt a deep current of emotions difficult to comprehend. Did someone torment my child? Our orphanage director, Song Ha-yoon, replied. She bit her lip, reminding herself of her childhood memories. We got beaten every day. The other kids got hit sometimes too, but Oh Jin, he was beaten the worst. Was there a reason? Yeah, her voice trembled. I was originally the director's main target, not Oh Jin. Haha, I had a bit of a temper even when I was a kid, but after getting beaten day after day, it became unbearable. That's why I even thought about hanging myself to fuck with the director. Couldn't you have asked someone else for help? Ask who? We were just 10-year-old kids and that motherfucker had pretty good connections. Even when we asked for help, we were just ignored. That must have been hard for you. Yeah, it was. It was really hard. But one day when I bit the director's arm really hard and was getting beaten all day for it. Do you know what that lunatic Ojin did? Vega shook her head. He suddenly ran in, saying there was a fire in the kitchen and that we needed to escape. The director started screaming and ran outside like an idiot. What happened after that? The director got totally humiliated, obviously. Haha, the fire was a total lie. Song Ha-yoon laughed, still finding the memory funny. Ojin fooled that jerk so many times. No matter how much he got beaten, he always came up with some wild scheme to mess with the director the next day. So, that's how the target shifted from your back to Ojin's. Yeah, Song Ha-yoon pulled her knees up and rested her head on them. To be honest, I felt relieved. I was so happy I didn't have to get hit anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes and slid down her cheeks, drip. She tightly wrapped her arms around her knees and trembled slightly. I knew what he was taking on for me, but still I was so glad. It wasn't your fault. A brief moment of silence passed. Yeah, Oh-jin said the same thing. Anyway, Oh-jin has wanted the same thing ever since he was a key to life where he doesn't have to lie just to survive. That was Kwon Oh-jin's wish, his longing, and his deepest desire. Oh-jin will go to paradise, Song Ha-yoon asserted, and when that happens, we'll part ways. Aren't you going with him? Song Ha-yoon shook her head and said, I can't. Is it because of money? That's part of it, but even if I had the money, I wouldn't pass the test. Test, yeah. To enter paradise, you have to go through a lot of examinations and pass a test. Her empty gray eyes stared into space. A blind cripple like me wouldn't be able to enter paradise. She let out a self-deprecating laugh, and Vega gazed at her deeply. Then what will happen to you? I'll have to figure out how to live on my own. But, haha, are you worried about me, Miss Goddess? I was a 7-star awakener up until 5 years ago. I know how to survive on my own. Though she had lost everything now, she was considered a strong awakener before. What happened? This, Song Ha-yoon gestured to the empty space where her right leg ended below the knee, then touched her eyes. She let out a soft chuckle before replying, about 5 or 6 years ago, I went up against a monster, an absurdly strong one. This is the result. She had fallen to the 1,000-cursed dragon, Barbados, a 9-star dragon-type monster. The encounter left her cursed, robbing her of her sight and sealing her mana. With a soft thud, Song Ha-yoon laid back down on her bed, the electric blanket that was now all warmed up. Anyway, I made a promise with Oh-jin 5 years ago. What kind of promise? Well, it wasn't really a promise, more like a one-sided demand, Ha-yoon said with a bitter smile. She recalled a short conversation in a small, dark, mold-filled room. You're going to buy a spot in paradise. Yeah. Then stay with me until you do. Stay with you. You owe me for the last 3 years, don't you? I saved you and took care of you, didn't I? Once you've saved up all 10 billion won, you can go wherever you want. Okay, that day, Song Ha-yoon had placed a curse on Kwon Oh-jinan, not so different from the curse that had consumed her life. This curse was named Song Ha-yoon. Ha ha ha, wow, thinking about it now, I was such a bitch. She laughed and clapped her hands. How could I expect someone who wasn't even an awakener to save up 10 billion won? The promise had just been an excuse to avoid being left alone, to trap him with her in this endless darkness where she couldn't see anything at all. I'm being punished for it. She never expected Kwon Oh-jin to become an awakener, certainly not an apostle of the North Star. She thought she would have at least a few more years with him, but he had awakened with the stigma of Lyra and was now famous enough to make headlines everywhere. It wouldn't take long for him to gather 10 billion won. She believed this was her divine punishment for trying to manipulate him for her own selfish reasons. So, Song Ha-yoon braced herself on her crutches and awkwardly stood up. She bowed deeply and said with a formal tone, please, take good care of Oh-jin. Her voice was heavy, almost as if she was pleading. Vega silently gazed at Song Ha-yoon with her arms crossed, still slightly confused. So my child wishes to leave this girl and go to this place called paradise. Then why did he wear that face back then? She thought back to the first time she'd met Song Ha-yoon and asked Kwon Oh-jin about her eyes. He had made an expression filled with despair like someone lost in an endless desert, desperately searching for water. Song Ha-yoon groaned. She'd woken up unusually early. Kwon Jin had left at dawn with Vega to train, leaving Song Ha-yoon alone in the small, silent room. I guess I should get up and start getting ready. For the first time in a long while, she had somewhere to be. Splash. Allah, it's freezing. The cold water bit into her skin as the water heater failed to work. When I move out, I'm definitely getting a place with reliable hot water. Shivering, she grabbed a towel and dried herself off. She opened the drawer under the bed and pulled out her prosthetic leg. She faintly groaned as the hard surface of the cheap prosthetic pressed uncomfortably against her knee. She rummaged through the rest of the drawer, which she hadn't opened in a long time. She struggled to find what she was looking for by touch. After more minutes of searching, she finally found her card and ID. My card, ID, and as for clothes, hopefully there's nothing weird. She fumbled around, putting on a turtleneck and jeans. Getting dressed was one thing, but a good outfit was an entirely different challenge. She couldn't see how the colors matched or how the style blended together, so she pulled at her clothes anxiously, sighing. As if tugging at them is suddenly going to make me see again, she gave up and threw on a coat. Finally, she grabbed a pair of sneakers, slipping one onto her left foot and fitting the other onto her prosthetic. She then grabbed her cane and headed outside. The cold December air hit her right away. Let's get going, she mumbled bitterly and extended her cane forward to guide herself. Tap, tap, tap. For 5 years, Kwon Jin had always accompanied her outside, so this was her first time going out this far alone. She was slightly nervous at first, but that didn't last long. As a former awakener once among the elite ranks, her heightened senses of sound, touch, and smell helped her map her surroundings and get around. This is a piece of cake even on my own. See that, huh? With a swaggerunger to whom it was direct edge confidently strode ahead. Perhaps from getting a little too excited, she ran headfirst into a tree branch sticking out from a nearby flower bed. Ouch, damn it. Rubbing her nose, she walked on irritably. After much struggle, she finally arrived at the bank. Ding, following the staff's guidance, Song Ha-yoon sat down and pulled out her card and ID from her pocket. So you wish to close your savings and deposit accounts? The employee asked. Yes. Here lay everything she had saved during her 3 years as an awakener, starting from the first ever gate 8 years ago. This money was her last thread of hope, something even Kwon Jin didn't know about. How much do I have in there? She nervously asked. She clenched her fist, damp with sweat. Including all the interest from the past 5 years, the total is 321,754,821 won. It wasn't a small amount of money, but it was far from enough to buy the demonic dragon eye. Song Ha-yoon's face turned dark. Since she hadn't saved much to begin with, she knew it couldn't have grown significantly even with interest, but... Ma'am, is something wrong? And no, 300 million is correct, she replied, forcing an awkward laugh. The fragile thread of hope she had painstakingly woven now felt impossibly thin, almost invisible. What she longed for seemed farther away than ever, slipping beyond her reach. It was an undeniably small amount of money for someone who had worked as an awakener for 3 years, but what could she do? Back when the gate incident first happened, I didn't earn much. At that time, she had fought monsters not for money, but to survive. It wasn't until 2 years later that she could start selling the monsters' starstones. Of course, as a 7-star awakener, she made a decent sum during that last year, but most of it went toward paying my medical bills. She had ended up in such a dire condition back then that it wouldn't have been surprising if she had even died. Her treatment naturally consumed up her savings. Would you like me to transfer everything into your checking account? Yes, please. Song Ha-yoon nodded weakly and stood up with her cane, proceeding to make her way back home. 300 million won. The amount was nowhere near enough to buy the dragon demon eye, but it was plenty to have one last memory together before she and Kwon Jin parted ways. That brat is probably still living off protein bars, isn't he? As she got close to her house, she heard a loud commotion. Thud, crash. What's going on? She cocked her head. Thump, thump, thump. The ground seemed to shake with heavy footsteps until someone suddenly grabbed her shoulder tightly. What the? She heard ragged breathing. Where did you go without saying anything? Kwon Jin asked in a frenzy. Were you looking for me? You're laughing. This isn't the time for... Jin, cutting him off, she smiled brightly. Wanna go on a date with me? What? How long has it been since the two of us went out like this? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Kwon Jin asked as he lightly held Song Ha-yoon's arm and guided her. A date? That's so random. I just felt sorry for you. You're always wandering around in those shabby clothes, eating nothing but protein bars. How do you even know I'm dressed shabby? I don't have to see to know, dummy. How old is that outfit? That's, He didn't know. It wasn't that he couldn't remember. He had just stolen the clothes from a donation bin, so he actually had no idea how old they were. Got nothing to say, huh? He sighed and commented, it's still clean at least. She tugged his arm behind her as she marched forward. After a bit, she paused and asked, which way was the department store again? Good grief. Kwon Oh-jin chuckled and started towards the department store. Excuse me, Song Ha-yoon called out inside. Yes, how can I help you? Can you pick out 5 outfits that would look good on him, please? Of course. The worker's eyes sparkled as they hurried off. Wait, why are you asking the worker? I can pick them out myself. If I leave it to you, you'll just pick the cheapest stuff. Won't you, you idiot? She was spot on. And why do I need 5 outfits? I could just rotate a few. Blah, 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 I can't hear Yawu. Hold up. What's up with her today? The excited worker started recommending various outfits to Kwon Oh-jin. Well, you look great in anything, really. You've got a great frame, this one here and maybe something from this brand. What about you, miss? Which do you prefer for your boyfriend? Song Ha-yoon's lips curved into a smile at the word boyfriend. I can't see very well so. Song Ha-yoon tapped her cane on the ground. Oh, I am so sorry. It's all right. Please pack up everything you recommended. I'll choose my own. And please ignore anything he says. Song Ha-yoon grinned and pushed Kwon Oh-jin back. The total comes to 3.72 million won. Song Ha-yoon handed over her card. Here you go. What? Are you crazy? With a panicked look, Kwon Oh-jin pulled her arm back. How can clothes cost over 3 million won? Sure, it's 10 pieces in total, but this is insane. Besides that, where on earth did you get the money? Hee, my savings account just matured today. I got a nice chunk of interest, so it's my treat. Kwon Oh-jin's face twisted in discomfort. Still, I don't need anything this expensive. But I'm buying it for you. I don't need you to buy me anything. Shut up and just wear it, you idiot. Kwon Oh-jin tried to refuse a few more times, but Song Ha-yoon's persistent toddler-esque whining gave him no choice but to accept the clothes in the end. Hee, go try one on, and throw out whatever you're wearing now. Kwon Oh-jin sighed deeply as he went into the fitting room to change. As soon as he came out, the worker couldn't help but gasp. Wow. It was like he had transformed into someone else. Are you done? Yeah. Hee, let's go then. Song Ha-yoon grabbed him by his arm and dragged him around the department store, buying him gifts she had thought of beforehand. Ha-yoon, why are you doing all this? Kwon Oh-jin asked in a heavy tone. Hee, you've put up with me for 5 years, haven't you? That's cause. She held his arm tighter and dropped her head. Just for today, let's do as I say, okay? She said, her voice slightly trembling. Haya, don't regret it later, okay? Kwon Oh-jin warned. Hee, don't worry, I've got plenty of money, she chuckled, bouncing with excitement. All right, up next. She pondered, then snapped her fingers. How about we grab something to eat? Sounds good. He hadn't eaten anything after his early morning protein bar. Where do you want to go? Burger Queen, McRonald, Kwon Oh-jin asked. Why are those always your only options? Song Ha-yoon clicked her tongue in disapproval. Hee, Hanwoo. Kwon Oh-jin's legs violently trembled. Hanwoo was notoriously expensive, with a meal for 2 easily exceeding 100,000 won. We're really going to eat Hanwoo? He asked again. Yup, hurry, let's go. Song Ha-yoon tugged him forward, though eventually he had to guide her from the halfway point. We're here. The moment they arrived at the restaurant, the savory aroma of grilled meat hit them, making Song Ha-yoon's mouth water. Damn, that smells fucking insane. She licked her lips, barely containing the drool that threatened to escape. Let's head inside. Just as she was about to step in, the salty smell of the ocean hit her nose. What are they selling next door? Song Ha-yoon asked. Oh, it's a king crab restaurant. King crab, her mind raced, but it didn't take long for her to decide. Ahem. Song Ha-yoon cleared her throat unnecessarily and tugged Ajin towards the crab restaurant. Why, I'm actually not in the mood for beef today. You were drooling literally a second ago. Shut up. I just feel like eating crab today. Kwon Oh-jin cocked his head, but you don't even like seafood. Despite having only tried seafood a few times, she had hated it every time. She didn't even like shrimp, which most people loved. Sea crabs are different, but you hate all shellfish. Whatever, she dragged him into the restaurant. Excuse me, we'd like to order, she called out eagerly. They ordered 2 steamed king crabs, and the table was soon filled with the grandeur and aroma of steaming red shells. Song Ha-yoon's expression briefly soured at the salty smell. Crabs are so tricky to eat. It's really a hassle to get the meat out of the shell, isn't it? She remarked in a theatrical voice, setting her chopsticks down. Her intentions were so transparent that Kwon Oh-jin didn't even feel like humoring her. Give it here, I'll get the meat out for you. With a big smile, she scooted closer to him. Oh really? Hee, you really don't have to. She opened her mouth wide, like a baby bird waiting to be fed. Awa. Kwon Oh-jin couldn't help but chuckle. He fed her the crab meat. Here you go. Hehe, it's Goot, she mumbled through a mouthful of food. Eat lots. Don't just feed me, you eat too. Yeah. After a while, they finally finished their meal. I'll go grab some coffee. Here, take my card. At least let me get the coffee, he interjected. After spending the entire day just receiving, his stomach felt uneasy. Fine, I'll allow that much, Song Ha-yoon replied with exaggerated arrogance, sitting up straight. PFFFT. Unable to hold it in, he burst out laughing. Hey, what? You got a problem? PFF Thaha, no, I'll be right back. Stay here. He turned around and walked toward the counter. Song Ha-yoon smiled softly, seated on the cafe chair. She slightly opened her eyes and took in her surroundings. The world was still dark, but it didn't feel cold anymore. Where should we go next? As she swung her legs, lost in thought, she heard some women nearby. Excuse me, are you Kwon Oh-jin? Yes, that's me. Oh my god, it's Thunder Wolf. It's Thunder Wolf in the flesh. For real? Damn, I was at Seoul Station when you took down that monster. Are you here by yourself? The two women asked in excitement. These motherfuckers, Song Ha-yoon muttered, thoroughly annoyed. One hanwoo is Korean beef, known for its high quality, comparable to Wagyu in Japan. The two women spoke excitedly. Wow, you look even more handsome in person. Yeah, like for real, can we take a picture with you? Kwon Oh-jin shifted uncomfortably, struggling to speak. I figured people might recognize me, but I didn't expect them to be so eager. Should I just send them off? He didn't want to play along for too long. Aren't the two of you here to buy coffee? Stop pestering me and get lost, Kwon Oh-jin asserted, making it clear he wasn't interested. That was good. There's no way they won't take the hint. Did you hear that? He told us to get lost. Kaya, he's the real deal, huh? Can we call you Oh-jin? Oh my god, this is nuts. The hell, what's with this reaction? Can we get your autograph? A fucking autograph. Kwon Oh-jin's life had really turned around. Well, I guess I can do that much. It didn't cost him anything, so he didn't mind. He took the pen they handed him. But why are they only giving me a pen? Where should I sign? Here, right here. One of the women slightly pulled back her coat, pointing to her t-shirt. The spot was around her collarbone, dangerously close to her breasts. No way. Have they actually lost their minds? What is this, a fucking club? What the hell am I doing in front of a cafe counter? Kwon Oh-jin, usually a master at poker faces, couldn't hide his embarrassment. Quickly. Staying like this is so embarrassing, Oh-jin. If you're embarrassed, then just stop. Haya, he clicked his tongue and lifted the pen. The situation wasn't exactly to his liking, but it would be over as soon as he signed. Let's just get this done with. He was on a rare outing with Song Ha-yoon and didn't want any more interruptions. Just as he was about to sign her t-shirt, a red-headed savage beast approached the group. What do you two think you're doing? Who are you? The two women clinging to Kwon Oh-jin flinched. An overwhelming, fierce, murderous aura radiating from Song Ha-yoon sparked fear in them. Who am I? Song Ha-yoon reached out and grabbed the back of Kwon Oh-jin's neck, pulling him close and wrapping her arms around his head. I'm his girlfriend, you fucking brats. She grinned slyly. Girlfriend, the two startled women looked Song Ha-yoon up and down. She was tall, with striking features and flawless skin. Though the women were confident in their looks, standing next to her made them hesitate. It was said that looks weren't everything, but for women who had approached Kwon Oh-jin relying on theirs, this felt like checkmate. Whatever, we just wanted an autograph, that's all. They walked on eggshells before the frightening figure. Soon, they turned tail and fled from the cafe. Tusk, who do those bitches think they are? Song Ha-yoon scoffed. MMPH, my bad. She let go of her grasp around Kwon Oh-jin's head. Haya, seriously, you, Never mind, you did good, Kwon Oh-jin said, chuckling. Since she hadn't beaten them up, there was nothing better than them scurrying off on their own. Anyway, you're hella popular. I know, right? This is gonna be a pain in the ass going forward. Being recognized in public was turning out to be more annoying than he'd expected. Well, it can't be helped. You can't have it all. If he wanted to wield the influence that came with being an apostle of the North Star, he had to bear with minor inconveniences like these. Don't go chasing after girls, okay? Song Ha-yoon instructed, glaring at him. I'm not interested in meeting other girls. Really? Why not? She asked, blushing slightly. 'Cause it eats up my wallet. Motherfucker, she muttered. This bastard's never going to change. I guess that's better than you fooling around with randos. She sighed and pulled Kwon Oh-jin's arm. All right then, let's move to the next place. What about the coffee? Forget it. Sticking around there could lead to a similar event all over again. Let's go somewhere with no people. Where? Song Ha-yoon thought for a moment, then snapped her fingers. Karaoke. Let's go to karaoke. Okay. With karaoke, she could enjoy herself even without her sight. The only drawback was having to memorize whatever song she wanted to sing. Hurry. With an excited smile, she pulled Kwon Oh-jin along. After a fun session of singing together, Kwon Oh-jin and Song Ha-yoon stepped back outside. It's already dark out. December nights fell swiftly. Should we head back? He asked. Let's look around a little. I have business to attend to tomorrow morning, so I should sleep early. After a long moment of silence, she bit her lips and nodded. Let's leave then, okay. As they walked home, Kwon Oh-jin glanced up and said, it's snowing. Snowflakes drifted down from the darkened sky. That explains why I kept feeling something cold on my head, he added with a slight chuckle. Song Ha-yoon tightened her hold on Kwon Oh-jin's arm, smiling softly. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the quiet, snowy path. Splosh, splash. Though it was silent, it wasn't awkward. Song Ha-yoon just hoped that this moment would never end, but I know. Her lips tingled as she bit them. Hey Oh-jin, yeah, how much? Have you saved up now? She asked carefully, like walking on ice. I have all of it. Oh, all of it, the full 10 billion won? Yeah. Song Ha-yoon's lips trembled slightly. She knew that he'd reach it soon, but she hadn't expected him to have gathered it all already. That was really fast. Even for the Apostle of the North Star, it was an insane speed. I got lucky. Plus, I already had a bit saved up. I see. She clenched her fist, her nails digging into her palm. The falling snowflakes felt bone-chillingly cold, so that means there really aren't many days left for us to spend together like this. Yeah, I guess so, he replied sharply. It felt as if her heart had been torn out. Are you really going to go to paradise? She asked, even though she already knew the answer. Yeah, I am. That's what I've been saving up for all this time. It hurts. The pain was so overwhelming and consuming, she felt like she might break. Don't go, don't leave me behind. She held those words back. And nothing. It's nothing, haha. No, what is it? Just shut up, you jerk. She playfully hit his shoulder for no reason. Silence fell yet again. Don't forget me, okay? She said, squeezing the words out. Why would I ever forget you? With that, their conversation ended. The December night sky was pitch black, without a single star, just like the darkness in Song Ha-yoon's eyes. Kwon Oh-jin got ready early in the morning the next day. I've got an errand to run at the bank, he said as he stepped out. Left alone, Song Ha-yoon let out a deep sigh and grabbed her phone to check the news. There's heightened interest in today's Yongsan auction. She turned it off. Should I go check it out? Lost in thought, she slowly moved to the edge of her bed. The only auction item she was interested in was the demonic dragon eye, a 6-star astral relic that could dispel curses, including those cast by dragons. Her dull eyes trembled slightly. If only I could get my hands on it. Maybe, just maybe, I could break the curse the dragon of the 1,000 curses placed on me. Ha ha ha. A hollow laugh echoed inside the room, like I could ever afford it. The demonic dragon eye was a rare astral relic acquired from 6-star or higher level dragon-type monsters. Because it was so rare, only one showed up at auctions each year, or sometimes not at all. At the very least, it would go for 6 or 7 billion won, but all her money combined barely reached 300 million won. How could she possibly buy it? But still, just maybe, there won't be any competition today. Her lips felt parched as the sweet thought of hope tugged at her. It wasn't impossible. There had been cases where 6-star astral relics sold for lower prices if demand was low, although nothing like that had ever happened with the demonic dragon eye. That's right. Who even gets cursed these days? There weren't many monsters that used curses. To date, the dragon of 1,000 curses, Barbatos, was the only one to use a specialized curse. If no one else had a reason to seek a cure, perhaps she could buy the demonic dragon eye at a bargain. Gulp. She tried to crush her hope by brainwashing herself into thinking it was impossible, but the spark of hope had already taken hold and spread like poison. Yeah, what's the worst that can happen? She got up from the bed with enthusiasm, filled with the hope that a miracle might occur. If only the curse can be lifted, I might be able to go to paradise with him. This thought lifted her spirits, bringing a faint smile to her face. All right, let's wash up and head out. She entered the bathroom and splashed herself with cold water, which felt strangely warm today. Getting dressed, she opened the door and headed outside. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of her cane hitting the floor was playful. Yeah, if I'm lucky, I could get it. Her hand twitched as she clutched her card and ID. The Yongsan auction house was the largest scale auction in South Korea. The items put up every month were of such high quality that even foreigners would participate in the sale. Song Ha-yoon took a deep, nervous breath as she arrived at the entrance to the auction house. With the help of her cane, she stepped inside. Tap, tap, tap. After some difficulty finding the counter, she was finally greeted by a staff member. Are you here to participate in the auction? Yes. Then please fill out this form first, the employee said, handing her some paperwork. Song Ha-yoon made an awkward expression. Noticing her cane and the way she stood there uncertainly, the employee blinked in realization. Oh, my apologies. Are you here alone? Yes, I am, I see. Would it be all right if I filled it out on your behalf? Yes, please. The impressive service was to be expected of Korea's largest auction house. After providing basic information, Song Ha-yoon received a waiting ticket. A VIP could have entered immediately, but she could only wait patiently since she had barely met the entry requirements. Around 2 hours later, an announcement was made. Admission will now begin. Please finish any business before entering, as no one will be allowed to exit during the auction due to security reasons. The waiting crowd began rushing in at once, causing Song Ha-yoon to bump into several others. Wait, she managed to avoid being knocked over because of her superhuman physique, but she couldn't avoid being pushed around. These fuckers. A wave of frustration washed over her. However, she couldn't cause a scene here, so she waited for the crowd to thin out before entering the hall. "Excuse me, could you tell me where seat P17 is?" Song Ha-yoon asked. "Oh yes, just head straight to the right." Every time she stopped someone to ask for directions, she could hear people around her whispering, "I guess even the blind are participating in auctions these days. You couldn't even dream of that a few years back. Does she not have a guardian, though?" Tusk, who would want to live with a cripple these days?" Voices of ridicule and pity flew around her. Song Ha-yoon clenched her fists tightly, digging her nails into her palms. It hurt, not her hands but her feelings. It's okay. If she could just get her hands on the demonic dragon eye, all this pain could be relieved. "All right, everyone. The December Yongsan auction will now begin," the auctioneer declared on stage. "Today's first item is the highly regarded 4-star astral relic, Gray Censer. It's known for its excellent performance in real combat." The auctioneer started with an over-the-top description. The opening items were always moderate but desirable relics up for bid, like appetizers before the main course meal. The minimum bid starts at 10 million won. The immediate purchase price is set at 1 billion won. Please remember that immediate buyouts can only be made via cash. Buyout prices were cash only to prevent insincere bidders from claiming items they couldn't pay for on the spot. After all, that would mean that person desperately needs it. One didn't need to look hard to find people who'd lie when backed into a corner. 100 million, 130 million. As bidding began, the atmosphere in the room started to heat up. The 4-star Gray Censer was truly an outstanding relic in its tier, just as the auctioneer had introduced it. 340 million, 400 million. The price climbed quickly. 640 million. The auctioneer echoed, 640 million. Do we have a higher bid? All right then. Gray Censer goes to bidder number 157. The sold price was over double Song Ha-yoon's entire savings. Her savings weren't enough to buy even a 4-star astral relic. Her earlier excitement quickly faded. And no, her clenched fists trembled slightly. The Gray Censer had always been a popular item. Compared to that, the demonic dragon eye was a much more specialized relic, so there was still some hope. The next item is FRTEPI Macron EWEB N Sigma V E letter 2113, com. And so the auction continued. Haha, it's finally time to introduce the main items of the day. Gulp. It was time for the real auction to start. If one were to liken it to a novel, they had just wrapped up the prologue. It's been a while since we've had this item. An extremely rare astral relic, only obtainable from dragon-type monsters. It can lift any curse. Finally, 6-star astral relic. The demonic dragon eye, clap clap. Song Ha-yoon could hear people applaud out of formality. Judging by the lack of enthusiasm, it seemed there wouldn't be too much competition. Great. This relic isn't a carryable item but an absorbable type that merges directly with you upon use. Meaning, her lips dried up so much they felt scorched. You permanently gain the power to lift any curse without the hassle of carrying it around. Just think, everyone. Wouldn't a relic like this be reassuring to possess when dealing with the unknown dangers of gates? Her cheap prosthetic leg trembled. The starting bid is 100 million won. The buyout price is 10 billion won. As soon as the bidding started, Song Ha-yoon raised her hand and called out loudly, "Oh, 100 million. Laughs of mockery surrounded her. Did she really just call out the starting bid? Ha ha ha, she must be new to auctions. Or maybe she's just some beggar hoping to become rich overnight." She flushed red with embarrassment. Biting her lip, she lowered her head. "Ah ha ha, yes, we have 100 million. Any higher bids?" The auctioneer also wore a knowing smile as he chuckled softly. She earnestly prayed with her hands clasped together. "Please, no one else bid." Her shoulders trembled. 2 billion, 2.55 billion, we have a higher bid, haha. There were no twists nor any unexpected turn of events. Not a single hope of a miracle was left behind. Song Ha-yoon let out a short sigh. Unfocused, dull, gray eyes started to tear up. 3.2 billion, 3.26 billion, the price kept climbing. To place a bid now would require 10 times her entire savings. Ha ha ha, her hope washed away entirely and she let out a bitter scoff. "That's right, there's no way I could have actually bought it. 6-star astral relics sold for at least 5 billion won. What could she have possibly hoped to buy with less than a tenth of that?" She bit her lips hard enough till they bled. Just why? What had she done to deserve such a fate? Just once. Hadn't her life been miserable enough? Abandoned by her parents whose faces she never even got to see, she had struggled through life like a dog. Why did she have to suffer more, just once? A miracle wouldn't hurt, would it? She wasn't asking for much. She wasn't asking for all the luxuries. "I just want to be with Oh-jin." She knew she was being greedy and selfish. Kwon Oh-jin had his own life, his own dreams and ambitions. And for 5 years or maybe longer, she had bound his life, trapping him in the dark, with the curse named Song Ha-yoon. A tear trailed down her cheeks. 4.1 billion, 4.23 billion, 4.3 billion. Even as she was crying, the demonic dragon eye was growing further and further out of reach, even though it was already beyond her grasp. Just then, a sly voice echoed in her ear, laced with greed and desire. Who, are you here for the demonic dragon eye? Song Ha-yoon turned toward the voice with a glare. Who are you? Ah, I'm Choi Jong-cheol from the Starlight Lake Guild. You've heard of us, right? The Starlight Lake Guild was known for having awakeners of Aquarius and specialized in healing. So what? I've been watching you since the waiting room. You bid on the demonic dragon eye, right? He said in an unpleasant tone. Song Ha-yoon remained silent as an uneasy feeling spread down her spine. I could lend you 5 or even 6 billion. Song Ha-yoon's gray eyes widened. The extinguished flame of hope flickered to life once more. But in exchange, she felt Choi Jong-cheol draw closer and place his hand on her thigh. This mother. Her face twisted in anger. She clenched her fist but suddenly hesitated. 6 billion won. The unattainable sum of money echoed in her head. Hoo. Choi Jong-cheol's sly laugh rang next to her. In exchange, why don't you be my friend for about 5 years? I'm not asking for much. We'll just have dinner when we have time, maybe a drink or two, and then, well, I don't need to explain the rest, do I? Song Ha-yoon's shoulders shook, and a nauseating feeling crept over her as if something filthy had been poured on her thigh. She felt like throwing up at the unbearable displeasure. But it was 6 billion won. With that money, she had a chance to get the demonic dragon eye and escape from the suffocating darkness that enveloped her. She had a chance to go along with Kwon Oh-jin and live with him. But, her lips burned even more and her tears pooled at the tip of her chin. How about it? He asked. Song Ha-yoon closed her eyes tightly, forcing down the urge to gag. She struggled to pry her mouth open. Alri. Bang! Just then the doors to the auction hall flung open with a violent crash. What the hell? Who are you? There was a sudden commotion. Thump, thump, thump. Song Ha-yoon heard the hurried footsteps of guards rushing to the entrance. You're not allowed in during the middle of the auction. A special agent? Why is a special agent here? Wait, isn't that the person from Seoul Station a few days ago? The guards' voices were laced with confusion. Step, her gray eyes wavered. What the? Step. It was a familiar footstep, a sound she'd never expected to hear at this moment. Step. They were footsteps that couldn't be here. Why are you here? The auctioneer, forcing an awkward smile, turned to the unexpected intruder who had disrupted the auction. My apologies for the disturbance, everyone. So, what brings a special agent of the association here? The intruder threw 2 large trunks onto the floor. Thud, as they fell, stacks of cash spilled out, fluttering to the ground like snowflakes. 10 billion won, all in cash. Kwon Oh-jin's low, deep voice echoed through the auction hall. The entire auction hall froze in silence. Breaking the brief pause, the auctioneer called out in a flustered voice, 10 billion, we have a bid of 10 billion. Since the buyout price was called, the auction for the demonic dragon eye will officially close. I'll be taking the item right now, Kwon Oh-jin said. He walked toward the demonic dragon eye displayed on the stage. The astral relic looked as if a blue crystal had been cut into the shape of a ping-pong ball. Grabbing it, he turned around. Why are you here? Song Ha-yoon repeated the question like a broken record. As she stared at him, pale as a ghost, Kwon Oh-jin could see her trembling. He stepped down from the stage and walked toward her. Who the hell are you? Asked Choi Jong-cheol, the man sitting beside Song Ha-yoon. He glared up at Kwon Oh-jin with narrow eyes. Kwon Oh-jin merely kept his eyes fixed on the man's hand on her thigh. Why are you interrupting the auction? Move it. What? Your hand. Move it. Kwon Oh-jin's glare burned cold, a flicker of ghostly blue fire smoldering in his dark eyes. Choi Jong-cheol froze, then instinctively jerked his hand away from Song Ha-yoon's thigh. What the hell? For Choi Jong-cheol, the entire auction hall seemed to plunge into darkness as though someone had cut the lights. A creeping chill ran down his spine, leaving him breathless. The sensation soon faded, and the auction hall returned to normal. Choi Jong-cheol stood up abruptly, glanced around, and then furiously glared at Kwon Oh-jin. Who the hell do you think you are, ordering me around? Didn't you hear me earlier? Kwon Oh-jin asked, calmly flashing his special agent badge from the association. Seeing the badge, Choi Jong-cheol scoffed. You're just a dog of the association, yet you have the nerve to mess with the Starlight Lake Guild. He sneered at Kwon Oh-jin. The weight of the association badge might carry authority, but going up against a top 10 guild like Starlight Lake was a whole different story. Was there a special agent like him at the association, though? The association's special agents were well known for the authority they wielded. I'm sure he wasn't on the list. Choi Jong-cheol's mind clicked as he recalled a news article from a few days ago. It was about an awakener from the association who had single-handedly taken down a massive monster at Seoul Station without a single casualty. The young man standing before him looked just like the one in the photo. Wait, no way, are you? Thunder Wolf. Choi Jong-cheol's mouth opened and closed, like a fish out of water as he instinctively took a step back. It wasn't just the feat at Seoul Station that unnerved him. It was the rumors tied to his name that truly sent a chill down his spine. The Thunder Wolf has the stigma of Lyra. Kwon-oh-jin bore the stigma of the North Star Celestial, who even the Celestials of the 12 zodiacs bowed down to. Shit, Choi Jong-cheol's face turned pale. The Thunder Wolf before him was an awakener who had gained the whole world's attention as a top-tier rookie. Yeah, that's what they've been calling me, Kwon-oh-jin replied with a gold gaze. So you said you're from the Starlight Lake Guild, right? Choi Jong-cheol stammered, his face pale. Immediately after the news that an apostle of Vega had appeared in Korea, most of the major guilds, including the Starlight Lake Guild, had gone into an emergency meeting. The consensus was clear to maintain a positive relationship with the apostle of the North Star. No guild would benefit from making an enemy of that man. There's been a misunderstanding. Oh, a misunderstanding, you say? Kwon-oh-jin asked with an icy smile. Let's ask your guild master if they think so too. Choi Jong-cheol's eyes widened. He immediately got on his knees and kowtowed. Thud, I didn't realize she was with you. I apologize for the disrespect. Please don't tell the guild master. Fine. Sorry, if you do one thing for me, I'll let this go quietly. Get lost. Pardon, I said get lost right now. Choi Jong-cheol's face flushed an angry shade of red as the veins on his fists bulged. He was clearly seething with humiliation. Kwon-oh-jin, however, simply shot him a dismissive smirk. What about it? Sure, Choi Jong-cheol might have had more experience and a higher star rank, but that didn't mean much in the bigger picture. Compared to himself, the apostle of Vega, Choi Jong-cheol was nothing more than an insignificant bug. Realizing this, Choi Jong-cheol forced a submissive smile. All right then, I'll get going, he said as he stood up and left the auction hall. Kwon-oh-jin clicked his tongue. After the commotion died down, he turned to Song Ha-yoon. Let's go. Oh-oh-jin, why are you? She stammered, still dazed by what had transpired. He grabbed her shoulder firmly. Wait, tell me why you're here first. Hey, Kwon-oh-jin. Ignoring her questions, he held her firmly by the arm and led her out. Where are we going, hey? They eventually reached the rooftop sky garden above the auction house, one of Seoul's most famous scenic spots. A cold night breeze brushed their cheeks. Song Ha-yoon was panting, perhaps still flustered. Her gray eyes wandered the sky. Oh Jin-yu, how could you buy that? What about paradise? Song Ha-yoon shouted. The 10 billion he used to purchase the demonic dragon I should have been for something else entirely. Paradise. The corners of Kwon-oh-jin's lips rose. For 5 years, he had been tirelessly saving up for paradise, or rather, he made her believe he was. If I didn't, she would have made a big fuss, though that is part of her charm. She was the kind of person who couldn't stand the thought of being indebted to someone neither then nor now. He lifted the demonic dragon eye. The translucent blue crystal contained a yellow pupil that resembled a reptilian eye. Yeah, paradise, why did you? Hold still for a second. He reached out and cupped her face with both hands. He felt her flinch and slightly tremble. Oh Jin. She switched back to using his nickname, anticipating what was coming. Tears welled up in her eyes. Woong. The demonic dragon eye emitted a soft glow as he brought it close to her left eye. Then it seeped into her eye like an ice cube melting away. TSSSSS. A faint hiss echoed, and purple fog rose from both her eyes. She felt a sharp pain as if her eyes were being seared with something hot, However, she could hardly focus on the pain. A warm voice spoke into the boundless darkness, calming her wildly beating heart. Hang in there just a little longer. The burning pain in her eyes gradually subsided. The dense darkness that had confined her the long, endless night she thought would never end collapsed like a sandcastle being swept away. The dazzling night view unfolded before her eyes. City lights formed a galaxy across the landscape, like stars scattered in an upside-down night sky. She gently touched her eyelids, still in disbelief. She could see the lights illuminating the garden and the carefully trimmed branches and leaves. Most importantly, after 5 long years, she could finally see Kwon-oh-jin's face, grown a bit more thin than she remembered. How is it, the view of paradise? Why you? Song Ha-yoon staggered back, filled with many emotions. She couldn't find the right words to speak. Oh right, there's one more thing, he mentioned. What? Kwon-oh-jin pulled out a fancy black case. What is that? She asked. You'll see. Click. He opened the case with a grin, revealing an exquisitely crafted prosthetic leg, indistinguishable from a real one. This is. Lift your right leg for a sec. Blushing ever so slightly, she lifted her right leg. Kwon-oh-jin sat on one knee and carefully removed the cheap prosthetic she'd been using. He then attached the one from the case. Wow. She softly gasped as she felt a gentle warmth, almost like real skin. It was so soft that it felt like it might slip off, so she tested it by moving her leg around. The prosthetic leg responded naturally as if she had grown a new leg. How is it? It's much more comfortable, right? Song Ha-yoon bit her lip. She could see him smiling brightly, but for some reason, seeing that smile felt more painful than ever. Why? She snapped, trembling. Why? The whirlwind of emotions on the inside made it hard for her to speak, but the heaviest emotion surging within her now was the hardest one to controlling her. Why did you do something so unnecessary? She shouted. That money was so precious. You worked so hard for it. She knew how miserable he had been for the past 5 years, no, his whole life. only she knew what it was like for him before he became an awakener. She had witnessed his pitiful, relentless struggle, hottest summers and frigid winters he had endured, the cheap protein bars he survived on, and the old, tattered clothes he had scrounged for. She had seen him pushing himself to the greatest extent to save money. Why you told me you were going to buy a spot in paradise. You said you wanted to leave and be in peace for once. 5 years ago, on the day she had lost her sight and her leg, Kwon-oh-jin came to her and said he was going to go to paradise and that he didn't want to live like this anymore. He was going to save up and leave. You promised you'd stay with me only until you'd saved enough. Oh, that, Kwon-oh-jin shrugged and grinned. Song Ha-yoon's eyes widened as a memory from over 15 years ago resurfaced. Oh, Jin, why you need to get out of here fast? You said the kitchen's on fire. Oh, that, just like back then, just as he had always been, he chuckled, bursting into laughter as he responded, it was a lie. 3 days had passed since Kwon-oh-jin had healed Song Ha-yoon's eyes with the demonic dragon eye. He finished his morning training as usual and came downstairs to a surprising sight. In their small kitchen, Song Ha-yoon, wearing an apron, was performing some sort of alchemy rather than cooking. Is this right? Sizzle. What the hell? Why is it all charred? What are you doing? He asked in disbelief as the room filled with smoke. She flinched. Oh, it's nothing, I don't think so. Look at the state of our house. Cough, cough. He waved his hand through the thick smoke and opened the window. Staring down into the frying pan at what looked like it used to be meat, he let out a laugh. Why are you cooking all of a sudden? He asked. Calling it food would be a stretch, but it was the first time he'd seen her cook. Oh well, I just kind of felt like eating some meat all of a sudden, so you decided to alchemize some charcoal instead. It's not charcoal, geez. It said that if I did this, it would create a Maillard reaction or whatever. Song Ha-yoon mumbled, scratching her head and glancing down at her phone. She placed the burnt meat onto a plate and held it out. Well, anyway, here, give it a try. You want me to eat this? Is she out of her mind? It's fine if you just cut off the burnt parts, Song Ha-yoon declared. After giving her a long look, he picked up a knife. Well, it is her first time cooking. I should at least give it a try. Plus, I'd be wasting meat if I didn't eat it. Crack. As soon as he touched the meat with the knife, it split in half, revealing a solid blackened center. He picked it up and threw it out. Hey, why'd you throw it out? How the hell am I supposed to eat this? How could someone even manage to burn it this badly? Our stove was too weak, so I used my stigma a little, and what the? Of course that would burn it to a crisp, genius. Although her curse had been lifted with the demonic dragon eye, she wasn't fully back to her original state yet. She was like a child just learning to walk, so it was impossible for her to control her stigma properly. Having nothing to say, she turned her head. Kwon-oh-jin noticed something out of place that clashed with the rest of her beautiful features. How's your eye? He asked. Oh, this, she replied, touching her left eye. Unlike her right eye that was perfectly normal, her left one gleamed an atrocious yellow like a reptilian eye. It was also much larger than her right, and veins spouted around it like tree roots, appearing almost hideous. As weird as it looks, I can see just fine. Actually, when I focus with my left eye, I can see much clearer. That's good, but I hope that isn't a side effect of the curse. He was worried every time he saw the horrendous yellow eye. Suddenly, with a shimmering flash of silver light, Vega appeared and spun around Song Ha-yoon and asserted, "It's not, so don't worry. If it's not a side effect, then what is it?" asked Song Ha-yoon, gently placing her hand on the eye. Rather than a side effect, you could think of it as a kind of blessing, Vega replied. This, a blessing? Song Ha-yoon narrowed her eyes, looking skeptical. The draconic power within the item mixed with your stigma, the stigma of Draco, to create a draconic eye. Draconic eye. Song Ha-yoon cocked her head and looked at her reflection in the mirror, where she saw the reptile-like yellow eye with a vertically slit pupil staring back at her. Calling it a draconic eye sounded cool and all. But it doesn't feel all that different from my normal eye, Song Ha-yoon remarked. She could see slightly clearer with her left eye, but that was about it. Aside from its unsightly appearance, it wasn't all that special in her day-to-day life. That's only because you're not used to handling its power yet. When your stigma returns to normal, you'll be able to fully utilize the draconic eye's abilities. Song Ha-yoon thought of the stigma on her chest. The stigma of Draco wasn't one of the 12 zodiac stigmas, but its power was comparable to them. Though the difference in recognition is stark. There weren't many awakeners with the stigma of Draco to begin with, maybe 4 or 5 in Korea and fewer than 20 worldwide. None of them had ever made a significant mark. No wonder it's so obscure, she thought. If she didn't possess the stigma of Draco herself, she wouldn't have known it could rival the zodiac stigmas in strength. So guess that means I should focus on rehab for now, she asked. There's no need to push yourself, Kwon-oh-jin said. Does that mean you'll keep cooking like earlier? Trust the process. Shit, why are you doing this to me, Ha-yoon? Oh, by the way, some package arrived earlier. Did you order something? She asked. Yeah, I did. He picked up a small box lying on the corner of the floor and opened it. Here, it's for you. Huh, what is it? She looked taken aback as he took out the item and handed it to her. An eye patch? You'll be uncomfortable walking around with that eye, won't you? I guess so. She tried on the black eye patch large enough to cover the entire area of her left eye, hiding the veins around it. How does it look? She hesitantly asked. You look like someone who never dated until her 30s and then immersed herself in otaku culture as an escape from reality, suffering from a late rebellious phase that should have hit her in middle school. I think I'll try making fried mint chocolate for dinner today. It actually looks so good on you. How could you look this pretty even with an eye patch? Hee hee, I know, right? She laughed, touching her eye patch. All jokes aside, she did look pretty with the eye patch on since she was naturally a beauty to begin with. I wasn't lying about the rebellious phase thing, though. Is it uncomfortable at all? It's a little uncomfortable since I can only see out of one eye, but it's all right. For someone who couldn't see at all until recently, it was not a huge bother. Anyway, are you sure you're okay? You spent all the money you'd saved up, she gloomily asked. I can just make more money. Plus, there's no rush now. All right, she replied, blushing. Hearing those words from him brought happiness that she could barely contain, making her feel like she was being wrapped up in soft feathers. It was hard to keep her lips from curling up. Oh yeah, who told you to be such an idiot and offer the buyout price? You could have saved a ton if you just bid normally, she argued, elbowing him out of nowhere to stop the butterflies in her stomach. But what if someone else called the buyout price before me? The auction would have ended right away, and the demonic dragon eye would have been sold to someone else. Considering it was a rare item that appeared maybe once a year, missing this opportunity would have meant she had to spend more time in total darkness. I'd rather spend a little more than risk it, he continued. Money was just a means to an end. As long as he could achieve his goal, the exact amount didn't matter. Though to be very honest, bidding 10 billion won all at once was stupid of me. He hadn't planned on calling the buyout price right off the bat. He intended on surveilling the other bids before buying the item at the best possible price. However, as soon as he saw Song Ha-yoon crying, some kind of unbridled rage had flared up inside him. Oh, Song Ha-yoon's face flushed bright red and she quickly looked down to hide it. She giggled awkwardly like a malfunctioning robot, her shoulders shaking as she did. I'll be right back. She ran out of the house. Whoosh. Vega watched her run away, then floated over to Kwon Oh-jin and said, It seems you truly care for her. I heard you've been protecting her since you were young. Is there a reason for that? What? Did she tell you that? It was half true and half false. I didn't protect her, it was the other way around. She was the one who protected me first, or rather, she protected everyone at the orphanage. Vega's eyes sparkled, hearing this side of the story for the first time. Back then, she was like a leader to all the kids, he reminisced, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. He remembered the fierce girl who stood up to the orphanage director for the sake of all the kids who depended on her, blazing like a brilliant jewel. But you know what? She may seem tough, but she's actually a huge crybaby. Every time the director hit her, she would hide under her blanket that same night and cry in secret. So you took her place, out of gratitude, maybe. Gratitude. Sure, that's part of it, but that wasn't the only reason. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I'll tell you another time. HMPH. A little disappointed, Vega pouted and flew up to his head to pull at his hair. Ouch. Still, I'm glad. Vega stopped throwing a fit and ran her fingers through his hair as she continued. This is the first time I've seen you genuinely smile. He nodded in response. Were you not able to save her in your first life? She asked. That, I don't know, but I probably failed. Maybe that's why I destroyed the world in my first life. He had no memories of that timeline. After all, even just the fact that he had destroyed the world before was a hard enough thought. Thinking about why was out of the question. Yeah, back then. I couldn't protect her. I'll just play along. I thought so, Vega muttered, looking down at him with sympathy. She gently tapped his forehead. Cheer up. You saved her this time, didn't you? You've already rewritten the first page of fate with your own strength. PFFTT. Yeah, you're right. Although he wasn't really a regressor and didn't have the memories of his first life, fate was still something he could change. But don't forget, Ha-yoon is still your friend. Why is she emphasizing that word? Anyway, now that you've lifted Ha-yoon's curse, what's next? Vega quickly changed the topic. What's next, huh? He did have something in mind. Vega, can you do me a favor? This time he needed her help for his plan to work. Vega sat down on his palm, sitting up straight with crossed legs. As long as it's within my power, anything. Nodding, Kwon Oh-jin gently wrapped his hand around her. A few hours a day isn't enough. I want to be with you, Vega, 24 hours a day. What? The goddess's cheeks flushed a deep red. Kwon Oh-jin heard Han Jun-man's awkward tone on the line. I won't be able to reach you for a while. Yes, I plan to focus on personal training for the time being. And how long will your training last? Han Jun-man seemingly hadn't expected Kwon Oh-jin to be unavailable at such a critical time. Well, I don't blame him. Things are probably hectic right now. After news spread that an apostle of the North Star had appeared in South Korea, global attention was fixed on the country. Not only Korean guilds, but even major international guilds had their eyes fixed on Kwon-oh-jin and the Awakeners Association he belonged to. I'm planning on being away for 3 months for now. 3 months, huh? That is a little iffy considering the timing. There are already hundreds of meeting requests directed for you, Oh-jin. He was already aware that everyone was scrambling to establish a positive connection with himself, the Apostle of the North Star. His sudden absence at such a time would surely be unsettling for the association. But that's exactly why I'm disappearing. It's to avoid all this chaos. If everyone approaching him had purely good intentions, he wouldn't need to avoid them, but he knew that wasn't possible. While they might frame it as networking, they were undoubtedly calculating how to use him for their benefit. Honestly, it'll be nice if they only planned to use me. There were definitely others who'd take a more extreme approach, their jealousy driving them towards wanting to destroy him. I need a little more time. At the very least, he needed the power to protect himself from such people who approached him with ulterior motives. While his growth rate already far surpassed other Awakeners, he was still only a 3-star. Anyhow, I plan to focus on my personal training, so please turn down all the meeting requests. I understand. Now that I think about it, it probably is wise to play it safe. I knew Jun Man would understand. Nice. Oh, and one more thing, I almost forgot. Could you contact the Starlight Lake Guild for me? The Starlight Lake Guild. Yes, please let them know I was deeply insulted by an Awakener of theirs named Choi Jong-cheol. Although Kwon-oh-jin had promised to let it slide, he had no intention of truly letting it go, of course. How exactly did he insult you? He said I was acting out of place as nothing more than a dog of the association, Kwon-oh-jin said. He chose not to mention anything about Song Ha-yoon. Did he really say that? Han Jun-man asked, now irritated. Anyone would find it upsetting to have their organization insulted in such a way. I'll take care of that. The Starlight Lake Guild had also recently reached out for a meeting, so I'll use this as an excuse to decline. Kwon-oh-jin couldn't help but smile. He could rely on Han Jun-man to take care of things. And where do you plan on training? Oh, Kwon-oh-jin smirked. He had already chosen the ideal place, somewhere he could concentrate on secluded training even with all the growing attention towards him. At the Sanctum. Pardon, he had chosen the land of the gods, home to hundreds of celestials, as his training location. Vega and Kwon-oh-jin arrived at one of the 3 temples at the Sanctum's highest grounds, where only the North Star celestials could reside. The Weaver's massive temple was desolate as ever on the inside. Is this what you meant by wanting to be with me, 24 hours of the day? What did you think I meant? Kwon-oh-jin playfully asked. HMPH, shut up. Vega puffed her nose and crossed her arms as she turned her head away. Haha, sorry, I really couldn't think of a better place for this. Vega could only be physically present on Earth for a few hours a day, which wasn't enough for him to learn how to wield the power of the stigma of Lyra. But it's a different story within the Sanctum. Here, the restrictions of the law that bound Celestials were greatly weakened, meaning Vega could remain present for as long as she wished. Will Ha-yoon be alright on her own? Vega asked. She's not a kid. She'll be fine. Song Ha-yoon also needed to focus on her rehabilitation for a while. Essie definitely didn't look too happy, though. He recalled her scowl when he mentioned being away for 3 months. Plus, it's not like we won't see each other at all for 3 whole months. Entry to Vega's temple wasn't restricted to just those with the stigma of Lyra. Song Ha-yoon could come meet him anytime, so we'll be able to stay together for a while, hee, Vega said with a satisfied smile. Haha, I'll be in your care, goddess. Just leave it to me. Vega puffed out her chest and spun around as if dancing. Woong, silver light emanated around her as her small fairy-like figure began to expand. Kwon-oh-jin witnessed her in her true form again for the first time in a while and remembered how breathtakingly beautiful she was. So which technique would you like me to teach you first? She asked, approaching him with sparkling eyes. Kwon-oh-jin shook his head slowly. An explanation alone doesn't really help. Before coming to the Sanctum, he had already tried learning some of the stigma's techniques from her. I couldn't understand a thing she was saying. Maybe she wasn't the best at explaining, or maybe he wasn't good at understanding it. Either way, he could never figure out what she was trying to convey. Release my mana as if the stars in the Milky Way are flowing through the clouds. I need whatever she's on. He had no clue how he was supposed to move his mana the way she was describing it. How do you plan to learn these skills then? Vega, I want to spar with you. Looking back on his experiences, he had always grown the most through real combat. Rather than complex theory, he believed he could learn more by tapping into his instincts under pressure. Although this would be a spar and not a real battle, it would still be far more useful than mere principle. Vega shook her head. That's impossible, she firmly responded. Why? Because of the restrictions. Kwon-oh-jin had heard that the restrictions were only lessened in the Sanctum, not entirely gone. No, not because of that, she replied with a short sigh. Then why? Because you would die. Oh, with the vast gap in power between them, Kwon-oh-jin would be like a mere ant for her in a spar. What if you controlled your strength? Even at the lowest level I can control it to, it would still be impossible. Are we that far apart? Maybe I got too full of myself. He realized he might have gotten overly confident at how he had grown much faster than any other awakener over the past few months. He felt a bit ashamed for having dared to imagine sparring with a celestial. I guess it is absurd to consider. She was a transcendent being on a fundamentally different level from humans. In fact, she was on another level even among other transcendent beings. I really was being arrogant. He'd gotten too used to being around her casually to her. He was someone she could crush with a flick of her finger. Oh well, I guess we'll have to go with the usual method then. It was less efficient, but he didn't want to disregard Vega's warning and insist on a spar. Wait a moment, Vega cut in. She fell into thought for a moment before snapping her fingers. I won't be able to do it, but it might be possible for my star spirit. A star spirit? Is that the Celestial's incarnation? Celestials were bound by restrictions that prevented them from directly intervening in earthly matters. Vega, however, could exert some influence in line with her North Star title, when other Celestials couldn't even leave the sanctum. A star spirit, on the other hand, was a conscious being infused with a fragment of a celestial's soul. Star spirits aren't completely free from those restrictions either, but they're much less constrained than a celestial acting directly on Earth. Vega's star spirit though, that's one more person I'll need to put up an act for. Vega raised her hand and called, "Come forth, my servant, Ryark." Woong, silver light flared up as a rift opened in the air. From it a wolf with beautiful silver fur stepped out. "You summon me, Lady Vega," Ryark asked in a refined, unnatural voice as he bowed. Ryark took in his surroundings until his eyes landed on Kwon-Oh-Jin. Ryark's fur suddenly stood on edge. A human? Why is a human here? His eyes were filled with suspicion and caution. Kwon-Oh-Jin put on a friendly smile and waved toward Ryark. He called out, "It's been a while, Ryark." The silver wolf narrowed his eyes and cocked his head. "Who the hell are you?" "Haha, it's been a while since you spoke so informally to me, Ryark. Hearing it again feels quite new." Ryark looked toward Vega, utterly bewildered. Vega smiled softly and placed her hand on Kwon-Oh-Jin's shoulder. "Do not be alarmed, Ryark. What? This child is a regressor, one who has returned from the future. A heaven-defying star," Ryark exclaimed. His jaw dropped to the floor. Even among Celestials, the heaven-defying star was a legend as an existence that could turn back the fate of a world marked for ruin. How is a heaven-defying star? Wait, that means the appearance of a heaven-defying star implied that the future world had already been destroyed once. So in the end, just like the prophecy, Lady Vega will. Ryark trailed off. In other words, the existence of a regressor implied that Ryark's master had been swallowed by the darkness of the black heaven. Thud. Ryark stomped his front paw in frustration. Although this was still in the future, a wave of guilt surged over him for having failed to protect his master. "Don't blame yourself, Ryark," Vega said. She walked over and petted him affectionately. "My child has come here to prevent that future from ever unfolding." Ryark wordlessly glanced at Kwon-Oh-Jin, whose presence was far too weak. Is he truly the heaven-defying star? "Haha, you will see for yourself in time," Vega confidently replied. "Vega," Kwon-Oh-Jin called out, urging her to get to the point. "All right then, so," she began explaining to Ryark why Kwon-Oh-Jin was here now. "You'd like me to spar with him? That's right, grrr." Ryark narrowed his eyes, scanning Kwon-Oh-Jin from head to toe. He didn't look reliable in any way. "Since it's Lady Vega's command, I shall oblige." Crack. Ryark swelled up and transformed into a towering werewolf nearly 2 meters tall. Blue lightning sparked between his silver fur. Crackle. Kwon-Oh-Jin stared up at Ryark and nervously gulped. What the hell? The aura radiating from Ryark's werewolf form was so overwhelming that Kwon-Oh-Jin felt suffocated. Frankly, he seemed even stronger than Vega, though that's probably because Vega hasn't shown her true power yet. Regardless, he could tell that Ryark was incredibly strong. It was laughable to even compare the beast to himself. "Let's begin then." Ryark took his stance, and Kwon-Oh-Jin nodded as he raised his spear. "There's no way I can win, but if I can at least hold out for." Boom! Kwon-Oh-Jin couldn't see it with his naked eye, but he lifted his spear purely out of instinct. Thud, kug, the spear was violently knocked out of his hand and his palm split open, splattering blood. He quickly crouched to try and roll out of the way. "Too slow," Ryark asserted. Wham! The werewolf kicked Kwon-Oh-Jin straight in the stomach, treating him like a soccer ball. Gah, cough. Kwon-Oh-Jin's legs gave out and he collapsed onto the ground. Holy shit. His first sparring session with Ryark had lasted a mere 3 seconds. Frtepi macron EWEB N sigma V E letter 2113 com. 2 months of training in the sanctum had passed. A deep, resonant vibration shook the barren temple as a streak of silver light tore through the air. Boom, kug, Kwon-Oh-Jin gritted his teeth and lunged after the flash with his spear. Azure lightning. Crackle, lightning spread out like the blades of a fan, sweeping the area in front of him. However, Ryark, who had been charging at him from the front, now towered right behind him. You know that won't work, don't you? Hup, there was no time to think. Kwon-oh-jin stretched his right arm up and bent his wrist to activate his wire shooter. Bang, pouring mana into the wire that had lodged itself in the ceiling, he shot upward as it retracted. Impressive. If there's one thing you're quick at, it's running away, Ryerk sneered. But you can't win a fight by turning tail. Ryerk crouched and launched himself off the ground with tremendous force. Thud, damn it. Kwon-oh-jin's face turned pale. His movements were limited while airborne, and Ryerk was rocketing toward him like a missile. Timeout. Do you think timeouts exist in battle? Ryerk smirked as he raised his fist, just as he was about to punch the man hanging off the ceiling like a bug. Of course not. A grin spread across Kwon-oh-jin's face. What? Ryerk's face violently twisted. Crackle, the wire embedded in the ceiling spread out like a net, ensnaring him. Explosive lightning. Zap, zap. Intense jolts of electricity surged along the wire in rapid explosions, leaving Ryerk convulsing momentarily. However, Ryerk didn't stop his trajectory even after the destructive shocks. Your cheap tricks are useless. Whoosh. Ryerk sliced through the air with his claw, shooting an arc of lightning toward Kwon-oh-jin. Hup. Kwon-oh-jin took a sharp breath and twisted his torso, channeling mana into his legs before launching himself off the ceiling. Thump, too slow, Ryerk coldly remarked, stepping on the blue lightning flaring around him. He landed before Kwon-oh-jin could. Their eyes met as Ryerk raised his fist. Now, using the momentum of his fall, Kwon-oh-jin raised his spear. He had come to accept that Ryerk was far more agile, so he had to predict the wolf's moves accordingly. Lightning strike. The attack, now stronger than it was 2 months ago, surged toward Ryerk. Crash, crackle, a storm of roaring lightning swept through the area. It worked. Kwon-oh-jin smiled. However, Ryerk's voice echoed out. Weak, cug. Emerging out of the storm, Ryerk grabbed Kwon-oh-jin by the neck and swung him like a baseball. Wham, arg. Kwon-oh-jin bounced across the temple floor like a skipping stone. Thud, thud, thud. Sharp pains seared him all over. Damn it. I thought I'd finally landed a hit for once. He sighed, struggling to get up. Song Ha-yoon's laughter echoed in the background. Kaha, look at you bounce. Are you a fucking bouncy ball? She came up and placed an ice pack on his head. Is your head okay? No, it fucking hurts. Come here, your favorite Ha-yoon will blow on it to make it better. Maybe it's cause I rolled around too much, but I want to puke. Motherfucker, she called out and gave him a light smack on the head. How long did I last this time? He asked, rubbing his sore head. Song Ha-yoon tapped her phone screen. 52 seconds, damn it. How come I can't even last a full minute? Tusk. 2 months ago, he had been utterly crushed in just 3 seconds. He'd made decent progress, but had hoped for more after 2 months of sparring with the same opponent. That dude is seriously strong. He let out a deep sigh as he glanced at Ryerk, who hadn't even been using his full strength. The star spirit was holding back to match Kwon-oh-jin's level, but was still far too overwhelming. Song Ha-yoon sat next to him and teased him. Haha. You wimp, how come you're always getting your ass kicked? Kwon-oh-jin narrowed his eyes and asked, why are you here every day anyway? At first, she only came to visit once or twice a week, but now it was like she commuted to the temple daily. She had even spent the night a few times. I came to feed my dear Oh-jin. She hummed as she opened the square lunchbox she had prepared. Inside were rice balls crammed together like cursed totems, as ominous as a concoction made by an ancient demon for humanity's downfall. Fuck, how on earth do you cook up something that hideous? Come on, try one. He looked up at her, pleading with his eyes, but she didn't budge. He took one bite of the rice ball. What the hell? Hee, how is it? It's actually good. Despite the awful presentation, the flavor was surprisingly well balanced with a mix of savory and spicy. She really could improve, right, tastes good, Song Ha-yoon grinned. Seeing her act so smug made him want to tease her, but he held himself back. Anyway, I'm still not sure if all this training is paying off. Kwon-oh-jin frowned and took another bite of the rice ball. Over the past 2 months, his physical abilities had improved, and both Azure Lightning and Lightning Strike had leveled up, but that was it. He didn't feel the same explosive growth as before. Maybe just sparring isn't enough. I might need something more intense. As Kwon-oh-jin fell into thought, Ryerk watched him with a heavy gaze. Vega floated to Ryerk's side and crossed her arms. How has it been, sparring with him for 2 months? She asked with a soft smile. What do you mean? He responded. Isn't he remarkably talented? Ryerk fell silent as memories of the past 2 months flashed through his mind. Though Kwon-oh-jin didn't seem to realize it himself, he had improved considerably. However, Ryerk still shook his head in disapproval. I can't agree. It's true he has remarkable control over his stigma for a human, but that's all. Ryerk didn't see him as their hope to avert the end of the world. Is that so? Vega patted Ryerk gently on the back as he returned to his wolf form. He averted his gaze from hers. Do not rush, Ryerk. In time, you will see what I mean. I still don't understand why you hold this human in such high regard, Lady Vega. It's just my intuition, she said and shrugged. She glanced at Kwon-oh-jin, her gaze filled with unwavering trust. That child has the power to change fate. Ryerk scratched the floor, still appearing puzzled. Vega gently scratched his chin, smiling softly. And who knows, maybe being with him will show you a way to break through your own wall. That'll never. Even I admit it's a far-off chance. Still, don't be so pessimistic, all right. Her gentle touch brushed Ryerk's snout, and he let out a low purr, flicking his ears happily. 10 minutes later, Ryerk walked over to Kwon Oh-jin, who had just finished eating his last rice ball. Are you done resting up, human? Oh yeah, I'm finished, Kwon Oh-jin replied. He chugged the water Song Ha-yoon had brought and stood up. Ryerk stared at him, lost in thought. Why are you looking at me like that? No, it's nothing. Kwon Oh-jin cocked his head in confusion, but the wolf didn't reply. Ryerk shifted back into werewolf form with a loud snap. Then let's get back to sparring, he fiercely asserted. Wait a second. Kwon Oh-jin tapped his spear on the ground and asked, is there any way we can do this more like an actual fight than a spar? What? Ryerk scoffed in disbelief. He could barely last a minute in their regular spars, yet he wanted an actual fight. I know it's a ridiculous request, Kwon Oh-jin said and laughed bitterly, but I want to get as close to real stakes as possible. No matter how much he focused, sparring didn't feel the same as a real battle. A small part of him kept thinking, it's just practice after all. There is a way, Ryerk confirmed and chuckled as he crossed his arms. Oh really? Kwon Oh-jin's eyes sparkled. Absolutely not, Vega gravely interjected. Why not? Kwon Oh-jin asked, confused. Ryerk looked back at her and remarked, isn't it possible if you were to open up the sacred ground? You're being quite bold, aren't you? Lady Vega, aren't you the one who said this human has the power to change fate? He retorted. Vega bit her lip, glaring at Ryerk. What's going on? Kwon Oh-jin could barely follow their conversation. Sensing his confusion, Ryerk elaborated. Inside the sacred ground, Lady Vega can manipulate the laws of the world as she wishes. So that means, that's right, even if you were to die, she could instantly revive you. What? Kwon Oh-jin's jaw dropped. Something like that had to be impossible, even for a celestial. Of course, this is only possible because we're inside the sanctum, and you're an apostle of Lady Vega like me. If Vega could really create a space where Kwon Oh-jin would instantly revive, then he could spar with real combat conditions. He turned to Vega with a hopeful look, but she shook her head firmly. No, why? He asked. Resurrecting you is possible, but I cannot erase the pain and trauma of death, if the agony and shock of dying couldn't be removed. There is a risk your mind won't be able to endure it. He now understood why Vega refused so firmly, but still. He clenched his fist and looked at Ryerk, feeling an unknown thirst within. Please, Vega, but if I can't take it, I'll tell you at once. Ha, Vega sighed. If it looks dangerous, I'll put an end to it immediately. Okay, Kwon Oh-jin nodded with a smile. It'll take time to prepare, so wait a bit. Vega closed her eyes and started muttering an incomprehensible incantation. After about an hour, the temple lit up with a brilliant silver light. Woon. A strange, mystical sensation washed over Kwon Oh-jin. In awe, he touched the gently glowing walls of the temple. So this is what the sacred ground refers to. Are you ready for the real fight you've been looking for? Yeah. Kwon Oh-jin lowered his stance and tightly gripped his spear. Ryerk's mouth twisted into a cold smile. Well then, let's see how long you can hold out for human. Rumble. The entire temple shook as an explosive, murderous aura gushed out of Ryerk. Kug. Kwon Oh-jin could barely breathe. His vision blurred and his legs felt weak. On top of that, his heart pounded wildly. Thump thump. The terror of actual death crawled down his spine, threatening to consume his mind. Ryerk watched, amused that Kwon Oh-jin couldn't get himself together. Ha, Kwon Oh-jin gasped for air. Just standing was exhausting. His mind blanked, overwhelmed by the crashing waves of murderous aura. This was Ryerk's true power. Ha. This was on a completely different level from any of the sparring sessions he had experienced before. This is real. Ryerk genuinely intended to kill him this time. Ha. Cold sweat ran down his face. His heart pounded like a giant drum. Thump, thump, thump. Heat spread through his head as if a red-hot iron spike had been driven into it. An overwhelming terror engulfed him, and he felt as if his blood was drying up in his veins. I'm scared. I'm scared. And yet he felt an odd, irrepressible thrill. Ha. An insane rush of excitement heated every nerve inside him. He extended his tongue and licked his lips. Why aren't you coming at me? Kwon Oh-jin asked Ryerk. Fine then. With a firm grip on his spear, he launched off the ground. I'll come at you first. Bang. A wire shot toward Ryerk like a bullet. Whoosh. Kwon Oh-jin's wire shot toward Ryerk's arm at near supersonic speed. HMPH. Ryerk didn't bother dodging. Instead, he let the wire wrap around his arm and then roughly pulled it. Because of the overwhelming difference in strength, Kwon Oh-jin was yanked forward like a fish caught on a line. Ryerk hadn't expected Kwon Oh-jin to strike first after experiencing Ryerk's murderous aura. I'll admit, you're brave for that. But that's all. Courage without strength was nothing but recklessness. He lunged at Kwon Oh-jin, claws slicing through the air. The strike, brimming with murderous intent, carried enough force to shred through a human being as if they were paper. Just then, Kwon Oh-jin took off the wire shooter on his left arm. Using the built-up momentum, he slid across the ground and swung his spear at Ryerk's ankle. Hup, Ryerk instantly let go of the wire and jumped. Not so fast. Whoosh, the spear sliced through empty air. Kwon-oh-jin gasped. He had risked it all on this strike, even discarding his wire shooter, but Ryerk had dodged it so easily. A failed decisive strike against a mighty opponent meant only one thing, death. Let's see if your courage will still hold after tasting death. Ryerk mercilessly kicked Kwon-oh-jin in the stomach, sending him flying like a ragdoll. Wham! Aarg! A searing pain radiated through his gut, and he could feel the jagged shards of his shattered spine pressing into his flesh. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Had the blow destroyed his organs? Somewhere in the haze, two frantic female voices called out, "My child, oh Jin," he coughed, spitting out a thick, dark gob of blood. Ah. His vision dimmed and an eerie hollowness crept over him, as though his very soul were slipping away. Just then, a silver light enveloped him. Woong, his consciousness cleared, and his wounds completely healed as if time had been rewound. Ha-ha, the excruciating pain of having his organs crushed and bones shattered lingered in his head like a shadow. He clutched his chest as his legs trembled. He wished to reach for the spear lying in front of him, but he couldn't bring himself to move. Grinding his teeth, he somehow forced strength into his legs. "Now that you've had a taste, you understand, don't you?" Ryerk asked with a smirk. "So don't blabber on about real combat." Boom! Before he could finish, Kwon-oh-jin charged at Ryerk. He extended his arm toward the ground, and a line of blue sparks enveloped his spear and lifted it into the air for him to grab. Oh, Ryerk was intrigued as he received the strikes. Clang, 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 "So you're not all talk after all," Ryerk remarked, blocking each attack with ease. "But you see," he growled, baring his teeth. His claws, crackling with blue lightning, sliced at Kwon-oh-jin's neck. Whoosh. Kwon-oh-jin's flesh charred and crumbled like ash. "How long do you think you'll last?" The second, third, fourth, and fifth deaths ensued like a relentless chain. Each time, Vega's power restored Kwon-oh-jin, but his mind broke down like a sandcastle being washed away. Cough, gog, he collapsed again, coughing blood. An overwhelming wave of intense pain spread through him. Clinging to the faint thread of consciousness, he gathered his resolve. Focus. This is what you wanted. The sensation he was experiencing was impossible to have in an ordinary spar. It was a primal fear that held him together as he teetered on the edge of death. Don't think. He moved based on instinct and not reason. Don't overanalyze. He relied on pure intuition as he had done before. Clang, clang, clang. Ryerk narrowed his eyes as he deflected Kwon-oh-jin's rapid strikes. What the hell? Something felt off to him. Why is he becoming harder to handle? Not much had changed. Kwon-oh-jin wasn't any faster or stronger. Still, crackle, Ryerk instinctively stumbled back as lightning shot up from below. What the? His eyes widened in shock, but before he could figure out what happened, Kwon-oh-jin's assault continued. Heya, Kwon-oh-jin felt like he couldn't breathe. Nonetheless, he forced every ounce of mana from within, repeatedly unleashing azure lightning and explosive lightning. This isn't enough. They were strong skills, but also too straightforward. Against Ryerk, they were predictable and easy to block or dodge. I need a different skill. What else can I do? Kwon-oh-jin needed something more efficient, something strong enough to keep Ryerk on edge. As he kept thrusting his spear, he fell into thought. Abstract images flashed in his mind, but there was nothing concrete enough to guide him. What am I supposed to? Crunch, Ryerk had struck him, and Kwon-oh-jin faced death once more. In the flickering haze of his consciousness, a single question surfaced. Why am I making this so complicated? I already have everything I need, don't I? Why did I overthink this? It's so simple. His shoulders shook as he chuckled to himself. Relaxing his grip on the spear, he slowly raised his other arm. If the stigma of Lyra isn't enough. Woong, his chest began to glow intensely. I just need to add another one. The stigma of Lyra and the stigma of Owl Nebula have connected. Kwon-oh-jin has acquired the composite skill Lightning Feathers LV Max. The conditions for the Black Heaven's fourth enlightenment have been partially met. Dozens of blue lightning feathers shot toward Ryerk. Crackle. Startled, Ryerk slashed at the feathers, but they pierced between his claws and tore into his flesh. Red blood splattered out from between his silver fur. This is... Ryerk grumbled in disbelief. Among the skills derived from the stigma of Lyra, there weren't any that could create feathers of lightning. Did he just create this skill on the spot? Ryerk's eyes quivered. Creating new techniques using one stigma wasn't impossible. After all, he had created Lightning Claw himself. Still, how could a newbie awaken and manage such a feat? An unsettling realization he had been trying to ignore swallowed his mind and sent shivers down his spine. So this is... The heaven-defying star. Kwon-oh-jin staggered after shooting out the feathers. A clear ring echoed in his ears. The stigma of Lyra has been promoted to 4 stars. Thunderbolt has reached LV5. Kwon-oh-jin had become a 4-star awakener in less than half a year, an unprecedented pace. However, he had no time to savor his progress. GRRR, you conceited fuck. Even with Kwon-oh-jin's new skill and star status, there was still a massive gap in strength between him and Ryerk. Whoosh, Ryerk's sharp claws shredded Kwon-Oh-jin's flesh. Kug, incredible agony consumed him. Ag, 6, 7, 8. The number of his demises continued to climb. Do you think your talent alone can change fate itself? Ryerk's ferocity grew as he relentlessly drove Kwon-Oh-jin to his death. Despite his immense growth, Kwon-Oh-jin was still helpless against Ryerk's unyielding might. Just as Kwon-Oh-jin's death count exceeded well into the double digits, Vega stepped in between the two. Enough, ha ha ha, Ryerk panted as he ceased his persistent onslaught. Vega looked down at him coldly. You've gone too far. Having calmed down a bit after a brief silence, Ryerk finally noticed Kwon-Oh-jin's state. He was lying on the ground, unconscious from the shock of repeated death. Hey, Oh-jin. Kwon-Oh-jin, wake up, you idiot. Song Ha-yoon shouted as she held him in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Ryerk knelt before Vega, bowing his head low. I apologize, I made a mistake. Keeping his eyes tightly shut, he cursed himself. He had lost all reason and self-control the moment he recognized Kwon-Oh-jin's boundless potential, which shone like a star in the night sky. Ryerk bit his lip, furious with himself for allowing his envy to make such an error. You fool. Ryerk, I understand how you feel, Vega expressed in a low, calm voice. This child must have come as a shock to you since you have been stuck in front of a wall for so long. Ryerk flinched. However, I can't help but be disappointed in you for forgetting your place and acting so recklessly. Ryerk lowered his head even more, lips pressed tight. He had no excuses. When that humano, when the heaven-defying star wakes up, I will offer him my sincerest apology, he declared. If he rejects it, I will do whatever it takes to make amends, 7 if that means ending my own life. Ryerk meant every word. Haya, let's wait until he recovers first. Vega sighed softly and turned. Her eyes widened in surprise. Kwon-Oh-jin, somehow back on his feet. My child, are you? Not yet, he interrupted, taking a faltering step forward. He looked down at Ryerk, still kneeling on the ground, and smiled a bright, almost unsettling grin. You can keep going, right? What? Ryerk asked, his pupils trembling. We can keep going, can't we? Kwon-Oh-jin echoed. What are you saying? Ryerk raised his head, his face frozen in shock. You. Ryerk's shoulders quivered. What the hell are you? A chill coursed down Ryerk's spine. Every strand of his silver fur stood on end. What is this? No matter how deeply he thought about it, it didn't make sense. How can this guy still be moving? Ryerk understood the devastating weight of death better than anyone. In his own grueling training, he'd asked Vega to create a sacred ground and spar with him. 20 was my limit. Even someone as proud and tough as Ryerk had been paralyzed by fear after 20 deaths in a row, each one more agonizing than the last. Bones shattered and organs crushed and mangled. How could a mind possibly stay intact after suffering that level of pain? But here was the man before him, smiling. After enduring over 20 deaths, how could he smile so brightly? 20 was my limit. Why are you zoning out? Kwon-Oh-jin echoed, dragging his spear along the ground as he took a step forward. His mind felt like it was on fire, his legs trembling on the verge of collapse, but we're not done yet, right? He kept moving, clinging to the last threads of consciousness, forcing what little strength he had left into his shaky legs. Step by step, he continued forward. Ryerk involuntarily stepped back, eyes wide in disbelief. In that moment, he found himself completely overwhelmed by the frail human standing before him, the same human he could crush with nothing more than a flick of his finger. Ryerk bit his lip, his fists shaking. The word willpower could no longer describe what he was witnessing. This was insanity, pure madness, something that went far beyond mere resolve or conviction. His every instinct screamed at him to flee, to avoid clashing with this human no matter what. His senses howled in alarm, a raw warning to run. And nonsense. Suppressing his primal fear, Ryerk raised his fist, ready to charge at the unsteady human before him. But then the silver aura enveloping the temple suddenly vanished. Woong, Kwon-Oh-jin and Ryerk murmured in unison. They turned their eyes toward the goddess, who was fiercely glaring at them. Did you not hear me say enough? Ryerk immediately bowed. I apologize. Kwon-Oh-jin fiddled with the spear in his hand, looking slightly disappointed, then nodded. Sorry, I got a bit too excited. Vega sighed as she approached them and said, both you and Ryerk are equally reckless. She gently pinched Kwon-Oh-jin's cheek and continued, you're such a troublesome child. How much do you plan to make me worry? Though she spoke playfully, her voice trembled slightly. She had truly been concerned. With a bitter smile, Kwon-Oh-jin reassured her, I'll be more careful from now on. You must promise, all right. Vega shyly extended her pinky finger. Where did she learn something like this? Yeah, I promise. Though he couldn't help but wonder how long a scammer like him could keep such a vow. I trust you. Watching her radiant smile, any temptation to lie evaporated as he seriously considered keeping his promise. I did get a little too worked up back there. He had practically let go of his senses and turned so savage that even Ryerk had stepped back in fear. But is that really so shocking? The trauma of death was intense, no doubt. There were moments he feared his mind might just burn out entirely, but I could still endure it. Yeah, it hurt like hell. But in the end, isn't it just a matter of pushing through? What's with all the fuss? If he could hold out long enough to reach the end, he could just laugh it off later. After all, he dealt with plenty of difficulties in life that didn't stop, no matter how much he endured. Promise, my ass. Her eyes flicked down to his and Vega's hooked pinkies before she grabbed his ear and gave it a sharp tug. Ow ow, hey, you're always pulling this reckless hero act. She seemed more than just a little angry. Come on, I said I'm sorry. Song Ha-yoon sighed. She didn't want to bother talking about it, but she continued, are you okay? Nothing hurts. Her heart sunk again as she recounted the memory of him being torn to shreds by Ryerk's claws. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine, Kwon-oh-jin replied playfully, shrugging. Song Ha-yoon's expression softened a little, but I am a bit tired, he conveyed. Perhaps because he had finally eased up, a heavy fatigue settled over him. Ha-yoon, come sit here, he voiced. Why all of a sudden? Just hurry up and do it. Song Ha-yoon sat down, puzzled. Kwon-oh-jin plopped his head down onto her lap. What are you doing? She yelled, her cheeks flushing red. Hee, she's yelling, but she's also adjusting her position to make me more comfortable. This is exactly what makes her so charming. Let me nap for 10 minutes. Why, you little? Song Ha-yoon's fist trembled above his head as she barely held back the urge to swing. HMPH, as soon as Kwon-oh-jin closed his eyes and drifted off, she lowered her fist. He's unbelievable, she muttered, a small smile tugging at her lips as she gave him a light tap on his forehead. Vega looked at the two with a complex expression. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed and turned away. Ryerk, she called out. Yes, Lady Vega. Now that you've witnessed him in a real fight, do you understand what I meant? Ryerk slowly nodded as he replied. Yes, I do. He recalled Kwon-oh-jin's explosive growth during their brief fight. Even as a regressor, his ability to create skills on the spot and skillfully wield the mana of his stigma was remarkable. Ryerk had interacted with countless awakeners on behalf of Vega, but none had possessed Kwon-oh-jin's overwhelming talent. Haha, so even you agree on his talent now. Ryerk bit his lip hard. No, that's not what's important. One could have all the talent in the world and still hit a wall, leading to despair just as Ryerk had experienced himself. However, the most terrifying thing about that human is, he remembered Kwon-oh-jin's staggering resilience, how he rose again and again even after countless deaths. He's crazy. It was like someone placing their hand in boiling hot oil and smiling as if nothing were wrong. Could that be described simply as patient or strong-willed? That's a level of determination close to madness. Ryerk clenched his fists tightly. That was the true terrifying nature of Kwon-oh-jin. Why, couldn't I be as crazy as him? He reflected on his distant past. After being resurrected as a transcendent, with a fragment of his soul gifted by Vega, he had thrown himself into relentless training. He had struggled for hundreds and thousands of sleepless nights, driven by a singular purpose to stand as Vega's shield against the darkness of the black heaven foretold by the stars. But in the end, I couldn't break through that wall. For centuries, he remained stagnant, unable to grasp enlightenment. Frustration ate away at him until eventually he abandoned training altogether. It was my lack of willpower. If he had possessed even a fraction of Kwon-oh-jin's near-mad determination, he wouldn't have stayed stuck. Ryerk, no, it's nothing, Ryerk replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He glanced at Kwon-oh-jin, sleeping peacefully on Song Ha-yoon's lap. I've lost. He couldn't surpass the human before him in talent or will. Petty jealous had even driven him to an uncontrollable rampage. He had been completely defeated. Now there weren't any excuses for him to not accept Kwon-oh-jin. Thud, Ryerk fell on one knee, facing Kwon-oh-jin. Bowing respectfully, he sincerely spoke. Heaven-defying star, please protect the weaver from the wicked black heaven. Kwon-oh-jin's 3 months in the sanctum had come to an end. It's about time I head back, Kwon-oh-jin said, sounding slightly disappointed. He was done sparring with Ryerk, who was now frowning. You're going back? The wolf asked. Yeah. You only just managed to last over 5 minutes against me, and you're going to neglect your training already. Ryerk spoke bluntly, but his voice was tinged with disappointment too. Despite everything, he had grown quite fond of Kwon-oh-jin over the past 3 months. Considering I only lasted 3 seconds at first, 5 minutes is a huge improvement. That's still barely longer than the time it takes to cook instant noodles. You know what instant noodles are. I saw you eating them once, so I tried some myself. Geez, I wondered why a few packs were missing. They're rather delicious, you little shithead. The two had gotten close enough to have playful banter. Kwon-oh-jin chuckled and then bitterly shrugged. I can't just stay here forever, he stated. It was about time he checked in with the association as well. Plus, my training is starting to become less efficient. Even with all his tricks, sparring endlessly with Ryerk had its limits. He needed real combat experience without the safety net of resurrection. Ryerk crossed his arms with a sullen look. Grrrr. Hee, what's up with you? Are you pouting now that I'm leaving? In no way, Ryerk shouted. Don't spout such nonsense, human. A true warrior doesn't suffer from solitude. Okay, sure. Grrrr. Kwon-oh-jin chuckled and proceeded to pack up his belongings like his sleeping bag, pillow, cooking utensils, and instant food of various kinds. Here, I'm leaving behind some of the noodles. Eat them if you get bored. Ryuk accepted the noodles and mumbled, human, yeah. PFFFD, what was that? I couldn't quite hear you. GGRRR, you dare. Ryuk bared his fangs and his silver fur stood on end. Kwon-oh-jin, however, clutched his stomach as he continued laughing. Now then, shall I head back? He had grown strong enough to defend himself now. It's time to reveal who the Apostle of the Weaver really is. After 3 months of intense, secluded training, Kwon-oh-jin made his first stop at the association headquarters. A small crowd of awakeners lingered near the entrance, murmuring as he approached. Wait, isn't he? Is that Thunderwolf? What? I thought he died inside a gate. Rumors had clearly spread during his absence. Ignoring them, Kwon-oh-jin walked straight in, making his way to Han-jun Man's office. Knock, knock. Yes, come in. The broad-shouldered, middle-aged team leader sat behind an oversized desk, somehow still too small for his frame. Oh, Jin, Han-jun Man exclaimed as he shot up from his chair. It's been a while, team leader. After 3 months, even those ridiculous bulging muscles of his were a strangely welcome sight. Haha, I'm not a team leader anymore. Sorry, Han-jun Man smiled and handed Kwon-oh-jin his freshly printed business card. Next to his name was his new title, head of the Disaster Response Division. Wow, when did you get promoted? Kwon-oh-jin asked. Right, he's the one who recruited me for the association. Haha, you should treat me to a meal then, Kwon-oh-jin retorted. Of course. It's lunchtime now anyway. Shall we grab a meal together? Sounds good. There's no reason to turn down a free meal. Let's go, I know a good spot, Han-jun Man uttered as he led Kwon-oh-jin outside and into an elegant traditional Korean-style restaurant which seemed to specialize in Hanwoo. His eyes gleamed with greed. Sure, he was better off financially now, but old habits died hard. The thought of having such an expensive meal for free sent a thrill through him. Haha, go ahead, order anything you want. Han-jun Man laughed heartily. Well, I won't hold back then, Kwon-oh-jin replied, calling a server over. Yes, what would you like to order? Kwon-oh-jin traced his finger from the top of the menu to the very bottom. I'll have everything from here to here, please. Han-jun Man flinched. Oh, all of that, he asked. Yes, Kwon-oh-jin answered with a bright smile. Well, won't that be a little too much for you? Han-jun Man subtly countered, his shoulders shaking. Oh, come on, division head. I should order at least this much out of respect for your generosity. Han-jun Man swallowed hard. Kwon-oh-jin could tell he was on the verge of tears. Maybe I'm taking it too far. Nah, he did get a promotion because of me. This much should be fine, he nodded to himself. Did your training go well? The division head asked. Yes, it wasn't bad. Wasn't bad, as in, I've become a 4-star. Han-jun Man's eyes widened. Sorry. His mouth hung open as if he were looking at a ghost. A 4-star. You reached 4 stars in just 3 months. Milhem. Han-jun Man sighed, pressing his forehead in disbelief. A new awakener reaching 4 stars in under half a year was unheard of. I'm sure even the 7 stars didn't advance this quickly. The stronger the stigma was, the harder it was to raise one's rank, making Kwon-oh-jin's progress all the more impressive. He had even learned what composite skills were. As a rookie that has grabbed the world's attention, I need to be this strong to take a stand anywhere. Haha, recruiting you into the association was a real miracle, Han-jun Man blurted out. Anyway, did anything much happen in the time I was gone? Kwon-oh-jin asked, placing a piece of meat on the grill. Sizzle, well, something big did go down. Han-jun Man's face slightly stiffened. What happened? There was a gate eruption near Sokcho. A gate eruption was a phenomenon where monsters from inside the gate spilled out into the human world. And the real issue is, it wasn't just ordinary monsters. What came out were demonic beasts. Demonic beasts. Kwon-oh-jin had never heard of those before. Right, you wouldn't know since you've been away at the sanctum. Do you remember how there was a global surge in mutated monsters? Yes, I recall, Kwon-oh-jin replied. He had encountered plenty of them himself. Well, they've become so common that they've been given an official classification. Demonic beasts, that's right. It was a fitting name, considering how much more savage and powerful these mutants were compared to regular monsters. Anyway, a lot of those demonic beasts are currently rampaging through Sokcho. Things aren't looking too good. Monster rampages in populated areas weren't exactly uncommon on a global scale. But in Korea, one of the safer regions when it came to monster threats, it was very unusual. How bad is it? Kwon-oh-jin asked. Most demonic beasts are lurking in the mountains outside the city, so it's hard to give you an accurate estimate, but we suspect there are at least 1,000 of them. That's a lot. The mere thought of it gave Kwon-oh-jin a headache. A subjugation force is being put together to handle it, Han-jun Man conveyed. A subjugation force, should I join in? Normally, he would have steered clear of a battlefield swarming with 1,000 demonic beasts, but he wouldn't be the only one fighting in this scenario. Pretty interesting. A threat large enough to warrant a subjugation force meant excellent combat experience for him. It was the perfect opportunity to test the limits of his new 4-star stigma. Will there be a reward? Of course. You'll earn 1 to 3 million won per demonic beast depending on its rank. Plus, any starstones you collect are yours to keep. That was all Kwon Oh-jin needed to hear. There was no reason to turn this down, now that Ha-yoon's eyes are healed. He placed 2 perfectly grilled pieces of beef onto a lettuce leaf, an indulgence he wouldn't have dared to imagine in the past. I'm gonna live eating whatever I want. He and Song Ha-yoon had endured too much hardship for far too long. Those days were over now. Do you mind if I join the subjugation force? Haha, I was actually about to ask you myself, but I missed the timing, Hanjun Man said, chuckling as if he had seen this coming. When does the subjugation force leave? Kwon Oh-jin asked. They'll likely depart the day after tomorrow at the latest. Perfect. Kwon Oh-jin had just enough time to prepare his gear. News about you joining the task force will definitely cause a stir. That's a good thing. Fame was profitable as long as you could handle it, and that was no longer an issue for him anymore. With a bright smile, Kwon Oh-jin lifted his now empty bowl. Well then, good thing I fueled up before the subjugation. Hanjun Man sighed deeply, his eyes lingering on the total at the bottom of the meal receipt. Oh, by the way, the subjugation team will meet in Saksho. Do you have a car? No, I don't. He had prioritized saving every penny, so a car was out of the question. Saksho, am I going to have to go there by train? He wondered if the trains were even operating with the demonic beasts running rampant. Well, there's no need to worry. Hanjun Man took a set of car keys out of his pocket and handed them over to Kwon Oh-jin. The association is providing you with a vehicle. It's a pretty high-end model, so you should have no issues. Oh wow, a fancy car on top of that huge meal. Fame really does equal money. Everything was just falling into his lap. Perks like these had been unimaginable back when he wasn't an awakener. Can you drive, though, Oh-jin? I'll have to start learning. With 2 days left for the mission, he figured he had plenty of time for it. Kwon Oh-jin arrived home and stood outside, eyeing the worn-out walls. Tusk, no matter how long I'm gone, this place never feels any more welcoming. He opened the front door and stepped inside. Where'd she go? Song Ha-yoon was nowhere in sight. She didn't have any reason to go out, so he cocked his head in confusion before heading up to the rooftop. There he found her completely absorbed in concentration, her right arm stretched out in front of her. Is she training? He sighed and quietly stood in place, watching her practice. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Woong. The stigma on her chest started to glow and flames flared up from her hand. Whoosh, hup, Song Ha-yoon swung her arm and the flames roared forward, cascading like a swift, wild beast. Whoa. Before Kwon Oh-jin had awakened, he had simply thought her skills looked cool, but now with his own growth, he could clearly see it. So that's how strong she was. It made sense. She had once reached the remarkable status of 7-star awakener and was known as one of the strongest among them. There was no way she could be weak. Whoosh, whoosh. The crimson flames fanned out like a net, engulfing everything around her. Even from a distance, the scorching heat prickled his skin, but it's not quite the same as before. He could tell that she hadn't fully recovered yet. Oh-jin, Song Ha-yoon was startled and quickly withdrew the flames. Hey, what are you doing, creep, watching me in silence? Is she embarrassed that I caught her training? She faintly blushed as she approached him. You seem to have gotten a lot better. Well, I still haven't regained all my strength yet, she said, shrugging. Hee, you finished your training now, so how about we go out for a meal? I just ate. Her face instantly crumpled. What? Hee, I just ate Hanwoo. What? You jerk, how could you eat that all by yourself? She yelled, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him. Kwon Oh-jin laughed and said, when I'm done with this job, let's go and eat together like last time. What job? You heard about what happened in Saksho, right? Something about those demonic beasts or whatever. He nodded. Yup, I joined the subjugation force for it, so I'll be away for a few days. Song Ha-yoon narrowed her eyes and stepped closer to him, her fiery red hair swaying like flames. I want to go too. Kwon Oh-jin frowned. What? But you haven't fully recovered yet. I've recovered enough to take down a few monsters. Still. I'll recover faster if I move around a bit, rather than just sitting around. Am I wrong? Kwon Oh-jin realized that she had a point. Real combat was said to be the best way to hone one's abilities since stigmas become more active in critical situations. All right, let's go together then. For the first time, they would be moving together as awakeners. Hee. Song Ha-yoon squirmed with excitement and grabbed his hand with a big grin on her face. You need to hold my hand so you don't get lost, okay? Haha, funny, I know I am. This content is taken from FREWebnovel, letter 1D484, letter 1D490, letter 1D662. 2 days quickly flew by as Kwon Oh-jin prepared for the subjugation. This should be enough, he remarked, slinging a bulky backpack over his shoulders. With his enhanced strength as a 4-star awakener, it felt as light as a laptop bag. Isn't that a bit much? Song Ha-yoon asked. It's better to have too much than not enough. the cheapskate himself splurging. What a sight. Look, I know when to spend and when to save. After all, he couldn't cut corners on survival gear. Anyway. Why are you dressed like that? He asked, eyeing her tight-fitting leather armor. He could tell it was designed for mobility, but it clung to her like a racing suit, highlighting her figure. Haha, why do you like it that much? She chuckled, striking a dramatic pose like a magazine model. Kwon-oh-jin's face grew hot from second-hand embarrassment. Seriously, what am I gonna do with her? Only the two of them were present now, but he couldn't help but wonder what she intended to do with that outfit in front of others. Hurry up and go put something else on. Hey, why? This is super comfy and practical, she said, covering her mouth as she mischievously giggled. Kwon-oh-jin raised an eyebrow in response. Haha, I'm obviously joking, as if I'd go out like this. She pulled on a long jacket she had hidden nearby, covering up her thighs. She jumped and put him in a headlock, messing up his hair playfully. Aw, you're so cute. What were you jealous? Worried that someone else might look at me? Kwon-oh-jin's eyes turned cold. Yeah, I was jealous. What? She flinched at the unexpected response. He gently loosened her arm from his neck and turned around to face her, then continued, Only I get to look at you like that. No one else. Oh-jin Ha-yoon. He stepped closer to her and then pressed her against the wall. Thud, wait, she mumbled, trembling. Her visible eye darted around nervously. He slowly leaned in closer, his face an inch from hers. Oh-jin, wait a second, she stuttered, looking flustered. Close your eyes, he urged. Oh. She squeezed her eyes shut. Oh-jin. She slowly lifted her chin, hesitantly but anticipatingly parting her lips where he suddenly flicked his fingers. Ow, she yelped. Ha, I'm just messing around. Why, you bastard. She rubbed her lips where it stung and kicked him. Well, you shouldn't have teased me in the first place. We're gonna be late. Let's go. She frowned as she gathered her gear and followed him, completely irked. They loaded their belongings into the car provided by the association and got ready to set off toward Saksho. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Ha-yoon glanced around and asked, Wait, you know how to drive, I learned. Oh, when? Yesterday. Fuck. She nervously gripped the handle above the window beside her. With a shimmer, Vega materialized from the pendant around Kwon-oh-jin's neck. Ooh, are we finally leaving? Yeah, it'll take a few hours though, so go back in. I'll call you when we get there, replied Kwon-oh-jin. Before that, I'd like to check out this car thing for a bit, Vega uttered. Sitting atop his head, she glanced around with curiosity. Ryerk did mention that humans traveled around in these metal boxes, but I never thought I'd find myself inside one. Is it that fascinating? Of course, I've never seen anything like this in my world. Yeah, it's a pretty cool first for me too. All right, time to get going. Right pedal is the accelerator, left is the brake. My child. Perfect, let's go. Are you sure it's perfect? Nope, this is definitely not perfect at all, Song Ha-yoon shrieked. Vroom. The engine roared like a wild beast as the association's high-performance car took off at a ferocious speed. This thing. The level of thrust far surpassed even the engineer's wildest calculations. Kaya, Song Ha-yoon screamed. Stop, Vega shouted. Their shrieks only turned louder by the minute. Click, the car doors opened. We got here pretty fast, Kwon-oh-jin calmly remarked. Ha ha ha, Song Ha-yoon gasped for air, crawling out of the passenger seat. Vega had retreated into the pendant less than 5 minutes after the trip had begun. I thought I was gonna throw up, Song Ha-yoon mumbled. Hey, I got the hang of it halfway through and slowed down, didn't I? He had slammed the accelerator a bit too hard initially, but adjusted the speed after a while. I'm never getting in your car ever again. Well, there is the trip back. Damn it, Song Ha-yoon groaned, on the verge of tears, and Kwon-oh-jin chuckled. After about 5 minutes of walking, Saksho came into view in the distance. It's pretty bad, Kwon-oh-jin observed. Black smoke rose from various ends and engulfed the distant city. The signs of demonic beasts were clear. They said everyone's been evacuated, right? Song Ha-yoon asked. Yeah. The association and the guilds had prioritized evacuating the residents before launching the subjugation mission. Saksho must be filled with demonic beasts right now then. Seems that way, Kwon-oh-jin replied. With the civilians gone, the demonic beasts that had holed up near Mount Seorak were assumed to have descended to take over the city. Taking them on might have been easier when they were still lurking in the mountains, Song Ha-yoon mumbled. Maybe, but if they scattered and rushed into the city all at once, that would have caused more issues. For the association, civilian safety was unavoidably the biggest priority. Let's go, Kwon-oh-jin said. Okay. After walking a little further, they spotted a gathering of over 200 awakeners. Reporters with heavy-duty cameras swarmed around guild members to interview them. Click, click. Could you tell us the Star of Peace Guild's mindset going into this subjugation mission? The guilds welcomed the interviews as if they had been waiting for them. We're always dedicated to maintaining the nation's peace. Rest assured, we will exterminate these vile demonic beasts to ensure the safety of all citizens. The focus on subjugation seemed overshadowed by a flurry of speeches on public safety and peace. However, their attention shifted soon enough as Kwon-oh-jin approached, the press rushing towards him like ants to sugar. It's the Thunder Wolf. Wow, awaken a Kwon-oh-jin, could we get your thoughts on this situation? Camera flashes burst around him like scattered starlight. All right then. Kwon-oh-jin briefly paused before speaking, his voice cold. What are you all doing? The reporters froze, taken aback by his glare. Excuse me. We're interviewing. Kwon-oh-jin continued. There may still be civilians out there in danger. Is now really the time for pointless interviews? Oh. He clicked his tongue and snarled, move aside. I have work to do. With an exaggerated scowl, he pushed past the reporters, but in truth, he didn't particularly care if there were any stranded civilians. Wow, that's the Thunder Wolf, all right. Nice, this is the good stuff. We can write at least 3 articles on this. Their heated responses were just as he had expected. Something like this is far more effective than rambling on about public safety or whatever. No one cared about stale platitudes anyway. Song Ha-yoon clicked her tongue, realizing Kwon-oh-jin's true intentions. You're as silver-tongued as ever. It's how I made a living, after all. He shrugged and made his way toward the subjugation forces assembly point. We will all split into groups of 3 due to the nature of the urban environment. Anyone without a complete team, write your name and combat role on the sign-up sheet here. Since it was just the 2 of them, Song Ha-yoon and Kwon-oh-jin filled out the form. Not long after, a young man carrying a massive shield approached them. His jawline so sharp and square it looked like it had been drawn with a protractor. He looks like a tank. He seemed like a good addition to balance their party. Though he doesn't seem like just any tank. In his other hand, he was holding a massive hammer. Oh, Thunderwolf, you're Thunderwolf, right? The man yelled, smiling from ear to ear. Wow, it seems destiny has brought us together. Destiny, the fuck. Haha, I'm from the Valhalla Guild. I've been hearing about you since even before the Seoul Station incident, the man replied. Oh. Hee, it's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, I'm Park Chang-hyun, an apostle of Taurus. Nice to meet you. I'm Kwon-oh-jin, an apostle of Lyra. Kwon-oh-jin vaguely recalled the man from Lee Shin-hyuk's memories. Was he the one who conquered the Mokdong Gate in the first timeline? How's Mr. Lee Woo-hyuk doing these days? He's busy trying to catch the Black Star Society or whatever it's called. Glad he's on top of it, but it's been 3 months. He still hasn't found a lead. Kwon-oh-jin had given Lee Woo-hyuk the contact info for a Shad Khan, but Lee Woo-hyuk seemingly hadn't found any solid evidence yet. Well, it's not a shocker. Lee Woo-hyuk did have the contact info, but that was also all he had. He wasn't aiming for just a Shad Khan. He was trying to take down the entire Black Star Society to destroy those lurking in the shadows. He would need a lot more than just a phone number. Well, he's been going out often recently, so I think he might have found something, Park Chang-hyun conveyed. I hope there's good news soon, Kwon-oh-jin replied. Kwon-oh-jin was watching out for the Black Star Society, too. They're the ones who give birth to the heavenly demon in the future. Of course, I plan to make good use of them, but they're dangerous enough to stay wary of. They were lunatics claiming they would help the Black Star rule the world. If they were just delusional, he wouldn't have had to worry, but they also held the power and influence needed to make those delusions a reality. If we hear anything promising, we'll be sure to let you know, Park Chang-hyun said. That'll be much appreciated. They shook hands and then Park Chang-hyun's gaze shifted to Song Ha-yoon. He asked, by the way, who is this? I'm Song Ha-yoon, an apostle of Draco. I'm not used to formalities, so you can go ahead and talk casually. Whoa, what an easygoing personality you have. Shall we get going then? Kwon-oh-jin asked. Sure, as they were about to head toward the center of the city. Well, look who it is, it's the great rookie himself, isn't it? A blonde young man approached the team with a face that hinted at a nasty personality. Remember me, you bastard? He asked, pointing at himself. Nope, I don't, Kwon-oh-jin casually replied. You little, I'm Park Young-woo of the Pandanus Guild, asshole. Oh, it's that guy from the registration test. Did you pass along my regards to your guild master? Regards my ass, Park Young-woo shouted, gritting his teeth. I doubt he got chastised for simply sending my regards. He probably saw me on the news and realized he'd been played. Just then, a middle-aged man approached Park Young-woo from behind and gently urged, Whoa, calm down, Young-woo. Oddly enough, this was another face he recognized twisted with a wickedness that made even Kwon-oh-jin uneasy. Well, we meet again. The man said with a chuckle, flicking out his long tongue toward the trio. His eyes especially lingered on Song Ha-yoon, shining with lustful desire. Kwon-oh-jin's expression twisted in pure disgust. Choi Jong-cheol, why the hell is this bastard here? Kwon-oh-jin narrowed his eyes at Choi Jong-cheol and Park Young-woo. What's going on here? Standing beside them was a bald man with a scorpion tattoo on his head. The 3 had clearly grouped up for this subjugation. Choi Jong-cheol had the same scorpion tattoo on his neck, a trademark of the Pandanus Guild. So that's how it is. Did he join them after being kicked out of the Starlight Lake Guild? It was no coincidence that Park Young-woo and Choi Jong-cheol were here together. Why so quiet? Choi Jong-cheol smirked. We haven't seen each other in a while. Kwon Oh-jin shrugged. Smiling, he replied, I'm just surprised. What happened to the Starlight Lake Guild? Why'd you join Pandanus? Are you really asking me that? Choi Jong-cheol's face flushed red. Clenching his fists tightly, he asked, didn't you promise me back then that you wouldn't say a word to the guild master? Oh that? Kwon Oh-jin calmly muttered. I lied. Choi Jong-cheol bit his lips hard and shook with rage. Ha ha ha, he had been expelled from his guild for violating regulations and picking a fight with the Apostle of Lyra, but it didn't stop their high savings. Astral relics and starstones had all been confiscated as punishment. That's really unfortunate, Kwon Oh-jin remarked, nonchalantly smiling as if it had nothing to do with him. Haha, you managed to join them, even without the stigma of Scorpio. Haha, well, the stigma of Aquarius is in high demand. Known for its outstanding healing capabilities, the stigma of Aquarius was openly welcomed by any guild. Although, Aquarius isn't all I have now, Choi Jong-cheol said, licking his lips. Really? Good for you. Kwon Oh-jin was curious about what he meant but held back from asking. That man wouldn't answer easily anyway. Anyway, if you're done here, why don't you get lost? Kwon Oh-jin blurted out. Haha, of course, we have our own business to take care of too. Choi Jong-cheol stuck out his long tongue. What, you're just gonna leave it at that? Park Young-woo yelled. Let me tear that bastard's head off right. Choi Jong-cheol grabbed him by his shoulder. Haha, calm down, Young-woo. Choi Jong-cheol flashed his signature grin and glanced at Kwon Oh-jin. No need to get worked up. You'll witness an amusing sight later anyway. Kwon Oh-jin glared at him as he chuckled. Well then, I look forward to our next encounter. Choi Jong-cheol sneered before turning away. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly walked toward Song Ha-yoon. Your name was Ha-yoon, right? Hee. You look so good even with that eye patch, he remarked, scanning her from head to toe. The corners of his lips turned up lewdly. Song Ha-yoon's face twisted in disgust as if she had found a cockroach in her half-eaten meal. What do you think you're doing? She asked. Without warning, she raised her leg in a perfect arc and kicked him right between his legs. Wham! Choi Jong-cheol's eyes widened and knees buckled inward. Kwon Oh-jin flinched as a bystander. Oof, that's gotta hurt. Song Ha-yoon spat on the ground. You're probably the size of an ant's villi, so stop fucking around. Do ants even have that? Wait, what part of him is the size of an ant's villi? Choi Jong-cheol groaned. Trembling, he bit his lip as he glared at Song Ha-yoon. Let's see. Let's see how long you can keep laughing like that for. Clenching his fist, he turned around and marched toward downtown Sakcho with his teammates. Song Ha-yoon raised her middle finger at his back. Kwon Oh-jin chuckled as he watched Choi Jong-cheol walk away. So an amusing sight, huh? One thing Kwon Oh-jin was sure of was that Choi Jong-cheol was a complete fool. You really shouldn't say things like that recklessly. Did that man think that Kwon Oh-jin was some 90s comic book hero who would patiently wait around after hearing something like that? If so, he was absolutely mistaken. No need to wait for later. Let's meet right away and see if he'll say the same thing. Kwon Oh-jin smirked as he activated the stigma of Cain's Venatici. His sense of smell spiked, enabling him to track Choi Jong-cheol's scent. I'm not going to lie, this worked out well for me. Kwon Oh-jin licked his bottom lip. Choi Jong-cheol possessed the stigma of Aquarius, something he had planned to obtain for himself. What a freak. He just ruined my mood, Song Ha-yoon muttered, scowling. Oh Jin, let's go kill some demonic beasts already so we can cash in that reward. She tugged at his sleeve. Okay, he said with a smile before casually making his way toward the smoke-filled downtown ahead. Looks like I have more to hunt than just demonic beasts. Of course, he had no plans to stop with Choi Jong-cheol, Bald Guy, and Park Young-woo were going to be taken care of too. It was always best to eliminate potential problems before they had the chance to grow. Guess this means I'll be on bad terms with the Pandanus Guild. Taking down those three meant messing with one of the top 10 guilds, but Kwon Oh-jin frankly couldn't care less. He stared at the monster-infested city and made a sinister smile. After all, a few casualties are only natural during a subjugation. Boom, a terrifying demonic beast, a 2-meter-tall humanoid with the lower half of a snake leaped out from amidst the rubble of a collapsed building. The demonic beast slithered forward and unhinged its jaw, revealing 4 rows of sharp teeth. Park Chang-hyen raised his massive shield, intercepting the charging monster. Thud, He groaned as the impact reverberated through his armaven with the stigma of Taurus. The beast's strength was overwhelming. Oh Jin, Song Ha-yoon shouted. On it. While Park Chang-hyen held the demonic beast at bay, Kwon Oh-jin jumped up and fired his wire shooter at a metal pole. As it swung around the pole, he poured mana into the shooter and flew high. He took a short breath. Lightning strike. Crackle. He thrust his silver spear down with full force, piercing the monster's shoulder. The beast convulsed as it screamed in agony. Its serpent-like tail lashed out like a whip. Whoosh, so it won't go down with just one hit, Kwon Oh-jin muttered, clicking his tongue. He yanked his spear free and channeled his mana into his wire shooter. Shhhhh. With a sharp pull, he launched himself skyward. Song Ha-yoon emerged from the rubble and snapped her fingers in the demonic beast's direction. Leave the finishing touches to me. Whoosh. A spiral of red flames roared toward the demonic beast, surging like a dragon's breath before engulfing it. Kraa! The monster thrashed as it burned and then began to flee. Oh, it's running again, Song Ha-yoon shouted, pointing at the beast. Oh Jin, I know. Kwon Oh-jin stretched out his right arm while airborne and took aim. Bang, 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 3 wires shot out and tangled around the demonic beast. Explosive lightning. Blue lightning coursed through the wires. Crackle, craha. Finally, the demonic beast collapsed onto the ground. Thud. Phew, these monsters are no joke, Park Chang-hyeon expressed, wiping the sweat from his brow. It's at least a 5-star, or close to a 6-star, Kwon Oh-jin remarked as he inspected the beast's corpse. Given its traits, it would typically be classified as a 4 or 5-star monster. Mutated monsters like this one often possessed greater strength than regular monsters of the same rank. This one's official rank was likely lower than its actual threat level. Haha, still, taking it down wasn't too hard with our party balance. Park Chang-hyeon laughed warmly, raising his shield. Kwon Oh-jin nodded. We've definitely got a solid balance. Park Chang-hyeon unwaveringly held the front line. Kwon Oh-jin shifted seamlessly between melee and ranged combat, and Song Ha-yoon unleashed devastating long-range attacks. Aside from the lack of a healer, their setup was nearly perfect. Kwon Oh-jin could have handled a few demonic beasts alone, but he would have gotten tired quickly. Though this loot is a joke, Song Ha-yoon observed, clicking her tongue. She pulled out a small, black starstone from the demonic beast's forehead, roughly the size of a bottle cap. Its size and quality certainly didn't match how difficult the beast was to kill. Haha, well, at least we get a pretty hefty reward. Besides, Park Chang-hyeon smiled, hitting his shield on the ground. This isn't just about money. It's for the people of Soksho who must be terrified right now. Isn't that right, Oh-jin? Yes, of course. Haha, I was really impressed when you turned down that interview earlier. All awakeners should be more like you. Kwon Oh-jin nodded with a bitter smile. He honestly couldn't care less if the Soksho residents were anxious. I guess it's good for me to have him think that way. Overall, the subjugation was going smoothly. However, Kwon Oh-jin squinted at the demonic beast's corpse. There's something off about them. Every time he hunted one, the demonic beasts tried to run away at the end. They were still living beings, so it was only natural for them to run away from danger. But the problem was, they're all fleeing in the same direction. Kwon Oh-jin crossed his arms, lost in thought. Does it make sense for every demonic beast to run in the same direction while on the brink of death? He wanted to call Vega to discuss this, but he was hesitant to do so with Park Chang-hyeon present. Just then, he heard a blood-curdling scream from afar. Aag. Song Ha-yoon and Park Chang-hyeon turned their heads simultaneously. That voice. Before either of them could react, Kwon Oh-jin bolted toward the source of the scream. That voice. Kug. Rounding a corner, Kwon Oh-jin found Park Young-woo sprawled on the ground with a massive wound along his chest. I knew it. Kwon Oh-jin's eyes gleamed sharply. He checked if Park Chang-hyeon was close by. I don't have time. Kwon Oh-jin ran toward Park Young-woo and asked, Are you all right? Oggs, why yeah, Park Young-woo nodded weakly, pressing down on his wounded chest. Who did this? Kwon Oh-jin yelled. A demonic beast. Attacked me. Kug. He spat out blood. Stay with me. Kwon Oh-jin shouted, grabbing Park Young-woo by the collar and shaking him roughly back and forth. Park Young-woo's head swung like a hammer, hitting the wall behind him. Bang, bang, bang. I am okay now, so. You're losing so much blood. What are you talking about? He continued shaking him hard until blood dripped from his head. Bang, 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 bang. Wait, did you injure your head too? Og, stop. Wait, ag. Park Young-woo continued to struggle. Park Chang-hyeon had rushed over in the meantime and asked, Oh-jin, what happened? Young-woo, please stay with us, Kwon Oh-jin screamed. Kug Oggs, you fucker. Hey, Park Young-woo grumbled. Allah, how could such a terrifying thing happen? Bang, bang, bang. Blood had poured down from Park Young-woo's head and soaked his entire body, meaning the wound inflicted by the demonic beast had gotten worse. Inu, Kwon Oh-jin cried out. Crack, Oh-jin H's. Park Chang-hyeon trailed off, frozen in horror as he stared down at Park Young-woo's cold, bloodied, and motionless body. With a pale, shaken expression, Kwon Oh-jin turned his head. He's dead. Park Chang-hyeon gazed sorrowfully at Park Young-woo's limp body. Oh no, a deep gash ran across his chest, but the wound on the back of his head was far worse, gruesome enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Awakeners dying to monsters was so common that it had almost lost meaning. But seeing a body left in such a brutal state weighed heavily on Park Chang-hyeon's mind. Where do you think the other awakeners on his team went? He asked. I'm not sure, Kwon Oh-jin replied, shaking his head with a troubled look. Though of course. I know exactly where they went. Using the stigma of Kane's Venetisai, he could sense that Choi Jong-cheol and the bald man were moving toward Soksho's center. the same way all the demonic beasts tried to flee. By the way, Oh Jin, did something happen between you and him before? Things seemed a bit tense earlier. Yes, we had gotten into an argument once at the association. Ah, I see, I didn't have any fond feelings for him, but seeing him like this still doesn't sit right with me. Did the idiot think he wouldn't fall victim to a demonic beast? Kwon Oh-jin reached out, gently closed Park Young-woo's eyes and carefully adjusted his body into a more dignified position. We can't afford to deal with his corpse right now either. All right, let's get this over with. Rumble. Black clouds started to appear around Park Young-woo's chest. Once the black heavens clouds reached Park Young-woo's chest, a blue system window popped up. The black heaven is absorbing the stigma of Scorpio. Nice, the more the merrier. The stigma of Scorpio was the best assassin-type stigma out there, granting its awakener explosive agility and the ability to generate hundreds of kinds of poisons. Though it couldn't compare to the stigma of Lyra, Scorpio was still a mighty force. As one of the 12 zodiacs, there was no downside to adding it to his collection. After fully absorbing Park Young-woo's stigma, Kwon Oh-jin bowed and said, "May he rest in peace." Park Chang-hyeon offered his respects as well, while Song Ha-yoon turned away having mixed feelings. "All right, let's get moving again," Kwon Oh-jin urged. Okay. The trio resumed their journey in a somber mood. Boom krrrr, Oh-jin, Park Chang-hyeon shouted. Yup, another demonic beast had emerged, with mantis-like arms, 4 legs, and the ability to fly. Swoosh, not so fast, Park Chang-hyeon bellowed. The stigma of Taurus on his chest flared to life as he stomped and swung his hammer. A shockwave blasted through the air, slamming the airborne monster headfirst into the ground. Thud, craw, let's hurry up and get it over with. It'll be a pain once it gets in the air again. Got it, Song Ha-yoon replied. She dashed forward and snapped her fingers, creating a net of red flames that enveloped the demonic beast. Then Kwon Oh-jin swung his silver spear down on it, charring it with his blue lightning. Crackle, kkrrrrkrrk. The wounded beast staggered up and flapped its wings, attempting to flee. These fuckers sure know how to run away, Song Ha-yoon groaned, gritting her teeth in frustration. She stretched out her arm, and flames surged around it, ready to explode. Kwon Oh-jin called out, "Ha-yoon, wait." Why let it run away? He kept his eyes fixed on the fleeing demonic beast. Once again, the demonic beast was running off toward Sokcho's center. "Let's follow it," Kwon Oh-jin declared. "What are you planning to do?" Song Ha-yoon asked, cocking her head. As they followed behind the demonic beast, she closely observed its movements. Doesn't that thing seem off?" she asked. Right, whenever the demonic beast pulled a certain distance ahead, it would zigzag erratically, deliberately slowing down almost like it was waiting for its pursuers to catch up. Kwon Oh-jin clicked his tongue. "I'm certain now." He raised his arm, locking onto the staggering demonic beast, and fired his lightning-charged wire shooter. Bang, sizzle, krrr. The demonic beast collapsed onto the ground. Only one of them has been showing up at a time, and now, Oh-jin, are they? It's probably exactly what you're thinking, Ha-yoon. They're luring us toward the center of the city. Are demonic beasts smart enough to do this? Kwon Oh-jin furrowed his brow. Mutated monsters, otherwise called demonic beasts, were known to be more aggressive than regular monsters. They were powerful but lacked intelligence like their regular counterparts. Yet these things are baiting us in. A sense of foreboding crept over him, clinging to him like a damp shirt. I don't really get what's wrong," Park Chang-hyeon said, scratching his head. For even a seasoned fighter like him to miss it meant the demonic beasts were moving exceptionally stealthily. Only Kwon Oh-jin, skilled in deception, and Song Ha-yoon, who had once fought on the front lines, could recognize something was amiss. If they're pulling the same trick on the others, there was a high chance that other awakeners were being lured toward the center of Sokcho without realizing it. "Is that why Choi Jong-cheol went there as well?" Oh-jin, Song Ha-yoon called. "Yeah," he nodded, turning towards her visibly tense face. "Chang-hyeon, let's head back," Kwon Oh-jin said. "Sorry." Park Chang-hyeon gave Kwon Oh-jin a puzzled look. "Head back already. We're still in top shape. The demonic beasts have been luring us toward the city center since the beginning. They're smart enough to do that. It's not certain, but going any deeper seems risky," Kwon Oh-jin warned. "But there are still so many demonic beasts left to deal with." Park Chang-hyeon parted his lips, still doubtful. "We're not ending the mission. Let's take care of the demonic beasts on the outskirts," Kwon Oh-jin suggested. Exterminating them is important, but so is keeping them from leaving Sokcho and attacking other cities." "Right," Kwon Oh-jin reasoned. I guess you have a point. Okay then, let's move to the outskirts. We're gonna leave right away, yeah." Before that, Kwon Oh-jin turned toward the city center and smiled slyly. He still had something to take care of. "I can't miss this chance to gain the stigma of Aquarius. I'll just give the other teams a heads up and let them know what the demonic beasts are up to," he said. Park Chang-hyeon and Song Ha-yoon moved closer to him. "I'll come with you." "Me too." "No, I'll go alone. If something goes wrong, I can escape the quickest." Kwon Oh-jin had already proved his unmatched mobility with the aid of the wire shooter, leaving no room for objections. If you say so, Park Chang-hyun replied, nodding in agreement. Song Ha-yoon drew closer to Kwon Oh-jin with a worried expression. If anything feels off, you have to get out of there right away, okay? Kwon Oh-jin chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, I'm good at looking out for myself. Promise me that you'll come back without getting hurt, Song Ha-yoon urged, extending her pinky. Hooking his pinky with hers, he replied, well then, I'll contact you soon. He raised his arm and aimed his wire shooter at a nearby building. Bang, Kwon Oh-jin flew between buildings and eventually landed on a suitable rooftop, then activated the stigma of Kane's Venatici. Woong, he analyzed a myriad of smells until he recognized Choi Jong-cheol's scent. It's that way. He's not far. Kwon Oh-jin's eyes glimmered. Amidst the ruins of the city center, a middle-aged man wore a sly grin, surrounded by dozens of demonic beasts. No matter how many times I see it, it's still unbelievable. He cautiously extended his arm toward the surrounding demonic beasts. The normally ferocious monsters were motionless next to him and accepted his touch like docile lambs as he patted them. To think I can control these beasts. A shiver ran through Choi Jong-cheol. He looked at the dark orb in his other hand that radiated an unsettling, eerie light. As long as I have this power, he smiled wickedly as he clenched his empty fist. Haha, life really does turn around. 3 months ago, he had hit rock bottom. All because of that damned bastard. His gut churned with rage as he thought of Kwon Oh-jin's face. Having lost everything, he had wandered around aimlessly, desperate for any opportunity. But at least that led me to meet that man, ha. When he had stumbled into the office of the Pandanus Guild, he met a man named Ashad Khan. You're looking for a place to take you in? Ashad Khan had asked. Why yes, the man with bronze skin had nodded with a sly smile. All right, but on one condition. Sorry, take this and follow my orders. Ashad Khan had handed him an astral relic infused with the power of the black Starin item that could control wild demonic beasts. But that's only a fraction of this astral relic's true power. Hehehe. Choi Jong-cheol chuckled, caressing the black orb like he was in love with it. Ashad Khan's words echoed in his mind like an incantation. When the black star takes over the night sky, this unreasonable world will meet its end. They were grim, foreboding words, but who cares? Choi Jong-cheol didn't care what the black star was. All he could think of was, I now have the chance to get revenge on that bastard. With sparkling eyes, he tightened his grip on the orb. Demonic beasts continue luring the awakeners here, he commanded, striking an unnecessary dramatic pose. Krrr, crack. The motionless demonic beasts violently roared and scattered in every direction. At that moment, a bald man cautiously approached. Mr. Jong-cheol. Choi Jong-cheol frowned and asked, what is it? Do you think Park Young-woo will be okay? Again with that nonsense. The bald man bit his lip anxiously before blurting out, do you have any idea how much money that guy owes me? Choi Jong-cheol clicked his tongue. Didn't I explain this before? To avoid suspicion, we need some casualties on our side too. The Pandanus Guild could not be seen as the mastermind behind the upcoming massacre. They needed to leave this operation as victims, and for that to happen, someone has to be sacrificed, Choi Jong-cheol asserted. The bald man scratched the back of his head, but don't worry too much. I only injured him just enough to keep it non-fatal. He might have some lasting damage, but he won't die. All right, now please continue probing the area until the awakeners gather at the center. Understood, the bald man replied and left, about 15 minutes later. Huff huff, Mr. Jong-cheol. Choi Jong-cheol frowned at the bald man, panting heavily, and asked, what now? He's dead. Who is? Park Young-woo, that bastard's dead. What? Choi Jong-cheol muttered. Why is he dead? Kwon Oh-jin took a moment to gather his thoughts. He was a 6-star Aquarius Awakener, right? From what he had gathered, Choi Jong-cheol had held considerable influence within the Starlight Lake Guild, just not enough to challenge the Weaver's apostle. Even though his stigma isn't a combat type, he'll still be difficult to handle since we're 2 star levels apart. The difference in star levels between Awakeners translated to a significant difference in strength. The disparity grew exponentially with each level and was nothing to take lightly. But if it's me, I can definitely win. Kwon Oh-jin's eyes shone sharply. Other Awakeners might have scoffed at a 4-star thinking they could take on a 6-star, but Kwon Oh-jin had confidence he could overcome the 2-star gap and face him. No, he was certain he could utterly crush him. I shouldn't let my guard down, though. He recalled the confidence on Choi Jong-cheol's face. As foolish as he was, he wouldn't have been so smug for no reason. He must have something up his sleeve. Kwon Oh-jin was sure that Choi Jong-cheol was hiding a trump card, something powerful enough to give a grand warning to the Apostle of the North Star. If he's hiding something like that, it won't hurt to have a backup plan ready. Kwon Oh-jin channeled mana into his necklace and called out, Vega. With a shimmer of silver light, Vega materialized. Didn't you say you wouldn't call for me during the subjugation? There's someone I need to deal with besides the demonic beasts, Kwon Oh-jin said. Vega's eyes widened in surprise. What? The sex maniac, Choi Jong-cheol. Sex maniac. He was a notorious criminal who violated over 300 women in my previous life. Vega's expression twisted with disgust. How wicked. He'll become active in about a year, but I plan to deal with him before then, Kwon Oh-jin declared. So you're saying you're going to eliminate future evil? She nodded, understanding his reasoning, yet her expression suddenly stiffened. But is there a way to deal with him besides killing him? She asked. Even if he's a seed of future evil, punishing someone for a crime they haven't committed yet doesn't feel right. It's a valid point. Let me add to the story then. When he was caught in the previous timeline, he stated that he'd been doing it for quite some time. You mean? Vega trailed off. He's not just a seed of future evil, he's already there. Then he deserves to be punished immediately. Vega nodded, crossing her arms. She seemed mostly convinced but still slightly reluctant. Well, it makes sense. This was like pointing to someone on the street and saying, this guy's bad, so he should be killed. Naturally, that would make anyone uncomfortable. This is different from Lee Shin-hyuk's case. Unlike back then, Choi Jong-cheol was someone he needed to hunt down. Even if Vega understood, she couldn't completely eliminate her instinctual resistance to the idea. Accusations without evidence always had their limits. I can just make up some evidence then. He could fabricate evidence and use his authority as a special agent to search Choi Jong-cheol's house or frame him for unsolved crimes. Anyway, this is something to think about later. Convincing Vega takes precedence right now. Shall we get going? He asked. All right. Vega perched herself atop his head, gripping his hair like reins as he used his wire shooter to soar into the air. Bang, whoosh, Kwon Oh-jin flew between buildings, following the scent trail, sensing he was getting close. Found him. In the distance, he could see Choi Jong-cheol sitting on the remains of a collapsed building. Despite having lost his comrade to a demonic beast, he seemed calm and unfazed. Should I ambush him? Normally, he wouldn't hesitate, but he didn't know what Choi Jong-cheol was hiding. The tides could turn against him if he acted recklessly. At times like this, it's best to play it safe. I should try to draw out his tricks. Kwon Oh-jin scanned the surroundings before he landed in front of Choi Jong-cheol, whose eyes widened in surprise. Oh wow, what brings you here? He asked, amused. Kwon Oh-jin narrowed his gaze. Coldly and directly, he asked, are you asking because you really don't know? Don't know what? Choi Jong-cheol asked, furrowing his brow. Kwon Oh-jin laughed inwardly. Anyone would be flustered if they were approached out of nowhere and interrogated without context, but it couldn't be helped. To convince Vega, Kwon Oh-jin needed to paint Choi Jong-cheol as guilty on the spot, even if it meant forcing it. Choi Jong-cheol, he called out and raised his spear, pointing it at Choi Jong-cheol. I know what you're hiding. Choi Jong-cheol's face stiffened. What? Kwon Oh-jin glared at him with fuming eyes. Stomping hard, he said, you coward, are you pretending not to know? Choi Jong-cheol flinched and took a few steps back. Kwon Oh-jin carefully watched his every expression. His reactions were predictable so far. Now he'll ask me, pretend not to know what, and I'll respond with something like, I knew what kind of man you were ever since you approached Ha-yoon for her body. Since that was an actual event, there wasn't even a need to fabricate evidence for this act. Hiding lies within truths is scamming 101, after all. Go on, try and deny it as much as you want. I'll still turn you into a despicable criminal with just my words. How did you find out? Choi Jong-cheol asked, shocked. When you went after Ha-yoon, wait, what did he just say? I was certain I covered all my tracks and left no traces. How did you find out? What the fuck? How dare you? Vega shouted, flying up. Blue lightning sparked up around her. Crackle, clenching her fists, she furiously quivered, yelling, does it matter how you got caught? RW what the? Choi Jong-cheol screeched. The sheer aura of her wrath weighed down the air, making it hard to breathe. Og, this is insane. Kwon Oh-jin's legs trembled as if he'd been thrown into a blizzard stark naked. Though I may be unfamiliar with the human world, even I understand the sheer horror and vileness of what you have done, Vega shouted. Her golden eyes burned fiercely as she glared at Choi Jong-cheol. Boom, another fierce wave of energy swept around them. Vega. Kwon Oh-jin barely managed to utter, attempting to calm her down. Releasing such massive energy outside the sanctum would surely come with serious consequences. Vega suddenly withdrew her oppressive energy and mumbled, I'm sorry, my child. To be honest, I felt hesitant when you first told me all of this. The talk of eliminating future evil had left her uneasy. Even though she knew he was a regressor, the only one who had experienced the world's tragic future firsthand, she hadn't completely accepted his claims. I should be the one who believes in you and supports you more than anyone else, yet I allowed myself to remain doubtful before I could make sure, she continued. Floating closer, she gently stroked Kwon Oh-jin's cheek. Please forgive this foolish celestial. Kwon Oh-jin muttered. The thing is, I have no idea what the hell's going on. Bewildered, he stared at Choi Jong-cheol, having fully expected him to deny everything. The unexpected admission caught him off guard, leaving him unsure of how to respond. What do you mean, how did I find out? Find out about what exactly? Choi Jong-cheol struggled to catch his breath, glaring at Vega floating beside Kwon Oh-jin. What is that? A guardian spirit. Can a guardian spirit really have this kind of energy? Choi Jong-cheol thought, confused, and bit his lip. He couldn't imagine that a rookie awakener could summon such a powerful spirit, so he figured it must have come from someone else. Haha, making good use of your influence as the Weaver's apostle, aren't you? He probably got the spirit from someone who would do anything to curry favor with the apostle of the Weaver, like my Starlight Lake Guild. Choi Jong-cheol gritted his teeth and muttered, isn't this truly unfair? One lost everything just because they got on some jerk's nerves, while the other lived a luxurious lifestyle simply because they met a good celestial. Suddenly, he recalled Ashad Khan's words. When the black star takes over the night sky, this unreasonable world will meet its end. He had dismissed it as an ominous prayer back then, but now, yeah, you were right, Choi Jong-cheol grumbled, eyes fixated on Kwon Oh-jin, and raised his black orb high. Following the will of the black star, I will punish this brat. Woong. A surge of black energy burst out from the orb and traveled up Choi Jong-cheol's arm till it reached his head. Heh heh heh. This is no longer just revenge, it's a holy war for the sake of a better world. Come forth, demonic beasts. The ground shook as numerous demonic beasts gathered all around him. Hahaha, I don't know how you figured out that I'm a member of the Black Star Society, but coming here alone, you'll pay for your foolishness. Kwon Oh-jin pursed his lips as he scanned the demonic beasts surrounding Choi Jong-cheol. What the fuck? All he wanted was to frame Choi Jong-cheol as a sex offender so he could kill him in front of Vega without any concerns. But this dude's part of the Black Star Society. On top of that, he was controlling the demonic beasts too. Just what the hell is going on? Can someone explain, please? The demonic beasts growled fiercely as they surrounded Kwon Oh-jin. Grrrrrrrrrr, Ki. His expression hardened as he scanned his surroundings. As unbelievable as it was, he had a pretty good idea of what was happening. Damn it, so this was the trump card he was hiding. Choi Jong-cheol had been cocky because he could control these vicious monsters, and he got that power through the Black Star Society. The orb in Choi Jong-cheol's hand was releasing the same dark, ominous energy Kwon Oh-jin had sensed back at the gate in McDonald's, was another astral relic imbued with the power of the Black Star. He must be using that to control the demonic beasts. Fuck, what were the odds? The very target he had planned to kill for the stigma of Aquarius turned out to be a member of the Black Star Society. Kwon Oh-jin couldn't shake the feeling that someone else was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Haha, what's with the frown? You knew about this all along, didn't you? Choi Jong-cheol mockingly asked. Kwon Oh-jin gripped his spear tighter and his expression darkened. Seeing how things are flowing, this isn't all that bad. At the very least, he had earned Vega's trust and wouldn't need to fabricate any evidence later. The real problem, however, was that there were just too many demonic beasts. Carrick. He could have handled it easily if there were only a dozen, but reality wasn't so kind. He let out a sigh. The situation was as bad as it could get, but this was exactly why he had prepared a backup plan. I'm counting on you, Vega. All right, the Weaver replied. Kwon Oh-jin knew that granting him a blessing placed a heavy strain on Vega, but he had no other choice at the moment. Go ahead, my child, she said softly, placing a hand on his head. A radiant silver light poured from her palm, flowing into Kwon Oh-jin. Woong, rewrite the pages of fate with your might. Vega declared as blue lightning erupted around him. Crackle. A hot breath escaped his lips as an intoxicating surge of power welled up from deep within. It had been a while since he felt such overwhelming omnipotence. The menacing demonic beasts now felt like mere sickly dogs. But this is different. The feeling was worlds apart from when he had previously received Vega's blessing at the Mokdong Gate, probably because I've grown stronger since then. His intense secluded training had pushed him to new heights that even the prideful Ryerk had acknowledged. The effects of the blessing had intensified to match his progress. He smirked and said, well then, I'll be back soon. With a long, steady breath, he kicked off the ground and struck down with his spear, surging up a storm of blue lightning. Crackle, crack. The lightning had obliterated everything in his sight, reducing two demonic beasts to ashes. Some of the mantis-like demonic beasts spread their wings and took off into the air, screeching. Karak, what's flying gonna do, huh? Kwon Oh-jin casually stretched out his hand, creating bolts of lightning that struck down the airborne creatures. Kaboom, Ki, Kwon Oh-jin chuckled. Creating tangible lightning out of thin air was something he wouldn't have even dared to attempt under normal circumstances, but in his current state, it was as effortless as breathing. This is insane. I could get used to this. Kwon Oh-jin leaped up, baring his teeth as he gripped his spear and turned toward the swarm of demonic beasts. With his right arm drawn back, he twisted his waist, gathering momentum for a throw. Fire in the hole. Whoosh! The silver spear tore through the night sky like a comet and embedded itself into the ground. In an instant, the compressed lightning within it detonated. Crackle, krrr, the electricity spread like a ferocious whirlpool, charring the trapped demonic beasts. The acrid smell clawed at his nostrils. They smell surprisingly nutty, he observed. The moment his feet hit the ground, he rolled to the side just in time to avoid a massive claw that crashed down where he'd just been. Slam, key. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook as something clawed its way up from below. Rumble. Kwon Oh-jin quickly jumped up high. Hup, a monster creature erupted from the earth, its massive maw splitting into 8 grotesque sections as it lunged straight for him. At the same time, the demonic beasts that had escaped the lightning storm let out a deafening roar as they charged at him. KRRR. Mantis-like beasts flew up into the sky once more. Kwon Oh-jin was surrounded in every direction. Tusk. This was the worst situation he could be in, however. Try. With a sly smile, he spread his arms wide and 6 wires shot out like a net. Bang, you just made things easier for me, he uttered. Crackle, wires charged with lightning covered the demonic beasts attacking from all 6 directions, immediately scorching them to ash. His breathing grew a little rougher. Even with the blessing, unleashing this much mana at once is tough. He steadied his breath and looked at his final opponent. This can't be. Choi Jong-cheol trembled with his mouth hung open. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, utterly horrified. This doesn't make sense. How can a 3-star awakener be this powerful? I'm a 4-star now, you idiot. Not that a 4-star is capable of this, though. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Choi Jong-cheol shrieked. Blood trickled down his face as he hysterically scratched his cheek like an old virgin who had failed their 40th blind date. He thrust the black orb forward, screaming in rage, kill him. Rip that bastard apart now, you useless motherfuckers. The bald man ran over and hurriedly grabbed Choi Jong-cheol. In an attempt to stop him, he urged, Mr. Jong-cheol, please calm down. If we continue like this, our plan will. Fuck the plan, can't you see that bastard laughing? Look at him. Grinding his teeth, Choi Jong-cheol extended his arm covered in black energy and grabbed the bald man by the neck. Kug, W weight, crack, crunch. With a sickening sound of bones shattering, the bald man's head snapped in a grotesque angle. The bald man's entire body crushed as if caught between an industrial press. Quickly, 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 Choi Jong-cheol screamed, glaring at Kwon Oh-jin with bloodshot eyes. Kill that bastard. Screams of madness echoed through the ruined city. Kwon Oh-jin frowned as he watched Choi Jong-cheol's antics. What's wrong with him? He's definitely not sane. Is it because of the astral relic? The black orb in Choi Jong-cheol's hand was seething with a sinister energy that was slowly consuming him. I should probably take care of that first. Boom, more demonic beasts suddenly emerged from the rubble of the collapsed building. Kraya, key, there were even more now than before. With all the demonic beasts locked in on him, approaching Choi Jong-cheol was nearly impossible. Damn it, he mumbled. Og, my child, are you all right? Vega asked in a strained voice, bearing the weight of the celestial restrictions. She looked even more exhausted than him. Sorry, looks like it'll take a little longer, Kwon Oh-jin said. He retracted his wires and extended his hand, retrieving his spear. Blue lightning streaked between all the demonic beasts charging toward him. Cack. 2 or 3 demonic beasts collapsed or turned to ash every time he swung his spear, but the wave of demonic beasts showed no sign of dying down. There's just too many of them. Are all the demonic beasts in the city gathering here? Biting his lip, Kwon Oh-jin swung his spear backward and killed the demonic beasts behind him. His breathing grew more ragged as the battle continued. Ha, ha, no matter how much the blessing had strengthened him, there were limits to his stamina and mana. Shit. After using Azure Lightning dozens of times, he stepped back, creating distance between himself and the beasts. Perhaps having used so much mana at once, an intense headache crashed into him like an axe splitting his skull open. I can endure the pain. The real problem was that his massive mana reserve was now running dry. He looked worried as he thrust his spear forward again. If only I had overflowing mana like last time. Unfortunately, that wasn't something he could recreate at will. Ha ha ha, he was running out of breath. More than dozens or over 100 monster corpses lay strewn around him, piling up with every passing second. A demonic beast somehow passed through his lightning storm and sank its teeth into his shoulder. Crunch, it tore away a chunk of his flesh, causing blood to gush out. Fuck, in that split second, 3 more demonic beasts forced their way through and opened their vicious maws. KRRR, K-Shea, my child, Vega's voice ran in the background. Kwon Oh-jin swallowed hard and raised his spear, but his blood-slicked hands made his grip unstable, slipping against the shaft. This isn't good, just as he desperately and hopelessly tried to pull back from the incoming swarm. Whoosh, red flames engulfed the 3 demonic beasts, leaving them twisting in agony. Ka, fire. Kwon Oh-jin snapped his head toward the source of the flames. There stood Song Ha-yoon, her face twisted in fury as she glared at his wounded shoulder. Oh-jin, didn't you promise me you wouldn't get hurt?